Chapter 1. The competition begins on Antique Street. This fellow is invincible. While others are desperately saving every penny before finding a job, he casually orders a bowl of Longjiang pig trotter rice. And not just any bowl, but a deluxe version with extra meat. Clearly, the emphasis is on indulgence, isn't it? It's evident that this guy isn't here to compete, he's here to shamelessly exploit the show's $100. Alas, it's a pity I wasn't selected. At this moment, the audience was engrossed in discussions about the most sensational program in all of Longwis starting from scratch. The 100 Yuan Entrepreneurship Challenge. This reality show, a collaboration between numerous domestic corporate giants, centers around the captivating themes of ordinary people starting businesses and money-making. Competitions. The production team invested substantial resources, beginning preparations and promotions 6 months prior. After half a year of anticipation, it transformed into a veritable traffic magnet, receiving over 1 million applications on the very first day of enrollment. Ultimately, from this pool, 99 contestants were randomly selected. The production team dispatched them to unfamiliar cities, armed with an initial capital of merely 100 yuan, challenging them to generate income solely through their own capabilities without any external assistance. Aside from private time, the entire process was broadcast live. The competition was projected to span 100 days, with rankings determined by the amount of money earned. The total prize pool amounted to a staggering 100 million yuan, with the grand prize for the first place reaching an astonishing 50 million. Furthermore, if a contestant could earn 1 million yuan within the stipulated time frame, they would secure the championship in advance, enjoying exclusive access to the grand prize. Having transmigrated, Chen Mo found himself among the fortunate 99 selected contestants. Holding the number 99 before his arrival in this new world, he was a small business owner, hailing from a rural background. After a decade of hard work, he had barely managed to accumulate a net worth of over 10 million. This experience had imparted a crucial lesson. Earning money is arduous, and the struggle is real. For ordinary individuals, making a living is far more challenging than for those second-generation elites with abundant resources. Being chosen from millions of applicants undoubtedly marked him as one of the lucky few. According to the competition rules, with a prize pool of 100 million, as long as one avoids being among the bottom 50 contestants, there's a reward to be claimed. Even the 49th place guarantees a minimum of 200,000. Calculating based on a 100-day contract, this translates to a monthly income of 60 to 70,000, surpassing most high-paying jobs. Thus, Chen Mo had no reason to withdraw from the competition. For what he understood, the 99 contestants, including himself, were primarily ordinary individuals from various walks of life. In terms of earning potential, he believed he could reasonably rank among them. As for how to utilize the 100 yuan in startup capital provided by the production team to generate profits, Chen Mo felt that a prudent, long-term strategy was in order. At 11:30 in the morning, an hour and a half had elapsed since the production team concluded the opening ceremony. Chen Mo found himself standing before a Longjiang pig trotter rice restaurant. The enticing aroma wafting from within stirred his appetite, further intensified by the recent transmigration experience. Recalling a past life's sentiment of tears soaking into pig trotter rice, vowing to earn 1 million, he felt a sudden surge of hunger. Chen Mo perceived this as an auspicious sign for the competition and resolutely entered the establishment. "Boss, I would like a bowl of pig's trotter rice." The production team had spared no expense, creating a dedicated segment for the program on all popular live streaming platforms. With 99 contestants, each was assigned their own live streaming room, equipped with the finest equipment for multi-camera coverage. Audiences could choose to watch whomever they desired. At this early stage of the show, no prominent contenders had yet emerged, prompting viewers to randomly hop between rooms, drawn in by appearances and dishes. For the contestants, however, the competition had officially commenced. The first step towards earning was to ensure their survival. The 100 yuan provided by the production team, if one disregarded the cost of shelter, would only sustain them for 3 to 4 days. Thus, nearly everyone planned to seek temporary employment to secure their basic needs while accumulating their entrepreneurial startup funds. Some inquired at restaurants, supermarkets, and tea shops about temporary job openings. Others visited discount stores to procure goods for a small stall. Some merely bought a bottle of mineral water and a couple of buns to make do with a meal. So far, The most enterprising individuals I've seen are the two scratch card contestants. Haha, I noticed that too. Classic lottery shop startup. If you don't succeed, you perish, right? What was the outcome? One scratched 3 tickets. One worth 10 yuan and 2 worth 20, completely lost half of his capital on the spot. Yet the other had remarkable luck, scratching a single ticket worth 50 and winning 250. Oh wow, that's splendid. His assets have tripled from 100 to 300. He must be the wealthiest in the room now. At this stage, the audience was merely seeking entertainment, not yet fixated on any specific live streaming room. Therefore, within mere minutes, the live stream of contestant number 64, who had won on the scratch card, saw its viewer count double, with over 500,000. Real-time viewers on the platform. It is noteworthy that this was during the day, far from the peak evening hours when workers typically finish their shift. Thus, the significance of the 50,000 viewers at this hour was palpable. In contrast, Chen Mo, as contestant 99, had only 80,000 viewers in his live stream, though the barrage of comments was plentiful, all astonished by his extravagant spending. He ordered a bowl of pig's trotter rice, not only adding an egg and extra meat, but also requesting a chilled cola. It was evident that he was not participating in a money-making challenge, but rather indulging in a feast. You, as a contestant, are truly remarkable. While others lost 50 on scratch cards, they did so with the hope of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Yet here you are, taking the production team's money and simply enjoying yourself. You don't wish to place? Then let me take your place. With financial freedom within reach, how can you not strive? What a waste of this opportunity. The audience in the live stream expressed their indignation, flooding the comments with mockery. Yet, Chen Mo remained oblivious to it all. According to the program's requirements, during the recording, he merely needed to wear a sports camera on his chest, while professional cameramen would handle the multi-camera coverage, leaving him free from concern. After placing his order, Chen Mo sat at his table, awaiting his meal while contemplating how to discover a lucrative opportunity. Your meal is ready, the proprietress announced, approaching with a fragrant bowl of pig trotter rice that wafted an irresistible aroma. Chen Mo, famished from his weight, could hardly contain his eagerness to begin his meal. Yet, just as he grasped his chopsticks, he froze in astonishment. He blinked rapidly, realizing that this was not a mere illusion. Before him, on the bowl of pig trotter rice, 2 numbers materialized: 23. He then glanced towards the side, where a bottle of cola displayed yet another number 3. A sudden realization dawned upon Chen Mo. These figures represented the very prices he had just paid. With a hint of curiosity, he continued to observe intently. Moments later, the numbers began to fluctuate, eventually transforming into several lines of text. Item name: Longjiang pig trotter rice. Category: rice. Quality: premium. Manufacturer: Chef Wang Dajiang. Longjiang pig trotter rice restaurant, Luocheng, Jianglan District. Manufacturing time: 2 minutes ago. Ingredients: Wuchang rice, local. Free-range pork, eggs. Production process: broth infusion, spice blending, braising. Market value: 23 note, 12 for the standard version, 1 for an egg, 10 for extra meat. Turning his gaze to the nearby bottle of cola, he found the same phenomenon. Staring at the spectacle, Chen Mo was rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he resumed his exploration. As he continued to experiment with various objects: chopsticks, table, chair, napkin, she made a remarkable discovery. If he focused on an item for more than 9 seconds, its specific value would appear above it, closely aligned with its market price. Moreover, if he maintained his gaze for over 29 seconds, he could access even more detailed information, including manufacturing time, raw materials, and production techniques, everything laid out in exquisite detail. The only limitation was that he could only observe inanimate objects. Living beings were beyond his observational reach. Once he grasped this newfound ability, Chen Mo's heart swelled with exhilaration. With such a fantastical skill, who needed to devise a complicated scheme for making money? Was he not a natural-born treasure appraiser? No, it was more appropriate to call him a master of serendipity. To the antique street he would go. Chapter 2. Arrival at Longmen Street. The host selected for the program is none other than the currently most popular official beauty, Bing Bing. In addition, based on the audience's voting preferences, 3 special guests were lavishly invited. Professor Zhou Zhongji from Shuyuan University, a renowned economic analyst, Zhang Xiefeng, and the recently crowned Best Actress. The star Li Yuan, who is at the pinnacle of her fame. In the command center of the program, the contestant holding the top position on the wealth leaderboard is our contestant number 64. How long do you think he can maintain this ranking? Host Bing Bing smiles to energize the atmosphere. Analyst Zhang Xiefeng remarks, I must say contestant number 64 is quite imaginative. Not only did he boldly wager 50, but after winning 300, he refrained from indulging himself. Instead, he invested in a suit and even styled himself. He is clearly focused on branding himself. It appears his planning is quite precise and ambitious. As the saying goes, a step ahead leads to further advancements. I eagerly anticipate the kind of job he will find. In the command center, the host and several guests take turns assessing the 99 contestants, analyzing their actions to interpret their thoughts and goals, thereby assisting the audience in understanding. Each time they offer their insights, it results in a surge of viewership in the contestants' live streams. It is worth noting that the production team has mandated that the gifts and rewards from the audience in the live streams will be returned to the contestants intact after the competition, which is a significant source of income. Currently, the contestants have not yet engaged in many flamboyant antics, and Bing Bing and her colleagues provide rapid commentary. Swiftly reaching the live stream of contestant number 99, Best Actress Li Yuan observes, this contestant is indeed quite handsome. But did you say he spent a quarter of his starting funds right after a meal? Isn't he concerned about the upcoming competition? Bing Bing interjects. Perhaps he just wishes to start off on a good note. He should be saving for later. However, just as she finishes speaking the next moment, the live stream reveals a scene that leaves her momentarily speechless. Contestant number 99 leisurely strolls out of the restaurant after dining and calmly stands by the roadside to hail a taxi. Goodness, he is taking a cab. Is this what they call saving? Does he not realize how precious that $100 in starting funds is? Other contestants are walking the entire way, opting for public transport only when the destination is particularly far. Witnessing this, Bing Bing's face flushes with embarrassment. Instantly, the audience's comments explode, teasing. Just a moment ago, she was defending him, and now she has been smacked in the face. This is hilarious. I can't take it. My goddess Bing Bing is too adorable. Some jest, while others are perplexed, pondering the character of contestant number 99, who dines extravagantly and hails a taxi without a second thought. What on earth is he trying to accomplish? Is he truly planning to spend all his 100 and then withdraw from the competition? Does anyone know where he just reported? West City 263? I am a local of Low City, and if my memory serves me right, number 263 in the West District should be our Longman Street. Oh, Longman Street. It suddenly dawned on me that it is indeed the renowned antique street in Low City. Precisely. It resembles the second-hand antique markets, such as Panjiayuan in the capital and the Yuan Treasure House in the Magic City. Observing the barrage of comments, host Bing Bing appeared quite astonished. To visit the antique street? Only upon seeing the comments mentioning the antique street did she realize that contestant No. 99 was planning to hunt for treasures. The comments continue to roll in. 666, I just searched on Gouda, and it's nearly 10 kilometers away. A taxi would cost at least 20 or more. In other words, he intends to use the remaining 50 yuan for his treasure hunt, right? To be honest, it's a bit laughable. How utterly fanciful. Upon reaching the destination, he paid the taxi driver 21 yuan, leaving him with 53 yuan from the 100 yuan starting fund provided by the production team. Nevertheless, Chen Mo was unfazit. He glanced at the sign ahead. The characters for Longman Street Antique Market exuded a sense of nostalgia. After casually purchasing a bottle of mineral water, he strolled inside. As a well-known antique and cultural relic trading market in Low City, this street boasts a long history and has seen its fair share of significant treasures. Numerous stalls lined the street, each appearing quite simple, with mere pieces of cloth serving as makeshift counters. A variety of items were for sale: ceramics, paintings, and jade, each stall possessing its own unique flair. At this hour, foot traffic was relatively low, as it had just passed mealtime, and most people were likely resting at home after their meals, including many of the stall owners, who were mostly napping. Chen Mo refrained from disturbing them, merely meandering leisurely in front of the stalls. After several previous attempts, He had confirmed that his eyes possessed the ability to discern the value and detailed information of objects. Aside from needing to focus on an item for either 9 or 29 seconds before use, there were no other limitations. No cooldown, no backlash. It could be employed at any time. It was indeed perfect for treasure hunting. Standing before a small stall, Chen Mo remained silent, merely fixating on the antiques displayed. Every 9 seconds, he would shift his gaze to the next item, resembling a cold humanoid scanner. The numbers representing prices fluctuated within his sight, but they primarily consisted of trivial, worthless trinkets. One by one, Chen Mo examined each item on the stall until he had surveyed everything before him without discovering anything of value. However, he was not anxious. It was all as expected, and he simply continued to observe. Meanwhile, Bing Bing continued to provide explanations. This contestant number 99 must have his own ideas, yet beside her. Professional analyst Zhang Xiefeng interjected. It is well known that most visitors to antique streets come with a mindset of hunting for bargains. If they find something, great. If not, it's no big deal. However, there exists a group of individuals who are different. They rely on treasure hunting for their livelihood, treating it as their profession. Indeed, they are professional treasure hunters. They engage in a gamble of great odds, wagering thousands of dollars in hopes of winning hundreds of thousands or even millions. On average, out of 10 attempts at securing a bargain, at least 9 are seized by these professional bargain hunters, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary tourists to succeed even once. Why is this so? Because the depths of this trade are perilously profound. Even seasoned veterans can easily misjudge, let alone the average person. In the end, countless tales abound of those who, driven by ambition, have squandered their entire fortunes. Professor Zhou, who was nearby, nodded in agreement with these sentiments. I have an old friend who is passionate about collecting and has immersed himself in this realm for decades. 3 years ago, he encountered an item with a seller's asking price of 500,000. Upon inspection, my friend exclaimed that it was a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period vase worth over 7 million. He even discreetly consulted several experts, all of whom confirmed its authenticity. But guess what happened next? When he finally obtained it and sought appraisal, he was left utterly astonished to discover it was a counterfeit. Not only was it not worth 7 million, it couldn't even fetch 700. After this debacle, we, his old companions, teased him for 3 years. It was only when he produced a rare volume from his collection that we reluctantly agreed to keep it confidential. Therefore, it would be prudent for those of us lacking such discerning eyes to abandon hopes of unexpected windfalls, for what falls from the sky is not a pie, but rather a heavy iron disc. Chapter 3. Boss, how did your yuan daitu get magnetized? Professor Zhou's humor was delightful. He promised not to divulge the story. Yet here he was, sharing it before millions of viewers. How genuine! His efforts to steer us away from misguided paths were truly commendable. I decided to temporarily unfollow the Ice Queen and solely support Professor Zhou for the day. After a lively exchange of banter in the comments, attention returned to the contestants. What of contestant number 99? Was he truly hoping to find a bargain? I observed that others would meticulously inspect and handle the items, verifying provenance with the seller. Yet this individual was entirely different. He merely stood before the stall, neither waking the vendor nor engaging in examination, simply gazing with his eyes. Is it truly possible to discern a bargain with mere observation? If that were the case, why even bother with employment? Everyone would be out securing fortunes instead. The mystery is solved. This fellow was not on a quest for bargains. He was simply wandering. This antique street stretches several hundred meters, lined with numerous stalls. Some vendors were alert, but after years in this business, they can easily discern whether a customer is inclined to purchase. After exchanging a few words, they realized this young man had no intention to buy and thus paid him little heed, allowing him to browse at leisure. As he strolled past several stalls, he encountered those selling paintings and calligraphy, as well as porcelain, both genuine and fake, though the authentic pieces were priced exorbitantly, leaving little opportunity for bargains. As for bulk items, while he did not spot anything from the Shang or Zhou dynasties, he did come across a fair number from the previous week. Although there were no significant finds, Chen Mo had gained considerable insight into the antique market. Departing the porcelain stall, he leisurely made his way to the next one, which specialized in coins. The stall appeared rather unpretentious, adorned only with a few old newspapers spread across the ground, upon which lay several dozen silver dollars, commonly referred to as dying, the majority being the renowned yuan dtu. Chen Mo wasted no time, fixating his gaze upon these silver coins, mentally calculating their values: 20, 5, 35, 15, 8, 12. Within 2 minutes, his eyes had scanned over more than 10 coins. To his dismay, they were all replicas. Genuine yuan DTU coins, even the most circulated varieties from the 9th and 10th years of the Republic, would command prices of at least 6 to 700 yuan, while those in fine condition with minimal would be worth considerably more. The coins before him, valued at merely 20 or 30 yuan, were clearly all forgeries. "Young man, take a look at our silver dollars," the stall owner exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon noticing a customer. "I assure you, these are all fine goods, personally collected from the countryside." Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. They seem acceptable. I'll take a look myself. Feel free to browse, and if anything catches your eye, just let me know. All at good prices, the stall owner replied. After 5 or 6 minutes of scrutiny, Chen Mo had surveyed almost everything on the stall, and unsurprisingly, it was all counterfeit. However, just as he was about to depart for the next stall, he caught sight of a single coin that had escaped his initial inspection in the corner of the display. Turning his attention to it, a number materialized in his vision after 9 seconds, 4,800. Taken aback by this price, Chen Mo assumed it was a genuine piece and continued to scrutinize it. 29 seconds later, further details appeared. Item name, silver dollar category, currency quality, replica manufacturer, Sun Qian minting machine manufacturing date, January 1915 materials, iron, aluminum, copper manufacturing process, line engraving, sand casting, melting and pouring market value, 4,800 yuan value description. This was part of the first batch of counterfeit silver coins seized by the Beiyang government in 1915, produced by a minting machine involved in the case, with very few surviving examples, thus possessing considerable collectible value. Initially believing it to be an authentic coin, Chen Mo felt perplexed upon reading the words replica and noting the materials of iron and aluminum. However, upon reading the value description, he began to understand. Indeed, the first batch of counterfeit coins uncovered by the Beiyang authorities held significant collectible value. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Chen Mo casually reached for one of the previously examined silver coins worth only 20 or 30 yuan. "How much for this one?" he inquired. 1,200, came the reply. "And this one?" "This one is a bit pricier. Look at its condition. It's well preserved with clear-edged teeth, 2,800. Hearing the stall owner quote inflated prices for these worthless fakes, Chen Mo silently derided him but chose not to reveal his thoughts. After asking about several more coins, the stall owner began to sense something amiss, his tone growing slightly impatient. "Hey, young man, do you even intend to buy anything?" "Of course I wish to purchase," Chen Mo replied, "but I can't shake the feeling that there is something off about your merchandise." Upon hearing this, the stall owner raised his voice. "What's wrong with it? All my yuan DTU coins were collected from the countryside. Let me show you." He picked up a coin and blew along its edge, producing a clear, crisp sound. However, Chen Mo merely waved his hand and said, "Boss, there is no need for such bluster. With the right techniques, sound can be produced regardless of its authenticity." The stall owner attempted to counter his statement, but Chen Mo swiftly produced a magnet from his pocket. With a decisive clang, the yuan shirkai silver dollar, initially priced at 2,800, was firmly attracted to it. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, bombarding the screen with comments. "Oh wow, incredible. Huh, I thought this guy was just aimlessly wandering around, but it turns out he has skills. This magnet trick is quite impressive. Where did he get that magnet from? Did he buy it while getting water earlier? Ah, the newcomers are confused. What are you all laughing about?" "Yes, could someone explain to them?" "Let me clarify for you. The reason it's called a silver dollar is that it is made of silver. A genuine yuan shirkai silver dollar contains at least 90 silver, with the remaining 10 being copper. Do you think silver and copper could be attracted to a magnet?" "Oh, now I understand. It implies it's a counterfeit, right?" "Absolutely. Not even genuine replicas would be made of iron. Those would be the most inferior fakes. Case solved. Number 99 is here just to cause trouble. I pity the psychological trauma of the stall owner. Chen Mo remained silent, placing the magnet down and then turning to attract another coin. Clink, then another clink. The stall owner was utterly bewildered. Although his stall was filled with fakes, most were imitations made of silver, with only a scant few being iron. Yet, this young man hadn't even placed a magnet on the silver coins. It had only hovered above the iron ones, and each time, it was an impeccable match. It could be argued that the differing densities of silver and iron might allow discerning individuals to distinguish them by weight. Yet the stall owner clearly observed that aside from the first two coins, the young man had not touched any of the others. This meant he could differentiate the materials solely by sight. It was evident that he was not a novice, but rather a master. The stall owner, his expression darkening, said, "Brother, are you not aware of the unspoken rules of our antique street? What is seen should not be spoken." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Mo, who replied, "Boss, I don't wish to undermine your business. I genuinely want to make a purchase. Your pricing is rather arbitrary, making it difficult for me to negotiate." As he spoke, he placed a magnet above a yuan shirkai silver dollar, a counterfeit valued at 4,800, with a decisive clink. It adhered to the magnet. Chen Mo smiled, removed the silver dollar from the magnet, and said, "Boss, I truly desire this coin. Although it is a counterfeit, it captures my interest. After all, the essence of collecting lies in such serendipity. Please, do not set an inflated price of 2,000 or 3,000. How about 50? Consider the excess as compensation for my earlier breach of etiquette." Upon hearing this, the stall owner was taken aback. He had initially thought this young man was there to stir trouble, only to find that he genuinely wished to purchase. A sense of doubt arose within him. It appeared that the other party was knowledgeable. Such iron replicas were hardly valued in the Northwest market, barely worth 10 yuan. Yet here was an offer of 50. Could it possibly be a compensation for the earlier breach of etiquette? As for the notion that this might be a cunning trick on the part of the vendor, he deemed it unlikely. He was quite certain of his merchandise. The magnet would not fail him, and that silver dollar was indeed a counterfeit. In the midst of his contemplation, the young man inquired, "Are you selling or not? If so, just give me a sign." "Selling," came the reply. "All right then. Here, S50. Please take it, and I shall take my leave with the item." Chen Mo smiled, placing the 50 yuan note on the stall, while slipping the magnet and the iron replica of the silver coin into his pocket, cheerfully turning to depart. Chapter 4. Are replicas truly worthless? At that moment, the program's large screen continued to broadcast from room 99. Currently, most contestants were occupied with job hunting, offering little in the way of entertainment. However, the operations of contestant number 99 could hardly be described as perplexing. Rather, they were utterly inscrutable. The individual was quite handsome, which led to a nearly overwhelming desire among the audience to support his live stream. The host, Bing Bing, along with 3 guests beside her, gazed at the screen in bewilderment. They were not alone in their confusion. After Chen Mo purchased the counterfeit coin, the live chat exploded with comments. "What's going on, man? Knowing it's a fake. Why buy it? I'm not Li Jia. Could it be that this silver coin has some other significance? Is it genuine? What significance could it possibly have? It sticks to the magnet. It's definitely made of iron. Have you ever heard of an iron genuine silver dollar? Indeed. Can someone explain why he would buy counterfeit? Ask me. I haven't a clue. Was he genuinely hoping to score a bargain? After dining, hailing a cab, and purchasing water and the magnet, he should have been left with only 50 yuan. Had he spent it all? Would he forego dinner? Could he be contemplating withdrawing from the competition? Yet, if that were the case, wouldn't a simple application suffice? Why waste money? The audience was baffled, and naturally, Chen Mo had no intention of enlightening them. He was entirely unaware of the unfolding drama within the live stream. With the counterfeit silver dollar nestled in his pocket, he remained unfazed. To him, the competition had ceased to hold significance. The grand prize of 50 million yuan, while substantial, was not beyond his reach given his extraordinary abilities. This counterfeit silver dollar served as his initial capital. Chen Mo's gaze wandered to the shops lining Longmen Street. Unlike the stalls scattered about, these establishments were predominantly venerable brands. with several being antique shops under national chains, all engaging in the business of antique recovery. Yaobaoxian, Zhibayoj, Zakaibo. Ultimately, Chen Mo chose the most imposing-looking shop. Zhibayoj. He intended to see if he could sell the coin there. Upon entering, one cannot help but notice the exquisite decor, which exudes a sense of luxury that is understated yet possesses a certain restrained grandeur. Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you here to browse casually, or are you inclined to make a purchase? A charmingly sweet-faced employee approached with a warm smile and inquired. I wish to present a small item. Chen Mo replied, please summon your manager. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment. There was no display of foolishness. The young lady complied and promptly went to fetch her manager. After all, if a customer intended to buy, she could provide some commentary, but for appraisals, she required the expertise of a professional, hence the need to call the manager. Before long, the young lady returned, accompanied by a sophisticated woman. Chen Mo glanced over and noted that her demeanor and appearance were commendable, easily surpassing a score of 7 or 8 out of 10, likely the manager of this establishment. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Zhang Meifang, the manager here. I understand you wish to present an item for appraisal. May I see it now? The woman smiled as she guided him towards the seating area, gesturing for a server to bring tea. Chen Mo had no objections. He retrieved the counterfeit silver dollar from his pocket and placed it on the table. Without further ado, manager Zhang donned white gloves, picked up the coin, and examined it closely. Yet, within mere seconds, her expression shifted slightly. She looked up at Chen Mo, pondering for a moment before speaking. Esteemed guest, this is not correct. After a brief pause, she continued, though my establishment, Jijioj, may not be a century-old institution, we have been operating on Longmen Street for over 70 years. Surely, we deserve better than to be deceived by such an obvious counterfeit. Zhang Meifang felt a twinge of frustration. She had hoped that this rather handsome man would present something of value, only to be confronted with this rudimentary iron imitation of a silver dollar. Could she not discern between silver and iron? Such an act in the realm of antique appraisal is nothing short of a provocation. However, Chen Mo remained unruffled. Taking a sip of tea before responding, Manager Zhang, this is indeed a replica. Yet, no one has ever claimed that a replica must necessarily lack value. Zhang Meifang furrowed her brow, about to retort, when Chen Mo continued. What if I were to say that this counterfeit silver dollar is a product of the first counterfeiting case uncovered by the Beiyang government in 1915? At this statement, Zhang Meifang was momentarily taken aback. The yuan Shirkai silver dollar was minted in 1914 and began circulation in December of that year. The first counterfeit discovered was likely produced by a private workshop and thus untraceable. However, if the claim of an official case being uncovered was indeed true, then this particular counterfeit could not be dismissed alongside ordinary fakes. Zhang Meifang instinctively asked, how can you prove what you are asserting? Chen Mo merely smiled, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this exchange, Zhang Meifang felt a flush of embarrassment as she realized her misstep. As the manager of an antique shop, the authenticity of an antique piece is primarily determined by the store itself, with customers only providing supplementary evidence at most. My point is, I cannot make this judgment. Although Zhang Meifang's complexion was slightly flushed, she candidly acknowledged her limitations. She quickly added, I have a relative who is quite knowledgeable in the field of silver dollar appraisal. Would it be convenient for me to contact him? Of course, was the reply. After receiving permission, Zhang Meifang stepped aside to make a phone call, returning shortly afterward with a look of apology as she poured another cup of tea for Chen Mo. Before long, an elderly gentleman hurriedly arrived. He opened with, Ah Fong. Are you referring to the counterfeit currency involved in the first case of fake coins seized by the Beiyang government? At this point, Zhang Meifang's demeanor had returned to normal as she stood and addressed the old man. Yes, Uncle Zhou, it is this silver dollar presented by our guest. Could you take a look? The old man glanced at Chen Mo without speaking, instead focusing his attention on the yuan Shirkai dollar on the table. After examining it closely for a moment, he produced a yellowed old newspaper from his pocket, comparing the silver dollar with the photograph within. Chen Mo was taken aback. This old man was quite intriguing. It had only been a short while since the phone call, and yet he had managed to find an old newspaper for comparison. However, the photograph was so blurred He wondered if any details could be discerned at all. After observing for a full 5 minutes, the old man adjusted his glasses and finally inquired, "Young man, where did you acquire this silver dollar?" "It was just collected from a stall outside," came the response. How do you know this is the silver dollar from the first counterfeit case? The Bayong government should have destroyed it on the spot after confiscation. How can you be sure this is a remnant? Upon hearing this question, Chen Mo took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "It is quite simple. Due to the minting technique." "Oh, please elaborate." Chen Mo continued, "Most counterfeit coins at that time were handcrafted by private workshops, while the coins involved in the Bayong government's case were industrially produced counterfeits. The case occurred in February, merely 2 months after the official circulation of the silver dollar. This implies that the confiscated minting machine was likely the first industrial counterfeit coin machine in the country. As for how I ascertained that this silver dollar was produced by that particular machine, it lies in its craftsmanship." He elaborated further. The minting technique used by the Bayong officials was a modified version of a method imported from the West. However, the machine involved in the case utilized the original, unrefined Western technique known as the rifling technique. This method was developed in the West for producing gold coins made of gold-nickel alloy, but it posed a significant problem when used for silver coins, resulting in a low yield. This was the primary reason the Bayong officials sought to improve it. Coins minted using this technique display a small protrusion every 5 millimeters along the edge, varying in size. This small bump is absent in regular silver dollars or counterfeit coins imitating standard silver dollars, making it easily observable. As Chen Mo's words faded, Zhou Qian hastily glanced at the photograph on the old newspaper, subsequently comparing it with the silver coin in his hand. Indeed, he discerned numerous subtle protrusions. Chapter 5. A fortuitous find. Transaction completed at 500. At this moment, Zhou Qian was nearly certain that the young man before him was not mistaken. Having studied silver coins for many years, he was familiar with the first counterfeit currency case uncovered by the Bayong government. Yet he never anticipated that the machinery involved in the case employed an unrefined rifling technique. This experience certainly broadened his horizons. Zhou Qian turned his gaze back to the counterfeit silver coin. Typically, counterfeit currency holds little value, and especially for ordinary silver coins, their fakes are hardly worth anything. However, this particular piece possessed undeniable collectible merit. He found himself contemplating its potential for his collection. When he next met with his fellow numismatists, he could certainly showcase it, which he found quite amusing. Zhou Qian addressed the young man. "I am Zhou Qian. Although this coin is counterfeit, its provenance indeed holds collectible value. Might I inquire if you would part with it?" "Of course," Chen Mo replied with a calm smile, as though he had anticipated this very moment. "However, you must be prepared for the price. It will not be exorbitant, as collectors of counterfeit currency are exceedingly rare. Moreover, this counterfeit merely mimics an ordinary silver coin." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qian extended 5 fingers. "I offer 5,000. Would that be acceptable?" Before Chen Mo could respond, the elderly gentleman added, "Make it 500 more, totaling 5,005. Would you consider this price?" Chen Mo had no objections to this offer. Given his expectations, he had not anticipated a substantial price for such a trivial item. After all, his assessment of market value was merely 800 yuan. Thus, the additional sum was a pleasant surprise. Once the price was settled, both parties bypassed unnecessary dialogue. Zhang Meifang, engaged in this line of business, possessed a ready-made transaction contract. After slight modifications, both parties reached an agreement, swiftly completing the signing process. Consequently, Zhou Qian acquired the silver coin, while Chen Mo's account balance surged from 0 to 500 yuan. Meanwhile, the 99th live streaming room was inundated with question marks as viewers queried the authenticity of the claims. Is this for real? A collector of currency has made an offer. It cannot be a hoax, can it? I just checked the information, and he was indeed correct. The minting machinery used in the first Bayong counterfeit case employed the rifling technique he mentioned. I don't understand, but I am utterly astonished. Is this a successful find? Indeed, it appears so. However, I suspect this individual simply had good fortune, having previously encountered knowledge related to this topic. Indeed, Which household does not indulge in a sumptuous feast of dumplings during the new year? Occasionally, one may encounter minor discrepancies, and this is quite forgivable. At this moment, within the command center of the program's backstage, prior to the commencement of the broadcast, the production team had invested substantially in hiring professional analysts. According to these experts, under the program's regulatory framework, the excitement escalates only when contestants begin to accumulate a certain amount of capital and embark on their entrepreneurial journeys. After all, the greater the funds, the broader the operational latitude, thus enhancing the likelihood of remarkable performances. In other words, the latter stages of the program promise to be increasingly exhilarating. Therefore, the hosts, Bing Bing and her three guests, are tasked with identifying the contestants' standout strategies during the relatively uneventful early phase, thereby captivating the audience's attention. Presently, the large screen behind them showcases the live stream of contestant number 64, who had previously won substantial earnings from Scratch Card. It must be said, this contestant possesses undeniable talent. From the outset, he boldly wagered half of his funds on the Scratch Card, and upon winning, promptly invested in a suit and hairstyle to enhance his presentation. With everything meticulously prepared, he swiftly proceeded to job interviews, exhibiting remarkable initiative. While other contestants were still deliberating between tea shops and hot pot restaurants, this contestant had already set his sights on the most opulent hotel in the city, the Marriott. As it turned out, his eloquence matched his decisiveness during the live job application. He adeptly negotiated a position as the deputy head of the front desk department at the hotel, utilizing his persuasive skills to secure the role. Although it was a subordinate position, it was undeniably a genuine leadership role. He even successfully negotiated a salary of $8,000 for the first month, with weekly payouts. This performance was nothing short of overwhelming compared to his fellow job-seeking contestants. Viewers in the live stream speculated that he must have been a high-ranking executive at a large corporation prior to participating in the competition. Upon witnessing his interview success, the hosts, including Bing Bing, were praising contestant number 64's capabilities when suddenly, they were inundated with comments urging them to switch to contestant number 99. Taken aback, they hesitated momentarily before instructing the director to change the screen. Upon switching to the live stream of contestant number 99, they were just in time to see Chen Mo receiving a payment of 5,500 yuan via his mobile phone, leaving them utterly astonished. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been haggling over counterfeit currency at a street stall, and in such a short span, his fortune had skyrocketed from 50 yuan to 5,500 yuan. Fortunately, the production team had designated personnel monitoring each live stream, and after inquiring, Bing Bing and her colleagues unraveled the details of the situation, further heightening their astonishment. Contestant number 64, recognized as the most outstanding among the job seekers, had managed to secure a job with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, paid weekly at 2,000. Yet here was contestant number 99, whose assets had surpassed 5,000 within less than 5 hours of broadcasting. Was this reasonable? Bing Bing promptly resolved to keep a close watch on this live stream of contestant number 99. She was eager to discover what the somewhat handsome contestant would do next. As the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Meifang sensed that this young man before her was anything but ordinary. Although the transaction amount was merely a few thousand, a trivial sum compared to the usual transactions that often reach tens or even hundreds of thousands, she nonetheless took the initiative to exchange contact information, perhaps anticipating future interactions. Chen Mo saw no reason to decline. After exchanging details, he calmly exited the shop. However, he had no intention of leaving just yet, as he had yet to explore the entirety of the antique street, which stretched for several hundred meters, with many stalls still awaiting his attention. At this hour, most of the lunch break crowd had awakened, and the foot traffic had noticeably increased. Numerous stalls had gathered onlookers, some even surrounded by curious spectators, leading Chen Mo to speculate that something remarkable might have surfaced. Yet, he did not push his way through the throng. Confident that what was meant for him would not elude him, he was in no rush. Tucking his phone into his pocket, Chen Mo mingled with the crowd, casually perusing the various wares on display, his gaze sweeping over the items one by one. Chapter 6, 120,000 in a rubbish heap, boss. I want to return this. A young man, seemingly in his 20s, stood before a stall, shouting in anger, "You're a fraud. If you refuse to refund me, I will call the police." The young man clutched a pair of porcelain bowls, his expression frantic and his words urgent. Yet the stall owner remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the commotion created by the young man. Seeing that the vendor was ignoring him, the young man raised the two porcelain bowls high, addressing passers-by loudly, "Everyone, please judge for yourselves. This old man is a scammer. I spent over 100,000 on these bowls, and before the purchase, he assured me of their authenticity, promising a full refund if they were not genuine. However, after consulting several antique shops, none would accept them back, stating they are fake. What else could this be if not fraud?" The young man's indignation echoed loudly, quickly drawing a large crowd around him. Chen Mo, also caught up in the spectacle, focused his attention on the two bowls the young man held. However, the prices inscribed on them left Chen Mo perplexed. 80,000 and 17. One was valued at 80,000, while the other barely reached 20, clearly indicating that one was genuine while the other was a counterfeit. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo formed a tentative hypothesis and quietly continued to observe the unfolding drama. The young man persisted in vociferously denouncing the stall owner, seeking to garner public support to facilitate his return. In response, the stall owner interjected, "Young man, therein lies your mistake. I, Wang Baoshan, have operated my stall on Longmen Street for 8 years, and never has anyone accused me of selling counterfeit goods. You claim I deceived you. Please enlighten me on how I have done so." "Yes, I did assure the authenticity of the bowl in your right hand. But did I mention anything about the other one?" While speaking, the vendor produced a mobile phone and addressed the gathered crowd. "I've been engaged in the antique business for 7 to 8 years, and I always record the entire process. I have a recording of my previous transaction with this young buyer. Everyone can listen to it." The vendor continued, "Previously, this young buyer was interested in the young Kizi bowl at my stall, which is valued at 90,000 in the market. However, seeing the young buyer's enthusiasm, I agreed to sell it for 75,000. Any antique shop would offer at least 80,000 for it. You can ask this young buyer if any antique shop has said they wouldn't buy it. My guarantee of authenticity pertains specifically to this bowl. I will boldly state here that if you can present evidence proving this bowl is a counterfeit, not only will I accept a return, but I will also compensate you with 800,000. After a pause, the vendor continued, "As for the mother bowl that the young buyer is holding in his right hand, he only showed interest in it after completing the transaction for the child bowl. I clearly stated that I was uncertain about whether this mother bowl is genuine, nor could I confirm if it is part of the same set. I repeatedly warned that this bowl is not guaranteed authentic, yet the young buyer insisted on purchasing it. Ultimately, I offered it for 65,000, and he agreed. Our entire conversation during the transaction is recorded on this phone. Feel free to examine it." With that, the vendor spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to grasp the situation. Those who initially supported the young man quickly shifted their allegiance to the vendor. Among them, an elderly man advised, "In the antique trading business on Longmen Street, money exchanges hands for goods, and transactions are final. These 8 characters represent the fundamental rule. Is it appropriate to seek a return after discovering a purchase was not a bargain? It is not suitable anywhere. This trade can be quite treacherous. Young man, stop hoping for windfalls. Consider this 60,000 as tuition for your lessons. I advise you, reporting to the authorities would be a waste of time. You initiated the purchase, and the vendor has a complete recording. No one can assist you in this matter." Seeing the shift in public opinion, the young man became agitated. Realizing he could not return the goods, he abandoned his earlier arrogance and began to plead with the vendor. However, no matter how he implored, the vendor merely shook his head in refusal. In the end, the young man even spoke with a quivering voice, lamenting that the 140,000 he had spent was the result of 5 years of hard work after graduating from university, and losing 60,000 felt like 2 years of labor wasted. Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. Observing this scene, the guests in the control room of the program shook their heads in disapproval. Professor Zhou Zhongji of the Waterwood Economics Institute remarked, "Is there anyone in the live stream who still does not understand? Allow me to elucidate. The entire process showcases how the young man was ensnared by the vendor. In the antique trading world, this is referred to as paired dismantling, or the specific method involves separating paired antiques. First selling a genuine piece, and then exploiting the buyer's inclination for bargains and completing sets to sell a counterfeit. The first piece is authentic, but the second is a forgery. By employing this method, a set of paired antiques, once dismantled, can be sold at the price of two sets. Some may deem this a deception. Indeed, it is a ruse, albeit an overt one. The perpetrators exploit the psychology of buyers, inducing them to propose transactions under the guise of recorded agreements. Furthermore, since the items in question are antiques, imbued with intrinsic value, even the police can only serve a mediating role. Professor Zhou elucidated the entire scheme with clarity, subsequently offering a friendly reminder to the viewers in the live stream. The antique market is rife with tricks. One must be cautious when seeking bargains. The audience, reveling in the unfolding drama, exclaimed that they had learned much. This tactic, which adeptly taps into the buyer's psyche, ensnares those who fall prey to it, leaving them to toil in vain, much like the young man who has wasted 2 years of effort. Chen Mo, blending into the crowd, discerned the value of 2 porcelain bowls and, observing the vendor's demeanor, quickly surmised the situation. As he anticipated, the young man was indeed at a disadvantage regarding such matters. Chen Mo felt he had little to say, and it was inconceivable for him to step forth and champion justice on behalf of the young man. He could only hope that the latter would learn a valuable lesson from his experience, ensuring that his tuition was not squandered in vain. Shifting his focus to the items displayed at the stall, Chen Mo realized that this small booth possessed some merit. A cursory glance revealed 5 or 6 genuine pieces valued in the 5-figure range, one of which was even appraised as staggering 180,000. However, upon inquiring about the prices, he found that the vendor had inflated the values by several thousand. Understanding that there were no hidden treasures here, Chen Mo waved his hand in farewell and strolled towards other stalls. As time passed, the number of tourists and passers-by on the antique street swelled. Yet, Chen Mo found himself captivated by an exhibit at one stall, prompting him to halt his steps. This stall also showcased porcelain, but instead of bowls, it displayed celadon vases. There were a dozen vases of various shapes, appearing quite exquisite, with a pure and elegant glaze, modest in size, yet possessing a delicate texture. Some adorned with carved patterns and painted decorations. However, what truly captured Chen Mo's attention were not these seemingly fine vases. He perceived the value of each one clearly: 17, 15, 8, 26, none exceeding 30 yuan. In other words, they were all counterfeit. What truly piqued Chen Mo's interest was a heap of refuse casually wrapped in old newspapers beside the stall. To label it merely as garbage would be misleading. Within the crumpled newspapers lay several clearly flawed vases, which, due to their imperfections, appeared inferior when compared to the exquisite vases on display. Yet, Chen Mo distinctly noticed that among this heap of refuse, one vase bore a less conspicuous flaw. Floating above it was the number 120,000, 12,000. Chapter 7. Does this fellow still hope to find a bargain? The vendor was a man in his 40s or 50s, clad in garments that not only exhibited severe fading, but were also patched in several places, radiating the air of a humble rural farmer. The vases displayed on the stall were resplendent, and behind them, in a redwood box, lay more vases that appeared to be of similar quality. In stark contrast, the defective items casually discarded beside the stall seemed quite insignificant. Chen Mo's first instinct was that he had stumbled upon a bargain. He instinctively averted his gaze while discreetly observing the scene. Standing before the stall, he casually weighed one of the vases in his hand, his peripheral vision sweeping across the entire setup. "How much for this one, boss?" he inquired, picking up a vase. 200, the vendor replied, munching on a cucumber. "And this one? The newer one is a bit pricier, 280. Feigning casual interest in the prices, Chen Mo keenly noted the vendor's demeanor. The man's expression was quite natural, and his pricing seemed quite reasonable. However, Chen Mo suddenly noticed that every so often, the vendor would subconsciously glance at the ground beside the stall. Although the glances were subtle, Chen Mo perceived them distinctly. The direction of his gaze was precisely toward the heap of defective items. There was something amiss. Chen Mo's enthusiasm for a bargain was dampened. He redirected his attention to the defective items wrapped in old newspapers on the ground. With a mindset of seeking answers to existing questions, he made a new discovery. The arrangement of these defective items was surprisingly deliberate. Though they appear to be haphazardly placed, they were strategically positioned away from the foot traffic of passersby, eliminating any concern that someone might accidentally kick or bump into them. Moreover, they were situated within the vendor's easy reach. Examining the specific placement of items on the newspapers revealed that some defective pieces were only partially covered, with one half even resting directly on the ground. Yet, the items of value were securely wrapped in old newspapers, entirely shielded from any potential damage. At this point, Chen Mo realized that this was no mere oversight. This was a calculated scheme, while maintaining a seemingly casual conversation with the vendor. He had already dismissed any thoughts of finding a bargain and resolved to explore the next stall. "All right, boss, yours appear quite impressive. But I think I'll take a stroll and return shortly," he said. "Sure, feel free to come back any time," the vendor replied. As Chen Mo prepared to leave, a fleeting glance caught his attention. Another vase drew him in once more. It was the first item nestled in the open compartment of the redwood box behind stall. Chen Mo hesitated, retracting his foot poised to depart, and refocused his attention on the stall. Noticing that the vendor had halted his own departure, the man's eyes narrowed slightly. With a single bite, he finished the remaining fresh cucumber, rubbed his hands together, and smiled as he inquired, "So, have you found something you fancy?" Chen Mo feigned a dismissive wave of his hand, replying, "I didn't see clearly just now. Let me take another look." "Of course, feel free to browse," the stall owner replied. "If you find something you like, just let me know." The vendor remained seated, yet his attention was evidently heightened compared to before. The clientele he attracted were not the oblivious tourists who could scarcely discern the quality of his wares. His true target audience was unmistakably those seasoned bargain hunters, or, more precisely, the discerning antique collectors with both vision and means. Only those with the acumen to appraise the quality of his goods would be inclined to part with their money. This young man before him, who appeared somewhat hesitant, seemed to harbor a flicker of interest. The stall owner mused silently that, barring any unforeseen complications, today's first transaction should soon unfold with this individual. He observed every movement and expression of the young man since he had turned away, noting several instances where the latter feigned disinterest while glancing at a pile of inferior items beside the stall. Little did he know, this was a carefully crafted trap, patiently awaiting his approach. Could it be that this fellow was hoping to strike gold again? Surely not. It is improbable that one could stumble upon two fortunes in a single day. After all, the previous time was merely a stroke of luck. This time, he would surely find nothing. I would stake my claim on this assertion. Should he find something, I shall partake in it. The audience upstairs seemed eager to reap the benefits without expense. By the way, what kind of vase is displayed at the stall? It appears quite attractive. Priced at 200 to 300, which isn't exorbitant. I'm tempted to make a purchase myself. Observing the contestant number 99 seemed to reignite his interest in buying. The audience in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. The allure of antiquities and the thrill of the hunt were simply too captivating, rendering the performances of other contestants somewhat lackluster by comparison. Soon, a fervent debate erupted in the comments regarding whether he could indeed uncover another treasure. Opinions varied widely, with many expressing skepticism. The majority believed that his previous success was merely a stroke of fortune and that his chances this time were far from guaranteed. The host and several guests were in high spirits, as the production team had tasked them with the challenge of maximizing viewer retention. While they had to analyze and predict the behaviors of other contestants in their streams, they found that with contestant 99, the anticipation was organically sustained. They could simply sit back and enjoy, which was a welcome relief. Meanwhile, in Luo City, at the opulent Yinchang Mansion, one of the most prestigious residential areas in the city, property prices rivaled those of first-tier cities in the country, with the cheapest units starting at around 70,000 to 80,000 per square meter, easily totaling millions for a single residence. As one of the homeowners in this elite community, Su Baolong's affluence was, needless to say, beyond question. He hails from the rural outskirts of Los Angeles, having never had the opportunity to pursue formal education. At the tender age of 15, he ventured into society alone, navigating its complexities with resilience. From a state of utter destitution to amassing a fortune in the tens of millions, he has certainly weathered many storms. His initial windfall was garnered right here on Longman Street, where he adeptly seized opportunities. This initial capital enabled him to embark on a business venture, which expanded significantly over time, leading to the establishment of a company and the hiring of numerous employees. His wealth continued to grow, yet the vivid memory of that fateful afternoon when he earned his first substantial income remains etched in his mind. Once his company was firmly established, Su Baolong employed professional managers to oversee operations, granting him ample leisure time. Perhaps fueled by nostalgia or genuine passion, Su Baolong ultimately immersed himself in the realm of antique collecting. However, his intent was not to profit. Rather, the satisfaction derived from uncovering hidden treasures. Even if it netted him a modest sum of tens of thousands, was far more gratifying than earning millions through conventional business. Now, in his middle age, with limited formal education, one might assume that his capacity for learning had diminished significantly. Yet, he navigated the intricacies of antique knowledge with surprising ease. With both wealth and leisure at his disposal, Su Baolong traversed the nation, generously spending to gain insights from esteemed masters in the antique world. Whenever possible, he dedicated himself to diligent study, ultimately acquiring a commendable understanding of the field. Within the antique circles of Los Angeles, many collectors recognized the name Su Baolong. At this moment, Su Baolong was keenly engrossed in a live broadcast. Finding the small screen of his phone inadequate, he projected the image onto the television in his living room, switching to a view from the athlete's chest-mounted camera, allowing for a clearer perspective. However, after a brief observation, Su Baolong concluded that there was little of value at the stall. Just as he pondered why the athlete lingered, the scene shifted, and his gaze fell upon a heap of refuse beside him. Narrowing his eyes, he instinctively exclaimed, "A treasure." Chapter 8. Is the true gem hidden within the refuse? Chen Mo returned a porcelain vase he had been inspecting to the stall and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Sir, are these Celadon vases from the Tang dynasty?" "Indeed," replied the stall owner. "You must have heard of the southern Celadon and northern whitewares. While these may not exemplify the finest products from the Yu Kills, they are indeed from the second-tier Huai Kills, which were renowned during that era. They certainly appear exquisite." Chen Mo remarked, "The glaze is lustrous, and the green is reminiscent of ice and jade." Yet, in the next breath, he questioned, "If I am not mistaken, these must be replicas, correct?" The stall owner chuckled. Unperturbed, "You are quite correct. Otherwise, I could not possibly offer them at $200 or $300, could I? If they were authentic, the price would surely start at a minimum of 3 zeros more." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's expression conveyed a knowing realization. The audience, witnessing their exchange, was left in a state of bewilderment. What? After much deliberation, it turns out to be a stall specializing in counterfeit goods. They spoke of southern green and northern white, describing hues as verdant as ice and as exquisite as jade, articulating their claims with such expertise for so long, only to reveal that it was last week's merchandise. It truly amuses me. After all, expecting to procure an antique from the Tang dynasty for a few hundred yuan is indeed a fanciful notion. Frankly, the vendor is quite a straightforward individual. With genuine pieces valued at 200 to 300,000, his asking price of 200 to 300 for replicas is not particularly exploitative. Those two individuals are quite the entertainers. It appears that the gentleman was not here to unearth a hidden gem after all. I initially presumed he was about to perform some clever maneuver. Time to disperse. There is nothing of value to be found here. However, at that moment, a remarkably conspicuous paid comment floated across the top of the live stream. "Don't be anxious. The exciting part is yet to come," wrote Su Baolong. Upon the emergence of this comment, the public screen erupted in astonishment. Goodness, a level 49 patron. Surely he has spent over 1 million. What a formidable presence. Indeed, this gentleman is quite extravagant. and his comments are all paid. But what does he mean by urging us to remain patient, with the best yet to come? I am perplexed. Can anyone elucidate this for me? Regrettably, no one offers clarity to the audience, and Su Baolong refrains from further commentary, casually gifting a carnival worth 3,000, then falling silent. This sparked a wave of astonishment among the comments. Currently, instances of gifting the performers are rather rare. Typically, such generosity awaits until the contestants showcase various money-making strategies, at which point the affluent patrons may contribute some tokens. The gifts do not enrich the production team. Instead, they are distributed to the contestants alongside the competition's prize money after the show concludes. At this juncture, the viewers remain in a state of perplexity. Though someone has identified Su Baolong, it seems I have heard of this gentleman who just gifted. He appears to be a significant figure within our local antique community. The earlier comments hold merit. This gentleman possesses an exceptional eye for detail. Have he discerned something? Could there be a twist in the tale? Let us dispense with idle chatter and continue watching. The vendor candidly admits to selling replicas without fabricating prices, and Chen Mo exhibits little reaction. He merely picks up the replica vases, examining them with great care. After a considerable while, he suddenly gestures grandly. "Boss, I see you are an open-minded person. I shall speak plainly." Chen Mo points at the stall and states, "While these vases may be worthless replicas, the craftsmanship of their firing is commendable, and their appearance is quite pleasing to my eye. Il propose à figure." With sincere intent, Chen Mo extends 5 fingers, 5,000. "I will take the entire lot. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes gleam with recognition. He realizes the other party is serious. A broad smile spreads across his face. "Agreed. You, young man, are indeed forthright." At this moment, the vendor's expression mirrored a profound appreciation for the sincerity displayed by the buyer. Rather than declining, he proactively offered a reduction. "Let us not speak of 5,000. I'll give you an additional discount of 300. 4,700 will suffice." Little did he know, his heart was already brimming with joy. The cumulative purchase price of the more than 10 vases at his stall did not exceed 400 yuan. With just a slight maneuver, he effortlessly stood to gain over tenfold profits. Until now, both parties appear to be in high spirits, each wearing a smile. However, the vendor could almost envision the moment when the truth would dawn upon the buyer, erasing that smile. Having reached a consensus on the price, Chen Mo promptly transferred the funds via his mobile phone. The vendor, with no further ado, began to pack the vases, thus with money exchanged for goods. The entire transaction unfolded harmoniously and smoothly. The program's host, Bing Bing, posed a question that echoed the viewer's curiosity. "Professor Zhou, could it be that among these replicas, they're genuine items? Or perhaps, as before, there are valuable replicas?" It seemed improbable, as the vendor appeared quite confident about the origins of his merchandise. Surely, if there were valuable items mixed in, he would have noticed. Why, then, would contestant number 99 spend all his freshly earned money on these replicas? For this query, Professor Zhou found himself at a loss. The guests, along with the viewers, expressed their confusion regarding this peculiar maneuver. However, soon enough, Chen Mo's subsequent actions provided clarity. The vendor, working efficiently, retrieved a large wooden box to meticulously pack the vases, even offering to deliver them to a specified location without charge. Chen Mo waved his hand, politely declining the offer. While the vendor was still busy packing, Chen Mo feigned nonchalance and casually remarked, "Ah, boss, I see you have a few defective items beside your stall. Are those discarded waste? They seem quite appealing to me. Perhaps you could simply give them to me?" As he spoke, he dexterously bent down and picked up 2 defective vases from the rubbish pile, one of which happened to be valued at 12,000 yuan. Chen Mo, in a fluid motion, prepared to place the 2 defective items into the wooden box as if it were a seamless continuation of the conversation. Observing this scene, Professor Zhou in the command room raised an eyebrow, as if a realization dawned upon him. He scrutinized the screen for over a minute before exclaiming, "These 2 defective items must be extraordinary." The chat room erupted in confusion, bombarding the screen with question marks. "Professor Zhou, could you elaborate? Defective? Extraordinary? What do you mean?" "Indeed, I fail to comprehend. Are you referring to the 2 defective vases in his hands?" Faced with the audience's perplexity, Professor Zhou organized his thoughts before elaborating. To be honest, I too cannot discern what is extraordinary about these two flawed vases. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Yet, the contestants' expressions and actions are merely theatrical. Huh? Theatrical? Bing Bing's face was a portrait of confusion, struggling to believe it. Indeed, it must be an act, Professor Zhou asserted with conviction. The vases displayed at the stall, as anticipated, were undoubtedly worthless replicas. His seemingly generous gesture of purchasing the entire stall was not born out of genuine magnanimity. Rather, his intentions were crystal clear from the outset. He sought the flawed piece now in his grasp, the pretext of being drawn to it, even to the extent of extravagantly spending 5,000 to acquire the whole stall, was nothing but a performance. All his actions were merely a guise to cultivate an image of generosity, aimed at deceiving the stall owner and discreetly making off with that flawed item. Thus, Professor Zhou strategically took a sip of water. Among these two flawed pieces, one must surely hold value. Indeed, it is the authentic find. Chapter 9. I acknowledge your scheme. Upon hearing Professor Zhou's explanation, the viewers in the live stream experienced a sudden epiphany. Wow, is it really that skillful? They mused. After all, if a valuable item lay carelessly on the ground, directly requesting it would undoubtedly raise the stall owner's suspicions, potentially leading to inflated prices. By first establishing a persona of generosity and then masquerading under the guise of a gift, he naturally would not arouse the stall owner's doubts. Could it be that this fellow is indeed a master of antiques? Might he succeed in making yet another fortunate discovery? But why, one might ponder, could a flawed item still possess value? Generally, aren't such pieces deemed worthless? The discerning individuals upstairs might not comprehend this. Previously, a large blue and white plate from the Song dynasty shattered upon impact with the ground, and after being mended, it fetched a staggering 3 million at auction. Goodness! Then how much might this flawed piece in his possession be worth? Who could say? Yet if he is willing to spend 5,000, it must be worth at least 30 to 40,000. I cannot accept this. Why was it not I who made the fortunate discovery? The envy was palpable. Not only the parties involved, but the viewers in the live stream were swept up in excitement, captivated by the rarity of such a serendipitous find. Everyone was eager to ascertain how much profit could be gleaned from this operation. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected twist emerged. Chen Mo continued to inquire with the owner about potential gifts, yet his actions remained swift, nonchalantly placing the two flawed pieces into the large wooden box, prepared to package them as soon as the owner consented. Standing nearby, the stall owner, the architect of this entire ruse, observed the unfolding scene with a knowing smile. He thought to himself, "Ah, youth is indeed youth, somewhat perceptive and quick-handed, but ultimately futile." Suddenly, the elderly man halted his packing, approached Chen Mo with a serious demeanor, retrieved the valuable flawed vase from his right hand, and solemnly stated, "Well, that one I can give you, and I can also part with the others on the ground. However, this particular piece is non-negotiable." The stall owner gently caressed the vase in his hands, proclaiming, "This is my old companion. Although it is indeed a flawed piece, it is undeniably a genuine article from the esteemed Huai kiln, unlike these imitations. If you desire it, you must part with no less than 150,000. With utmost reverence, he returned the vase to its original heap of discarded items and cast a sidelong glance at the young man across from him, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Chen Mo stood there, momentarily stunned. He was not alone. The guests invited by the production team, Su Baolong watching the live stream from home, and even the audience members, over 10 by now, who had tuned and were all equally bewildered by the stall owner's proclamation. The barrage of comments in the chat froze for a few seconds before erupting in disbelief. "What an extraordinary old companion!" they exclaimed, astonished. The fervent reactions flooded the screen, as nearly every viewer was taken aback by the stall owner's audacious maneuver. Li Juan, one of the guests, swallowed hard, realizing, so the owner knows the vase holds considerable value. She pondered why this vendor would carelessly toss a piece worth 150,000 onto the ground. It was evident that the esteemed actress was still somewhat confused, for it was all a ruse. Zhang Xiefeng, soon grasping the unfolding scenario, remarked, his expression equally astonished. The owner is fishing. This vase, valued at 150,000, is merely bait, intended to lure buyers toward the imitations on display. Professor Zhou, an esteemed figure from Chen Mo University, nodded in agreement, reflecting, "Indeed, we have misjudged the situation from the outset. This stall owner is a true maestro. He has astutely captured the psychology of bargain hunters. By juxtaposing genuine articles with flawed pieces and feigning ignorance of their worth, he entices discerning collectors to act cautiously, inevitably leading them to purchase the imitations to avoid alarming the seller. Little do they realize that such stratagems align perfectly with the stall owner's intentions." Professor Zhou continued to nod affirmatively. "In this instance, we cannot fault contestant number 99 for lacking skill. It is rare for anyone to discern that a genuine piece might be hidden amid a pile of defective items. It is a testament to the stall owner's superior prowess." As the analysis unfolded, the audience in the live stream began to grasp the situation comprehensively, inundating the chat with their awe. The antique trade is indeed fraught with complexities. What an incredible old companion. Such a display of skill has left me awestruck. One cannot help but admire the stall owner's cunning. While one believes they are merely on the second level, the owner observes from the third, quietly watching the game unfold. Simply put, it's impressive. With the preceding pairing and now the fishing strategy, who could withstand such a masterstroke? The stall owner's fishing techniques far surpassed the previous pairing. Indeed, pairings are crafted for the ordinary, while fishing leaves the untrained unable to discern even where the bait lies. This is precisely the notion of targeting the skilled, is it not? It appears that contestant number 99 possesses some acumen in treasure hunting. Alas, lacking experience, he has encountered a stall owner of greater skill, and his freshly earned 5,000 has yet to warm his pockets before being snatched away. By the way, can he not change his mind? Isn't it permissible to back out a purchase? Upstairs, one might find themselves perplexed by the intricacies of the antique trade, which hinges on the principle that once money exchanges hands, ownership of the item is irrevocably transferred, thus consummating the transaction. The vendor openly acknowledges the items as replicas, clearly priced, leaving no justification for a return unless one intends to withdraw from this realm of antiquities altogether. Chen Mo's expression was a tapestry of emotions, one part bewilderment, one part astonishment, and a generous portion of sudden enlightenment. He gazed at the vendor, lost in thought for a good 2 or 3 minutes, his mouth agape, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips, capturing the essence of someone whose concealed strategies had been unveiled. Opposite him, the vendor had already packaged the sold vase, simultaneously retrieving a fresh batch of replicas from his stock of mahogany boxes, displaying them prominently at his stall. He reclined back into his chair, exuding an air of leisure and satisfaction. Though he spoke not a word, his demeanor seemed to convey a clear message. "Young man, you have much to learn." These 7 words hung in the air, palpable to all present. Chen Mo, ignoring the newly displayed items, took a considerable moment to fully accept the reality of the situation. Finally, he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Your skills are indeed impressive, boss. I can see that I am outmatched. The 4,700 yuan I parted with for this lesson is not in vain. I have truly learned something valuable today." His tone, though somber, carried an unmistakable sincerity, akin to a student who had just gleaned profound knowledge from a mentor. Despite being a participant in this exchange, he exhibited no inclination to dispute the matter, save for a flicker of regret. The vendor noted this reaction with quiet admiration. Recognizing that a person entangled in such dealings could maintain such composure at a young age was no small feat. He understood well that those who thrive in the antique trade are often proud and self-assured, and that individuals possessing genuine prowess typically exhibit a certain arrogance. The fact that this young man could discern the bait laid before him suggested he possessed a keen eye. This was not the vendor's first encounter with such scenarios. Many previous buyers had faltered in the end. This was not merely a matter of a few thousand yuan, but rather an illustration of a power dynamic at play. Thus, the vendor found himself somewhat optimistic about this young man. Had he known of his temperament earlier, he might have offered a further discount of 200 yuan. Chen Mo remained rooted in place, lost in contemplation for some time. Once his emotions began to stabilize, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the vendor and managed to articulate, "Ah, I shall forego these replicas. Of course, I do not mean to initiate a return. I fully grasp the fundamental principle of money exchanging for goods. You are aware that my true objective is the genuine item from the Huai kiln. It appears I underestimated my own discernment and fell into your carefully laid trap. I succumbed to temptation and was caught by your hook. I accept that. Therefore, these inconsequential replicas hold little value for me, and taking them back would only serve as an inconvenience. I shall bring back just 2 items, enough to serve as mementos. To be candid, this marks my first experience with tuition fees." Chen Mo appeared quite magnanimous, yet a hint of despondency lingered in his tone. Chapter 10. It's all an act. User 49, Su Baolong, generously tipped contestant 99 during the gala event. The exclusive gift effects associated with the gala materialized on the live stream, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. Su Baolong continued to lavishly shower gifts, contributing a staggering 30,000 yuan, which flooded the screen with dazzling effects. Initially, I too believed contestant 99 might seize an opportunity, only to discover it was a trap set by the vendor. However, I find myself more impressed by the composure displayed by contestant 99 upon entering the fray. Keep it up. I have faith in you. It was not just him. A multitude of viewers joined in, showering gifts upon contestant 99. User 38, matcha-flavored gingerbread, tipped contestant 99 with bite 1. User 32, a delightful 38-year-old girl, offered a heart sailboat. User 43, the indestructible Zheng Zhong, contributed various gifts in rapid succession. The generosity of both affluent gentlemen and wealthy ladies persisted for over 10 minutes. In that brief span, the audience in the live stream managed to amass a remarkable sum of approximately 170,000 yuan in gifts. This figure does not account for the complimentary hearts or the funds returned by the guild, nor does it include the false magnates among the commoners who tip on a 3-to-7 split. The outpouring of support from genuine viewers was truly astonishing. Regrettably, the production team mandated that these funds would not be distributed to the contestants until the competition concluded. Otherwise, with such momentum in gift-giving, the champion would be easily determined in no time. At this moment, although contestant 99 had only been broadcasting for a few hours, he had undeniably garnered a substantial following. Many viewers, having transitioned from casual spectators to fervent fans, resolved to make this live stream their primary base for the upcoming 100-day competition, choosing to experience the entire program through the lens of contestant 99. However, as is the nature of live broadcasts, ardent supporters inevitably attract detractors, and this stream was no exception. These critics reveled in Chen Mo's failed opportunity, taking great delight in taunting him with a barrage of derisive comments on the public screen. Some even went so far as to invest in paid, high-energy comments to amplify their mockery, seeking visibility for their jibes. Little did they realize that the funds from these paid comments would ultimately find their way into Chen Mo's pocket. At this juncture, the contestant asset leaderboard was once again updated. Initially, Chen Mo, contestant 99, held a commanding lead with 500 yuan in assets. However, following the loss of 700 yuan from his failed opportunity, his assets plummeted to 800 yuan, relegating him to second place. The top spot was seized by contestant 17, who ascended with an asset total of 1,095 yuan, temporarily overshadowing Chen Mo. This contestant possesses a remarkably sweet appearance. Excluding the initial funding of 100 yuan provided by the program, her earnings of 1,000 yuan were not garnered through any impressive endeavors. Rather, they were simply an advance on a week's salary from her newly acquired job, in stark contrast to Chen Mo, who earned his money through astute opportunities. Her situation lacks intrigue. Consequently, while both live streams boast an online audience of 10, the viewer count for the contestant on the 17th barely surpasses 100,000, whereas Chen Mo's figure, limited by the platform's display cap at 10, actually exceeds 50 in reality. This figure does not reflect the peak hours of viewership. Any full-time streamer would likely gasp in astonishment upon witnessing such numbers. The fervor of the live stream has not impacted reality. Chen Mo wears a look of equanimity on his face. The vendor could hardly fathom that the over 4,000 yuan lost by the contestant represents more than 80% of her total assets. To him, although she is young, her discernment appears commendable, and her knowledge of antiques is substantial. After all, most would not recognize the bait she had displayed. A person of such caliber likely does not lack financial means. Thus, losing 4 or 5,000 yuan may not seem significant. Therefore, her ability to swiftly regain her composure is hardly unusual. The vendor does not dwell on this notion. The easygoing Chen Mo certainly would not indulge in a melodramatic display of despair. Once he has collected himself, he continues to engage the vendor in conversation, naturally steering the topic back to the porcelain before them. Sir, your previous batch consisted of imitation Huai kiln celadon, but this batch appears different, Chen Mo remarks, gesturing toward the newly arranged merchandise at the stall. Indeed, the vendor nods. Can you discern which kiln this originates from? Didn't you mention earlier the distinction between southern green and northern white? Chen Mo pauses, contemplating for a moment before continuing. If I am not mistaken, this should be from the Huangbao kiln among the northern whites. Although this kiln is recognized as a northern white porcelain source from the Tang dynasty, its proximity to the capital, Chang'an, allows for the production of some celadon as well. Its characteristics include a glaze color resembling that of the Yu kiln, tending toward greenish yellow, with a thicker body, representing a precursor to the Yaoshan kiln. Am I correct, sir? Upon hearing Chen Mo's response, the vendor's eyes widen slightly in astonishment. Precisely. This realization leads him to reassess his initial estimation of her expertise in antique appraisal. At this moment, the vendor feels as though he has encountered a genuine connoisseur. After all, only someone with profound insight into the porcelain produced by the major kilns of the Tang dynasty could articulate such detailed knowledge. His desire to share information swells. You're absolutely right. This batch is indeed modeled after the porcelain produced by the Huangbao kiln. Although they are replicas, the craftsmanship is remarkably faithful. Look at the patterns on the base of this vase. Chen Mo nods in agreement. He then proposes, how about this? From each of these 2 batches, I will select one piece to take home as a keepsake. Upon hearing this, the vendor even contemplated the notion of refunding the money. Perhaps I should just return your money, offering it at cost price. However, that simply would not do. After all, one must adhere to the rules. Chen Mo waved his hand, resolutely declining. Moreover, I have indeed learned a great deal today. Considering it as tuition fees is not a loss. Alas, the vendor felt a twinge of embarrassment at the situation. Yet, Chen Mo remained remarkably carefree. He selected one item from the first batch of goods, neatly packed in a wooden box, and another from the newly displayed second batch. Observing the vendor's genuine demeanor, he produced a more exquisite wooden box, repackaging the 2 chosen replicas and handing them to Chen Mo. Thus, the transaction was complete. Watching the young man depart with a nonchalant air, the vendor felt a hint of nostalgia. He even looked forward to the possibility of the young man visiting his stall again, not out of a desire for profit, but simply to forge a friendship. After all, money is easy to earn, but kindred spirits are rare. Should they meet again, he was prepared to offer a discount, intending to return some of the 4,000 earned today. Chen Mo, carrying the wooden box, walked towards the treasure pavilion, his face seemingly devoid of emotion. Yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration, for within the box lay something truly valuable, quietly resting. Indeed, from start to finish, his expressions and actions had all been a performance. Chapter 11. A game within a game, the true leak. From a moment Chen Mo discerned the vendor's instinctive movements, he surmised the vendor's scheme. Initially, he believed there was nothing to gain and prepared to leave. However, he halted upon noticing another string of numbers within the vendor's stock of redwood boxes, 570,000. A staggering 570,000. Unlike the 12,000 bait, the vase among the stock was the true treasure of the stall. Its substantial worth indicated that it was far from the vendor's claims of being a replica. It was, in fact, an authentic piece from the Tang dynasty's Huangbao kiln. Remarkably well preserved, It appeared so new as to blend seamlessly among the imitations without detection. Consequently, upon confirming the leak, Chen Mo, fully aware of the vendor's bait-and-switch tactics, unhesitatingly entered the fray, playing the role of a fish drawn to the bait, cleverly engaging with the vendor's setup to his advantage. With a light step and a cheerful tune, Chen Mo soon returned to the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Since his previous departure, only a little over 2 hours had elapsed. With a total fortune of 5,500, he had just lost 4,007, yet maintained an unruffled demeanor. One must commend you, my friend. You are indeed remarkable. Though slightly disheartened moments ago, you swiftly regained your composure, displaying such nonchalance. Truly, a man destined for great things. However, why do I constantly feel that this fellow appears exceedingly cheerful at present? He hums a little tune, his steps are so light. It seems he is just one laugh away from bursting into a hearty guffaw. Is such a carefree demeanor truly reasonable? Ice. Perhaps you and the others could analyze this gentleman's current mindset. I sense something amiss. Initially, the audience was captivated by Chen Mo's seemingly magnanimous attitude following his financial losses. Yet upon witnessing his departure from the stall, he instantly adopted a dejected expression. That joyful demeanor hardly seems feigned, leaving the audience utterly bewildered once more. Could it be that this man has genuinely ascended to such a lofty state of mind? Is it possible that the more he loses, the happier he becomes? Surely not. Ice exchanged glances with several guests, yet none dared to speak. They were simply at a loss for an explanation, aside from Professor Chen Mo, who possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding antiques. The majority of his maneuvers were beyond the comprehension of the others. As the host of the show, Ice even contemplated whether to invite a prominent figure from the antique world as a new guest. Regrettably, those truly influential individuals often possess considerable wealth and are not in need of money. The real challenge lies in discerning whether they would be willing to appear on public screens. It is not merely a matter of spending a little money to secure their presence. Negotiations must be handled delicately over time. Before Ice could respond to the barrage of comments, she suddenly noticed Chen Mo returning to the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Instinctively, she inquired, "Was he doing back here?" To be honest, as a host, her reaction was somewhat unprofessional, yet no one seemed to notice. The viewers in the live stream were entirely focused on Chen Mo, equally puzzled as to why he had returned to the antique shop. What would he possibly want? To purchase antiques? With less than 1,000 yuan remaining, he could barely afford a hammer. The treasure pavilion is not like those small stalls outside. Particularly in such a large establishment, authenticity is guaranteed, yet the prices are bound to be exorbitant. As for the notion of finding a bargain there, that seems utterly implausible. So what could his purpose be? Surely he wouldn't attempt to sell the counterfeit item he had just purchased for 4,700 yuan. In contrast, I suspect his interest lies purely in Manager Zhang of the shop. Who could resist the charm of such an elegant woman? Just then, Zhang Meifang, the manager of the treasure pavilion, happened to be in the front hall sipping tea. Upon seeing Chen Mo returning with a wooden box in hand, her eyes widened slightly. And with a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Mr. Chen, what brings you back?" Perhaps due to his undeniably buoyant mood, Chen Mo jested, "What's this? Am I not welcome? How could that be?" Gazing at the somewhat handsome young man before her, Zhang Meifang vividly recalled the scene from over 2 hours ago. Having grown up in the antique shop alongside her parents, she had encountered countless individuals and objects. Thus, one comes to understand a profound truth. Whether it be antique artifacts or individuals, each possesses a unique aura of their own. When the seller presented the counterfeit silver dollar to Zhou Bo, the inexplicable confidence exuding from him was unmistakable. She realized then that he was no ordinary person. Consequently, she deliberately retained his contact information, anticipating potential future interactions. Little did she expect that merely 2 hours later, they would meet again. Zhang Meifang gazed at the wooden box that Chen Mo was carrying, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Chen Mo walked directly to the reception area, gently placing the wooden box on the tea table. The implications of this action were evident. Zhang Meifang momentarily lost her train of thought, but upon regaining her composure, she hastily waved to a nearby server, who promptly brought a new tea set. While Chen Mo settled into his seat, she personally brewed another cup of tea and inquired, "Mr. Chen, have you found another hidden gem?" "Indeed," Chen Mo replied with a nod. "I've selected another item and wish to see if you would consider it for your collection." Hearing his affirmative response, Zhang Meifang couldn't suppress her surprise. She had encountered many customers who stumbled upon hidden treasures at street stalls, but few could consistently uncover such finds. Nevertheless, she sensed that although he appeared in good spirits, he had not yet reached a state of exhilaration. It was likely just another minor discovery, akin to the last. Without hesitation, Zhang Meifang expressed her clear stance. "Given your expertise, Mr. Chen, I am certain that the item you have chosen will be of merit. Our establishment would be delighted to acquire it." Chen Mo moistened his lips with tea and opened the wooden box. Chapter 12. Is the minor discovery you refer to a tenfold profit? At this moment, in the top-floor office of the leased building occupied by the production team, a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit was intently watching the live broadcast. Originally a senior executive at Huading Group, he now held the position of chief director for the program. As a collaborative effort backed by numerous enterprises investing substantial resources, the internal dynamics of the production team were diverse. Wang Xiao, with the support of Huading Group, had secured the primary authority within the program. Preparation for this show had commenced 6 months prior, and the financial investment leading up to its launch was considerable. The objective was to create a high-quality, high-traffic platform. It could be said that if the program were to succeed and achieve national appeal, the promotional resources garnered over the course of 100 days would be extraordinarily advantageous. Whether in collaboration with corporate product promotions or in harnessing the winds of public opinion, it would serve as a potent tool. At that point, the initial investments could yield returns of multiple times, even reaching hundreds of times their original value. For these reasons, Wang Xiao was resolute in his determination to ensure the success of this program. Director Wang, Professor Zhang Qinghua from the Archaeology Department of Luoqing University is willing to serve as a guest. Ah, indeed. You should hasten to invite the person over. The sooner, the better, Wang Xiao immediately remarked upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Among the 99 contestants, the live stream of contestant number 99 had garnered the highest level of attention. Naturally, Wang Xiao had been closely monitoring this unexpected delight. Consequently, upon discovering that the individual was profiting from a fortunate find and that the originally hired guest had limited knowledge of antiques, he promptly instructed his subordinates to recruit a new guest. He bore no concern regarding the potential increase in expenses. As long as this popularity could be sustained, he was willing to spend any amount. His subordinates departed to fulfill his command, and Wang Xiao turned his gaze back to the live stream. Frankly speaking, from the audience's perspective, even Wang Xiao himself found the contestants' discovery of this fortunate find to be remarkably captivating. At that moment, the public screen of the live stream was inundated with question marks. Huh? Wasn't he a failure at finding hidden treasures? Well, he did spend 4,700 on 2 fakes. Is that considered a fortunate find? Perhaps he is merely trying to charm the beautiful manager into taking the bait. Surely not. After all, he runs an antique shop and should be able to discern authenticity from forgery. But then again, have you not seen how he has already gained the trust of this manager? He might just be preparing to exploit that trust to deceive her into taking over. The demeanor he exhibited earlier led me to believe he was a man of integrity. If he truly intends to deceive a woman, that would be utterly despicable. Who can say? As long as it aids his competition, what does it matter if he is a scoundrel? The grand prize is a staggering 50 million. That is not worth watching anymore. I'm leaving. At this juncture, the audience had evidently acknowledged that contestant number 99 possessed a modicum of genuine skill in antiques. However, the previous stallholder who had set the trap for the experts clearly surpassed him in expertise. Thus, within the audience's perception, the 2 imitation pieces acquired for 4,700 yuan could not possibly hold the same value as before. They were undoubtedly ordinary and not particularly valuable fakes. Both the stallholders and contestant 99's reactions unequivocally supported this notion. They were merely commonplace and unremarkable replicas. There was unlikely to be any twist in the narrative. Therefore, Chen Mo's actions at this moment were indeed perplexing. Aside from the detractors, even bystanders were left questioning. As Chen Mo opened the wooden box, Zhang Meifang instinctively straightened her posture, prepared to observe closely. As two celadon vases came into view, Zhang Meifang immediately relaxed. Among the 8 major categories of antiques, porcelain was inherently her family's forte, well within her range of expertise. This time, there was no need to solicit external assistance for appraisal, barring any unexpected developments. Her own evaluative skills would suffice. With her focus sharpened, she began to examine the first piece, but upon her initial glance, the beautiful manager was momentarily taken aback. Is it counterfeit at first sight? Could it possibly be another imitation with a unique provenance? Zhang Meifang instinctively turned her gaze back to Chen Mo, her silence conveying a clear expectation for his explanation. Chen Mo stated, "This piece is a replica. The focus should be on the one below." Understanding her earlier misjudgment, Zhang Meifang promptly shifted her attention to the next vase. To her astonishment, upon her initial glance, she sensed something amiss. Could it also be a counterfeit? No, that couldn't be right. With utmost care, Zhang Meifang lifted the entire vase, meticulously examining every detail, from the floral patterns on the body to the rim's opening and the base's fabric. She even procured a magnifying glass, illuminating it to scrutinize the glaze and texture closely. After a considerable duration, the elegant manager finally ceased her examination, her eyes widening with amazement. Tang Dynasty's Huangbao kiln? Chen Montag nodded calmly in affirmation. However, Zhang Meifang's heart raced with excitement. Initially, she had thought the so-called find was merely a trivial item. Little did she anticipate it to be an authentic piece from the Tang Dynasty. While it is true that the value of antiques is not solely determined by their age, various factors influence their worth, including the kiln of origin, the integrity of preservation, and their provenance. For instance, 2 porcelain items from the Tang Dynasty, one a common rice bowl used by ordinary citizens, and the other a secret color kiln piece crafted for royal use, would undoubtedly have vastly different valuations. The former might be worth a few thousand, while the latter could commence at several million, with some exceptional pieces fetching tens of millions at auction. As for the Huangbao kiln, it could be classified among the second tier of kilns during the Tang Dynasty. Zhang Meifang recalled similar auction items from the past. Last year at Sotheby's dedicated porcelain auction, a vase from the Huangbao kiln had sold for approximately 530,000, albeit with a slightly different design and a minor chip on the rim. She mentally estimated the current vase's value to be at least 550,000, anticipating even more due to its pristine condition. With this in mind, she inquired, "How much did you acquire this for?" Chen Mo extended 5 fingers. 500,000? Zhang Meifang found this price acceptable, recognizing it as a small find that could yield several thousand in profit. However, Chen Mo shook his head. 5,000? Zhang Meifang exclaimed, her tone high and incredulous. Noticing her miscalculation once more, Chen Mo revealed the truth. Actually, it was 4,700. The room fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, a soft voice emerged. "You cannot be serious. Tell me that this 4,700 was earned from selling that counterfeit silver dollar to Zhou Bo." As she gazed at the man leisurely sipping tea before her, Zhang Meifang felt a suffocating sensation in her chest. Was this truly what one referred to as a minor item? Was this genuinely a mere trifle? When she initially estimated the value at 50,000, it struck her as utterly absurd. According to Das Kapital, when profits reach 300, capital dares to commit any transgression, even risking the gallows. With a principal of 50,000, one could reap profits exceeding 500,000, yielding a staggering profit margin of 1,000%. Yet in reality, the capital involved was barely 5,000, and it initially required a mere 50 yuan. In other words, within just a few hours, a 10,000-fold profit was achieved. Merely contemplating this left Zhang Meifang with a tingling sensation at the back of her head. As an only child, inheriting the family business had naturally elevated her worth. Without delving into specifics, her liquid assets alone approached an impressive 8 figures. However, the thought of witnessing someone transform 50 yuan into 500,000 within mere hours was nothing short of astonishing. It could only be said that among all businesses, only the art of seizing opportunities could reach such heights. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Zhang Meifang spoke. Mr. Chen, I can nearly ascertain that this is undoubtedly a genuine article. However, should you wish to proceed, I present you with 3 options: consignment, auction, or direct sale at my store. Transitioning into a professional demeanor regarding the transaction, she elaborated. Consignment entails temporarily leaving it in my shop, where I will assist in contacting collectors. The specific pricing will be negotiated between you and the collectors. As for auctioning, this exquisite celadon vase has surpassed the threshold for consignment. The potential auction price remains uncertain. It could fetch a high price or fail to sell. Additionally, there is a 15% commission for the auction. After a brief pause, she continued, as for a direct sale to me, I assure you the price will be no less than market value. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Mo interrupted decisively. All right, I shall sell it to you. While both consignment and auction could potentially yield several thousand more, they required considerable time. For him, receiving the funds promptly meant he could seize more opportunities for profit. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo opted for the final option. Witnessing his resolute decision and trust in her, Zhang Meifang resolved to present a favorable offer. She placed a call, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man hurried in, laptop in hand. He was the pricing analyst hired by her store. Wang, this is an authentic piece from the Tang Dynasty Huangbao kiln. Please provide an estimate for this item. Upon hearing her request, the man known as Wang wasted no time. He opened his laptop and began comparing it to historical auction records to ascertain its value. After approximately 20 minutes, the actuary, having analyzed the market trends and the appreciation potential of past auction items, provided a definitive reference price ranging between 530,000 and 580,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meifang's expression sharpened, and without hesitation, she proposed a bid that momentarily stunned even Wang Ge. How about 600,000? That sounds agreeable. Chen Mo understood that Zhang Meifang's willingness to offer such a price suggested a discount, likely aiming to foster a good relationship with him through this opportunity. Naturally, this posed no issue for him. In the future, should he wish to make advantageous purchases, he would prioritize her establishment. Chen Mo, being indifferent to such trivial matters, found no objection to this arrangement. Once the price was settled, the transaction proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen complications. Before long, a notification chimed on Chen Mo's phone. You have received 60,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the staff monitoring the data at the program's back end were fixated on the screen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Each passing second, the number representing the real-time viewers in room 99 pulsated vigorously, akin to a heartbeat. In less than half a minute, the live audience count surged from 500,000 to surpass 600,000, then 700,000, ultimately stabilizing just shy of the 800,000 mark at 793,000. Witnessing this scene left the staff in a state of bewilderment. They hastily checked other data in the back end, seeking the cause of this explosive traffic. Eventually, upon examining the specific data of the bullet comments, they grasped the reason behind the sudden surge in viewers. It was the bullet comments. The quantity of bullet comments significantly influences the streaming mechanism. The more comments there are, the higher the viewer engagement, which in turn amplifies the room's popularity, leading the algorithm to promote it to a broader audience. In that brief minute, room 99 amassed an astonishing 12 million bullet comments, with an average of 445 comments per viewer. Notably, comments containing question marks constituted a staggering 84 of the total. Upon seeing this data, the staff instinctively calculated in their minds, quickly arriving at a conclusion that made their pupils constrict. Did the audience just submit over 6 million comments? In response, the staff exchanged bewildered glances. The public comments section erupted in chaos. Wang Defa. What? Is this beautiful manager being duped? Or am I? This is absurd. If there is no inside story, who would believe this? If it's not scripted, I'll eat my hat. A thorough investigation is needed. These two, room 99 and that manager, definitely know each other. This must be a prearranged plot. I just want to ask the production team, is this a scripted scenario? I came to watch a competition, not a drama. Indeed, if that manager was misled for a few thousand or tens of thousands, I could accept it. But 60,000 for a counterfeit? Who would believe that? They don't even pretend anymore, treating me like a fool. Will the production team not provide an explanation? As she gazed at the live stream, the audience was filled with indignation. Initially, they questioned the contestants, but soon their ire shifted towards the entire production team, suspecting a fabricated storyline. The host, Bing Bing, was taken aback by the barrage of clarifications demanded in the comments. Is this scripted? She pondered, having received no prior notification regarding such a plot. Fortunately, a voice from the production teams backstage reached her through the earpiece, assuring her that this was not a pre-planned narrative and that an investigation was underway. Her confusion dissipated, and she quickly addressed the viewers, urging them not to doubt. This is absolutely not a scripted event. I stake my integrity on it. The production team guarantees the fairness of the competition, and all contestants are starting on equal footing without any hidden agendas. With the goddess of the screen speaking, the audience reluctantly ceased their skepticism. Chapter 14. Former National Archaeological Team Member. Authenticity confirmed. Wang Xiao watched the live broadcast, utterly bewildered. As the overall head of the production team, he was acutely aware of the program's contingency plans. There was certainly no underlying scheme. Even if a script existed, it could only have been concocted between the contestants and the manager, with no involvement from the production team. Most importantly, creating such a script would yield no benefits for the production team. The rules were explicit. The first contestant to earn $1 million could secure the championship in advance. It had only been 5 or 6 hours since the broadcast began. What kind of fool would devise a storyline allowing one contestant to reach a 60 progress right from the start? Wasn't that essentially handing the championship to the opposing contestant? This program spanned 100 days. If it commenced in such a manner, was he to abandon the meticulous preparations made for the continuation of the show? Wang Xiao promptly instructed his subordinates to investigate the matter. If it was confirmed that the contestants had indeed orchestrated a script, they would be immediately disqualified to ensure the program's integrity remained intact. As Chen Mo departed, staff members from the production team arrived at the Jubioj. To affirm the fairness of the show, they even established a new live stream to record the proceedings. It was then that Zhang Meifang discovered that Chen Mo, with whom she had just completed a transaction, was, in fact, a contestant on the money-making program. Upon the staff's explanation of their purpose, Zhang Meifang realized that their visit was prompted by suspicions that she and Chen Mo had prior acquaintance and had conspired a script beforehand. This revelation incensed Zhang Meifang. As the owner of an antique shop, she was nothing like the mere profit-driven stalls outside. Her business was built on decades of trust and reputation. To insinuate that she was acting out a script was tantamount to tarnishing her name before the entire online audience. This was utterly intolerable. Zhang Meifang firmly stated, "While I would be delighted to befriend Mr. Chen, I did not know him prior to this. Your notion of script is sheer nonsense." She pointed to the vase on the table, still uncollected, and declared, "Are you implying that this is a forgery? The line between the genuine and the counterfeit is often blurred. I assert that anyone who wishes to verify this can do so. It is indeed authentic." Zhang Meifang spoke with an unassuming tone, her voice neither loud nor soft, yet it exuded an inexplicable air of authority. At that moment, a car came to a halt in front of the store. An elderly gentleman, adorned with spectacles, alighted from the vehicle. Upon recognizing the visitor, the staff from the program hastened to greet him, simultaneously introducing the audience in the live stream to the esteemed elder's identity. This gentleman is Professor Zhang from the Archaeology Department of Luoqing University, a former member of the National Archaeological Team and the newly invited guest for this program. The production team enlisted Professor Zhang's expertise to assist us in our investigation. Viewers from the original Room 99 began to flood into this new investigative live stream, with many confirming the staff's assertions. He speaks the truth. It is indeed our Professor Zhang from Luoqing University. I am one of his students. He is an excellent professor and would never deceive us. Let him examine whether that vase is authentic or not. The revelation of a former National Archaeological Team member was indeed promising. he would surely discern the truth. On his way, Zhang Qinghua had already grasped the situation's intricacies. Yet he subconsciously believed that the contestant had orchestrated this scenario to secure victory. After all, he understood that such a significant find was exceedingly rare. Thus, upon his arrival, Zhang Qinghua wasted no time and approached the vase to assess its authenticity. However, after merely a few glances, he discarded his earlier assumptions. This vase appears to be legitimate. To ensure accuracy, he donned a pair of gloves and carefully lifted the vase for a thorough inspection. After a considerable period, he set the vase down and delivered his verdict. It was genuine. In an instant, the previously skeptical audience fell into a profound silence. Those three simple words struck like a resounding slap to the face, leaving them stunned. Who, then, is the true fool in this scenario? At that moment, in room 99, the host, Bing Bing, observed the barrage of apologetic comments flooding the screen, unsure of what to articulate in response. Was it confirmed to be authentic? Did this mean that contestant 99 had once again stumbled upon an extraordinary find? Such a revelation implied that everything he had previously exhibited was merely a performance. He had seemingly seen through the vendor's ruse while feigning ignorance, experiencing a secret delight upon discovering the bait, and then lamenting upon realizing the vendor's scheme. Every display of genuine emotion had been a fade, save for the one truth. The vase, valued at 600,000, was real, as Bing Bing slowly unveiled the truth. An enveloping silence fell over the audience. User 49, Su Baolong, gifted contestant 99 a jubilant reward. User 31, Cute Cat, bestowed upon contestant 99 a cosmic token. User 14, Ruthless Money, contributed a lollipop as a token of appreciation. User 58, I truly have no money, offered 30 bytes to contestant 99. The audience remained silent, yet fervently continued to shower gifts upon the contestants. After an indeterminate passage of time, the paid bullet comments finally appeared. Brother 99, I'm truly in awe this time. From today onwards, I shall be your devoted fan. The prowess and acting skills displayed leave one with no choice but to admire. It is often said that the world of antiques is fraught with tricks, and I was initially skeptical, but today I have genuinely witnessed its veracity. Brother 99, you may believe I am on the second level, while you're on the third, yet unbeknownst to you, I am on the ninth. It's all a fade. The entire world is a mere illusion. Another one has lost their mind upstairs. Watching the live broadcast, Wang Xiao grew anxious. This is not scripted at all. How are we to proceed now? Achieving the threshold of 1 million seems within reach, astonishingly. The broadcast has only been live for a few hours, and you have genuinely earned 600,000 through sheer talent. Convene a meeting. Quickly notify everyone to assemble. Wang Xiao hurriedly stood up, shouting loudly at his subordinates. It is imperative to convene a meeting to discuss how to address this issue. If we delay any further, we risk him inadvertently surpassing 1 million, thus prematurely concluding the competition. What then becomes of the program that has been meticulously prepared for so long? Chapter 15, A Triple Bloom. The video goes viral. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment in Luocheng, Zhu Xiaokong watched the live broadcast, utterly astonished. After graduating from university, he had no desire to toil under a boss. Having read online that pursuing a career in media offered both freedom and financial reward, he impulsively embarked on this path. However, reality soon delivered a harsh blow. After spending several days painstakingly editing a video and eagerly checking the viewer statistics an hour after uploading, he was met with sheer disappointment. Merely a handful of views, yielding no earnings whatsoever, after persistently continuing for a month. His total income at the end of the month amounted to a mere 43 yuan and 80 cents. Deducting his 80 yuan electricity bill left him in the negative. His dream of becoming a full-time content creator shattered. It was only later, by taking on editing gigs online, that he managed to scrape by. Watching the program live, an idea struck Zhu Xiaokong. Should he edit a video featuring contestant 99? After viewing the entire event in the 99 South live stream, he found the contestant's maneuvers remarkably impressive. Had the truth not been revealed in the end, he might not have realized it was all an act. With this thought in mind, he promptly downloaded the live replay and opened his editing software, getting to work. Zhu Xiaokong was resolute. Having honed his skills through several months of freelance editing, the task was now second nature to him. The first segment showcased the acquisition of a counterfeit silver dollar, followed by a triumphant triple bloom, with twists upon twists. He trimmed what needed trimming, accelerated where necessary, and added close-ups as required, culminating in a climactic finale accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack. In just a short while, a video of over 10 minutes was meticulously crafted. Zhu Xiaokong gazed at the video before him, thoroughly satisfied. He opened the platform, selecting the upload option. Title: The Art of Seizing Opportunities, a comprehensive guide to achieving exponential profits. Description: You may believe I dwell on the second level while you occupy the third. But have you considered who resides on the ninth? All is set. After finalizing the title and description, Zhu Xiaokong uploaded the video and prepared to continue watching the live stream on Byte. Just as he was about to close the site, the vivid scene he had been contemplating appeared before his eyes. A small red dot emerged in the background. No, it should be referred to as a striking 99. At that moment, merely a minute had passed since he uploaded the video. Staring at the 99 in the background data, Zhu Xiaokong was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he hastily checked the specific statistics. Views, 9745. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he accidentally clicked the mouse. In the next instant, the page refreshed, revealing views, 180,000. Another refresh brought it to 290,000, then 470,000, 730,000, and finally 180,000. Watching the view count surge past 100,000 within mere seconds left Zhu Xiaokong utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, oblivious to the online chatter, exited the antique shop with a cash balance of 600,000. He chose not to continue seizing opportunities, feeling somewhat fatigued after wandering the street for several hours since his arrival. He decided to book a hotel for some much-needed rest before resuming his treasure hunting. Chen Mo hailed a taxi, directing it to the tax bureau of Luocheng. The profits made by individual sellers of antiques were categorized as capital gains, thus requiring payment of applicable taxes. Given that he participated in a live broadcast viewed by numerous online spectators, he understood the necessity of declaring the earnings from his treasure hunts to avoid potential fines from any reports. Therefore, he opted to pay the taxes directly to circumvent any complications. Upon reaching the tax bureau, Chen Mo presented the contracts from his 2 transactions to clarify his purpose. The young staff member, upon viewing the figures on the contracts, was taken aback. Goodness, he thought, after 2 years of arduous study to secure a position in this department, where I barely earn 3,000 a month, this person just made 600,000 from a single opportunity. In a state of astonishment, the staff member proceeded to process the tax filing, ultimately arriving at a figure exceeding 120,000, which even he found somewhat painful. Nevertheless, Chen Mo remained unfazed, effortlessly transferring the amount into the bureau's account before departing, leaving the still-dazed staff member in disbelief. Once he had taken care of all necessary affairs, Chen Mo opened a hotel booking application, bypassing the budget options. He swiftly selected establishments rated 5 stars and above. After half a minute of deliberation, he settled on the most luxurious accommodation in Luocheng, the Marriott Hotel, opting for a lavish single suite priced at $1888 per night. Initially, he had contemplated reserving a presidential suite. However, Los Angeles is merely a small city in the 2nd or 3rd tier, and the local Marriott does not offer such luxury accommodations. The 1888 suite is considered the pinnacle of opulence here. Chen Mo felt a tinge of regret as he hailed a taxi, intending to retreat to his hotel for some rest. Simultaneously, it had been precisely 17 minutes since Zhu Xiaokong completed editing and uploaded his video, entitled The In-Depth Scoop. The view count had officially surpassed 1 million. Moreover, it had fortuitously landed a coveted spot on the homepage, resulting in an astonishingly rapid increase in views, seemingly devoid of any limitations. Particularly noteworthy was the video's engagement metrics, likes, coins, shares, and saves, each exceedingly impressive, even exceeding those of certain videos with tens of millions of views. Despite the video lasting over 10 minutes, which categorizes it as lengthy, the completion rate astonishingly exceeded 85%. With 480,000 likes and 420,000 coins, the comment section was inundated with an influx of 3,000 new comments per minute. Observing the data backstage, Zhu Xiaokong could not help but close his eyes in disbelief. This was far beyond a mere viral video. Without delving into details, the revenue generated in just these 17 minutes eclipsed what he had earned from editing numerous projects over the past 6 months. Furthermore, given the current momentum, surpassing 10 million views was merely a matter of time. As Zhu Xiaokong glanced at the private messages backstage, he noticed advertisers had already begun reaching out, with one merely requesting to pin an advertisement in the comments section, offering a staggering 80,000 as compensation. His emotions became quite complex. Chapter 16. A hotel stay at 1888 for a month? In the comments section of the video, viewers expressed their admiration, stating it was excellently edited and exhilaratingly scored. Yet some inquired whether it was genuine. Was the series of twists during the second segment staged? One commenter mused. Indeed, when the 60,000 mark was reached, the accompanying music perfectly underscored the moment, sending shivers down my spine. The title in-depth scoop seemed arbitrary at first, yet it indeed reflected the intricate layers of the narrative. Even if scripted, the plot was undeniably captivating. To those questioning the authenticity of the script, I assure you, it is real. The adjacent byte stream was broadcasting the entire event live. There is still an unedited segment, and skeptics have been quelled by the program's decision to enlist a professor from the University of Los Angeles Archaeology Department for verification. The program in question was the recently promoted money-making show, with the protagonist of the video being contestant number 99. As of now, that very live stream remains active, and you're welcome to take a look. Perhaps due to the video's promotional influence, when Chen Mo arrived at the hotel, the live viewer count for contestant number 99 had just surpassed 100. At this moment, the other 98 contestants had barely managed to reach a score of 10, with some not even touching the threshold, the lowest among them having a mere 30,000 online viewers. In stark contrast, the 99th live stream was an overwhelming triumph, far surpassing the others. Chen Mo alighted from the taxi at the hotel entrance and made his way inside. The taxi driver observed everything with envious eyes. The cheapest room in this hotel cost over 700 a night. Though he could technically afford it, thoughts of his wife and children, along with tuition and mortgage payments, quickly dispelled any such notions. Unless something extraordinary occurred, he resigned himself to the fact that he would likely never experience a high-end hotel with such exorbitant prices. Shaking his head in contemplation, the driver pressed the accelerator and returned to his work. Meanwhile, the audience in the 99th live stream erupted with excitement once more. The hotel Chen Mo had booked was indeed the same one where contestant 64 had started working. The two were destined to cross paths. This marked the first offline encounter among the 99 contestants since the show's inception, promising an intriguing spectacle. I eagerly anticipated contestant 64's reaction. To be fair, contestant 64 was indeed quite impressive. Their eloquence was remarkable. It was no wonder they had been appointed as deputy group leader, an undeniable mark of leadership. Indeed, this position was already among the best that could be found amongst the other contestants, many of whom had yet to secure employment, and some might struggle to cover even the hotel expenses for the night. Not to mention, in today's society, numerous college graduates find themselves unable to land a job. Firmly nodding, I recalled how I had searched for 2 months only to secure a meager position with a monthly salary of 3,000, and that was with a single day off, working 6 days a week, a true entry-level grind. At that moment, Zhou Tianyi stood in the hotel lobby, surveying his surroundings. His position was that of deputy group leader in the front desk reception department. Although he was merely an acting deputy, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhou was originally a young executive in one of China's top 500 enterprises, universally acclaimed for his capabilities. His departure from the company had been a voluntary choice. driven by a desire to venture into entrepreneurship while still young. Regrettably, his journey took a turn for the worse. His startup, on the brink of launching a new product, faced betrayal within the team, resulting in the disclosure of product information to a rival company. Following a wave of competitive suppression, he suffered a staggering loss of $30 million, effectively stifling his fledgling business before it could truly take flight. This setback led Zhou Qianyi to participate in this competition, with a singular objective: to seize the champion's grand prize of $50 million in cash. Only by claiming this substantial reward could he hope for a resurgence. As he pondered, Zhou realized that only half a day had passed since the show's commencement. His position was indeed unique. Other contestants might still be searching for employment. In contrast, he enjoyed not only free meals and accommodation with a monthly salary of $8,000, but also held a leadership role, an enviable status in itself. Moreover, his employment was not a mere happenstance. As the most luxurious hotel in Los Angeles, the clientele here consists solely of affluent individuals, whether they are business elites on a work trip or prosperous locals from surrounding counties. Even when local top companies host receptions, he was confident that if given an opportunity, he could secure the coveted first prize within 2 months, or even a mere month and a half. However, in the next moment, Zhou Qianyi was utterly taken aback. He spotted a rather familiar face gracefully entering through the hotel's revolving door. Wasn't this the contestant he had seen earlier that morning before the competition began? They had even shared breakfast together. If he recalled correctly, it was contestant number 90-something. Zhou Qianyi mused, yet he paid it little mind, certainly not viewing this individual as a rival. To him, the presence of this contestant at such a high-end hotel at this hour could only imply one thing: they were also here seeking employment. Zhou Qianyi cast a glance at the individual's attire, which bore a stark simplicity that seemed almost impoverished, clashing with the opulence surrounding them. It was evident that this was a novice, newly entering the workforce with little experience. They seemed oblivious to the most basic etiquette required for an interview at such a prestigious establishment, like the necessity of formal attire. Zhou Qianyi thought that if he were in charge, he would have rejected the candidate purely based on their appearance. Nevertheless, the contestant was rather handsome. Considering looks, there was indeed a possibility of granting him a position. Zhou Qianyi secretly assessed the situation. The front desk of the reception department, where he had recently joined, was in need of personnel. After all, in a role focused on reception, there were certain aesthetic standards to uphold, and an attractive appearance would certainly be an asset. If this individual were to secure a position, it was quite likely that they would end up under his supervision. With this thought in mind, Zhou Qianyi swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby column, eager to avoid being noticed. He even entertained the idea of how amusing it would be when this newcomer officially joined the team, only to discover that he would be their direct superior. The mere thought of such a scenario brought a smile to his face. However, the unfolding events soon left him perplexed. The contestant, number 90-something, did not glance in his direction at all, but instead walked directly to the hotel lobby's front desk. He produced his mobile phone for the young receptionist to inspect, and what followed left Zhou Qianyi utterly astonished. The receptionist, after examining the phone, promptly handed over a room key and even summoned a staff member via intercom. Given the distance, Zhou Qianyi could only vaguely hear the words, "Sir, your room key is ready." Zhou Qianyi, observing the staff lead the contestant away, a wave of confusion washed over him, prompting him to hastily approach the front desk to inquire about the situation. The young lady, recognizing him as the new supervisor, quickly responded, "Oh, it's you, team leader Zhou. Are you asking about that guest from just now?" He's a guest? Indeed, that gentleman is quite handsome and has a lovely voice. The young receptionist whispered. She is particularly wealthy. Zhou Qianyi chose to ignore the first part of her statement, yet the latter intrigued him even more. Wealthy? What kind of room did he book? It is the most luxurious single suite in our hotel. The young lady turned her computer screen towards him, pointing at the information displayed. Look, it's $18.88 per day, which is higher than my salary for half a month. This guest has booked for an entire month. Zhou Qianyi was utterly bewildered. Chapter 17. The production team was in a fluster. Should we perhaps eliminate this rule? Ha ha! This is utterly hilarious. Contestant 64 looked as though his brows were about to intertwine into two question marks. Alas, what could be done? Although Contestant 64 is quite formidable, it is unfortunate that he encountered a player with an unfair advantage. Indeed, how could an ordinary person compete against someone who is seemingly invincible? One glimpse, and they are eliminated. Moreover, is it true that over $50,000 have been so effortlessly spent? If I could earn hundreds of thousands in just a few hours, I would surpass his expenditures. I'm already anticipating the next day or two. Why, you ask? Consider how little time has passed since the competition began. If Contestant 99 manages to seize opportunities and earn a few $100,000 in the coming days, wouldn't his net worth exceed $1 million? According to the competition rules, wouldn't that mean he has essentially completed the challenge? If so, wouldn't this program conclude in just a few days? Goodness. Indeed, I'm looking forward to the production team's response to that. As the barrage of comments flowed, the chief director of the program, Wang Xiao, was convening a meeting with his team in the conference room. The topic of discussion was precisely the rule concerning the early lock-in of the champion prize for those who earn $1 million. To be honest, this rule initially served merely as a promotional gimmick for the production team. It was quite normal not to earn $1 million within 100 days after the competition. Rankings would simply be based on actual assets. However, given Contestant 99's current momentum in generating income, no one believes he couldn't reach $1 million. Everyone was acutely aware that his wealth was merely a matter of time before it aligned with the $1 million mentioned in the rules. No one could predict when the next opportunity would arise. Consequently, Wang Xiao and his colleagues felt a sense of urgency. They needed to swiftly amend this rule. Director Wang, what if we simply eliminate this rule? Indeed, the essence of our program lies in competition, the allure being the simultaneous display of all contestants vying for rankings. If the champion is predetermined, what remains to captivate the audience? Exactly. What nonsense! Listening to his subordinates' discussions, Wang Xiao was engulfed by a wave of anger. Do you think this is just an ordinary program? It is backed by major corporations such as Huading and the Goose Factory. Rules that have been established cannot be changed on a whim. If this affects these companies' public image, who will take responsibility? Upon hearing this, the employees who had just made suggestions fell into a profound silence. In the current climate of public opinion, should it indeed tarnish the image of these enterprises in the eyes of netizens? Even a mere fluctuation of a few points in the stock market would escalate into a predicament far beyond the loss of several $100 million. Furthermore, this program is intricately linked to the promotional efforts of new products slated for release in the latter half of the year, warranting careful consideration. Within the spacious and well-lit conference room, all present wore furrowed brows, the atmosphere palpably tense. Upon arriving at his reserved, opulent single suite, Chen Mo did not step outside his door. As the hotel was deemed a private space, the camera crew trailing him refrained from entering, resorting instead to the perspective of the concealed sports camera mounted on the contestant's chest. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner delivered by the hotel staff, Chen Mo finally terminated the live feed. Gazing at the black screen of the streaming room, the 100 viewers online in the upper right corner, while still yearning for more, were left with no choice but to switch to the live streams of other contestants. Upon entering another stream, viewers were nearly taken aback. The dinner consumed by Contestant 99 was a gourmet French meal crafted by a renowned chef using high-grade ingredients, exemplifying a masterpiece of flavor, aroma, and presentation. In stark contrast, the other contestants had treated themselves to modest meals, some merely enjoying a bowl of water paired with steamed bread. At this late hour, it was likely that they had yet to secure accommodations for the night. The viewers found themselves amused by the glaring disparity. Was this truly the same competition? After a restful night, the following day arrived swiftly. However, this time, Chen Mo's mode of transportation was no longer a taxi, but rather a luxurious business vehicle provided by the hotel, designated for transporting esteemed members. As the live broadcast commenced, the number of viewers in Contestant 99's room surged dramatically, surpassing 10 within a mere 2 minutes. Goodness, the opulence of this interior is reminiscent of an Alfred. How enviable! While other contestants were still economizing on public transport, The esteemed contestant 99 was already being chauffeured in style. Was this a ploy to seize further opportunities? Undoubtedly so. Anticipation mounted for the maneuvers of contestant 99. At that moment, the morning market on Longmen Street was bustling with activity. Eager to catch the early market, Chen Mo opted not to linger at the hotel for breakfast. Instead, purchasing a few buns and a bowl of porridge from a roadside vendor, enjoying his meal as he strolled. He continued to explore stalls he had not perused the previous day, his gaze sweeping over the assorted trinkets on display. Priced at 350, 20, 170, and 80, these were all rather inexpensive items, with the most expensive barely reaching 5 or 600. Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to haggle. However, as he approached the entrance of the Jubiode shop, a small wooden box at a stall piqued his interest. Priced at 18,000, it stood out amidst the array of items worth merely a few dozen or a couple of hundred, making it somewhat valuable. Chen Mo picked up the item and scrutinized it closely. After 29 seconds, detailed information came into his view. Name: Qing Dynasty Deer Antler Wang Wali Jewelry Box. Category: Wooden Jewelry Box. Quality: Good. Manufacturing material: Dalbergia cochinensis Deer Antler. Market value: 18,000. The stall owner, who appeared to be quite young, noticed the customer's interest and began to size him up. How much for this little wooden jewelry box? Chen Montak and Kvilet. 660,000, the young stall owner replied. But the questioning intonation at the end made Chen Mo chuckle. Come on, let's not make it 60,000. How about 600? Upon hearing the counteroffer, the young stall owner was naturally indignant, retorting, but this is Hainan Wang Wali. Chen Mo interrupted. It's actually Wang Wali. Why not claim it's the exquisite Hainan Wang Wali jewelry box gifted by Qianlong to concubine Jia? A national treasure, is it not? Hainan Wang Wali is a golden to reddish-brown color, with an amber-like sheen, darkening to deep brown or purplish-brown upon oxidation. The most distinctive feature is the ghost face pattern. Do you see any layering resembling a ghost face here? Chen Mo's professional output left the young stall owner speechless. He had intended to deceive the buyer, but now that seemed futile. Chen Mo continued. This piece is clearly red sandalwood, scientifically known as Dalbergia cochinensis, native to Southeast Asia. After a brief lesson, he added, I estimate you acquired this for merely around 100, right? It caught my eye. Otherwise, how could you price it at 600? You must have at least 500 in profit. This statement truly astonished the young stall owner, as he had indeed paid exactly 100, not a cent more or less. Contemplating this, the stall owner thought, although he couldn't deceive, he was still making a profit and thus agreed to the price. All right, if you say 600, then 600 it is. Having settled on the price, Chen Mo transferred the funds and took the jewelry box, walking into the adjacent Jubioj. The entire transaction took less than 5 minutes. Chapter 18. A sleeve full of gold? Mr. Chen? Zhang Meifang was somewhat surprised to see Chen Mo arrive so early. Chen Mo raised the jewelry box in his hand, signaling her, Fortune smiled upon me. I happened to walk past your shop and spotted this little trinket. Look, it's a late Qing Deer Antler Wang Wali jewelry box. It should be worth around 10 to 20,000. Chen Mo casually remarked. Zhang Meifang took it, examining it with interest. How much did you snag it for? 600. Chen Mo replied. The stall owner was clueless. I didn't want to offer too low. Upon hearing that the other party had once again found a bargain, Zhang Meifang was momentarily speechless. However, this time, her astonishment was brief as compared to the previous day. Such a profit margin of 20 to 30 times no longer seemed extraordinary. 18,000? Will you buy it? Clearly, Zhang Meifang had done her research on these wooden jewelry boxes and quoted a price that aligned with market value. That works, Chen Mo nodded. Without any delay, they signed a contract. One party transferred the funds, and the other did not touch the jewelry box again. The entire transaction was completed in just a few minutes. At the end, Zhang Meifang personally brewed a cup of morning tea for Chen Mo, who drank it in one gulp and, after a brief farewell, returned to the streets. In the span of just over 10 minutes, the viewers in the live broadcast room were thoroughly entertained. The master is indeed a master. So handsome, earning 17,400 in 5 minutes. I can only say, truly impressive. I bow before the great one. When a vendor quoted 60,000, I nearly died laughing. I suspect he is still thrilled about making 500 bucks. But seriously, my friend, is it really that easy to profit from picking up bargains? It seems far too casual. The casualness stems from the fact that the vendor was dealing with the illustrious number 99. And if it were left to you to find a bargain, you would surely be deceived. Meanwhile, in the command room of the production team, Bing Bing and her colleagues were already online. The originally planned 3 guests had now turned into 4. The production team had invited a new guest, Professor Zhang Qinghua from the archaeology department of Luoqing University, who is also a former member of the National Archaeological Team. Bing Bing took the stage to warm up the atmosphere and introduced Professor Zhang Qinghua to the audience. Professor Zhang stood up and waved to the viewers in the live broadcast. Hello, everyone. You should have learned about me yesterday. Now we can discuss the wooden jewelry box purchased and sold by contestant number 99. First, let me state my conclusion. It was indeed a bargain, with a price range of around 10 to 20,000 not being exaggerated. Allow me to explain why it holds such value. Professor Zhang began to enlighten the audience. Simultaneously, Chen Mo, having returned to Longmen Street, was preparing to continue his quest for hidden treasures. He scoured the stalls with a methodical approach, examining each item without a hint of impatience. Just as he was inspecting an item at one stall, the commotion from a neighboring stall caught his attention. The vendor at that stall resembled a rustic farmer, appearing honest and unassuming. Before him lay 2 items, one tall and one short, a long-necked vase and a short-necked vase. At that moment, a customer dressed in affluent attire was inquiring about the price of the long-necked vase. Boss, how much for this long-necked vase? 500,000, the vendor replied. Upon hearing such a high price, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Then he moved closer. The vendor glanced at Chen Mo briefly, dismissing him. He then explained to the interested customer, "Don't think it's too expensive. This piece is from the Song Dynasty's official kiln. Do you know what that means? It was exclusively supplied to the royal family, regardless of cost, and sought the utmost quality. Back in the Song Dynasty, just possessing such an item could lead to execution." The vendor continued, "These 2 pieces have been passed down through several generations in my family. If it weren't for my wife's illness, I wouldn't consider selling them." Upon hearing this, the customer appeared skeptical and prepared to leave. However, the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket and wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached, wedging himself between the vendor and the affluent customer. The man in the black jacket pointed at the long-necked vase and inquired about its price, prompting the vendor to repeat his earlier explanation. Upon hearing the words of the other party proclaiming the item to be a fine product from the official kiln of the Song Dynasty, the man in the black jacket refrained from disputing this claim. Instead, he crouched down to scrutinize the piece intently. His demeanor intrigued the affluent patron, who had initially intended to depart, prompting him to pause. The man in black examined the item for quite some time, and as the onlookers began to exhibit signs of impatience, he unexpectedly produced a pair of white gloves from his pocket and donned them. Subsequently, he revealed a beautifully crafted magnifying glass and a measuring tape. He observed the item with even greater diligence, caressing the rim of the bottle while measuring its dimensions. His meticulous approach exuded an air of professionalism. The audience in the live broadcast, viewing the unfolding scene through Chen Mo's perspective, began to murmur among themselves, expressing their astonishment at the apparent expertise of the man. Some speculated, could he be a professional treasure hunter? Indeed, the resemblance to such a profession was palpable. However, the words that escaped the lips of the man in the black jacket left the viewers in a state of shock. After placing the long-necked vase down, he earnestly declared, "Sir, you claim this to be from the official kiln of the Song Dynasty, yet it does not appear to be so." "How does it not appear so?" the stall owner retorted defensively. "The official kilns of the Song Dynasty were established and overseen by the court, pursuing only the utmost quality without regard for cost, requiring multiple applications of glaze in the crafting process." The man in black continued, "Thus, the porcelain produced is characterized by a thick and lustrous glaze, often possessing a rich, textured quality. The clay is exceptionally refined, typically dark gray due to its high iron content. However, this long-necked vase, while it may superficially resemble the craftsmanship, lacks the requisite thickness of glaze, and the color gradient falls short of the standards set by the official kiln of the Song dynasty. Pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, he spoke with earnest conviction. The stall owner, upon hearing this, grew incensed. "What do you know?" he began, but before he could finish, the man in black interjected, "Please, do not rush. I have not finished speaking. I can assert that this is not what you claim it to be, but—" He paused, shifting his tone. "I'm not saying it lacks value. The open work on your long-necked vase is indeed quite natural, and the ice crackle pattern is of high quality, with the glaze being pleasingly smooth. If I am not mistaken, the true origin of this piece is likely from the Qing dynasty, a replica of the Song official kiln." The man's tone was confident, as though he had no doubts about his assessment. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's expression shifted dramatically. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "I did not expect to encounter an expert. You are correct. It is indeed a Qing imitation of the Song." At this revelation, the man in black smiled. "Then all is well. I shall take this piece." With that, he produced a sleeve from his pocket, slipped one hand inside, and extended the other end toward the stall owner, clearly intending to engage in a haggling tactic known as sleeve negotiation. Chapter 19. "Sir, your performance in this charade is quite commendable, is it not? Why extend your arm into your sleeve? Isn't it better to inquire directly about the price?" "I do not comprehend. Could someone elucidate this matter?" Observing the barrage of comments on the public screen filled with confusion, it was ultimately Professor Zhang who provided clarity. This practice is known as swallowing gold in the sleeve, also referred to as in-sleeve price inquiry, and belongs to the same category of bargaining methods as handshake negotiations and covered transactions. The emergence of such a bargaining technique is attributed to the stringent prohibition against the private sale of imperial kiln porcelain, which is seldom circulated among the populace. Engaging in black market trading poses significant risks, necessitating discretion to evade governmental scrutiny. This method of negotiation is obscured, swift, and difficult for outsiders to observe, gradually evolving into a traditional norm in the antiques trading realm. After his explanation, Professor Zhang further noted that such scenes have become increasingly rare due to societal peace and stability. The audience was left enlightened. The individual in the black jacket and the vendor engaged in negotiations with their hands concealed within their sleeves, while the former maintained a composed expression. The vendor's demeanor fluctuated noticeably. After a while, the vendor's countenance only hesitantly returned to normal, presumably after the black jacket had made a concession, leading to a mutual compromise on price. Once the price was agreed upon, they prepared to conduct the transaction. However, the black jacket raised a hand and said, "Do not rush, dear vendor. Please wait a moment. I recently acquired a fine piece from the Ming dynasty, and I have just exhausted my funds. Remain here while I fetch the money from that antique shop over there. I shall return to pay you for this item after the transaction." The black jacket lifted his coat, revealing a beautifully crafted silver box, which flashed briefly before the eyes of those present. This maneuver was observed by both the vendor and the affluent customers nearby, yet none found his assertion unreasonable. From the moment the black jacket appeared, his demeanor, actions, and the adeptness with which he navigated the unspoken rules of the trade served as unambiguous proof of his identity as a seasoned bargain hunter. Consequently, no one harbored doubts. The vendor responded, "Very well. Make haste and return. I shall await your return here." The black jacket nodded and jogged toward a nearby antique shop. Witnessing this spectacle, the affluent customer, who had initially been at the vendor's stall, could no longer remain seated. How could someone else so suddenly intercept the valuable long-necked vase that he had set his sights upon? Not long ago, he had ventured into the world of antiques, having purchased 2 pieces, only to discover later that both were forgeries. This incident had circulated within his small circle, provoking laughter from friends for several days. Thus, he felt compelled to acquire a genuine item to prove himself to his peers. Now, having stumbled upon a valuable find, albeit not from the Song dynasty, it was at least a Qing imitation of the Song style. According to the vendor and the black jacket, it should indeed be from the early Qing period. And after all, it is several centuries old. It could certainly be classified as an antique. The customer thought to himself, Fortunate that the black jacket had exhausted his funds on other items. Otherwise, he would have truly lost out. He boldly interjected, "Vendor, I was the one who first laid eyes on it. How can you sell it to that black jacket? What price did you agree upon? I'm willing to offer you more than he did." The customer displayed an unmistakable determination to acquire the item. Upon hearing this, the vendor appeared visibly embarrassed, stating, "It's not merely a matter of money. I've already agreed on a price with someone else." The customer, however, retorted without hesitation, "He hasn't paid yet. I've heard your customary practice is money for goods. If no payment has been made, how can you claim the transaction is complete?" With a grand gesture, he declared, "Name your price. I'll add an additional 10,000. The vendor inquired, "Are you certain?" To which the customer replied affirmatively. The vendor continued, "I had negotiated 880,000 with him. If you're truly earnest about this, then offer 950,000. Agreed. I will transfer the funds immediately." The customer appeared elated, seemingly fearful that the man in the black jacket would snatch the item away, unwilling to wait even a moment longer as he swiftly completed the transfer. At that precise moment, the man in the black jacket returned, cash in hand, panting as he presented the envelope, exclaiming, "Boss, here." The vendor, shaking his head apologetically, responded, "I'm sorry, but this long-necked vase now belongs to this gentleman. He actually arrived before you." The black-jacketed man was taken aback, his composure crumbling as he turned to the wealthy customer, his expression darkening. He muttered a few unintelligible curses in a dialect. Witnessing this, the affluent customer clutched the vase tightly, reveling in his triumph. Unable to resist flaunting his acquisition before the black-jacketed man, he departed with a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had been an unobtrusive observer of the entire scene, shook his head in disbelief. For this was in truth a ruse. The long-necked vase held no genuine value. The glaring figure of 90 shimmered before Chen Mo's eyes. It was hardly an antique from the early Qing dynasty, not even a week old. As Chen Mo scrutinized the vase, over 29 seconds had elapsed, revealing more detailed information. According to the provenance listed, the vase had merely been purchased by the vendor from another stall the previous day. Antiques? Nonsense. Both the vendor and the man in the black jacket had concocted an elaborate tale regarding its origin. The affluent customer likely had no inkling that this seemingly expert individual in the black jacket was in cahoots with the vendor, a plant hired for the deception. The entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated act between the two. The professional opportunist, by feigning expertise, inflated the value of the counterfeit, leading the customer to believe he was acquiring a genuine treasure. The black-jacketed man had merely devised an excuse to momentarily withdraw, allowing the customer the opportunity to be outmaneuvered. Chen Mo was certain that had the customer not made the payment, the man in the black jacket would not have appeared at all. This charade had thoroughly ensnared the buyer. Observing the smug expression on the departing duo, Chen Mo felt a chuckle rise within him, yet he refrained from uttering a word of warning. He was acutely aware that, while on stage, reminding the other party that it was a deception would not only earn him no gratitude, but could also lead to being perceived as a villain obstructing their profit. Moreover, the vendor on this antique street, whether orchestrating a scheme or genuinely selling, relied solely on his own prowess. Such conduct was merely customary in this trade. To expose the ruse openly would be considered a breach of decorum. Chen Mo had no interest in playing the role of the whistleblower. Only after the pleased customer had completely vanished from sight with a long-necked vase did Chen Mo approach the stall, smiling as he remarked, "Boss, your performance in this charade was commendable. You acquired this item for less than 100 yesterday, and today you managed to sell it for this price, netting a profit of 95,000. At the conclusion of his statement, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. The pair, still feigning a quarrel, the man in the black jacket and the vendor, suddenly looked up, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Once they confirmed that the buyer had long since departed, they exhaled in relief. Subsequently, both turned their gaze toward Chen Mo, their eyes brimming with hostility. Chapter 20. An unbelievable stroke of luck. Damn. Yet another scheme. 666. I had naively thought that the man in the black jacket was a master. Who would have guessed he was merely a stooge? I can usually spot a hired hand from a mile away, Yet I failed to discern anything amiss with these two. Their performance was too convincing. I questioned why the esteemed number 99 did not seize the opportunity, only to realize this was not an opportunity at all, but rather an elaborate trap. It was indeed number 99. With a single glance, he unraveled the truth, and I found myself sliding to the ground in reverence. Initially, when I observed number 99 for 5 minutes rummaging for bargains, I believed it to be a simple endeavor. Well, I have now come to terms with reality. For those who lack understanding, seeking a bargain is more improbable than a pie falling from the sky. What falls is more akin to a heavy iron disc. When Chen Mo unveiled the truth, observing the instinctive reactions of those present, the audience grasped the reality of the situation, which ignited a flurry of comments in the live stream. Some viewers expressed confusion as to why number 99, fully aware that it was a ruse, did not alert the buyer. However, responses quickly followed. Is the person above genuinely kind or merely pretending to be? This is the antique market. Here, whether one profits or incurs losses entirely hinges on one's own abilities. If one lacks skill yet seeks a bargain, such fortune is non-existent. Furthermore, do you think that by alerting him, he would feel indebted to you? He certainly did not share his gains with you. Indeed, those in this profession adhere to certain unwritten rules, one of which is to remain silent when witnessing others' transactions, lest they wish to forfeit their standing in the industry. As the live stream audience debated whether the buyer should have been warned, the atmosphere on-site had already shifted subtly. Once the black jacket and the vendor confirmed that the buyer had entirely departed, they felt unrestrained. They fixed their gaze on Chen Mo and inquired in a low voice, "Are you in the same line of work?" Chen Mo continued to smile, offering no response. Observing this, the vendor began to contemplate rapidly in his mind. The two had originally been itinerants, traversing various antique markets, always moving to a different location after each encounter. Indeed, the two porcelain vases at the stall were freshly acquired just yesterday from the eastern end of this street. The tall-necked vase cost 90, while the short-necked one was priced at 60, totaling a sum of 150 yuan. The individual before me, able to precisely articulate the time and price of yesterday's purchase, evidently witnessed the transaction firsthand. Yet, curiously, he refrained from exposing them in front of the customers, indicating that he too is knowledgeable about the trade and its conventions. After a moment of contemplation, the stall owner continued, expressing gratitude for the gentleman's earlier restraint. Restraint is hardly the term. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. In this business, whether one profits or incurs losses hinges entirely on personal capability. I am well aware of such norms. The stall owner inquired further. As this initial sale could sustain him and his brother for several months, and he was eager to tidy up and depart swiftly. Despite the amiable demeanor of the man in front of him, the stall owner found him somewhat inscrutable and instinctively reluctant to engage. Had the buyer lingered without settling the payment, it would have been comprehensible for the gentleman to obstruct their dealings, perhaps with the intent of claiming a share of the spoils. However, the transaction had concluded, and the buyer had vanished without a trace, rendering any claim to the profits already secured impossible. The man in the black jacket, acting as a decoy, observed Chen Mo's calm demeanor and grew increasingly anxious, his tone edging toward impatience as he directly queried, "Just speak plainly. What is it that you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo retracted his smile. "I merely noticed that you have yet to sell all the items at your stall and thought it might be inconvenient for you to leave with them unsold, thus offering my assistance." He gestured towards the remaining short-necked vase, speaking earnestly, "This particular piece truly captivates my interest." At the mention of those 4 words, the emotions of the audience in the live stream surged dramatically. "It truly captivates my interest. How amusing," exclaimed one viewer. "Could this possibly be another opportunity?" "Opportunity? What do you mean?" The newcomer seems confused. "Can someone clarify?" "I'll explain," replied another. "This esteemed figure, number 99, has already seized 3 opportunities since yesterday, one of which was a substantial 600,000 yuan fine. Each time before claiming a treasure, he utters the phrase truly captivates my interest. Thus, when those words are spoken, it signifies that something fortunate is about to unfold." "Oh, I see. But this is rather absurd. How could these two, engaged in deceit, display valuable items at their stall? That remains to be seen. To date, nothing targeted by the esteemed number 99 has resulted in a loss. Just moments ago, he had procured a Qing Dynasty jewelry box worth 18,000 yuan in a mere 5 minutes. Keep watching, came the suggestion. Observing the seriousness of Chen Mo's expression, both the stall owner and the man in black furrowed their brows, particularly the stall owner, whose confusion deepened. He instinctively glanced back at the short-necked vase. Could there be something extraordinary about this vase? With a sense of curiosity, the stall owner picked up the short-necked vase and scrutinized it closely. Yet, something felt amiss. Aside from its considerable weight and slightly cumbersome nature, there are no discernible signs of antiquity. The stall owner is nearing a furrowed brow. Although he merely roams from place to place facilitating transactions, he possesses a keen eye for such matters. After all, in his youth, he was indeed apprenticed to a master. The 2 counterfeit items he acquired from the stall at the east end of the street yesterday were selected as props, particularly because the elongated vase bore a resemblance to Qing Dynasty faux song wares. Both its body composition and the ice crackle pattern lend it some credibility, rendering it not immediately recognizable as a forgery. However, the short-necked vase was purely a supporting piece, intended to accentuate the elegance of the long-necked vase, as having only a single item on display tends to be somewhat solitary and less appealing to potential customers. To put it plainly, the short-necked vase is a blatant imitation. The stall owner, running his fingers along the texture of the vase, can ascertain, without further consideration, that its manufacturing date is certainly not too distant. Undoubtedly a modern Kreisischen. After a thorough confirmation, the stall owner remarked, "Brother, when I procured these 2 items from the stall at the east end yesterday, you were likely observing closely, right? You know precisely how much was spent. This short one was merely to complement the long-necked vase for sale. Are you certain you're not mistaken? Does it truly capture your fancy?" Chen Mo nodded affirmatively, reiterating that he was not jesting. Observing this, the stall owner promptly declared, "All right then, I shall simply gift it to you as a token of gratitude for your discerning eye earlier." Having determined that the short vase held no significant value, he genuinely wished to avoid delving into the motives behind the other's actions. They had already profited over 90,000. For both parties, that was more than sufficient, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, Chen Mo shook his head, stating that one to do. "There are rules in our trade. I shall still pay for it." With that, Chen Mo retrieved his phone and sent 100 yuan to the stall owner. The stall owner, eager to make a swift exit and not wishing to squander more time, promptly handed over the short-necked vase, signaling the completion of the transaction. He then hurriedly packed up the stall alongside his companion in the black jacket and swiftly departed. Chapter 21. The Art of Deception. Yesterday afternoon, after expending considerable effort to orchestrate a plan, even risking his own involvement to deceive everyone, Chen Mo ultimately succeeded in seizing an opportunity. In stark contrast, the scene before him now unfolded with remarkable ease. It was merely a matter of exchanging a few words to achieve his goal. The audience instinctively believes that what is harder to obtain is inherently more valuable. In comparison, this item, while valuable, likely does not command an exorbitant price. Consequently, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments, speculating on its worth. Was it really that easy to acquire? How much is it worth exactly? I guess 20,000. I guess 30,000. Looking at that ugly vase, I doubt it will reach 35,000. If it exceeds that amount, I shall eat my words. You're underestimating the prowess of the esteemed 99. I wager it's worth 50,000. If it doesn't reach that, I'll send gifts to the esteemed 1 to make up for it. Ah, truly, the wealthy gentleman exhibits remarkable prowess. Indeed, he far surpasses those who merely deceive for sustenance. At this moment, an audience member had a sudden inspiration, remarking, with Professor Zhang present, "What is there to speculate about?" Quite a valid point. Professor Zhang, a former member of the National Archaeological Team, would surely discern the value at a glance. Why not simply inquire directly? "Yes, Professor Zhang, would you enlighten us?" The director in the studio, upon noticing the multitude of inquiries from the audience, turned to Zhang Qinghua with a smile and suggested, It appears that I am not the only one curious. Shall we invite Professor Zhang to share his insights? As a newly appointed guest, Zhang Qinghua was well aware of the purpose for which the program had summoned him. Precisely for such moments. He accepted the microphone, smiling as he began. Allow me to elaborate. Zhang Qinghua intently focused on the live broadcast. Earlier, when the individual in the black jacket had feigned selling items for cash, he could easily surmise that this was a staged ruse, even without examining the authenticity of the long-necked vase. Prior to joining the National Archaeological Team, he had encountered numerous similar scams. He had intended to use this classic con as an illustration to elucidate the intricacies and key points for the audience. However, just as he was about to speak, contestant 99 preempted him, revealing the truth directly. Thus, Zhang Qinghua refrained from further comment. Yet, the contestant's subsequent proposal to purchase another short-necked vase left him somewhat perplexed. Having glanced at the screen earlier, he discerned that both the long and short-necked vases were worthless fakes, modern reproductions. Could it be that he had misjudged? Zhang Qinghua understood that contestant 99 possessed a degree of skill. After all, one does not stumble upon 3 treasures without some measure of talent. Therefore, his initial reaction was to consider the possibility that he had erred, given the separation of the screen and the fact that his focus had primarily been on the long-necked vase. Clearing his throat, Zhang Qinghua coughed a couple of times and redirected his attention to the vase held by Chen Mo, preparing to scrutinize it more closely. Still not right. Zhang Qinghua squinted. The program's ample budget afforded them top-tier cameras, ensuring the clarity of the transmitted images. Through the perspective of the action camera positioned on Chen Mo's chest, Zhang Qinghua observed with newfound clarity. Yet, this only deepened his confusion. Indeed, this was a modern production. While the vendor might require tactile examination to ascertain the material quality, Zhang Qinghua, with his background in the National Archaeological Team, could rely solely on the sheen of the vase's surface as a basis for his judgment. It was undoubtedly crafted using contemporary techniques. Furthermore, he could even estimate the approximate date of manufacture, likely within the last 5 to 6 months. To validate this assertion, Zhang Qinghua meticulously examined the connection between the bottle's neck and body. Through these intricate details, he solidified his conclusion. Zhang Qinghua stated, "This short-necked vase is produced using modern techniques." You mean to say that it lacks value? Li Bingbing subconsciously chimed in, only to suddenly realize, modern techniques? Are you implying it is worthless? Concurrently, the public screen began to fill with question marks. Modern techniques? So it must be a counterfeit. Could it be that the esteemed number 99 has made a blunder? Certainly, if Professor Zhang has declared it so, then this vase is undoubtedly of little worth. Do you really believe that number 99 surpasses Professor Zhang, who hails from a National Archaeological Team? That is simply implausible. Zhang Qinghua continued, much like a university lecturer addressing students, elucidating the basis for his judgment to the audience. From the clay quality to the bottle's neck and the connection, his conclusions were firmly substantiated. In conclusion, Zhang Qinghua summarized, although I am unsure why the number 99 contestant chose to acquire it, I can assert that this short-necked vase holds no monetary value. A wave of astonishment swept over the live audience. While some comments expressed skepticism, they were quickly met with public ridicule. What a joke. The National Archaeological Team in the realm of antiques is an unparalleled authority. It is utterly impossible for them to err. At this juncture, the lurking critics who had been waiting for the contestant to falter began to mock the contestant's inadequacies. Yet, loyal supporters countered. In this business of treasure hunting, occasional missteps are entirely normal. Besides, the previous 3 attempts were successful. Indeed, the No. 99 contestant only spent a mere 100 yuan. Perhaps they had no intention of hunting for bargains, but merely wished to purchase something they admired. You remain silent about the profits of hundreds of thousands, yet incessantly mention a mere 100 loss. Such critics thrive on negativity. Why bother with them? Chen Mo, holding his prize purchased for 100 yuan, cheerfully strolled towards the treasure pavilion. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck today, stumbling upon such a remarkable find. Compared to the Qing dynasty jewelry box he had just acquired, which merely served as an appetizer, the piece in his hands undoubtedly constituted a feast. When he unearthed the Tang Dynasty Celadon vase from the Huangbao kiln yesterday, he had to be cautious to avoid the vendor's notice. However, with this short-necked vase, he felt no such need for caution. He was entirely confident that an ordinary person would never discern the vase's unique qualities. The reason being, this vase is indeed crafted using modern techniques. This fact is indisputable. Anyone knowledgeable would recognize it at a glance. But what if this layer of modern craftsmanship is merely a smokescreen? Chapter 22. Who says it's not an antique? Song Dynasty Official Kiln. Item name: short-necked bottle with string patterns from the Song Dynasty Official Kiln. Defective item. Category: porcelain quality. Good manufacturer: Song Dynasty Official Kiln. Manufacturing year: 979. Materials: kaolin. Lime alkali glaze. Crafting techniques: bisque firing, glaze immersion, glaze washing, kiln change control. Market value: 2,700,000 yuan. Remarks: produced by the Song Dynasty Official Kiln. This flawed piece remains largely intact aside from its defects. Thus, the official responsible for the kiln chose not to destroy it, but rather secretly took it home, eventually passing through various hands until reaching the folk realm. It was collected during the Qing dynasty and later rediscovered in modern times, where it was disguised using contemporary techniques. Upon reading the detailed remarks, Chen Mo was fully aware of the journey this short-necked bottle had taken. He couldn't help but sigh in gratitude for its disguise. Without it, he would surely have missed this opportunity. This was, after all, a piece from the Song Dynasty Official Kiln. Globally, only a few hundred complete pieces are acknowledged to exist, with most residing in prestigious museums. The circulation among the general public is virtually non-existent, making this item, despite its flaws, a remarkably intact, defective piece. In the realm of private collections, its value is undeniably top tier. Holding this porcelain bottle, worth the equivalent of 2 apartments in Luocheng, Chen Mo cheerfully walked towards the gathering treasure pavilion. Observing a familiar scene, the audience in the live stream began to feel uncertain about their judgments. Just yesterday, in a similar situation, everyone had concluded that a counterfeit was worthless, only for the seller to later sell it for an astonishing price of 600,000. Now, in this scene, with the same counterfeit and the same low purchase price, how could it not evoke a sense of déjà vu? A few spectators suddenly entertained a startling thought. Could it be that even authorities might occasionally err? Upon returning to the gathering treasure pavilion, Chen Mo found not only the manager, Zhang Meifong, but also an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Zhang Meifong paused briefly upon seeing Chen Mo before promptly rising to introduce them. This is Mr. Ma, a longtime customer of our store and a renowned collector in Luocheng. And this is Mr. Chen, from whom I acquired the Qing porcelain vase produced by Huangbao Kiln. After the introductions facilitated by Zhang Meifong, both men understood each other's identities. One was the seller of the Qing porcelain vase, while the other was the buyer intending to add it to his collection. Ma Shichun stood to shake hands, saying, "Ma Shichun, a pleasure to meet you." He had heard from manager Zhang about this young man's exceptional prowess. Having spotted 3 valuable finds in less than a day, an undeniable expert. As a collector, he was eager to make the acquaintance of such a person. Handing over his business card while remarking, "I have heard from manager Zhang that although Mr. Chen is quite young, his capabilities are profound. Meeting you in person, it is indeed evident that you are a true gem among men." Chen Mo politely accepted the business card and inquired if they would continue their transaction. Assuming he had interrupted their dealings, he decided to wait until they finished. However, Ma Shichun waved his hand and, holding up the transaction contract, stated, "We have completed our transaction. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed." Chen Mo noticed the detail of the 600,000 transaction amount on the contract. Realizing that Zhang Meifong had likely exerted much effort contacting the buyer to secure this deal without earning a single cent. Yet, he refrained from voicing this observation, intending to offer her a slight concession later on. At that moment, Zhang Meifong had already spotted the short-necked vase in Chen Mo's hand and, slightly astonished, asked, "Did you find another gem?" Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. Ma Shichun, intrigued, moved closer. Earlier, when he arrived, Zhang Meifong had shown him a Qing dynasty jewelry box. mentioning it was another recent find. How could it be that so little time had passed before another treasure was discovered? Ma Shurchin instinctively felt a tinge of disbelief. As a real estate businessman with a passion for collecting, he had purchased most items at market price, though he had occasionally stumbled upon a few bargains. While he had not profited greatly from such finds, he took pride in them. He understood that luck and skill were both essential in the art of treasure hunting. According to Zhang Meifang, this Chen fellow had unearthed 2 items yesterday afternoon and 2 more today, totaling 4. Could it be that he truly possessed extraordinary talents? Ma Shurchin focused his gaze on the short-necked vase, scrutinizing it closely. Observing their curiosity, Chen Mo chose not to elaborate, simply placing the vase on the table for their examination. Ma Shurchin primarily collected porcelain and considered himself knowledgeable in this category. However, as he examined the vase before him, he sensed something was amiss. It appeared a tad too pristine. With this doubt lingering in his mind, Ma Shurchin retrieved a pair of white gloves from a nearby toolbox, donned them, and proceeded to hold the vase, examining it more meticulously through touch. He recalled the insights shared by antique experts regarding how to discern whether an object was genuinely old. Unfortunately, no matter how he scrutinized it, the vase before him bore no resemblance to the valuable antiques he was accustomed to. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation and return it to the table. Ma Shurchin cast a puzzled glance toward Zhang Meifang. He knew her family was well regarded in the realm of porcelain appraisal and was aware that, despite her youth, she had surpassed her father's expertise in this field. Thus, he sought her perspective. Unexpectedly, Zhang Meifang was equally perplexed. The vase appeared counterfeit at first glance, and aside from its weight, it seemed undeniably fake from every angle. However, unlike Ma Shurchin, she recognized that although the short-necked vase was likely a forgery, its association with Chen Mo implied that even fraudulent pieces could hold significant value. She simply had yet to discern the source of that worth. Zhang Meifang returned the bottle and inquired of Chen Mo, "Mr. Chen, if I'm not mistaken, this should not be an antique. Please enlighten me on its value." Upon hearing this, Ma Shurchin was left bewildered. An item that is not an antique can still hold value. Just as he was about to question Zhang Meifang's assertion, Chen Mo's subsequent words left him even more astonished. "Who says this is not an antique? This object boasts a history of at least 1,000 years." Chen Mo then took the teacup from the waiter, brewed himself a cup of tea, and smiled as he spoke. Chapter 23. Please hand me the hammer, Zhang Meifang. Ma Shurchin. Even the audience was taken aback. It would have sufficed had you justified its worth by citing its uncommon provenance. However, everyone present, including Professor Zhang, the beautiful manager of the antique shop, and the collector surnamed Ma, along with the 2 swindlers, all confirmed that this was not an antique and bore evident marks of modern craftsmanship. Yet, Chen Mo insisted it had a history of over 1,000 years. Was this not sheer nonsense? Even if you were an expert, you could not speak so recklessly. Almost immediately, negative comments began flooding the screen, and even the staunchest supporters of Room 99 found themselves at a loss for words. Zhang Qinghua observed the entire scene, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Even he struggled to comprehend the basis of Room 99's claims, opting instead to remain silent and await the unfolding of events. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of Zhang Meifang and Ma Shurchin, Chen Mo chuckled lightly, deciding not to keep them in suspense any longer. "Manager Zhang, could you fetch me a hammer, preferably one of those wooden ones used for back massages?" This peculiar request only deepened Zhang Meifang's confusion. However, she did not refuse and quickly rose to search the back area of the shop. Meanwhile, the live audience in Room 99 had already surpassed 100. Yet, in response to Chen Mo's request, not a single one among the hundreds of thousands could fathom the purpose behind his sudden desire for a wooden hammer. Only Zhang Qinghua raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something. During his tenure with the National Archaeological Team, the tools they employed in tomb excavations were predominantly wooden shovels, wooden hammers, and wooden brushes. Whenever possible, they avoided metal, as its sharpness could easily mar artifacts if one were not careful. In contrast, wooden tools, if wielded with care, pose far less risk of damaging ancient relics. As Zhang Qinghua pondered this, the beautiful manager returned, holding the wooden hammer. She presented it to Chen Mo, her eyes still filled with confusion. Accepting the hammer, Chen Mo smiled but offered no explanation. He first tested the weight of the hammer by lightly striking his palm several times, gauging the force. Subsequently, without uttering a single word, he reached for the short-necked vase, grasping it in one hand while wielding a hammer in the other. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he raised the hammer and struck down upon the vase. A collective intake of breath echoed among the spectators at the sight. Yet, in the next moment, silence enveloped the crowd once more. With a crisp crack, the anticipated spectacle of the vase shattering did not materialize. Only a fragile outer shell had been broken. As the rhythmic sound of Chen Mo's strikes continued, the thin layer began to fracture progressively. Soon, a completely new visage unfolded before the audience, starting from the mouth of the vase down to its body and base. It resembled a frozen surface, intricately entwined with golden threads and iron lines. Chen Mo meticulously cleared away the shattered remnants of the thin layer, gradually unveiling the true identity of the vase before the captivated eyes of the crowd. Upon witnessing the live broadcast, Zhang Qinghua in the control room sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that this counterfeit held such profound secrets, revealing itself as an exceedingly rare piece from the Song dynasty's official kiln. In the meantime, Chen Mo inverted the vase to discern the precise location of the so-called flaw within this so-called defective piece. At the base, only half of the inscription remained. The other half bore a rather inconspicuous tiny pit, which was the so-called imperfection. As Zhang Qinghua scrutinized the minute pit through the live feed, he felt a surge of frustration, nearly unable to contain his ire, initially suspecting it to be a result of Chen Mo's earlier strikes on the outer shell. However, upon closer examination, he confirmed that the pit was indeed original and not an artifact of mishandling. Thus, Zhang Qinghua could only let out a quiet sigh, lamenting its lack of completeness. As for Zhang Meifang and Ma Shichun, they stood in stunned silence, nearly at a loss for words. Both had handled the piece directly. Although it felt somewhat heavy at the time, the weight of porcelain can vary significantly. Some vases are crafted with thicker materials, naturally weighing more, while others are lighter due to less material. They had never imagined that the so-called modern craftsmanship was merely a facade. Gazing at the exquisite ice crack patterns, Zhang Meifang could ascertain with a single glance that this was undoubtedly a product of the pinnacle of porcelain artistry from the Song dynasty's official kiln. Regrettably, the small flaw at the base severely diminished its value. One must understand that a complete piece from the Song dynasty's official kiln, regardless of the auction venue, would be an absolute showstopper, starting at several million and easily soaring into 8 figures. However, for a flawed piece, Zhang Meifang began to recollect the instances of slightly imperfect Song dynasty official kiln pieces from past auctions. The preservation of complete Song dynasty official kiln pieces is exceedingly rare. Even in private circulation, most are held within the collections of various connoisseurs, passed down meticulously without ever being exposed to the public eye. However, instances of slightly flawed versions of Song dynasty official kilns come up for auction more frequently. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Meifang arrived at an approximate price, starting at $1 million. Indeed, not a single flawed piece was priced below $1 million. After calming her emotions for some time, Zhang Meifang inquired, "How much did you acquire this for?" 100 yuan, Chen Mo replied. Upon receiving the answer, Zhang Meifang fell silent once more. Yet again, it was a staggering profit from a fortunate find. In fact, it was far beyond that. Beside her, Ma Shichun gaped, utterly speechless, for he was at a loss for words. Or rather, all his utterances could be distilled into 2 words: incredible. 100 yuan for a Song dynasty official kiln piece. He was utterly astounded, completely bowled over. As a porcelain collector, he was profoundly aware of the intrinsic value of the Song dynasty official kilns. The northern Song official kilns were destroyed during the turmoil of the Jinkong incident, while the southern Song official kilns gradually faded away with the change of dynasties. Coupled with the wars and natural wear through the ages, every surviving piece could be counted on one's fingers. It is often said that porcelain diversified during the Ming and Qing dynasties, yet in reality, whether during the Yongle and Xuande periods of the Ming or the Yongzheng and Qianlong periods of the Qing, the official kilns issued specific orders to replicate the Song dynasty official kilns, clearly reflecting their admiration for the aesthetics of the Song dynasty. One can only imagine the esteemed position these pieces hold in today's collector circles. Ma Shichan gazed intently at the porcelain vase in Chen Mo's hands, his eyes filled with fervor, his mind fixated on a singular thought. He must acquire it at all costs. Chapter 24. Brothers, wish me success at this moment. It was precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. All participants suddenly received a notification text message issued by the official organizers. Simultaneously, the production team updated a statement across various internet platforms, including Weibo, Douyin, and forums, to enhance the competitive atmosphere among the contestants. The production team planned to augment the original prize amounts. The grand prize for the champion remained unchanged at 50 million. However, the second-place prize was increased from 10 million to 25 million, and the third-place prize was raised from 8 million to 12 million. Upon this announcement, the comment section erupted with excitement, filled with question marks. Enthusiastic onlookers were curious and puzzled as to why the production team had suddenly become so generous, directly increasing the competition's prize money. Strikingly, the first-place prize remained the same, while the second and third places, along with subsequent rankings, received increments. Yet, the production team offered no explanation. After the statement was released, they remained silent, their demeanor as aloof as a lion on the African savanna. Little did they know, this was precisely the result of a meeting held by Wang Xiao and his team the previous day, where they had tirelessly deliberated. Before number 99 accumulates 1 million, it is imperative to diminish his influence over the competition. Otherwise, the entire program cannot possibly continue. As for how to mitigate this influence, the consensus reached was to manipulate the already sensationalized grand prize. Reducing the first prize is the most effective approach, yet a direct cut would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from netizens. With no other recourse, the production team resolved to increase the prizes for other rankings. Originally, the first prize was 50 million, and the second was 10 million. Now the second prize is raised to 25 million, thereby narrowing the gap between the two. Consequently, the first prize's allure will also diminish. The contestants striving to earn their fortunes were naturally elated upon receiving the text message. After all, securing a good position meant an unexpected windfall of additional prize money. They couldn't help but rejoice. Notably, those working as waitstaff in hot pot restaurants, hoping to gather funds for their entrepreneurial ventures, wore even more genuine smiles while serving guests. As for contestant number 99, he completely disregarded the contents of the message. Not only was he unconcerned about the possibility of the prize money being increased, but he also found himself less invested in the initial 50 million reward. With his capabilities, earning money was merely a matter of time. In the production team's control room, Zhang Qinghua noticed Ma Shichan's expression through the live broadcast. As someone who has dealt with antiques for years, he immediately recognized that this was unmistakably the reaction of a collector encountering a coveted item. The earnest determination to acquire it was unmistakable. Zhang Qinghua felt a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, he too wished to add this slightly imperfect Song Dynasty official kiln piece to his collection. However, being absent from the scene left him helpless, unable to bid, let alone secure the piece. As expected, in the very next moment, the scene he dreaded unfolded. In the treasure pavilion, Ma Shichan leaned in closer, addressing Mr. Chen. I wonder if you would consider parting with it? If so, please feel free to name your price. Witnessing the sincerity in his tone and the barely contained eagerness radiating from him left Chen Mo somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, for the sake of the transaction, such a buyer is undoubtedly a boon. The more, the merrier. Naturally, Chen Mo nodded and replied, I am certainly willing to make an offer in accordance with market conditions. Please discuss directly with Manager Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meifeng was momentarily taken aback. It is important to note that in this transaction, with both parties present, they could negotiate independently, thus avoiding hefty fees associated with her role as an intermediary. Yet, Chen Mo's words clearly indicated his intention to entrust the authority of this transaction to her. This not only signifies trust, but also clearly indicates a desire to assist her in securing profits. Zhang Meifang felt a subtle stir in her heart, a strange warmth slightly brushing her cheeks. Ahem, if that is the case, then I shall take charge of the handover. At this moment, Ma Shurchen remained entirely focused on the short-necked vase, showing no interest in with whom he would be transferring. His sole desire was to swiftly acquire it. Observing this, Zhang Meifang summoned the pricing actuary to initiate the transaction. Meanwhile, within a limited edition Maybach, a man sitting in the back seat asked urgently, "How long until we reach Longmen Street?" "Mr. Su, it will take at least 3 more minutes," the driver replied. The inquirer was none other than Su Baolong, who had previously rewarded gifts in the live stream. He had been watching the broadcast from home, and upon witnessing Chen Mo seize the opportunity regarding the Song Dynasty official kiln, particularly the individual surnamed Ma, who appeared on screen. His familiarity with him ignited a sense of urgency. Su Baolong could no longer remain seated. Like Ma Shurchen, he yearned for it as well. He promptly called the driver, instructing him to expedite their journey to Longmen Street. If the Song Dynasty official kiln were in pristine condition, it would easily command prices in the tens of millions. Given his financial standing, while acquiring it was feasible, it would nonetheless impose a certain strain. After all, the company required liquidity, necessitating a substantial cash flow to sustain a sizable workforce. He could not recklessly withdraw all cash to indulge his personal interests. Yet, the piece before him was a version with minor imperfections. Its market value fell well within the budget he allocated for personal expenditures, making it entirely attainable. How could he possibly refrain from participating? Inside the Maybach, Su Baolong remained fixated on the live stream. Fortunately, he had departed early. The transaction in the store had yet to be finalized, as the pricing actuary had only just arrived and was still conducting market analysis. He still had a chance. In high spirits, Su Baolong observed the barrage of comments in the live chat. Many were sending gifts, but most were modest tokens, with the highest being a small sports car. He quickly accessed the recharge page and added 30,000. In the next moment, the live stream screen was inundated with gift effects. User 49, Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a carnival one. User 49, Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a carnival one. User Su Baolong's level increased to 50. User 50 Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a carnival one. User 50 Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a carnival one. Another 10 consecutive carnivals. Even his user level ascended due to this wave of gifts. Witnessing this scene, the chat exploded with comments. Wow, it's that big shot surnamed Su again. The carnival is flooding the screen. The boss is generous. Level 50 reached incredible. As the special effects concluded, an exceptionally conspicuous high-energy paid comment emerged from the flowing stream of messages, appearing prominently at the top of the live broadcast. User 59 Su Baolong proclaimed, "Brothers, wish me success." This comment left the audience in a state of confusion, uncertain of the significance behind the words of this individual surnamed Su. However, merely 2 minutes later, clarity dawned upon them. Chapter 25, 3,500,000. A luxurious Maybach, exuding an air of sophistication, came to a halt before the treasure pavilion. A well-dressed, middle-aged man alighted from the vehicle, striding purposefully towards the store. As this scene unfolded in the live stream, it instantly piqued the curiosity of the viewers. Wow, a limited edition worth 680. The car of my dreams. I admit, this vehicle is rather stylish. By the way, who is this person stepping out? He appears quite formidable. Does anyone from Lo City recognize him? Before long, a local from Lo City stepped forward to clarify. Isn't this the illustrious Su Baolong from earlier? He has business dealings with my company, yes, boss. I just met him 2 days ago. Goodness. He is indeed the Su Baolong who flooded the live chat with excitement earlier. Without the need for further explanation, the audience grasped the meaning behind the earlier high-energy comment. Su Baolong, it seemed, was intent on acquiring the slightly imperfect Song Dynasty official kiln piece. Upon entering the shop, Su Baolong immediately drew the attention of several patrons. Old Su, upon spotting a familiar face, Ma Shichen was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? But as soon as the words left his mouth, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "No way. You're not here to snatch my treasures, are you?" Su Baolong merely smiled, offering no response, his gaze fixated intently on the short-necked vase, silently conveying his purpose to all present. Witnessing this, Ma Shichen felt a chill run down his spine. He had known Su Baolong for many years, their relationship having evolved from mere business acquaintances to genuine friends, united by their shared passion for antique collecting. Ma Shichen understood all too well that Su Baolong possessed a discerning eye for antiques, far surpassing his own. The depth of his appreciation for fine artifacts was indisputable, although Ma Shichen was unclear about how Su Baolong had learned of the situation. The urgency with which he had arrived cast a shadow over the previously smooth transaction. He regretted wasting time, for he had failed to finalize the deal swiftly. In the presence of coveted treasures, old friendships held little weight. What once felt like camaraderie now resembled fierce rivalry. Should Su Baolong succeed in obtaining the piece, Ma Shichen could only imagine the torment of having to endure daily displays of ostentation, with Su Baolong parading the acquisition before him. No, this time, it was imperative to secure the item. If anyone was to boast, it would be Ma Shichen himself. He could not allow himself to be overshadowed. Contemplating the potential demeanor of Su Baolong in the future, Ma Shichen gritted his teeth, resolutely making up his mind. "Old Ma, how ungracious of you. After more than a decade of friendship, you fail to inform me of a prized possession at the earliest opportunity, intending to keep it to yourself, are you? Su Baolong thima o minu sili. You wish to notify me only to compete against you. Is that it?" Ma Shichen retorted without hesitation. He then firmly declared, "Let us set aside our years of friendship today and engage in fair competition, shall we?" As soon as he uttered these words, the audience in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Good heavens, these two actually know each other. I can't believe these two gentlemen share a bond spanning over 10 years. Judging by their exchange, it appears they both aspire to secure this exquisite bottle. Of course, it's a product of the Song Dynasty's official kiln. Will they end up as adversaries? Have you been reading too many novels? How could a friendship of over a decade sour so easily? Regardless of who prevails, one can be certain that the victor will undoubtedly flaunt their triumph before the other. Oh, this is intriguing. I am eager to see who will ultimately claim it. I cast my vote for Mr. Su. I also place my bet on Mr. Su. Well, I support Mr. Ma. As the live stream commenced voting, the price analyst, after examining the transaction prices of previous auctions, provided an estimated market value ranging between 2.5 million to 2.8 million. Instantly, the screen filled with question marks. No way, my friend. Given the earlier example of the Celadon vase, the audience had certain expectations regarding the value of the porcelain bottle before them. The Celadon vase, produced by Huangbao Kiln, though not first-rate, was exceptionally well-preserved, valued at 600,000. While the Song Dynasty official kiln piece was of a higher caliber, its imperfections would significantly influence its price. Most audience members speculated the price to be around several hundred thousand, with only a few daring to predict it could exceed 1 million. Yet, regardless of their conjectures, none could fathom its true worth, which soared to 2 to 3 million. However, both Ma and Su remained unfazed by the price announced by the analyst, evidently within their mental expectations. Ma Shichen promptly placed a bid, 2.9 million. 2.95 million. Su Baolong followed suit without a moment's hesitation. 3 million. 3. 1 million. 3. 15 million. 3. 2 million. Observing the rapid-fire bidding exchange, newcomers to the live stream were left bewildered. Is the unit of their bids in blocks? Indeed. But it seems you've neglected a word, the 10,000 before blocks. 3 million. 3. 5 million. Ma Shichen stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Su Baolong. Besides, you've always coveted that Qin Kangxi Dehua white porcelain poetry cup of mine. Haven to you? If you let me have this one, I shall gift you the poetry cup without charge. Upon hearing this, Su Baolong hesitated. While in the realm of appraisal, his discernment undoubtedly surpasses that of Ma Shurchen. However, when it comes to financial resources, he is indeed outmatched by this individual engaged in real estate development. A few years ago, during a fervent phase of collecting, he treated money with utter disregard, acquiring items in bulk, ultimately amassing a considerable collection of remarkable treasures. For instance, that exquisite Dehua poetic cup, if placed on the current market, would undoubtedly fetch no less than 800,000. Moreover, it would be exceedingly challenging to locate another piece in such pristine condition as the one he possesses. He has harbored a longing for it for quite some time. Su Baolong is acutely aware that since Ma is willing to part with such an item to bestow upon him, it signifies an undeniable determination to acquire the Song Dynasty official kiln piece at hand. Continuing to dispute this matter could easily transcend the bounds of friendly banter. Upon this realization, Su Baolong merely smirked and conceded, "Very well. Given your willingness to present that poetic cup, I shall refrain from contesting further. I do not require a gift. 800,000 is simply 800,000. Consider a purchase. However, I insist on having the short-necked vase for 3 months." Ma Shurchen promptly rejected this proposal. "That will not do. If you get to enjoy it first, what incentive do I have to buy it?" He raised a finger and declared, 1 month, and only after I have had my fill. As for the poetic cup, let us dispense with any talk of money. It must be a gift, or I shall not sell at all. What about 2 months? At most a month and a half. As their verbal sparring concluded, Ma Shurchen's expression underwent a swift transformation, his previous seriousness melting into a radiant smile akin to a blossoming chrysanthemum. The sudden shift left the audience in the live stream momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, the current owner of the short-necked vase, Chen Mo, sat leisurely sipping tea, appearing as a mere spectator throughout the exchange. With a beaming countenance, Ma Shurchen leaned in closer. "What do you think, Mr. Chen? Is 350,000 a suitable price? Naturally, I shall not neglect the intermediary's service fee, should you accept my proposed price. I will ensure that the fee is duly paid to Manager Zhang upon the completion of the transaction." In response, Chen Mo nodded. "That is acceptable." Much like before, once the price was agreed upon, the transaction proceeded smoothly, and in no time at all, both parties signed the specific transaction contract. As the substantial sum was transferred into Chen Mo's account, the live stream erupted in astonishment. The time was now 9:45 a.m., with just 15 minutes remaining until the hour of 10. In other words, less than 24 hours had elapsed since the program commenced yesterday. Chapter 26, Day 1 of the wealth ranking, Zhang Qinghua felt a twinge of envy. To speak candidly, he too could afford 350,000. This price may be slightly above the typical market value. However, the scarcity of such items in circulation renders them highly sought after by collectors, resulting in a situation of supply failing to meet demand. Thus, a slight premium is entirely customary. As a guest invited by the production team, he could only watch helplessly as items were purchased by others, deprived of even the chance to engage in bidding. With a sigh, Zhang Qinghua pulled back his slightly disordered thoughts, preparing to enlighten the audience about the intricacies of the Song Dynasty official kiln, clarifying that the price was indeed not inflated. However, at that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream had already exploded. They had completed the challenge in just 24 hours. A mistake upstairs. It was clearly not yet 24 hours. Regardless, it was simply astonishing. The esteemed number 99, Nyobwa E, was being venerated. From today onwards, I am a devoted fan. 666. Completing the challenge in a single day. Though I only had a 5 yuan lunchbox, I resolved to gift the esteemed 1 a 10 yuan pair of sunglasses. To be honest, this plot has truly captivated me. Watching the screen filled with the words "challenge completed," Zhang Qinghua, as the new guest, felt somewhat bewildered. He found himself at a loss regarding the meaning of the comments. Yet, whether he understood or not was evidently inconsequential. What mattered was that the barrage of comments was soon obscured by a flood of various gift effects. User 23, mop dipped in excrement, gifted a luxurious cruise to contestant number 99. User 46, Bambi in distress, presented a carnival to contestant number 99. User 37, steamed bun with water, bestowed a crowd-screaming effect upon contestant number 99. User 13, Happy Little Cabbage, gifted a popularity treasure chest to contestant number 99. An overwhelming array of high-end effects dazzled the newcomers who had just entered the live stream. What was going on? Was gifting such extravagant presents without spending money? They watched in astonishment as a carnival, rarely seen in other streams, unfolded in this one as if it were free. The newcomers were baffled, left in awe. It was only after reading the comments that Bing Bing, the host, suddenly realized that the concern she had yesterday about whether contestant 99 could earn $1 million in a short time had, astonishingly, already materialized, completing the challenge in a day. Who could have anticipated this scene before the show began? Moreover, the earnings were far beyond just $1 million. Before the show ended yesterday, they had already amassed $600,000. Today, in less than 2 hours of broadcasting, they had snatched up another $350,000, excluding taxes and hotel expenses. The pure profit had already surpassed $4 million. Compared to the $1 million mentioned in the production team's previous rules, this was a fourfold increase. Was this not a challenge completed? Reflecting on the grand prize of $50 million for the champion, Bing Bing found herself momentarily lost in thought once again. In other words, the man in the live stream, quietly sipping tea, had already amassed a fortune exceeding $50 million. Bing Bing instinctively calculated her income. Unlike the guests who were generously compensated by the production team, she was invited under the pretense of being on loan. The fees were not her concern, as they were directly settled with her home institution. The actual salary she received each month was merely the basic wage dispersed by her unit. After accounting for allowances and deductions for social insurance and housing fund, her net monthly income amounted to approximately 300 yuan, fluctuating no more than 50 yuan either way. Hence, without considering any side gigs or commercial performances, earning $50 million at her current salary level would take her roughly 502 years. Upon arriving at this startling conclusion, Bing Bing was left speechless. At that moment, the clock struck 10. A full day had passed since the competition commenced. According to the rules previously announced by the production team on their official website, they would unveil the contestants' wealth rankings at precisely 10 o'clock each day following the commencement of the competition. This allowed contestants to gauge the status of their rivals, a tactic employed by the production team to ignite competitive fervor among the participants. Consequently, in various live streaming rooms, the contestants, who had toiled throughout the day, seized any opportunity to check their phones. Whether it was slipping away to the restroom, taking advantage of a moment when the supervising leader was distracted, or simply being at a loss for work, they all simultaneously retrieved their devices, opened their message notifications, and braced themselves for updates from the production team. However, they waited for a full 2 to 3 minutes without any news. The contestants wondered if perhaps the production team had forgotten. Meanwhile, in the data department of the production office building, the staff responsible for announcing the ranking data were sweating profusely from anxiety. Behind him stood a row of impeccably dressed individuals, all embodying the essence of corporate elites. Moreover, the imposing figure at the center was none other than the head honcho of the entire building. The employee felt overwhelmed, questioning why such a high-ranking individual stood behind him. He was merely a grassroots worker earning a modest salary, and this situation was beyond his comprehension. He instinctively glanced at his immediate supervisor, who appeared just as bewildered. Their eyes darted between each other until they finally rested upon the overall leader, Wang Xiao. "Mr. Wang, should we still release the ranking data?" the supervisor queried, his voice trembling. Silence ensued. Just before the atmosphere became unbearably tense, Wang Xiao finally spoke, though his tone was noticeably heavy. "Go ahead." With those words, under the watchful gaze of many, the grassroots worker cautiously copied and pasted the prepared information. He then struck the keys on the keyboard, producing a resounding click as he sent the message. Just as the contestants were about to pocket their phones and resume their tasks, a notification chimed. The crisp sound of a text message notification echoed. The contestants swiftly retrieved their phones, glancing at the displayed content. Wealth Ranking Day 1, Chapter 27. How long would it take to earn $4 million with just 100? At the Marriott Hotel, Zhou Qianni had just concluded a group work meeting with his ordinary subordinates. He then strolled alone towards the smoking lounge. As someone with stringent self-expectations, he was not here to idle away his time. Like the other contestants, Zhou Tianyi merely sought to gauge the caliber of his competitors. Most importantly, he wished to leverage this ranking to discern the circumstances surrounding that contestant, who had ranked over 90, whom he encountered the previous night. On the very first evening of the show, the individual had nonchalantly splurged over 50,000 yuan to book a hotel. This was utterly outrageous. Zhou Tianyi had pondered the source of that 50,000 yuan for nearly an entire night, ultimately achieving little sleep. Was he handsome enough to be supported by a wealthy patron? Was he a specially assigned character by the production team? Had he, like Zhou Tianyi, won a lottery? Or perhaps that contestant was a twin. This was another possibility. Despite racking his brain, Zhou Tianyi could not conceive of any conventional method to amass such wealth in mere hours, transforming 100 yuan into tens of thousands. He took a deep drag of a cigarette and exhaled forcefully. This pack of cigarettes represented his sole personal expenditure to date. Beyond that, every other expense was entirely devoted to the competition. With one hand holding the cigarette and the other retrieving his phone, Zhou Tianyi paused briefly upon seeing Wealth Ranking Day 1 before reaching out to open it. In the next moment, a tabulated list unfurled before his eyes. The list was extensive and presented in ascending order, so at first glance, Zhou Tianyi found himself observing the lower ranks. To view the higher rankings, he needed to scroll upwards. He focused intently on the list's details. 99th place, contestant 72, current wealth, 17 yuan, 98th place. Contestant 33. Current wealth, 21 yuan, 97th place. Contestant 91. Current wealth, 32 yuan. The contestants at the bottom of the ranking were likely individuals who had yet to secure employment. The initial 100 yuan provided by the production team was probably exhausted on basic necessities. Zhou Tianyi regarded these individuals with disdain. They were hardly worthy competitors. He continued to scroll upward. 37th place, 103 yuan, 36th place, 114 yuan. It was not until he reached the 47th place that he encountered contestants with wealth exceeding 100 yuan, indicating that those ranked higher had begun to generate income rather than merely relying on their initial capital. Before long, Zhou Tianyi discovered his own rank. 21st place, contestant 64, current wealth, 174 yuan. As for his position, Zhou Tianyi felt little concern. He was well aware that the competitors ranked above him had most likely received salary advances from their employers after securing jobs for a considerable period to come. Aside from a reduction, there would likely be no significant changes. However, he was different. Residing and dining exclusively in the hotel, he had no additional expenses. Moreover, during the pre-employment discussions yesterday, it was agreed that his salary would be settled on a weekly basis. Once he received his first paycheck, that would mark the onset of his explosive potential. Zhou Tianyi continued to scroll upward, eager to discover if there were any exceptional cases, particularly those whose earnings exceeded the usual 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Any amount surpassing this threshold could no longer simply be attributed to salary advances. As he ascended the list, he soon reached the top 3 positions. The third-ranked contestant, number 8, had a current wealth valuation of 3,038 yuan, quite ordinary. The second, contestant number 54, boasted a wealth of 4,022 yuan, also normal. Upon seeing the amounts behind the second and third places, Zhou Tianyi finally felt reassured. Such figures in the realm of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, along with a few extra coins, appeared entirely typical. The 3,000 and 4,000 were undoubtedly advances, while the remaining few coins were leftovers from the 100 yuan initiation fund provided by the production team. It seemed that not many participants in this competition were particularly formidable. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Tianyi took another drag from his cigarette and scrolled back to the top of the list. The data for the first place contestant materialized before his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, with a flick of his cigarette butt, he dropped it to the ground, stunned into silence. His pupils constricted sharply, and his mouth gaped open in sheer disbelief, utterly frozen in astonishment. How could this be possible? First place, contestant number 99, had a current wealth valuation of 3,942,000 yuan. Zhou Tiany's initial reaction was one of disbelief. He thought he must be imagining things. Hastily, he removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, taking a moment to regain his composure before looking again. Unfortunately, the figures remained unchanged, cold, and disheartening. Zhou Tiany found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. He simply could not comprehend it. How could one transform 100 yuan into 4 million in just one day, even if one claimed to have purchased multiple lottery tickets and won the grand prize? It was simply implausible. The lottery results were announced the following evening at 9:15 p.m., and it was still morning. The draw had not even occurred yet. Even if one truly did win, there was no way to immediately collect the prize. It would require several working days for processing. This young commercial elite was genuinely beginning to question his life choices. In truth, he was not alone in his existential doubts. Nearly all the competitors who glimpsed the leaderboard were equally bewildered. Had those figures indeed been inflated by an additional 3 zeros? Some contestants even resorted to violating competition rules to directly contact the production team, inquiring about the circumstances at hand. Unfortunately, the response received was rather harsh. The production team stated, "You are not mistaken. Contestant number 99 indeed earned nearly 4 million yuan through legitimate means within a single day." The contestants were taken aback. Just an hour prior, they had been exhilarated by the increase in prize money, only to be informed an hour later that someone had already completed the challenge. This was no longer a competition. While others amassed 4 million, they were still here, serving plates and engaging in trivialities. Meanwhile, on Weibo, an article titled, "How long does it take to earn 4 million with 100 yuan?" A young man answers with action. Less than a day began to gain traction rapidly. Within mere minutes of its release, it surged into the top 100 of trending topics. Its specific ranking continued to ascend at an astonishing pace. Chapter 28, Teacher number 99, please begin your class. I'm all ears. Although the previous video had swiftly climbed to the historical rankings of video views overnight, Zhu Xiaokong remained grounded. He understood that the video's success was largely independent of his efforts, attributing it instead to the completeness and promptness of the content he uploaded. Consequently, during the live broadcast that morning, Zhu Xiaokong adopted a combative stance, simultaneously watching the live stream while recording and editing. On Chen Mo's side, the deal had just been completed and he had nearly finished editing the video, promptly uploading it in the background. Meanwhile, the article on Weibo continued to soar in popularity, its momentum visibly increasing. In the comment section, a concerned netizen pinned Zhu Xiaokong's profile and a direct link to his freshly edited video. Thus, these two prominent platforms, one textual and the other visual, began to intriguingly drive traffic to one another. After Zhu Xiaokong uploaded the video, he closely monitored the backend data, soon finding himself astonished once more. The growth rate of video views, likes, favorites, shares, comments, and even fan conversion metrics was astonishingly faster than that of the previous video. Comments in the section proliferated. "I just came over from Weibo. At first, I thought that article was a hoax." "Me too. After watching this video, all I can say is 4 words. Absolutely incredible. I admit that contestant number 99 is slightly more adept at making money than I am." "Slightly? Well, fine. I concede that he is significantly more skilled. Enough of that. Where is this program being broadcast? I want to watch. Count me in. Whether I can learn the art of making money is secondary. I'm purely here to admire the handsome visage of contestant number 99. Bite. Many live streaming platforms offer a glimpse into the world of the tiger shark. Speaking of which, I wonder if the individuals upstairs have been oblivious to the online happenings lately. With the promotional efforts of the production team, when $100 earned ascended to the pinnacle of trending searches, a multitude of perplexed onlookers, driven by curiosity, began to delve into the specifics. Concurrently, various online media outlets, an array of marketing accounts, and even some regional official accounts commenced to share the news in unison. It was evident that this article had gone viral. As the protagonist of the tale, Chen Mo continued to sip tea at Zhang Meifang's establishment. Following the conclusion of a transaction, Ma Shichen and Su Baolong did not take their leave immediately. After this encounter, both were acutely aware of the situation. In contrast to the diminutive vase, the young man before them, who had just earned over 300,000 yet remained unfazed while calmly enjoying his tea, represented the most significant gain from their venture. Su Baolong, in particular, had been thoroughly impressed. He had witnessed every maneuver of Chen Mo since the show's inception and had become utterly captivated. Initially, he prided himself on being an expert in the antique scene of Luocheng, but in comparison to Chen Mo, his discerning eye paled in significance. As for Ma Shichen, he was indeed adept in business. Yet in the realm of antiques and collectibles, he found himself in awe of someone whom even Su Baolong respected. It was for this reason that both men sought to forge a genuine acquaintance with Chen Mo, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. After finishing their tea, Chen Mo took a brief respite before preparing to depart. As a law-abiding citizen, he intended to settle his taxes first to avoid any online scrutiny. Upon seeing Chen Mo rise, Ma Shichen promptly inquired, "Mr. Chen, where are you headed?" To which Chen Mo replied, "I'm going to the tax office to pay my taxes." Ma Shichen was momentarily taken aback. As a businessman, his initial thought after acquiring wealth was naturally how to spend it. Even if he had to pay taxes, he would certainly look for ways to minimize the burden legally before settling the amount. This notion of prioritizing tax payment after earning was something he had never encountered before. However, Ma Shichen quickly regained his composure and remarked, paying taxes is commendable. Mr. Chen is indeed a law-abiding citizen." After this round of compliments, he shifted the conversation. "In that case, let us take my car. It's not far, just a couple of 100 meters to the parking lot, quite convenient." Before Chen Mo could respond, Su Baolong interjected, "Come on, old Ma, your car is parked so far away. How is that convenient?" He smugly pointed towards the entrance, adding, "My car is right at the door. Let us take mine." Ma Shichen was rendered speechless by this competitive spirit. Faced with such warm invitations, Chen Mo found no reason to decline. With someone offering a ride, it saved him the trouble of hailing a taxi. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to set off, Ma Shichen, with his beer belly protruding, playfully approached, followed by Zhang Meifang, who had entrusted the shop to her staff, and joined them. Faced with this scene, Su Baolong was rendered speechless. Ultimately, he had no choice but to send the driver away, taking the wheel himself. He allowed Ma Shichen to occupy the front passenger seat, while Chen Mo and Zhang Meifang settled in the back. The audience was utterly bewildered. It was merely a trip to the tax bureau for tax payment. Yet two magnates, whose fortunes began in the 9 or even 10 digits, were vying to escort each other. Not only did Su serve as the driver, but he was also accompanied by a beautiful, wealthy woman. This spectacle, this treatment, was nothing short of invincible. A torrent of comments flooded the screen. "Envy. I am the embodiment of jealousy, utterly sour. Truly deserving of the title of the illustrious number 99. I shall refer to you as divine. My esteemed teacher number 99. Please commence your lecture. I will kneel and listen. Publishing a book is also acceptable. I would undoubtedly empty the bookstore." Amidst the sarcastic remarks in the comments, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the tax bureau. At that moment, a leader from the bureau happened to be in the lobby, preparing to exit. Upon recognizing the arrivals, he forcibly halted his advance, altering his course to approach the group, a broad smile adorning his face. "Oh, Mr. Ma, Mr. Su, what brings you both here? Is there something that our company staff cannot handle, requiring your personal involvement?" Wang Fuchuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering two major taxpayers from Luocheng in this location, particularly Ma Shichen, whose ability to conduct real estate business with such stability undoubtedly indicated a background of unfathomable depth. It was needless to say that even a deputy director would greet him with a smile, let alone a deputy bureau chief. Ma Shichen responded, "It's Director Wang. I am here to assist my friend with some business." Upon hearing this, Wang Fuchuan's heart sank in surprise. To be referred to as a friend by Ma Shichen, and even to be personally accompanied, left no room for doubt that the background was equally formidable. As someone who had navigated the bureaucratic landscape for many years and was well-versed in the art of social interactions, Wang Fuchuan possessed a keen ability to read people. He recognized both Ma Shichen and Su Baolong, while the remarkable woman behind them, positioned slightly further back, was clearly also an accompanying figure. Therefore, the so-called friend, if his assumptions were correct, Must be the young man standing at the center of the group. Wang Fuchuan composed himself. Since he is a friend of Mr. Ma and Mr. Su, he is naturally also a friend of mine, Wang Fuchuan. You're here for business, I presume? Please, right this way. Let's discuss matters in my office upstairs. Chapter 29. Transform into a solo show for number 99. They say banks offer preferential treatment, but lo and behold, the tax bureau does as well. One eye-opening experience. To be honest, if you were required to pay nearly $700,000 in taxes, would you accept such treatment? I certainly would not. I could work for an entire year without eating or drinking and only earn $70,000. To accumulate $700,000, I would need to toil for 10 years. If the upstairs is impressive, I would need to labor for 15 years. For 20 years. Meanwhile, the audience continued to jest as Chen Mo and his companions departed the tax bureau. From this morning until now, he has twice seized opportunities, amassing a total of 18 million. Based on a capital gains tax of 20, he has paid over 690,000, nearly reaching 700,000. To put it into perspective, this tax amount, given the housing prices in Los Angeles, could easily suffice for the full purchase of a house. At this moment, Chen Mo's post-tax net worth has reached 24 million. The group returned to Longmen Street. Upon learning that Chen Mo intended to continue his venture in seizing opportunities, the three, including Zhang Meifang, showed no inclination to depart. They were eager to remain on-site and witness firsthand Chen Mo's operations. Unlike before, Chen Mo now had over 3 million in cash at his disposal, allowing him to broaden his focus beyond merely low-priced antiques. He could also consider items priced in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Mo exuded a relaxed demeanor as he surveyed each stall. He inquired about items that piqued his interest and bypassed those that did not, moving on to the next vendor. Following closely behind him were three companions adorned in luxurious attire, resembling devoted shadows, their expressions intensely serious. Particularly, Su Baolong, a collector with profound knowledge of antiques, quickly discerned a pattern as they perused the stalls. Ordinary items garnered only a brief inspection from Chen Mo, typically lasting no more than 10 seconds. These were often either replicas or inherently worthless. However, those that captured his attention for over half a minute, or those he personally handled, indicated that the item held some significance. Whether or not it could be classified as a find was secondary. At the very least, it was not a completely worthless counterfeit. For Su Baolong, isolating an item and determining its authenticity and value was manageable given his expertise. Yet, when faced with a myriad of objects to choose from, the challenge intensified, easily leading to visual fatigue. The speed and precision exhibited by Chen Mo left Su Baolong in a state of astonishment. The group continued their exploration until mealtime, spending over an hour browsing. Chen Mo made two purchases, one for 600 and the other for 3,000. Upon returning to the Jijioj store, he had the pricing analyst evaluate the market conditions, ultimately determining the market values of the two items. The first was valued at 13,000, while the latter was worth 25,000. It can be said that he effortlessly netted over 30,000. Although this sum was not substantial given their current wealth, the fact that he turned an investment of just over 3,000 into a profit exceeding 30,000, yielding over tenfold returns, undoubtedly marked two exceptionally successful finds. The entire experience invigorated Ma and Su, two business magnates with fortunes exceeding 9 figures. This one belongs to you, and the other one is mine. Let us each have one, and refrain from encroaching upon the others. What do you think? Agreed. In the presence of Zhang Meifang, Ma and Su reached a gentleman's agreement. One for each, and they promptly made their choice. Simultaneously, the sumptuous feast that Ma Shiqin had previously arranged with his subordinate from a high-end private kitchen in Luocheng was just being delivered. The group indulged in the delightful spread. Observing the live stream, a multitude of viewers found tears streaming down their cheeks. Which takeout service is this? It looks exquisite. I wish to order some as well. Indeed, it appears far superior to those ordinary takeout places. Does anyone know the name of this establishment? Fellas, don't get your hopes up. This is a high-end private kitchen. I was taken there by a friend once, and the average cost per person starts at $3,000. Aside from a few select dishes, the prices on the menu are rarely below 4 digits. This establishment caters to a clientele that is anything but ordinary. They primarily serve company owners for upscale business banquets. If I recall, they don't offer delivery services. $3,000 per person? That is a meal that would consume several months of my salary. Goodness. This is what we call financial prowess. I'm out here competing with you wealthy folks. Suddenly, I feel that Huang Min chicken rice is the true delicacy of the mortal realm. In the afternoon, as the weather turned a bit warm, Chen Mo decided against continuing his hunt for bargains after the meal. Instead, he chose to relax inside the Jubiode shop, enjoying tea and conversing with Zhang, Ma, and Su, all of whom seemed utterly at ease, devoid of any tension associated with the competition. The atmosphere was remarkably light and harmonious. However, in stark contrast, within the office building rented by the production team, the atmosphere remained profoundly grave. Wang Xiao observed the backstage data in silence, remaining utterly mute. Since the morning announcement, followed by the rise of contestant number 99 to the top of Weibo's trending list, the situation had escalated beyond their control. Online discourse had spiraled into a frenzy. Their announcement to increase the prizes for other contestants was initially aimed at mitigating the impact of contestant 99 claiming the championship prematurely, with the hope of preserving the competitive spirit of the event. Regrettably, that trending article shattered their intentions mercilessly. To illustrate a simple example, prior to the program's premiere, Wang Xiao and his team had engaged various data analysts to forecast the statistics for the show. Among the 99 contestants, they anticipated a stable audience of 170,000 genuine viewers during the day and 250,000 in the evening. Achieving such numbers would signify great success. Yet, the live stream for contestant 99 alone had already surpassed 160,000 viewers, while the combined total for the other 98 contestants barely reached 40,000. Merely examining the data, the daytime audience of close to 200,000 actual viewers exceeded their predictions. But is this still considered a reality show? If this trend continues, it might as well become a solo show for contestant 99. The comment section on the production team's official website was continuously refreshing with new messages. Since number 99 has already secured the championship, why has the prize money not yet been awarded to him? What justifies the increase in prize money for other positions while the reward for the first place remains stagnant? Is there a bias against the champion? With the victor already determined, is there any necessity for the competition to continue? Wang Xiao sat in the office, observing the fiery comments from netizens on the message board, utterly a loss for words. Chapter 30 Excavation Time. 3 days ago, only around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, when the temperature had cooled slightly, did Chen Mo once again embark on his journey in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast. At this moment, Longmen Street was bustling with activity, the crowd density having more than doubled compared to the previous day. It was evident that many local spectators from Luocheng, having witnessed Chen Mo's rapid fortune, were eager to try their luck as well. Greetings, esteemed number 99. I am your avid fan. May I take a photo with you? I wish to share it on social media. Having walked scarcely 20 meters, Chen Mo encountered several audience members who approached him to say hello. He reciprocated their greetings. Unfortunately, these fans were mindful that the live stream was ongoing, so their interactions did not consume too much time. As in the morning, this expedition was similarly comprised of 4 members. Ma, Su, and Zhang followed closely behind him, serving as his entourage. Chen Mo's gaze shifted ahead. If one were to perceive the entirety of Longmen Street as a gaming dungeon, he had already cleared approximately 2/3 of it, leaving only 1/3 of the territory unexplored. Thus, the objective of this outing was to illuminate the remaining areas completely. 75, 130, 40, 115. Chen Mo approached a stall selling calligraphy and paintings. After surveying the area for about 10 seconds, prices began to manifest clearly in his sight. It was evident that this location was rife with forgeries. Not a single authentic piece was to be found. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. Beside him, Su Baolong was taken aback. Brother Chun, you finished looking already? Unlike porcelain, Discerning the authenticity of calligraphy and paintings posed a significantly greater challenge. After all, the identification of genuine porcelain follows a relatively established process concerning its clay, glaze, and craftsmanship. In contrast, the diverse styles of different artists in the realm of calligraphy and paintings introduce a far greater degree of subjectivity, thus heightening the difficulty of authentication. Consequently, the speed at which Chen Mo displayed his discernment astonished Su Baolong. Indeed, they are all glaringly fake pieces, Chen Mo replied softly, his pace unwavering as he moved toward the next stall. Hearing Chen Mo's tone of unwavering certainty, Su Baolong refrained from further comment. Human attention is inherently limited, much like the experts within the antique realm, who often specialize in a singular field. In the classification of porcelain, Su Baolong understood that Chen Mo far surpassed him. However, when it came to the new domain of calligraphy and paintings, the verdict remained uncertain. Su Baolong did not continue to follow, but instead quietly approached the stall, scrutinizing the so-called worthless artifacts described by Chen Mo. To his astonishment, as he observed each piece, he realized that Chen Mo had indeed spoken the truth. The stall was filled with nothing but forgeries, with not a single valuable item in sight. Reflecting on the fact that the vendor had only taken a few minutes to assess the items, while he had spent nearly 20 minutes discerning their authenticity, Su Baolong felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding his own discernment skills. However, this only deepened the enigma surrounding Chen Mo's expertise in the realm of art. Are you going to buy anything or not? The vendor, growing impatient as he watched the customers merely gaze without inquiring about prices, expressed his frustration. These worthless trinkets are hardly worth purchasing. After uttering this, Su Baolong turned and briskly walked in the direction of Chen Mo and his companions. Meanwhile, Chen Mo lingered at another stall for quite some time. This particular vendor specialized in porcelain, displaying an array of porcelain bowls, plates, jars, and vases of various sizes, over a dozen pieces in total. The vendor, a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, resembled a farmer who had just returned from the fields. This type of hat, though heavy, offered ample shade for the head, face, neck, and shoulders, making it an excellent choice for farmers working in the sun. With his hat obscuring most of his features, only his chin was visible, leaving Chen Mo unable to discern the man's appearance. Such attire was not uncommon in this antique street. However, Chen Mo keenly sensed an oddity about this particular vendor. Clad in outdoor workwear, the fabric appeared to be both waterproof and durable, suggesting a high quality not typically associated with farmers. Such workwear is generally not inexpensive and is usually purchased by individuals engaged in outdoor activities. The incongruity of a farmer wearing such attire, especially in the sweltering heat, sparked a hint of curiosity within Chen Mo, though he chose not to reveal his thoughts. Instead, he leaned closer to the stall, meticulously examining the displayed porcelain items. The bowls, vases, and jars were practical objects meant for daily use, characterized by their simple shapes and smooth lines. The glaze was a muted duck egg blue, somewhat translucent with a lackluster sheen. Judging by the patterns and the overall form, these pieces appear to be products of a Qing dynasty folk kiln. Donning gloves, Chen Mo began his inspection. A few pieces bore the inscription of the Qianlong reign at their bases, though their conditions were average, with each exhibiting varying degrees of wear and tear, categorizing them as merely ordinary items. As Chen Mo contemplated the market values that materialized in his mind, each reaching 4 figures, he felt reassured in his evaluation. These artifacts were certainly not mere modern reproductions churned out last week. Indeed, these relics have been passed down since the Qing dynasty. However, being mere folk kiln pieces of average quality, they are typically valued at a few thousand yuan, rather than reaching exorbitant prices in the tens of thousands. Chen Mo feigned ignorance as a novice and inquired, "Boss, from which dynasty do these items originate? Are they genuine antiques?" The vendor, without lifting his gaze, replied, "They are from the Qing dynasty." Chen Mo pressed on, "Are they all from the Qing dynasty? Is that truly the case? You're not simply trying to deceive me, are you?" The vendor responded, and Chen Mo continued, "If you assert they are from the Qing dynasty, then how much do you sell them for? What are the price ranges?" The vendor stated, just follow the market price. Chen Mo casually pointed to the item priced at 2150, asking, how much for this one? The vendor glanced briefly, 2,000. And this one? 1,200. What about this piece? 3,005. After pondering, Chen Mo inquired, what if I were to buy them all together? The vendor's voice was low, with barely any hesitation. Then I can offer you a further discount of 2,000 off those prices. Taken aback by the vendor's straightforwardness, Chen Mo noted that nearly every piece was priced 1 or 200 yuan below the market rate. Furthermore, if he purchased everything, an additional 2,000 discount awaited. This was an opportunity to profit from the moment of purchase, simply reselling to an antique shop or another porcelain vendor. He could easily make a profit of at least 1,000 or 800 yuan. Chen Montag was astonished. He gazed again at the items displayed, and as his focus lingered for over 29 seconds, a stream of more detailed information materialized before his eyes. Name: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Civilian Blue and White Bowl category. Porcelain quality. Average manufacture date: 1766. Time of discovery: 3 days ago. Market value: 1320. The initial lines of information seemed normal, but upon realizing the time of discovery, Chen Mo was taken aback. What? Just unearthed 3 days ago. Does that mean it was freshly excavated from a tomb? A no-risk transaction. No wonder the prices were so honest. If he could make a timely sale, any profit would be welcome. Chapter 31. Hidden value. 500,000 just unearthed 3 days ago. Given such a short time frame, it was improbable that the items had changed hands multiple times. There was a high likelihood that they had just been excavated and brought to market immediately. If he was not mistaken, the vendor before him was likely one of the participants in this operation, or at the very least, connected to the distribution of the excavated goods. In other words, he was a member of a tomb raiding gang. According to the laws of Longhua, this constituted a blatant crime, an offense against cultural relics that warranted severe legal repercussions. With this realization, all of Chen Mo's previous doubts were suddenly clarified. The vendor's expensive outdoor work attire indicated that he frequently worked outdoors and required durable clothing. The wide-brimmed straw hat suggested an intention to conceal his identity, protecting him from being recognized. His frank pricing was likely a strategy to expedite sales and mitigate risks. Contemplating this, Chen Mo's expression remained composed, yet his mind was alert. He had just discovered a suspected member of a tomb raiding gang. Should he report it? He felt a sense of urgency. To validate his suspicions, Chen Mo maintained his demeanor and scanned the various porcelain items on the stall, one by one. Excavation date: 3 days ago. Excavation date: 3 days ago. Excavation date: 3 days ago. The excavation dates were identical, indicating a batch of items. At this juncture, Chen Mo found himself hesitating on whether to alert the authorities. After all, this was undeniably illegal. However, the dilemma lay in the nature of such artifacts. Those in the know understood the nuances. If a thorough investigation were to ensue, how many genuine heirlooms could be found on this very street? Moreover, given that he was also engaged in the business of antique collecting deep down, he was reluctant to report the incident. Nevertheless, one thing was clear to him. Groups like this, which linger on the fringes of society, rarely have clean hands. They are often involved in other illicit activities, even aside from tomb raiding. For ordinary individuals, the best course of action is to distance themselves as much as possible and avoid excessive contact. In summary, as for the gang before him, one might say their luck had simply run out, encountering him while he was engaged in a live broadcast. With this thought, Chen Mo resolved not to report the incident. But he could not control the unfolding developments. Whatever happened next was left to fate. He continued to observe. Next, a jar with a narrow neck and a wide base captured his attention once more. Name: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Civilian Blue and White Jar. Category: Porcelain. Quality: Average. Manufacturing year: 1766. Excavation date: 3 days ago. Market value: 2350 yuan. Hidden value: 500,000 yuan. Chen Mo was taken aback. An average quality Qing Dynasty civilian jar had a market value of over 2,000, which was accurate. But why was there suddenly a hidden value attached? Exactly 500,000. This left Chen Mo truly perplexed. To clarify his doubts, he suppressed his curiosity, pointed to the jar, and inquired, "Boss, how much did you say this one costs?" The stall owner glanced over and replied, 2003. "How about a discount? The lowest I can go is 2002. If you buy everything on my stall, I can give you a better deal, but for just this piece." Hearing this, Chen Mo conceded, "All right then, 2002 it is." He took out his phone and asked, "What is your payment code? How do I scan it?" To his surprise, the stall owner pulled an old mobile phone from his pocket and said, "Cash, please. I'm too old to use a smartphone." This scenario was anticipated by Chen Mo. He turned to Zhang Meifang, who stood behind him, and said, "Manager Zhang, could you please fetch some cash for me? I don't have any on me." Zhang Meifang looked on, her face filled with confusion. In realms beyond mere comparison, porcelain stands as her family's cherished domain, and she possesses a discerning eye for such commonplace wares. This time, she's assuredly not mistaken. It is unmistakably a piece of ordinary Qing dynasty civilian porcelain. Acquiring such an item for over 2,000 yuan may not lead to a substantial loss, but one cannot expect to reap considerable gains either. A mere transaction might yield a modest profit of 1 or 200 yuan, which, while meager, could still justify the efforts of an average office worker. However, Chen Mo is acutely aware that Zhang Meifang has previously enjoyed profits that soared into the dozens or even hundreds of times. Is this trifling some truly worthy of his personal involvement? Though her mind was clouded with questions, Zhang Meifang complied with Chen Mo's suggestion and returned to the shop to retrieve cash. In a mere 2 minutes, covering a distance of roughly several dozen meters, she hurried back with the money in hand. Chen Mo accepted the 2,200 yuan, handing it to the vendor, thus completing the transaction. Embracing the exquisite ewer, he made his way toward the gathering treasure pavilion. Upon returning to the shop, he placed the ewer upon the table for a thorough examination. Meanwhile, Zhang Meifang and Ma Su both regarded it with utmost seriousness. The trio unanimously concurred that this was indeed a piece of the most mundane Qing dynasty folk art. Yet, they exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence. Given Chen Mo's prior fortunate finds, uncertainty loomed over whether this instance might also conceal hidden significance. Wearing gloves, Zhang Meifang lifted the ewer, first gauging its weight, then scrutinizing the thickness of the body from the spout. Everything appeared quite normal, effectively ruling out the possibility of a hidden treasure within. But what, then, was its unique quality? Not just Zhang Meifang, but Ma Shichen and Su Baolong shared her growing perplexity, their brows furrowing in deep contemplation. They even began to question their own knowledge of porcelain. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Meifang turned to Chen Mo, finally voicing her concern. "Are we certain this is a genuine find?" Yet, Chen Mo himself was equally puzzled. After much contemplation, he too had failed to discern the element that could justify a valuation of 500,000 yuan. In response to Zhang Meifang's inquiry, he merely disclosed the information he possessed. This ewer was unearthed 3 days ago. The trio paused in astonishment at this revelation. The excavation date, 3 days prior, implied a profound implication. Instantly, they grasped the underlying meaning embedded within Chen Mo's words. Zhang Meifang instinctively gazed out the window toward Longmen Street, peering through the throngs of passers-by to a vendor seated several dozen meters away, his wide-brimmed straw hat shielding him from the sun. After confirming that he had yet to depart, she softly affirmed, "So, this vendor is a treasure hunter?" Chen Mo, following her gaze, responded, "That is merely my conjecture. However, it is indisputable that everything on his stall, including this ewer, was unearthed just 3 days ago." Upon the utterance of these words, the live stream, bustling with millions of viewers, erupted into a fervor. Chapter 32. The toilet paper bundle? It truly conceals something. Goodness, just unearthed? That iron was excavated from a tomb. What does excavation mean? Haven't you ever read the Grave Robbers Chronicles? Excavation refers to tomb raiding. Terms like touching gold, finding hills, supporting pots, and digging old pits all convey the same notion. I recall that this activity is illegal, isn't it? Indeed. How outrageous. So, that vendor is a criminal, then? Please be cautious with your words. It should be referred to as a suspected criminal. Did you not see that person number 99 stated it was merely a conjecture? In such a case, what would the sentence be? I am unsure. Perhaps we should inquire with Professor Zhang. Yes, let us directly ask Professor Zhang. Guest of the program. Professor Zhang Qinghua, you have previously been part of the National Archaeological Team, correct? Could you enlighten us on whether what person number 99 said is accurate? Is this indeed tomb raiding? If so, would that vendor be apprehended? For how long would they be sentenced? Professor Zhang Qinghua remained engrossed in the live stream, watching intently. Upon hearing the host Bing Bing's prompt, he finally directed his attention to the enlarged comments on the screen. Once he discerned the nature of the questions, Zhang Qinghua realized that the audience's focus was entirely misplaced. Whether it is tomb raiding or the length of the sentence, does that truly matter? The pivotal point is how the specific excavation date of 3 days was determined. While watching the live broadcast, Zhang had listened closely. Person number 99 spoke with utmost conviction, indicating that they surely had some basis for their assertions. Yet, Zhang Qinghua had been pondering since then and could not fathom the basis upon which the individual could ascertain such a precise excavation date. Contemplating this dilemma, Zhang Qinghua reflected. As a member of the National Archaeological Team, he was undoubtedly an authority on determining the excavation dates of artifacts. It is well known that methods such as carbon-14 dating and thermoluminescence can only provide an accuracy range of approximately 10 to 20 years, making precise dating unattainable. In fact, with advancements in technology, numerous new techniques have been developed in modern laboratories. To Zhang Qinghua's knowledge, there are now methods capable of achieving accuracy down to specific years. However, pinpointing a date to the day remains an unattainable dream. Furrowing his brows, Zhang Qinghua suddenly conceived a plausible explanation. The environment within the tomb is entirely sealed. When antiques or artifacts are removed from such a confined space and exposed to the outside world, they may develop a very fine layer of dust or oxidation on their surface due to the rapid exposure to air. This oxidation layer does not last long, is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and can only be discerned through tactile sensation. With this realization, Zhang Qinghua finally comprehended the basis of person number 99's judgment and felt his admiration for them grow. Ordinary individuals, even those pursuing degrees in archaeology, whether at the undergraduate, master's, or even doctoral level, would likely remain oblivious to the existence of such layers of dust oxidation if they have not ventured into tombs on multiple occasions. Ahem. It is only now that Zhang Qinghua has begun to respond to the inquiries of the audience in a live stream. Inside the Jiubao Pavilion, Zhang Meifeng observed Chen Mo as he continued to examine the mouthless pot, assuming he was merely verifying the date of its excavation, thus paying little attention to him. Initially, she had thought that Chen Mo had uncovered a hidden gem. After scrutinizing it for an extended period without discerning any flaws, she began to question her own discerning capabilities. However, upon realizing that Chen Mo was not, in fact, capitalizing on an oversight, she felt a sense of relief. It was a comfort to know that her judgment had not failed her. At this moment, her focus shifted entirely to a vendor situated several meters outside the window. Should they report this to the authorities? As for the decision to alert the police, both Ma Shichen and Su Baolong were indifferent. As businessmen, while the vendor might indeed be linked to a tomb raiding syndicate, the truth remained that such connections would not directly affect their own interests. Hence, whether or not to involve law enforcement ultimately hinged upon Chen Mo's preference. The group redirected their attention back to him. Yet, Chen Mo remained undeterred by their concerns, continuing to scrutinize the mouthless pot. Why was it that all the other ceramics at the stall bore ordinary prices, while this particular pot held a concealed value of up to 500,000? What rendered it so special? Regrettably, despite his thorough examination, he could not ascertain the precise reason. Activating the flashlight function on his phone, he peered into the pot from above, discovering it to be utterly empty. Perhaps its worth did not lie within the pot itself? Chen Mo pondered. Just as he contemplated shifting his line of inquiry, he suddenly noticed a visual blind spot on the pot. It was at the junction between the pot's body and spout. Due to the spout's upward curve, it had created a blind spot during his earlier illumination. obscuring the area where the spout connected to the body. With this realization, Chen Mo promptly extended his hand, intending to reach inside the pot to feel that connection, hoping to uncover anything concealed within. Alas, the mouth of the pot was somewhat narrow, and his wrist was too thick to fit. He quickly glanced at Zhang Meifang's wrist, noticing that its slenderness appeared just right. "Manager Zhang, could you assist me?" he inquired. "The pot's opening is a bit small, and my wrist is too broad to fit. Would yours be able to?" "Huh." Upon hearing Chen Mo's request, Zhang Meifang seemed momentarily perplexed, her expression one of confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend why she was being asked to do so. Chen Mo continued, "Please reach in and check whether there is anything hidden at the junction between the pot's body and spout." Even as she accepted the porcelain pot from Chen Mo, Zhang Meifang remained enveloped in bewilderment. Though filled with uncertainty, she complied with Chen Mo's instructions, extending her delicate, pale wrist towards the dark opening of the pot. Ma Shichen and Su Baolong fixated intently on the pot's mouth, as did the audience in the live stream, all eyes drawn to that singular vessel. Even Chen Mo himself shared this focus. He could scarcely fathom how to uncover the elusive hidden value if not even the solitary blind spot at the connection was visible. Perhaps sensing the weight of their gazes, Zhang Meifang felt a surge of anxiety. She reached towards the position Chen Mo had indicated, but found nothing. However, before she could finish her thought, her voice faltered abruptly, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Could it be? Indeed, there was something. Under the collective gaze of all present, Zhang Meifang withdrew her arm and opened her palm to reveal a crumpled white tissue nestled quietly within. Chapter 33. They want to silence me. Incredulous exclamations erupted. There is something. Quickly, open it and see. Those black marks, could they be words? Hurry. The audience in the live stream was taken aback. They had witnessed everything clearly through the broadcast. Earlier, Chen Mo had illuminated the interior with his phone-esque flashlight, revealing nothing. Yet unexpectedly, something had indeed been retrieved. Zhang Meifang handed the tissue to Chen Mo, who took it, smoothed out the creases, and unfolded it. In the next moment, astonishment swept through the crowd as it became evident that there were indeed inscriptions upon the tissue. Written in black ink, the letters had bled and diffused due to the tissue's fibrous structure, resulting in an array of ink blots of varying sizes. Combined with the hasty handwriting, the message was somewhat difficult to decipher. Chen Mo remained silent, studying it intently. However, as he discerned the specific contents, his expression darkened ominously. "Help! Please call the police. While hiking on Tianhua Mountain, I stumbled upon a tomb-raiding gang in the act and was captured by them. They are plotting to silence me. Currently, I'm imprisoned in Building 2, Unit 1, 3rd floor of the Bayo Garden. I do not know the exact room number." As Chen Mo's action camera captured the note and broadcasted it to the live stream, the audience was struck dumb. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo peered through the window to confirm the vendor had not departed and promptly dialed emergency services. "Hello, is this the police? I need to report an incident that may involve a life at stake." The mention of a potential life at risk sent a jolt through the dispatcher on the other end, their tone elevating several notches. "Involving a life? Where are you right now? What is the situation?" Chen Mo swiftly recounted the entire process of obtaining the toilet paper, articulating his account with clarity. He subsequently provided the specific addresses of Longmen Street and DeBayo Garden. The dispatcher inquired, "Are you saying that the vendor who sold you the antiques is still in your vicinity?" "Indeed," Chen Mo affirmed, "he remains within my line of sight." "Very well," the dispatcher replied. "Maintain your observation without alarming him. I will report this immediately. Should he exhibit any intention of departure, do not hesitate to contact me." With that, the call concluded. Chen Mo then addressed those present. "Let us refrain from going outside. We shall keep watch from here. The vendor is likely unaware of our presence, and if he recognizes familiar faces, it may inadvertently alert him and compromise our efforts." Upon hearing this, the two prominent figures, Ma Shichen and Su Baolong, along with the camera crew assigned by the program, reluctantly suppressed their urge to rush out and apprehend the vendor prematurely. They gathered by the glass, fixated on the vendor at the end of the street. Fortunately, the glass employed by Zhang Meifang's establishment was one way, allowing only an outward view. Otherwise, the sight of so many individuals simultaneously peering outside might have attracted the attention of passers-by, or even incited a commotion. The group remained silent, awaiting the arrival of the police. However, the live stream erupted with fervor, flooding the screen with exclamations of disbelief. No one anticipated that the toilet paper concealed within the porcelain pot bore a message of distress. Witnessing the illicit activities of a tomb-robbing gang. Discussing silencing witnesses. Imprisonment. The stark phrase, silencing witnesses, was inscribed with particular emphasis, sending chills down viewers' spines and raising the hairs on their necks. This was utterly terrifying. The implications of imprisonment and silencing were chilling. One could only wonder about the fate of the individual who penned the plea for help. Were they alive or deceased? Surely, they must still be alive. Hadn't the esteemed figure 99 mentioned that the antiques had only been unearthed 3 days prior? Such a time frame was not excessively long. And given that the perpetrators intended to imprison, it seemed unlikely they would resort to silencing so swiftly. Were tomb robbers truly this ruthless? To contemplate eliminating a witness simply for being an inadvertent observer? It is perplexing. Many engaged in tomb robbing are indeed desperate individuals, viewing human life as inconsequential, akin to livestock. As the audience engaged in heated discussions, a high-energy paid comment suddenly appeared, prominently displayed at the top of the live stream. User Chuhariri. What the hell? My home is located in Building 2, Unit 1, on the 3rd floor of Debeo Garden. I reside in room 301. But I noticed a change in the tenants of room 302 across from me a few days ago. I distinctly heard multiple voices, seemingly several men. Moreover, they frequently leave at odd hours. Could they possibly be the tomb-robbing gang referenced in the message on the toilet paper? This striking comment immediately captured the attention of the viewers. Wait, are you serious? Surely you're not fabricating this? This isn't some ploy to deceive us, is it? According to your description, it seems to be that tomb-raiding gang. Why don't you step outside, my friend? Don't listen to the nonsense from upstairs. Brother Chaha, you mustn't go out. The esteemed figure at number 99 has already alerted the authorities, and the police are likely to arrive shortly. If you venture out now, you might inadvertently alert them. Upon noticing some comments questioning the authenticity of the situation, user Chuha, feeling agitated, promptly sent another high-energy paid comment. If this is a hoax, I'll live stream when the police arrive. All right. Remarkable. My friend, I've just followed you. I've followed you too. Once you start streaming, I'll shower you with gifts. As the audience fervently debated in the live stream chat, the police station in Luocheng was already mobilizing swiftly. Upon receiving the transferred information, Chief Yang Dingshan was left astounded. In just 2 weeks, it would be time for the semi-annual internal audit of the police system. Goodness, at such a crucial moment, a case involving human lives emerges. This could very well jeopardize his career. Yang Dingshan was in a frenzy, practically on fire with anxiety. Any homicide is regarded as the most serious type of criminal offense. It is a matter of the highest priority, not only for his grassroots station, but even escalating to the county, city, or even provincial level. This is one of the most consequential cases. A homicide unsolved means a year wasted. These 8 words are no jest within the public security system. As Yang Dingshan changes clothes while walking, he bellowed furiously. No matter what task you have at hand, drop everything and switch to plain clothes, prepare to depart. This is a level 1 alert. Move quickly. Anyone who delays will forfeit their vacation for the next 3 years. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chapter 34. Police. Don't move. Yang Dingshan was already well aware of the situation. He fervently hoped that the individual who had sent the distress signal had not yet encountered any harm. If something were to happen within his jurisdiction, it would be far beyond mere trouble. With a sweeping gesture, Yang Dingshan commandeered 6 private vehicles from the station, mobilizing the entire criminal investigation and public security teams. Numbering around 20 to 30 personnel, they split into 2 groups. One vehicle headed to Longmen Street, while the other 5 proceeded to Debeo Garden Community. Perhaps Yang Dingshan's commanding voice had indeed made an impact. From the moment the alarm was raised to their arrival at the destination, it took merely 7 or 8 minutes. This speed, given the scale of such a simultaneous police response, was nearly akin to lightning. Chen Mo and his companions were waiting at the entrance of the Jubioj store when they spotted a private car driving straight towards them, including the driver. 5 individuals disembarked from the vehicle. Chen Mo noticed that their gait differed from that of ordinary people, indicating that these individuals were likely plainclothes officers. He waved and approached. "I'm the one who reported the incident." The leader immediately produced his identification. "I am Meng Yang, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at Luoqing police station." After confirming his identity, Meng Yang continued, "We have already grasped the specifics of the situation. Our team leader has personally led a substantial force to the Bao Garden community, while our group will handle matters here. By the way, is the vendor who sold you the antique still around?" "Yes, he is," Chen Mo nodded, extending his hand to point towards the vendor's location through the window. "It's him." Deputy Captain Meng Yang followed his gaze and immediately felt a sense of relief. The vendor remained oblivious to the unfolding events, engaged in negotiations with 2 customers at a stall. Observing this, Deputy Captain Meng pulled out his phone and called the main force at the Bao Garden. "Yang, I have arrived on site. Everything appears normal. We are ready to proceed at any moment." The voice on the other end was muffled and chaotic, indicating a flurry of activity. "All right, wait for my signal, and we will act simultaneously." After ending the call, Meng Yang began to strategize, instructing 2 officers to position themselves at either end of Longmen Street to prevent anyone from escaping amidst the confusion. Meanwhile, at the Bao Garden, a convoy of 5 private vehicles had reached the scene. Captain Yang Dingshan, armed with a panoramic map of the community obtained from the police system, was organizing the personnel deployment to establish a defensive perimeter. Upon seeing the criminal investigation team leader approach, Yang inquired, "Have we confirmed which apartment on the 3rd floor is involved?" The criminal investigation team leader replied, "Yes, it has been confirmed as apartment 302. There are only 2 units on the 3rd floor, 301 and 302. Both are rented. Unit 301 is occupied by a university graduate who has been a long-term tenant since finishing school, with no issues regarding his identity. However, Unit 302 presents a problem. The landlord mentioned that new tenants moved in just a few days ago. I requested the new tenant's identity information from the landlord, and upon verification by the information department, it was found to be fraudulent. I also confirmed with the building's management that there have been complaints about excessive noise coming from 302 during the night, with occupants frequently leaving late. This corroborates our findings." Upon hearing the criminal investigation team leader's explanation, Yang Dingshan declared, "Good, since we have confirmation. Notify everyone to prepare for action." He gestured emphatically. There must be no mistakes. At this moment, in Unit 301, Wang Ming was pressed tightly against the door, intently listening to the sounds outside. He was a user who had previously sent high-energy comments in the 99 live broadcast room, under the username Chuha, RDingW. Upon learning through the live stream that the occupants in the opposite unit were likely a ruthless tomb-raiding gang, Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement. Having been in his monotonous job for 2 years, devoid of any thrill, he often found amusement in watching others argue during his commute home. This situation was unprecedented in his life. Wang Ming was simultaneously terrified and exhilarated. After sending comments that were met with skepticism, he thought to himself, as an eager spectator, "How can I endure this?" He had just fine-tuned the live streaming software and was preparing to broadcast shortly, ready to confront those who had doubted him. At that moment, Wang Ming, who had been closely positioned by the door, heard a series of faint footsteps echoing in the corridor. After careful discernment, he concluded that there were multiple individuals present, exhibiting an organized and disciplined demeanor. Wang Ming surmised that the police had arrived. He casually titled his stream "The Tomb Raiding Gang Mentioned in Boss 99's Live Room," the arrest scene, and promptly began broadcasting. In the next instant, Wang Ming was astonished. He observed the number of viewers in the upper right corner of the live stream skyrocketing. He barely registered the climb from 0 to 1,000. The moment he went live, there were already 2,000 viewers, 5,000, 100,000, in the span of just 1 minute. The real-time viewer count surged past the coveted 10,000, a dream for countless streamers. Wang Ming felt as though he were in a surreal dream. Streamer. Are you truly facing that tomb raiding gang? Is the person who called for help still alive? Have the police arrived? Will you be able to open the door and take a look? Indeed, the audience clamored to witness the scene. When the time comes, brothers, be sure to shower the streamer with gifts. I'll make this promise. If the streamer dares to open the door, I will send a carnival gift. As he read the barrage of comments, Wang Ming felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, as if adrenaline were igniting within. He struggled to suppress his excitement and spoke softly into the live stream. The police have arrived. However, I cannot open the door right now. I fear it may interfere with their operation. Let us listen from behind the door for a moment, and once the police conclude their actions, I will open the door for everyone to see. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud echoed from outside. It was unmistakably the sound of the door being kicked open. Moments later, a commanding voice rang out. Police. Don't move. Hands on your head. Crouch down. No one is to move. Comply with the inspection. Put down your weapons. Crouch against the wall. This is a final warning. Failure to comply will result in the use of force. The cacophony of authoritative shouts from the police persisted for several minutes, accompanied by the clattering of objects crashing to the floor. Although there were no visuals, the audience in the live stream was rendered speechless by the auditory spectacle. In the next moment, an array of gifts began to flood the live stream chat. Streamer, it's midday, and I've sent a gift. Porsche 3, beer 99. Simultaneously, several high-energy paid comments refreshed at the top of the chat. Streamer, hurry outside and show us the scene. Quick, quick, quick. Once the police leave, we won't be able to see it. Chapter 35. Chief Yang Dingshan, steady and resolute. Witnessing the deluge of gifts and high-energy comments, Wang Ming was equally exhilarated. Pressed against the door, he noted that the commotion outside had diminished significantly compared to before, leading him to speculate that the police's operation was nearing its conclusion. With a firm clench of his teeth, he brandished his phone, which was live streaming, and boldly pushed the door open. In the next instant, the scene outside was revealed to the viewers in the streaming room. Goodness, so many police officers. Inside the doorway, an array of porcelain vases and jars lay scattered. Could they possibly be freshly unearthed antiques? It certainly appeared so, as they were still caked in dirt. It seemed we were indeed dealing with a tomb-robbing gang. My word, they even have a makeshift firearm. How absurd. By the way, were those barrels of pale blue and brown liquid at the entrance? Surely, they can't have been excavated from a tomb, can they? Is there anyone knowledgeable about this? Upon closer inspection of the items stacked inside the doorway, the viewers gasped in astonishment. The porcelain artifacts alone were irrefutable evidence of a tomb-robbing operation. Many of them were still encrusted with mud, confirming their recent extraction. In the words of antique appraisal experts, they were unmistakably vintage, freshly minted. At that moment, however, the police officer stationed in the corridor immediately took notice of Wang Ming, who had emerged with his phone aloft. What are you doing? HM, are you live streaming? Lower your phone. Filming is prohibited at the crime scene, the undercover officer stated sternly, revealing his credentials. Wang Ming had anticipated this response. He quickly panned his camera around the room 302 once more, allowing his audience to glimpse more of the interior before. In the presence of the police, he ended the live stream. Observing this, the officer refrained from further comments, merely gesturing for him to return to his own room, indicating that the operation was not yet concluded. As Wang Ming concluded his stream, the screen went black, yet the 10 viewers did not depart. The last sweep of the room had unveiled more intriguing sights to them. Several barrels containing liquids of varying colors caught the viewer's attention. What could those pale blue and brown substances possibly be? Is there anyone who understands this? Surely, such items are unnecessary for tomb raiding. Although the stream had gone dark, the barrage of comments in the chat remained undiminished, with viewers eagerly discussing the unfolding mystery. Suddenly, a striking comment surged to the forefront of the chat, standing out vividly against the black screen. User forensic investigator Chen Ryu declared, "I am a forensic expert, and I recognize those unidentified liquids in the barrels. The colorless, transparent one is hydrofluoric acid, commonly featured in suspense dramas. It can dissolve flesh to a certain extent. The pale yellow, oily liquid is concentrated sulfuric acid, capable of corroding bones and teeth. The light blue liquid is a high-concentration hydrogen peroxide solution, used for bleaching. Beside, it is industrial-grade ammonia, effective in masking the stench of decay, and there are biological suppressants used in pig farms. The audience was astounded by this detailed elucidation. My goodness, they were truly preparing to eliminate witnesses. On Longmen Street, Deputy Captain Meng had completed the apprehension operation. After hanging up the phone, he began to strategize. After conferring with Chen Mo, he instructed him to take the newly purchased sealing pot and feign dissatisfaction in order to return it. To capture the attention of the vendor, Meng Yang and his team of 5 strategically positioned 2 members at either end of Longmen Street to prevent any escape, while the remaining 3 followed closely behind Chen Mo, ready to act once the vendor S-guard was lowered. With the tactical arrangements in place, a command was issued from the direction of Debao Garden Community, prompting simultaneous action on Longmen Street. The operation unfolded with remarkable efficiency, as Chen Mo distracted the vendor with a return request. Meng Yang and his companions swiftly seized the opportunity, subduing the vendor before he could react, leaving him no chance to signal for help. The entire operation was streamed live, executed with speed, precision, and decisiveness, captivating the audience and inciting a flurry of virtual gifts as a token of appreciation. Once the mission concluded, Chen Mo returned to the store to rest, as he would soon accompany Meng Yang and the others to the police station to file a report. Given the information relayed from Debao Garden Community, it was evident that this was no minor case. On the way to escort the suspects back to the station, Yang Dingshan wore a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the individual who reported the case. Earlier, in Debao Garden Community, they apprehended 5 individuals, and with the vendor selling antiques captured on Longmen Street, the total rose to 6. The swift and timely execution of the operation caught the suspects off guard. Among the officers involved, only a few sustained minor injuries, with no serious harm inflicted. The entire tomb raiding gang was apprehended, and none managed to escape. Notably, within room 302, in addition to the 5 gang members, a woman was discovered imprisoned and unconscious, a victim who had written a plea for help on a roll of toilet paper. She was chained and in a state of unconsciousness. Yet at least she was alive. No fatalities had occurred. This revelation brought great relief to Yang Dingshan. Upon entering the premises, the sight of the barrels containing liquid agents sent a chill down Yang Dingshan's spine. As a seasoned officer with over 20 years of experience, he immediately recognized the purpose of these substances. They were intended for disposing of bodies. Had they not received the emergency call and discovered the scene days later, the victim could very well have met a tragic fate. The mere thought of such an outcome caused Yang Dingshan to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, all was well. After leaving the scene, the unconscious victim was promptly transported to the nearest hospital. The apprehended tomb raiding gang was taken back to the station and escorted to the interrogation room. The improvised firearms and various tools used in their crimes, alongside a collection of artifacts unearthed from the graves, were confiscated by the relevant departments. After witnessing the suspects being led into the interrogation room for questioning, Yang Dingshan returned to his office, awaiting the results of the interrogation. However, scarcely had he settled into the chair for 10 minutes when an exhilarating piece of news erupted from the interrogation room, prompting him to nearly leap from his seat. Through facial recognition and fingerprint analysis, it was revealed that the leader of the tomb raiding gang was, astonishingly, a high-profile fugitive with a nationwide bounty on his head. This individual had been evading capture across the country for years, committing numerous serious crimes, including 2 homicides. The reward for his capture was a staggering sum of 500,000, placing it at the pinnacle of the police department's bounty list. This remarkable revelation left Yang Dingshan utterly astounded, his mind reeling from the implications, coupled with the remarkably smooth apprehension process that had just unfolded. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, bestowing accolades without effort. Forget mere commendations. This was at least a 3rd-class merit award, and there was even a chance of achieving a collective 2nd-class merit. The mere thought of a 2nd-class merit made Yang Dingshan's heart race with excitement. Countless law enforcement officers serve a lifetime on the front lines without ever attaining a 3rd-class merit. If a collective second-class merit were awarded, it would stand as the greatest honor during his tenure as director. With this impressive record, he might even have the opportunity to ascend to greater heights. As for the impending internal audit of the police system in 2 weeks, Yang Dingshan had initially felt a wave of anxiety. But now, he could only utter 2 words: steady as she goes. Chapter 36. Register the bank account number. The bounty will be directly deposited. Yang Dingshan could hardly remain in his office. He hurried to the door of the interrogation room, yearning to replace the officer conducting the interrogation and take charge himself. Indeed, they had apprehended a fugitive, freshly captured and still warm from the chase. He had personally led the operation. The system indicated a bounty of 500,000. While he was not an expert in such matters, that surely was no trifling sum. It turned out to be the highest tier. He had never encountered a case of this magnitude before, hence his uncertainty. They had even rescued a victim who had been held captive. He told them, had they arrived even a moment later, the outcome could have been dire. Yang Dingshan, holding the phone, spoke cheerfully, his tone light, his face blooming like a golden chrysanthemum in full bloom. During the brief journey of less than 100 meters from his office to the interrogation room, he had already received no fewer than 5 phone calls, all from colleagues eager to probe for updates on the unfolding situation. The biannual internal audit of the police system essentially served as a competitive assessment among various precincts. Provinces compared with provinces, cities with cities, and counties naturally compared with neighboring counties. The competition revolved around who could solve the most cases within the past 6 months. Based on their performance and specific public safety conditions, resources for law enforcement were allocated accordingly. However, these resources were finite. Counties that ranked higher received more, leaving less for those trailing behind. As a result of this operation, it was premature to speculate on the exact merit awards, but the imminent audit was approaching fast. Including several neighboring counties, Luocheng could be said to hold an absolute advantage at the forefront. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Dingshan is filled with such joy at this moment, listening to the envious tone emanating from the other end of the phone. He can scarcely contain his laughter, eager to deliver a wave of exuberance to the person on the line. At this juncture, a police officer nearby interjects, "Director Yang, the individual who reported the incident has arrived to provide a statement." "Oh, is that so? I must express my sincere gratitude." Yang Dingshan replies as he strides toward the recording room. Chen Mo and Meng Yang, the deputy chief of the criminal police team, have come to the station to give their statements. From the moment they purchased the sealed pot from the stall to the discovery of the distress message within, the process unfolded smoothly, allowing the recording to be completed in under 10 minutes. As Chen Mo exits the recording room, he is approached by a middle-aged man with a pronounced beer belly, beaming with a smile. "You must be Comrade Xiao Chun," the man says. It is only after Meng Yang's reminder that Chen Mo realizes that this jovial figure is, in fact, the head of the station. He quickly extends his hand. "Yes, Director Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Dingshan firmly grasps Chen Mo's outstretched right hand, his tone imbued with sincerity. "Comrade Xiao Chun, I am fully aware of your actions, and I am immensely grateful for your prompt report. I also appreciate your cooperation with Deputy Chief Meng and his team throughout this process. Had it not been for your intervention, the victim would likely have faced dire consequences. On behalf of all the citizens of Luocheng, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you." Yang Dingshan's earnest demeanor takes Chen Mo by surprise. Although the multi-camera crew arranged by the production team was unable to film inside the station, Chen Mo's concealed action camera continues to capture the moment. Through this lens, the audience in the live stream witnesses the genuine demeanor of Director Yang. "His attitude is remarkably amiable," viewers comment. "I believe I heard his voice in the live stream earlier. Could it be that he was also on the front line?" They express admiration for his approachable nature and his willingness to engage directly in the field, deeming him an exemplary officer. Indeed, he is deserving of commendation. However, some viewers question whether his overly pleasant demeanor is somewhat excessive. I have never encountered such amiability when dealing with the station in the past. Despite the high praise, some skepticism arises among the audience. Yet, the ensuing dialogue between the two provides clarity. With a broad smile, Yang Dingshan announces, "Comrade Xiao Chun, I have some excellent news to share with you. Following your report, we have apprehended the entire tomb raiding gang. Upon interrogation, we discovered that the leader of this gang is actually a fugitive wanted nationwide by the public security system. Yang Dingshan holds up 5 fingers. The reward is a maximum of 500,000. He adds with a grin, as the actual provider of the lead, please register your bank account number shortly, and the reward will be directly deposited into your account. Chen Mo is momentarily taken aback, realizing that the hidden value of the 500,000 originates from this very moment. Concurrently, the livestream chat erupts once more. 2,000 earned for a chance at 500,000. What an incredible stroke of luck. Wait, what 500,000? It's the reward money. What kind of fugitive warrants a bounty of 500,000? Is that even possible? People often say that this amount, offered by the public security system for a fugitive on a nationwide manhunt, is the highest possible. Do you comprehend the significance of such a sum? The audience was utterly astonished by the figure mentioned by Yang Dingshan. It is merely a matter of reporting a crime, yet one could potentially claim a reward of 500,000. What extraordinary luck. For ordinary workers in Huagua, this is undoubtedly a fortune that would take years of frugality to save. Those who watch the entire live stream are well aware that no. 99 had previously earned several million by capitalizing on such opportunities. They understand that such earnings are a result of genuine skill, and envy does not arise from that. However, who wouldn't feel a twinge of jealousy at such a windfall? At this moment, some viewers from within the law enforcement system began to post comments in the live chat, elucidating the true value of this 50,000 bounty. User 18 years in the police stated, the amount offered for apprehending a fugitive on a nationwide manhunt is primarily related to the severity and impact of the crimes committed. User 18 years in the police continued, for ordinary homicide suspects, the bounty typically ranges from 50 to 80 to 100,000. User 18 years in the police added, the fact that the bounty has reached the maximum of 500,000 indicates that this fugitive has committed numerous crimes, possibly multiple homicides, resulting in a significant negative impact on society. Furthermore, they have successfully evaded capture multiple times, making them exceedingly difficult to apprehend. After reading the comments from the law enforcement user, the audience gained a clearer understanding of the significance of the 50,000 bounty. Each one felt even more envious. I transformed into a veritable warrior of jealousy, determined to compete. To those upstairs feeling envious, let us be honest. Even if that porcelain jar was yours, would you have discovered the hidden toilet paper within? Perhaps not. The victim intended to conceal it from the grave robbers by hiding it in a blind spot. Most people would simply display it on a shelf, never suspecting it contained anything. It could be years before it is discovered, by which time the victim would be long gone, let alone any golden rescue period. That makes sense. I wonder how the esteemed number 99 managed to uncover it. Who knows? If I knew, I would have been profiting from such opportunities myself. Speaking of seizing opportunities, turning 2,000 into 50,000 is also a form of luck. Isn't it? My goodness. Indeed, the innovative host, Zhu Xiaokong, maintained a combative stance while watching the live stream. Upon seeing the mention of seizing opportunities in the comments, inspiration struck him. Could this merely be dubbed a master of opportunity? This is nothing short of a deity of opportunity. He exported a recording from the software and began editing without hesitation. Soon, a fresh and vibrant video emerged from the editing software. The god of seizing opportunities. Isn't a bounty also a form of opportunity? Zhu Xiaokong quickly reviewed the finished product and felt immensely satisfied. He opened the backend and uploaded it directly. In less than a day from last night until now, Zhu Xiaokong's mindset had undergone a remarkable transformation. Since the initial video suddenly gained immense popularity, he has transformed his pursuit from merely chasing traffic and fame to seeking artistic expression. Indeed, in Zhu Xiaokong's eyes, editing the live clips of editing number 99 transcends the mere act of video editing. It has evolved into a form of art. After leaving his bank card number, Chen Mo did not linger at the police station. Once he completed his statement and exchanged warm pleasantries with Director Yang, he departed directly. For him, this incident was merely a minor episode in the tapestry of daily life. Life continued as usual, and he went about his business. However, After a day filled with travel, moving from Longmen Street to the tax bureau and then to the station, Chen Mo felt a tinge of exhaustion. Hence, he resolved to finish early and return to the hotel to rest. Meanwhile, at the Marriott Hotel, Zhou Qianni, dressed in a suit, stood in the lobby, surveying his surroundings. This was a routine aspect of his position. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself momentarily entranced. From a distance, he spotted a figure that evoked a sense of despair within him, descending from a luxury vehicle. Even from afar, he could perceive the calm confidence radiating from the individual. Chen Mo held in his hand a Qing dynasty vase, which ideally should have remained at the police station. After all, it was related to a case, and its origins were dubious. Antiques excavated by tomb raiding gangs lack legitimate trading rights and should be confiscated. However, exceptions are sometimes made, especially for conscientious citizens who provide significant assistance. After discussions among Yang Dingshan and his colleagues, they decided to keep only the piece of tissue bearing the plea for help. Despite the vase costing over 2,000 yuan, they documented it with photographs and ultimately allowed Chen Mo to take it home. Having returned directly from the station to the hotel, Chen Mo naturally brought the vase with him. He planned to deliver it to Zhang Meifang at the Jubuoj the following day, as it was, after all, an antique he had purchased. Holding the vase with one hand, he entered the hotel lobby. At that moment, he suddenly felt a strong pang of hunger. No, he couldn't ignore it. He needed to eat. He altered his intention of resting in his room and decided to have dinner first. However, looking at the vase in his hand, he realized that carrying it to dinner might prove to be cumbersome. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a man in a black suit observing him from a short distance. A hotel staff member? He recalled that high-end hotels generally offer luggage assistance to their guests. Chen Mo thought to himself that, as a guest, he should be entitled to such services. With that in mind, he approached the man, noticing the name tag on his black suit that indicated he was from the Marriott Hotel's front desk. His assumption was correct. A smile graced Chen Mo's face as he said, "Hello, I am about to go for dinner, and carrying this vase would be rather inconvenient. Could you assist me in placing this in my room? Here is my room key." Observing the exceedingly polite gentleman before him, who extended a porcelain jug along with the room key, Zhou Qianni, who had prided himself for a lifetime, fell into silence. Of course, Chen Mo replied, oblivious to the grimace that resembled a cry more than a smile on the other's face. After handing over the items, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate your help." Subsequently, Chen Mo turned on his heel and departed, driven by an insatiable hunger that urged him towards the restaurant. As Zhou Qianni held the room key and porcelain jug in his hands, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. He understood that room 99 had no intention of humiliating him, for he could sense that the other person hadn't recognized who he was at all. What then was there to discuss regarding humiliation? Zhou Qianni felt akin to a stray dog by the roadside, resolutely entering a competition in pursuit of victory, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside during the race. Chapter 38. I am granting you a budget of 70 million. Ensure you secure him. Having relished a hearty meal, Chen Mo returned to the hotel suite he had reserved. It was now the prime time for evening live broadcasts. The weary brothers, who had toiled throughout the day, finally picked up their phones. With their support, the concurrent online viewers in room 99 officially surpassed 200. A stable count of 200 is an astounding figure in today's live streaming landscape, firmly establishing him as the king of live streaming. It is no exaggeration to assert that with such an audience, even without broadcasting any content, gifts would still flow in. However, upon returning to the hotel, Chen Mo waved his hand and instructed the cameraman to terminate the live stream. In the face of such a request from a competitor who had already secured the championship, not even the cameraman nor the production team could oppose him. If Chen Mo wished to end the stream, no one had any grounds to impede him. As they gazed at the black screen of a live stream, the 200 viewers were left in dismay, as if a gentle breeze had swept over them. What is happening? I just arrived. Is it ending now? I haven't had my fill yet. They lamented. Could the production team allow the esteemed 99 to broadcast a little longer? Other competitors are still streaming. Can any of the other contestants even compare to our 99? I I've been watching since morning, and I can only say it has been a delightful experience. Oh, how I envy this. I worked all day just to grab my phone and only managed to watch for less than 10 minutes. Never mind. I shall return tomorrow. The barrage of comments on the public screen began to wane slowly. Yet, the number of concurrent viewers in the upper right corner remained steadfast at 10. Clearly, the drop from 200 to below 10 could not be accomplished in mere minutes. In the Byte Group office building, within the live streaming division, head of the team Sun Yu and several other managerial employees were intently scrutinizing the back-end data. Sun Yu inquired, apart from a 99 live stream room, are there any other streamers currently with genuine online numbers exceeding 2 million? The subordinate beside him replied, Mr. Sun, we currently do not have the 2 million, but there are indeed 2 individuals who can barely exceed 1 million. However, both of them are somewhat unstable, often fluctuating to around 7 or 80,000 online. Upon hearing this response, Sun Yu began to ponder. Recently, she had successfully poached a prominent streamer from a rival company, spending a considerable sum on the breach of contract, equivalent to a small target, and the annual signing fee was a staggering 20 million. After over 2 months of intensive promotion, on the very first night of the streamer's debut at Byte, the figures were astonishing, peaking at 342,000 online. Unfortunately, by the following day, it had plummeted to around the 1 million threshold. Subsequently, the numbers continued to decline daily, and after 2 months of broadcasts, it could barely maintain a presence of around 1 to 200,000, just managing to stay above the 10,000 mark. Yet now, this individual, known as number 99, had only been streaming for a day and a half and was consistently achieving 150,000 online. During prime time in the evening, the figure even soared past 200,000. Truly a streaming prodigy. Sun Yu inquired, whose hands is his streaming contract in? The production team? The subordinate responded, to my knowledge, he has not yet signed a streaming contract. He has only signed a competition contract with the production team. Sun Yu's heart leapt with joy as she pressed further. So, after the competition concludes, this number 99 will be a free agent? The subordinate nodded. That seems to be the case. Hearing this, Sun Yu felt genuine delight. Being free from contractual obligations was akin to being an independent streamer. This career woman immediately declared with unwavering resolve, we must sign him. Under no circumstances should we allow other streaming companies to secure him before us. We must act swiftly. I will allocate a contract budget of 50 million for the year. No, 70 million. As long as it falls within this budget, sign him without hesitation. Upon hearing this amount, the subordinate was left speechless. The disparity between individuals was indeed greater than that between man and dog. Although he was considered part of the management in his department, enjoying the envy of many as a senior employee after a year of hard work, his salary barely reached 300,000, in stark contrast to those laboring through the night for a meager income. Chen Mo returned to his hotel and enjoyed a well-deserved rest. A night passed in silence, and soon it was the following morning. Yesterday, in his haste to reach the morning market on Longmen Street, Chen Mo had skipped breakfast at the hotel. However, today he felt no urgency. After waking naturally, he leisurely savored the breakfast provided by the hotel before setting off for Longmen Street. Upon arriving at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, it was already 9:30. After handing over the kettle to Zhang Meifong, he strolled leisurely along Longmen Street. The foot traffic was noticeably higher than the previous day, indicating that there were even more individuals hoping to seize opportunities. The reason behind this was all too clear. Observing the throngs of people, Chen Mo fell into contemplation. He had already explored most of the street, having visited over 70 to 80% of the stalls. Only the remaining 1/5 of the area at the eastern end of the street is still awaiting development. Chen Mo mused to himself. After exploring this last section today, it is indeed time to seek a new destination. As for where to venture next, careful consideration is warranted. The Panjiayuan in the capital, the Yuan Huabao building in the Magic City, and the Gulu Lane in Tianjin are all excellent choices. These antique markets are significantly larger in scale than Longmen Street in Luocheng. Without a doubt, they must be brimming with treasures. As Chen Mo contemplated, he had already arrived at the undeveloped area. Wow, the big boss number 99. A voice suddenly called out from beside him, startling Chen Mo. Following the sound, he discovered that it was a young vendor. The vendor, flashing a bright smile, exclaimed excitedly, "Big Boss number 99, I'm your fan of 10 years. After waiting for so long, you've finally made it to my stall." Chapter 39. Let me tell you what it truly means to be a master of the art of treasure hunting. 10 years of fandom. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter at the vendor's words. It was evident this individual had a knack for humor. Indeed, as a decade-long admirer, the vendor's face radiated the excitement one feels when encountering their idol in person after such a long time. He eagerly beckoned, "Big Boss number 99, come on over. Support your fans' business. Even if you don't buy anything, just take a look." After saying this, the vendor added with enthusiasm, "You've seen so many fakes before. Come and see mine. I assure you they're all genuine." His fervent assurance was quite amusing to Chen Mo. He stepped closer, his gaze falling upon the items displayed at the stall. In the center, a photo was affixed, depicting a three-dimensional mouse intricately woven from golden threads. Its form slightly curved as if in mid-leap, lifelike and vivid. The decade-long fan pointed at the photograph and declared, "This is a golden mouse from the Qing dynasty at the Palace Museum." After his introduction, he gestured toward several small boxes on his stall and continued, "And this is my handmade modern copper mouse, crafted from pure copper, just like the Palace Museum S version." With a confident grin revealing his pearly whites, the vendor exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Not 998, not 648, just 68. You won't regret it. And you'll be able to boast about owning something akin to the Palace Museum's collection." Listening to his passionate and forceful pitch, not only Chen Mo, but the audience could hardly contain their amusement. Guaranteed genuine, which means the genuine fakes, right? While it couldn't truly be called a fake, it was more aptly described as a handcrafted artisan piece. Viewed as a cultural product akin to those from the Palace Museum, it indeed held its own merit, especially in terms of authenticity. Moreover, the price was reasonable, and being made of copper, it would only become more lustrous with time. To be honest, I found myself a little tempted. Indeed, it was clear that this decade-long fan was leveraging Big Boss number 99 to promote his stall to the audience. Observing the vendor's antics, Chen Mo was well aware of his intentions to advertise, yet he bore no ill will. He gazed at the copper wire mouse for a while, noting the exquisite craftsmanship. Indeed, the vendor was earning his livelihood through labor and skill. Thus, he resolved to show his support. "It looks splendid. I would like to purchase one." With that, Chen Mo swiftly pulled out his phone to make the payment. Upon witnessing this, the vendor hastily waved his hand and replied, "Esteemed number 99, how could I allow you to pay? It is an honor to have your attention. I shall gift it to you." However, Chen Mo was not one to accept gifts without reciprocation. With agility, he completed the transaction of 68 yuan, smiling as he stated, "The payment has been made. Please hold on to the item for me, and I shall return to collect it shortly." This was merely a minor episode, yet it lightened the mood of the viewers in the live stream. After departing from a stall of a longtime fan, Chen Mo continued his journey toward the undeveloped area. Meanwhile, not far away, a gaunt-faced man brightened at the sight of Chen Mo. His name was Luo Zihao, a local professional treasure hunter known within and beyond the circle as Luo the Rat. Unlike his peers who merely lingered in the antique business, content to lead a stagnant existence, Luo Zihao harbored grand ambitions. In the early days of the social media boom, he had been envious of many bloggers who boasted their substantial annual incomes. He envisioned merging antiques with social media to carve out a new niche. Unfortunately, after launching his account and posting several related videos, he found them garnering little attention, with abysmally low view counts. However, upon observing the exploits of number 99 in this lucrative program, Luo Zihao realized he had veered off course. Merely creating videos would not yield traffic. Live streaming was the correct path. Witnessing the extraordinarily exaggerated viewership statistics of number 99 nearly brought him to tears with envy. Yet, despite his jealousy, Luo Zihao was always a quick thinker. He immediately conceived an ingenious scheme to engage in picking up the pieces. If he were to start a new account focused on antiques, competing for traffic against number 99 would be an insurmountable challenge. But what if he could siphon off traffic from the other party? As an adept internet surfer, Luo Zhao had encountered numerous successful cases of commercial picking up the pieces. Instances of mobile phone brands like Samsung and Apple, or luxury cars like Porsche, were classic examples of marketing strategies. Luo Zhao had already devised a plan. Once he began his live stream, he would do nothing but closely monitor number 99 and opportunistically pick the pieces. He had previously watched analytical videos from other bloggers, which clearly stated that number 99's live stream currently boasted at least 1.5 million viewers. If he could manage to attract even 1/10 of that audience to his own account through his scheme, it would be deemed a success. As for the methods of picking the pieces, they were plentiful. Should the other party express interest in a particular item, he could undercut their bid. If they attempted to discreetly negotiate a lower price with the vendor, he would publicly expose their intentions. Such tactics would undoubtedly leave number 99 at a loss for a counter-strategy. Even if he could demonstrate his superior skills in treasure hunting before millions of spectators. Surpassing the prowess of number 99, it would be nothing short of splendid. Luo Zhao could already envision the exhilarating scene of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of viewers showering him with gifts as soon as he began his broadcast. His gaze fixated on the figure in the distance, excitement coursing through him. Luo Zhao promptly extracted his phone and began his preparations. In no time, a new live streaming session commenced on the Byte platform. Titled enticingly, "Come in and discover what constitutes a true treasure hunting master," perhaps due to the title including the trending search term treasure hunting. The moment Luo Zhao's stream launched, new viewers began to flood in. 1, 3, 7, 13 within a brief span. The online viewer count in the upper right corner surged to around 20. The barrage of comments began to appear. "Host, are you also preparing to hunt for antiques? Is your skill level higher than number 99? I've clicked in. Tell me, what truly defines a treasure hunting master?" Observing the comments flowing through the stream, Luo Zhao narrowed his eyes and replied, "Do not rush. You shall see shortly." With those words, he promptly set off towards the direction of the figure ahead. Meanwhile, Chen Mo arrived at a stall selling silver ingots, commonly referred to as silver size C. This stall was quite substantial, featuring not only the vendor, but also an assistant overseeing the operations. The array of silver ingots was impressive, numbering in the hundreds, varying in size and style. Chapter 40. The Grand Treasure, Millions in Government Silver. Before the silver ingot stall, a crowd had already gathered, pointing at the various ingots and engaging in animated discussions. Chen Mo squeezed into the throng, silently observing. Silver ingots were quite rare in the antique market, and the vendor must have invested considerable time to amass such a collection. The ingots displayed varied in size and design, while the common denominations 1, 2, 3, 5, and 10 taels were somewhat familiar and occasionally available at other stalls. What truly captivated the crowd's attention were two sizable 50-tael ingots, each the size of a fist. Judging by their condition, they appeared to be well preserved, with only minor surface corrosion, at least in good condition, and potentially qualifying as excellent with proper assessment. However, these were not even the main attraction. Even more astonishing was the presence of a larger ingot, presumably of 100 taels based on its size comparison. At that moment, a customer casually inquired, "Boss, are the silver ingots at your stall genuine?" In response to this question, the crowd anticipated that the vendor would undoubtedly affirm their authenticity. To everyone's surprise, the vendor chuckled and candidly stated, "As for the authenticity of these items, I must admit I am not particularly knowledgeable. I source them from the countryside, so there are certainly both genuine and counterfeit pieces. It all depends on your discerning eyes." Faced with such seemingly straightforward honesty, the crowd fell silent. If one were truly uninformed, how could they have procured so many? It was evident that genuine and fake items were mixed together. However, no one chose to expose this fact. On this street, such occurrences were commonplace. Whether one profited or suffered losses relied solely on individual discernment. The customer who had initially inquired took a close look at a silver ingot and remarked, "Indeed, these pieces weighing 1, 3, and 5 taels appear quite authentic. However, I am uncertain about these two 50-tael ingots. The one larger than 50 taels seems overly extravagant to be genuine. Nearby, a knowledgeable onlooker chimed in. That ingot is nearly twice the size of those 50-tael pieces. It cannot possibly be a 100-tael ingot. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted in laughter. It is widely known that during both the Ming and Qing dynasties, the largest circulating silver ingot was 50 taels. After all, a typical family of 3 at that time had an annual consumption level of merely 10 to 20 taels of silver. A 50-tael ingot was already an uncommon sight in the homes of ordinary folk, let alone a 100-tael ingot. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge would recognize this as a blatant forgery. The scenes depicted in films, where characters casually produce a 100-tael ingot as a reward, are utterly nonsensical. The vendor was clearly aware of this truth, as he did not contest the customer's assertions. How much for this 3-tael piece? 8,000. And for this 5-tael piece? Given its excellent condition, it will cost 23,000. What about this 10-tael piece? Among the spectators, there were indeed a few affluent individuals. After examining the items, they promptly made their purchases. With swift payments made via scanning codes, the transactions were executed with remarkable efficiency. In a short span, 6 or 7 deals were completed, with the total amount exceeding 100,000. However, the 2 hefty 50-tael silver ingots remained steadfast on the stall, unmoved. Clearly, regarding such high-value rarities, potential buyers were uncertain of their authenticity, fearing a loss. As for the largest 100-tael ingot, not a single inquiry about its price was made. Its treatment could only be likened to that of a common stone by the roadside. Chen Mo, mingling within the throng, felt a surge of excitement. For on this stall lay what could potentially be the most significant find he had ever encountered. 2 50-tael silver ingots, one valued at 700 and the other at 550,000. It was evident that one ingot was genuine while the other was counterfeit. The 700 yuan piece was indeed a forgery, while the 550,000 yuan piece was authentic. However, even with a value of 550,000, in Chen Mo's eyes, it was not the true treasure. The genuine bonanza lay in the 100-tael ingot, which the crowd unanimously deemed a counterfeit. Item name: silver ingot from the 33rd year of the Ming Wanli era category. Official ingot quality. Superior weight: 3,718 grams. Manufacturer: Ming Wanli Silver Workshop Craftsmanship. High temperature silver melting. Ingot casting. Inscription year of production: 1605. Market value: 10,700,000 yuan. Gazing at the gleaming 8-digit figure above, even Chen Mo felt a rush of excitement. It is likely that none of the attendees anticipated that the most valuable item was precisely what they deemed the least valuable. Official ingots. Treasury silver. These are not ordinary silver ingots meant for circulation, but rather special ingots reserved in the treasury, meant to serve as a financial safeguard during times of war or calamity. Only in such dire circumstances might they be activated as emergency fiscal reserves. Chen Mo observed the expressions of those around him, pondering deeply. Regarding his current financial status, the bounty of 500,000 and the grand prize from the competition had yet to be awarded. His total assets amounted to just over 3 million. In other words, this silver ingot, valued at 10 million, surpassed his net worth by more than threefold. He was resolute. He must acquire it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo gradually calmed his racing heart while still amidst the crowd. He then discreetly made his way towards the front. After witnessing a buyer complete a transaction for a 3-tael silver ingot, Chen Mo approached and inquired about the price of 2 50-tael ingots. "Sir, how much are these 2 50-tael ingots?" The vendor glanced at Chen Mo, noting that he was the first to inquire about pricing. He replied, "The one in good condition is 500,000, while the one in poor condition is 400,000. Chen Mo was taken aback. The ingot the vendor deemed to be in good condition was, in fact, a counterfeit worth only 700, while the one he claimed was of poor quality was the genuine article valued at 550,000. It appeared the vendor hadn't spoken falsely after all. He truly lacked knowledge. If Chen Mo were to purchase the genuine item, a profit of 150,000 would indeed be a minor windfall. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo wasted no time and pointed to the ingot of inferior quality, declaring, I will take this one. He promptly reached for his phone to proceed with the payment. His decisiveness astonished the vendor, who was left in disbelief. Isn't it customary to negotiate for such a substantial item? The vendor felt a surge of confusion within. He maintained a calm demeanor, feigning the poise of an antique connoisseur. Yet in truth, he was quite ignorant of the matter. This collection of silver ingots had been procured over a decade ago by his father from the countryside. Following his father's recent passing, he discovered these ingots while sorting through the old family home, a stroke of unexpected fortune. Moreover, he vaguely recalled that his father had mentioned spending no more than 2,000 yuan when he acquired them. While 2,000 yuan was indeed a considerable sum back then, in terms of purchasing power today, it would only equate to approximately 10 to 8,000. Today, after setting up his stall, he sold his first item for 22,000. It could be said that everything that followed would be pure profit. The stall owner gazed at the hefty silver ingots on his table, his spirits soaring. He had previously sought advice from an expert, who informed him that the 100 taels were counterfeit and worthless. However, the 250 tael ingots combined could be valued at approximately 500,000. Thus, his expectations were not particularly high. If each could sell for between 250 to 300,000, it would exceed his anticipations. He had quoted a price of 4 to 500,000, leaving ample room for negotiation. Yet unexpectedly, the buyer before him was so agreeable. The stall owner was about to acquiesce. All right, if you wish to proceed, just make the payment. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Hold on. The stall owner was taken aback, as were Chen Mo and the surrounding buyers, who turned to locate the source of the voice. A man, adorned with black sunglasses, slicked back hair, and dressed in black attire, approached slowly while holding a phone aloft. With a smile on his face, he remarked, "Let us not rush to conclusions. Good things take time, and valuable transactions should never be hurried." This was Luo Zihao, who had been observing from a distance. Seeing Chen Mo's interest in purchasing, he could no longer resist and chose to interject before the deal was finalized. Luo Zihao felt his timing was impeccable. Any sooner would have been too early, any later too late. It was simply perfect. He glanced at the upper right corner of his live stream, and, as expected, the audience, which had been just over 20, began to swell within seconds, surpassing 100 viewers. This was precisely the effect he desired. Clearing his throat, Luo Zihao leaned closer to the stall, scrutinizing the silver ingots. Within moments, he had reached a conclusion about their authenticity and value. He thought to himself, this young man indeed possesses some acumen, for he has chosen a truly precious item. If he were to purchase it for 400,000, there would be at least 100,000 in profit. With this in mind, Luo Zihao smirked and addressed the stall owner. It is said that everyone has a heart that appreciates beauty. Naturally, when faced with something valuable, it is only human to covet it. While speaking to the stall owner, Luo Zihao provocatively cast a glance at Chen Mo, realizing the intent. Chen Mo understood that Luo Zihao aimed to thwart his purchase. Sure enough, the next moment, Luo Zihao spoke up. This gentleman was prepared to spend 400,000 on this 50-tael silver ingot, correct? How unfortunate. This piece has also caught my eye. I'm willing to offer a bit more, 410,000. He then turned to Chen Mo, smiling, brother, when it comes to valuable items, the highest bidder prevails. This is only fair, right? To this, Chen Mo merely chuckled lightly. Given your attire, you must also be a person of the trade. However, he fixed his gaze on Luo Zihao. Your actions seem to breach some unwritten rules. Upon hearing the term rules, Luo Zihao's gaze indeed began to waver. According to the customs of during antique transactions, once an agreement on price was reached between the buyer and seller, it was deemed inappropriate to interject or engage in bidding wars. Such behavior warranted collective repudiation from fellow traders. Nevertheless, Luo Zihao, mustering his courage, retorted, "Rules? What rules? Where is it expressly stated that others cannot place bids? Moreover, it is often said that money exchanges hands easily until the payment is made. The item has not changed ownership." As he spoke with increasing conviction, he boldly countered, "The item is still in the vendor's possession. Why should I not be allowed to bid?" After uttering these words, His eyes flickered to the live broadcast, where he was astonished to find the viewer count had surged to 100. This figure startled him and solidified his resolve. Regardless of the opposing bid, he would outbid it, determined to secure the acquisition this time. The vendor, of course, welcomed this spectacle. Not being part of the established circle, he held a nonchalant attitude towards the so-called rules. In such a transaction, heightened competition was undoubtedly advantageous. Luo Zihao perceptively noted the vendor's gleeful expression and promptly inquired, "Vendor, is it not true that the highest bidder prevails?" The vendor replied, "Indeed, should your bid exceed his, I shall certainly sell to you." Upon hearing this, Luo Zihao's demeanor shifted from anxious to triumphant, his face adorned with a smug smile. He glanced at Chen Mo, raising an eyebrow, and declared, "I bid 410,000. Can you surpass me?" At that moment, in room 99 of the live broadcast, viewers could no longer contain themselves at the audacity of this provocateur. "What a detestable character!" they exclaimed. "His blatant disregard for the rules is infuriating. It's not as if one can just but during a purchase, even in a market. If such a person were before me, I would make him understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Justice should be served against such individuals." Curiously, someone noticed the smartphone mounted on the holder he was using. Is he live streaming as well? They pondered. Indeed, it appears so. Does anyone know on which platform he is broadcasting? It could only be one of the few available platforms. Let us investigate. If anyone finds out, do let us know. The collective curiosity proved formidable, as mere moments later, someone triumphantly declared, "Found him. PS on the Byte platform, broadcasting as Luo Zihao. ISNT that the one, title master of bargains? Indeed, that SM. Let S bombard his live stream." Chapter 42. Now, I bid 390,000. At this juncture, Luo Zihao's live stream was abuzz with activity, the comments flowing in abundance. 666. I have come to comprehend the essence of your title. It is simply about fixating on the esteemed figure number 99 and seizing the treasures he covets. To intercept and claim what he desires is indeed a skill of a master bargain hunter. The path to wealth lies within this endeavor. At this moment, the barrage of comments primarily consists of jest. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the live stream, which had over 1,000 viewers, erupted. The number in the upper right corner fluctuated several times, plummeting from 1,000 to 1. The volume of comments in the public chat surged wildly within mere seconds. Foolish host, riding on the coattails of the stream. A shameless scoundrel. You, with your audacity, dare to call yourself a master of bargains. Aside from intercepting what the illustrious number 99 desires, what else do you possess? Indeed, you have made your purchase, but what is that smug expression meant to convey? Everyone can report for free. Let not the wicked prosper. The spectators, eager for scandal, exhibited remarkable fighting spirit. Shortly after the onlookers arrived, the live chat exploded with numerous comments bearing usernames. Their offensive capabilities were fully charged. However, fame brings controversy. In number 99's live stream, many who were captivated by Chen Mo's actions became loyal followers. Yet the number of envious detractors was equally substantial. Within a live stream boasting millions of viewers, these detractors could hardly make a ripple, their comments quickly drowned out. Yet upon entering the modest stream of Luo Zihao, they instantly rallied. They retorted vehemently, "How are we the scoundrels? How? Is this merely riding on the coattails? Is it permissible for the officials to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps? If number 99 can seize bargains, is it not allowed for others to profit? The principle of the highest bidder wins is indisputable. If number 99 desires it, let him bid higher. Isn't that how auctions operate? Why not interfere at the auction house? I assert that number 99 is the true scoundrel. Host, charge ahead with courage. I cannot abide this number 99. Should you successfully intercept, I shall bestow gifts upon you." Perhaps it is due to the detractors viewing this live stream as a stronghold of battle. The momentum of the critics surprisingly began to swell. In an instant, they suppressed the initial barrage of attacks. The assertion, "if you want it, then bid higher," left the fans of number 99 speechless. If it were merely a standard bidding increase, it would be acceptable, but the demeanor of the opposing side blatantly suggested a desire to create chaos. Everyone is eager to witness the thrill of bargain hunting. If there are disruptions from the sidelines, how can one possibly secure a bargain? Most importantly, this disruption was oddly permissible. In a public setting, purchasing through fair bidding should not raise any eyebrows. Upon witnessing the silence of the legitimate fans, the detractors reveled in excitement. Faced with such provocation, Chen Mo remained unflinching, his expression serene and composed. He glanced at the vendor, then at the imposing figure before him, and with a light chuckle, he said, "Shall we raise the bid? Very well. I shall offer 410, 100. Luo Zaheo, momentarily taken aback, swiftly countered. Then I shall bid 420, 000. Chen Mo spoke in a monotone, 421,000, 430,000, 431,000, 440,000. Observing the other party's calm demeanor, Luo Zaheo suddenly felt something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, he should have been the one to play the role of incrementing by 100. How had their roles suddenly reversed? Luo Zaheo sensed that he had become the passive participant, entirely devoid of any initiative when compared to his opponent. 490,000. As Luo Zaheo declared this price, his voice began to waver. To him, this silver ingot indeed appeared to be genuine. However, in terms of value, 50,000 or so had nearly become the market standard. If he were to part with over 50,000 to acquire it, the likelihood of successfully reselling it was uncertain. As for any potential profit from resale, it was hardly substantial. 491,000. The voice from across remained unervingly serene, as if no matter how much Luo Zaheo bid, he would inevitably respond with an increment of 100. Within, Luo Zaheo was already shouting in frustration. Wasn't he attempting to seize a bargain? How much further would this escalate? Continuing down this path would render it a losing venture. What kind of bargain was that? Yet, having reached this juncture, he could only muster the courage to raise his bid, 50. However, before he could even utter the figure, the individual opposite spoke again. "No matter your bid, I shall add 100, Chen Mo remarked with a smile. He turned to the vendor, "Boss, to be honest, I was quite eager to buy it first, but if this bidding continues, I might not have enough funds, and if I can't pay, I would have to regretfully relinquish it to this gentleman." Chen Mo turned to Luo Zaheo, his face beaming. This brother should be able to afford his own bid, right? If so, congratulations are in order. Upon hearing this, Luo Zaheo was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping the underlying implication of the words. The price could be whimsically quoted, but whether one could ultimately afford it was another matter altogether. If the bid escalated to 6 or 700,000 or even a million, and the other party claimed to lack the funds, would that not be akin to digging his own grave? Now, it was Luo Zaheo who fell silent. The vendor, initially pleased by the competitive bidding, suddenly found his smile fading at Chen Mo's remark. He turned to Luo Zaheo, his expression tinged with skepticism. "Are you certain you can afford your own quote?" Faced with this inquiry, Luo Zaheo remained mute. Witnessing this scene, the vendor was taken aback. So, this individual truly was a disruptor. If he could not meet his own bid, what was the point of his words? He promptly disregarded the slick-haired man before him. In stark contrast, the young man who had first placed a bid appeared earnest and sincere. Had it not been for this turn of events, perhaps the transaction would have been completed by now. The vendor turned back to Chen Mo, his face adorned with a smile of deference. Come, I shall sell it to you." However, Chen Mo merely smiled, his tone casual as he declared, "I bid 390,000. He watched as the payment was completed. Luo Zaheo, with drooping eyelids, felt as if he were merely a joker in a deck of cards. Beside him, the vendor gaped, his eyes wide and his teeth clenched in frustration. If it weren't for him, would he have incurred a loss of 10,000? Chapter 43. Does he truly believe I am a novice? Witnessing this scene, the dynamics in Luo Zaheo's live stream suddenly shifted. Just moments ago, the genuine fans had been silenced by a single remark from a detractor, but now they surged forth with renewed vigor. This is hilarious. What a bold move to raise the bid. The sight of Luo Zaheo's defeated expression was almost comical. It was no wonder he was the esteemed 99. Each increment of 100 seemed trivial, but if I lacked the funds to pay, it would then fall upon you to cover it. How amusing. Who would still want to purchase under such circumstances? Let us extend our gratitude to Luo Zaheo, for he inadvertently facilitated a negotiation that saved 1,000. User 99, a devoted fan, sincerely thanked the host Luo Zaheo for aiding in the bargain by gifting a token to the host, Little Beer. As the screen flooded with expressions of appreciation, the once celebrating detractors were rendered speechless. How could they have anticipated that this 99 would reverse the tide with but a single phrase? They had hoped Luo Zaheo would manage to annoy 99, yet instead, he inadvertently assisted him in saving 1,000. What a disheartening outcome. Such potential wasted. With this level of incompetence, what else can he achieve? Perhaps it's best he cease streaming and retire for a restful night. The detractors swiftly turn against him, bombarding the chat with scathing remarks. The same sentiment echoed within 99's live stream. Observing Chen Mo deftly dismantle the vendor's irritating bidding tactics, the audience erupted in applause. However, their attention swiftly pivoted to the silver ingot Chen Mo had just acquired for 390,000. This was the largest expenditure he had made during his previous treasure hunts, where costs had barely exceeded a few thousand. Thus, the question arose, how much profit could he possibly make from this transaction? The audience was rife with curiosity, as the notion that 99 would surely profit had become a widely accepted truth within the stream. No one doubted his ability to succeed or feared a financial loss. The viewers engaged in animated discussions in the chat. What is the true value of this silver ingot? I know it must be worth no less than 400,000. A humorous safeguard. Is there anyone knowledgeable here? I'd wager it starts at 1 million. I predict it will exceed 350,000. Some speculate its value to be in the millions. Others assert it exceeds the previous estimate of 3.5 million. And there are even those who venture to claim it could fetch tens of millions. However, these whimsical estimations were swiftly dismissed by those knowledgeable in the field. While I certainly acknowledge the prowess of the esteemed number 99 in discerning value, it is evident that such a substantial profit is implausible this time. The individual with the sunglasses and slicked back hair is likely an insider as well. Had there truly been such a high profit margin, he would not so casually relinquish it. This 50-tael silver ingot appears to date back to the Ming dynasty during the Wanli period, and there are numerous comparable examples at auction houses. After thorough consideration, the market price should hover between 40 and 60, with profits likely amounting to around 100,000, far from the exaggerated millions. Upon encountering this figure, significantly less than their expectations, the audience was taken aback. They had not anticipated that number 99, having invested nearly 400,000, would only yield a profit of about 100,000. For the average person, such a profit margin would indeed be cause for celebration. Yet for number 99, it felt rather mundane. However, upon reflection, the audience realized that the explanation was quite reasonable, and the price presented was entirely justifiable. Indeed, upon checking recent transaction records from the China Guardian auction house, it appeared the price was accurate. Upon further contemplation, a profit of over 100,000 could hardly be deemed insignificant. In fact, it was a sum that would take me 2.5 years of relentless toil to accumulate. Zhang Qinghua, watching the live broadcast, was utterly engrossed. Following the recent incident involving a hidden message within a teapot, it seemed that the millions of viewers in the live stream believed that no. 99 was simply fortunate to acquire the pot containing a plea for help. Yet, Zhang Qinghua disagreed. In the realm of antiques, consistent success in unearthing hidden treasures is not merely a matter of luck. He instinctively felt that number 99 must have discerned something unusual before discovering the ball of tissues. Regrettably, even after replaying the recording several times post-broadcast, he could not pinpoint that distinctive detail. Gazing intently at the silver ingot on screen, Zhang Qinghua remained filled with questions. The price analysis in the comments was accurate. If he were to purchase this ingot, he would offer no more than 55 million, certainly not exceeding 60. Yet, observing the expression on number 99's face, Zhang Qinghua couldn't shake the feeling that the young man was concealing something more. as Chen Mo held the hefty 50-tael silver ingot. Weighing over 3 kilograms, he could feel its substantial weight. After handling it for a moment in front of the audience, he turned back to the vendor with a smile, saying, "Come on, it's merely a reduction of 10,000, and you look so glum as if you've lost money. Don't tell me the cost of this ingot exceeds 390,000. Upon hearing the term cost, the vendor's demeanor improved significantly. Indeed, considering it was almost a no-cost venture, a profit of several hundred thousand meant that a deduction of 1,000 was hardly a deal-breaker. Chen Mo observed the improvement in the other party's complexion before continuing. "All right then, it seems that no one is inquiring about this larger piece. Just name your price, and I shall take it all." Upon finishing his statement, he averted his gaze from the stall owner and instead directed it towards Luo Zihao, who had just competed with him in bidding. Chen Mo even raised an eyebrow, mirroring the mocking gesture Luo had shown him earlier, the implication unmistakable. Witnessing this demeanor, Luo Zihao felt a surge of anger, only to forcibly suppress it within himself. How absurd! Did they truly regard him as a mere novice in antiques? Someone oblivious to the intricacies of the trade? This blatant provocation was clearly an attempt to incite him into a bidding war, hoping to deceive him with a hefty loss. To this, Luo Zihao could only think of 3 words: dream on. This 100-tael silver ingot could only be described as a blatant counterfeit. Only a fool would engage in a bidding war over it. In response to Chen Mo's inquiry, the stall owner was momentarily taken aback. After all, these 250-tael silver ingots had hardly attracted any inquiries, let alone this 100-tael piece. Having previously consulted with experts, the stall owner was well aware that this 100-tael ingot was undoubtedly a fake. Consequently, he had never truly considered selling it. It merely served as a fade. Thus, he had not even established a tentative price in his mind. Faced with this dilemma, the stall owner began to waver. How much should he quote? If he priced it too high, would the buyer reject it? Ultimately, he tentatively suggested 100,000. Chapter 44. Wait, did you say 1 million? With a snicker, Luo Zihao could no longer contain his laughter upon hearing this quote. Chen Mo, too, was astonished by the figure, quickly shifting his gaze from Luo Zihao back to the stall owner. His expression reflected a combination of surprise, confusion, and incredulity, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" Noticing the reactions of the onlookers, the stall owner felt a bit embarrassed and hastily added, "Actually, that price was just a casual remark. No need to take it seriously. How about you propose a price instead?" This statement left the bystanders utterly flabbergasted, astonished that a seller would invite the buyer to name their price. However, Chen Mo composed himself and, after a moment of contemplation, stated 10,000. Upon hearing this figure, the stall owner objected vehemently. That simply won't do. Although the authenticity of this piece is uncertain, 10,000 is far too low. He proceeded to provide justification. "I measured this silver ingot at home. It weighs 37 kilograms. Based on the current market rate of 5 per gram, the silver alone could fetch 18,000. The stall owner shook his head repeatedly, resolutely rejecting Chen Mo's offer of 10,000. Fine, I'll offer 20,000 then." Chen Mo held up 2 fingers and continued. "Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether this item is pure silver, nor do we know the exact amount of impurities within." This time, the stall owner refrained from countering. Nevertheless, Chen Mo did not immediately tender payment. Instead, he glanced again at Luo Zihao, raising an eyebrow, smirking, and shrugging in a complete performance. However, in response to this mockery, Luo Zihao merely rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and chuckled coldly, observing with indifference. Devoid of any intention to negotiate, he still harbored a lingering desire to deceive, did he? Although he had only spent 20,000, he had at least incurred a loss of 2,000. While he could not be deemed a complete fool, he certainly qualified as a minor one. Yet in the next moment, he recalled that the other party's 50 taels of silver ingot could potentially yield profits of around 100,000 or 80,000, which immediately dampened Luo Zihao's spirits. Chen Mo pursed his lips, exhaling a sigh, presenting an expression tinged with mild regret for not having swindled anyone. He took out his phone and once again paid the stall owner 20,000, securing the 100 taels of silver ingot. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he returned to the gathering treasure pavilion. At this moment, it was precisely 10 o'clock, the time for the program team to announce each contestant's assets. Despite having just spent over 400,000, Chen Mo steadfastly maintained his position at the top, with a disparity between his assets and those of the second place that was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The other contestants could only gaze upon this sight with despair. The chief coordinator, Wang Xiao, examined the backstage data, already contemplating whether to find a time to have a face-to-face discussion with contestant number 99 after the broadcast. This individual was simply too adept at making money. Even disregarding the subsequent 50 million prize that would be awarded, the speed at which his worth was increasing was astonishing. The more than 400,000 he had just spent, according to Professor Zhang Qinghua, was guaranteed not to result in a loss. It was merely a question of how much profit he would make. The 50,000 reward from the police that had yet to be disbursed would not even incur taxes. Additionally, even the tips received in contestant 99's live broadcast room, after platform deductions, had already surpassed 200,000. Given the current trajectory, one could hardly fathom the extent to which this individual might rise. This program consumed an immense amount of resources in its production, and it was not merely a frivolous endeavor. It was designed to align with the marketing and promotional efforts of upcoming products from major enterprises. Presently, due to the traffic whale effect of contestant 99's live broadcast room, the viewership for the other contestant streams could almost be disregarded. It is often said that those with wealth are the principal party. However, at this juncture, those with influence are truly the paramount figures. If one still regarded contestant 99 as merely an ordinary participant, they would undoubtedly be a fool. Clearly, Wang Xiao was not foolish. He understood the necessity of making an immediate statement. At this moment, Ma Shichen and Su Baolong had already arrived at Zhang Meifeng's shop. Although they were the owners, they had long entrusted the company to professional managers and were now enjoying leisure time. They either indulged in high-end recreational activities like golf with friends or traveled around the globe for relaxation. With Chen Mo, the expert at seizing opportunities in their midst, the two men naturally made it a point to check in at the gathering treasure pavilion whenever they had a spare moment. They watched intently as Chen Mo entered the shop, each hand grasping a gleaming silver ingot, and immediately approached him. "Is this a silver ingot from the Ming Dynasty?" Su Baolong inquired after examining it for a moment. To this, Chen Mo nodded affirmatively. "Old Su, are you not solely focused on ceramics and calligraphy?" Ma Shichen, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "I never imagined you had knowledge in this area as well." Su Baolong replied, "You would be surprised by much more." However, in truth, he only possessed a superficial understanding of the realm of silver ingots. Should he be pressed for details, he would quickly find himself a loss for words. "These silver ingots are quite substantial," Ma Shichen observed. "One weighs 50 taels and the other 100 taels, right?" He then inquired, "Brother Chen, how much did you acquire them for?" Chen Mo responded, "The 50-tael ingot cost 390,000, while the 100-tael ingot was merely 20,000. Ma Shichen expressed his confusion. "Huh? Why is the smaller one more expensive than the larger?" Su Baolong interjected, answering on behalf of Chen Mo. "Because only the 50-tael ingot is genuine." Although he claimed to have only a rudimentary understanding, he was aware of the basic facts that during the Ming Dynasty, the largest circulating silver ingots were only 50 taels, and there was no such thing as a 100-tael ingot. After Su Baolong's explanation, Ma Shichen finally grasped the reason behind the price discrepancy. "So, the so-called 100-tael ingots are merely modern forgeries, correct? That makes the price rather reasonable." He then pondered, "By the way, how much are these silver ingots truly worth?" Knowing that Chen Mo would not engage in a transaction without profit, he asked. Chen Mo paused momentarily before responding. "The market value of the 50-tael ingot should be between 500,000 and 600,000. The 100-tael ingot should be around 10 million. Ma Shichen exclaimed, "Oh, with a cost of less than 400,000. Selling for 5 to 600,000 is quite a nice profit." He continued to analyze. "However, your 100-tael forgery seems to incur a loss. You bought it for 20,000 but can only sell it for 1,000. Yet at that moment he abruptly halted. staring incredulously at the large silver ingot in Chen Mo's hands. Wait a moment. Did you say 10 million? Chapter 45. Misconceptions. The mention of this price left Ma Shichen momentarily speechless, his voice involuntarily rising in pitch. 10 million was not an exorbitant amount for him. Selling just a few units in a newly opened property development would yield that sum. However, this 10 million was not like any other, if he heard correctly. The initial investment was merely 20,000. Purchasing an antique worth 500,000 for 390,000 was already considered a significant find. What then could be said of acquiring an object valued at 10 million for merely 20,000? It was nothing short of an extraordinary discovery. Ma Shichen's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Like him, Zhang Meifeng and the other two employees in the shop were equally taken aback by the mention of 10 million. They all set aside their tasks, eager to gather around and scrutinize what could possibly be valued at such a staggering amount. As for Su Baolong, he was equally intrigued. Although his knowledge of silver ingots from the Qingming period was limited, he still possessed some basic understanding. He looked up at Chen Mo, observing that his expression was serious, devoid of jest. Now, Su Baolong was attentive. After days of observation, he clearly understood that if Chen Mo was not joking, it meant that this object was indeed worth over 10 million. It is entirely plausible to misjudge and project one's own faults onto others. However, when it comes to the young man before him, such doubts are unfounded. With a furrowed brow, Su Baolong spoke. This silver ingot, based on its design, should date back to the Ming dynasty during the Wanli reign. Yet, I recall that the highest denomination of silver ingots in circulation during the Ming era was merely 50 taels. As he spoke, he examined the ingot closely. Even touching it with care, the condition is also inconsistent. It appears too pristine. As a form of currency, it must have circulated through numerous hands over the centuries. And this level of wear is simply implausible. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. This was in stark contradiction to his understanding. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Chen Mo, eagerly awaiting his elucidation. In room 99 of the live broadcast, the audience had already been astounded by the announcement of 10 million. Most of them were financially challenged individuals, with opportunities to see even a mere 100,000 in cash being exceedingly rare, let alone a treasure valued in the 8 figures, which only existed in the tales of a friend. Unlike the national-level collections found in museums, if this item were genuine, it would indeed represent a tangible 10 million. The sensory impact alone was distinct. When Chen Mo spoke, the viewers instinctively chose to believe him, primarily due to his prior record of success. The probability of striking gold was 100. Only after a moment did skepticism begin to arise. Is this for real? Can it truly be worth 10 million? Just like that. In my hands? Absolutely a joke. If it were worth 10 million, I would simply consume it. I refuse to believe it. The barrage of disbelief in the comments stood out prominently amidst the flood of reactions. Some tagged Professor Zhang Xinhua, inquiring about the authenticity. Professor Zhang, is what they say true or false? Please enlighten us. Professor Zhang, observing the cascade of comments, furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent. From the onset, when Chen Mo purchased the silver ingot for 390,000, which was valued at no more than 500,000 to 600,000, Zhang had sensed something amiss. His unease intensified upon witnessing Chen Mo spend an additional 20,000 on a widely known counterfeit ingot. For antique enthusiasts, the fact that the highest denomination of circulating silver ingots during the Ming dynasty was 50 taels was common knowledge. Indeed, this knowledge was correct. Zhang Xinhua found himself perplexed. At that moment, Su Baolong began his analysis on the live stream, discussing specifications, condition, and wear. Hearing these terms, Zhang Xinhua suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. No, he had been mistaken. He had fallen into a cognitive trap. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he comprehended. Everyone instinctively regarded the silver ingot as currency, but was it possible that this ingot was not intended for market circulation? Perhaps it served an entirely different purpose. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast, Chen Mo gazed at the perplexed individuals before him and provided a clear explanation. You are indeed correct. This 100-tael silver ingot and the 50-tael ingot share a similar design, both dating back to the 33rd year of the Ming Wanli era. During this period, the highest standard of silver currency circulating in the market was indeed only 50 taels. In terms of appearance, the wear is exceedingly minimal, which starkly contrasts with the typical silver ingots found in regular circulation. However, Chen Mo continued with a shift in tone. This means it was not intended for market transactions. The group fell silent at this assertion. If the silver ingot was not meant for circulation, what purpose could it serve? Without allowing them time to inquire further, Chen Mo elaborated. This type of ingot is known as Jinkou silver. It is handcrafted by artisans from the Bureau of Silver, primarily for the purpose of safeguarding treasury reserves, rather than serving as common currency. This fact conveniently addresses the issues of specifications and wear. As for the method of verifying authenticity, it is quite simple. Treat it as an ordinary metallic artifact and analyze it using an X-ray fluorescence spectrometer. This will reveal the production year and the metal composition ratios, thereby confirming its legitimacy. Chen Mo spoke methodically, providing comprehensive details. At this point, Ma and Su remained largely unresponsive, while Zhang Meifang's eyes sparkled with recognition. Being engaged in the antique trade, she had encountered more information related to antique collectibles than Ma and Su. She had indeed heard of Jinkou silver. The news of a 500-tael Jinkou silver ingot from Japan, which domestic collectors were eager to purchase for an exorbitant sum, only to be rebuffed by the Japanese, had stirred considerable excitement in the antique community a few years ago. Zhang Meifang quickly retrieved a laptop and began to search for related news. As she entered a few keywords into the search engine, an article soon appeared before them. During the Eight-Nation Alliance's invasion of China, the Ming Dynasty's 500-tael Jinkou silver ingot stored in the Ministry of Revenue was plundered by Japan and is now housed in the National Museum of Japan. Aspiring collectors in the domestic antique scene, led by Mr. Wen Tao, offered 36 million yuan for its repatriation, but their request was denied by the Japanese authorities. The image accompanying the article depicted a 500-tael ingot that, aside from its size, bore an uncanny resemblance to the 100-tael ingot before them, practically a scaled-down version. As they gazed at the news on the laptop, Zhang, Ma, and Su were left speechless. Although the ingot in the Japanese museum was 500 taels and significantly larger than the one in front of them, the fact that it had remained unattainable even at a price of 36 million yuan implied that the value of this 100-tael ingot could not be underestimated. Zhang Meifang searched for Jinkou silver on the auction platform and discovered that there had been no successful transactions of this type in the past 5 years. This further underscored the rarity of such silver ingots, affirming the adage that rarity begets value. It can be said without exaggeration that once it is confirmed that this object is genuine, its auction price could easily reach 10 million. At this thought, Zhang Meifang abruptly raised her head to gaze at the composed and handsome man before her, still somewhat incredulous. Has he truly made 1 million already? Although she anticipated from day one that Chen Mo would undoubtedly earn 1 million, the speed at which it occurred was astonishing. On the first day, he earned 600,000. On the second day, 350,000 in the morning and 50,000 in the afternoon. And now, on the third day, he had already surpassed 8 digits. This was simply outrageous. The sensation of inhaling sharply was inadequate to describe her current emotions. It must be a tempestuous gasp. Suddenly, Zhang Meifang became animated. "Brother Chen, are you going to auction this?" she asked, her tone brimming with excitement. "Leave it to me. I want to take a penny from your cut, and will ensure you achieve the highest price." Less than 200 meters away from the Jiabao Pavilion, Luo Zihao stared at the live stream on his phone, gritting his teeth in regret. From the moment Chen Mo paid 2,000 and walked away with the item, he sensed something was amiss, though he could not articulate what exactly felt wrong. Consequently, Luo Zihao directly entered room 99 as a viewer, eager to discern Chen Mo's intentions. What he saw left him dumbfounded. A treasure worth 10 million. How could that possibly be worth 10 million? His initial reaction was disbelief. However, as a professional treasure hunter, he differed from mere antique enthusiasts. He truly understood this object, especially concerning currency from the Ming and Qing dynasties. This domain fell well within his expertise. After a meticulous recollection of his antiquities knowledge, Luo Zihao quickly confirmed that the individuals in the live stream were indeed correct. If authenticated as genuine, this object could indeed fetch over 10 million. With that realization, he felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. The thought of losing out on 1 million was unbearable. After years of struggling in this profession, he had yet to earn 1 million himself, while the other party had merely invested 2,000 and effortlessly scooped up this colossal opportunity right before his eyes. He could only watch helplessly, even learning of it belatedly through the live stream. In room 99, loyal fans had already triumphed over the detractors, completely conquering this territory. And here he was, a supposed expert in treasure hunting. The evidence was undeniable, a mere clown. It would be prudent to rename him the Scavenger Streamer. The host posed a question to a master. "What do you think of me?" The master remained silent, pointing to a kettle of boiling water. The host hesitated. "Am I mature now?" The master shook his head. Boiling matter. And he still dreamed of outsmarting others with such a level of incompetence. Appearing before the esteemed figure of room 99 was an affront to that esteemed individual. Observing the barrage of mocking comments flooding the live stream, all were uniformly derisive. Rosaheo was consumed by rage, his forehead burning with indignation. With a resounding crack, he smashed the selfie stick, along with the smartphone that was live streaming, forcefully against the ground. The fluidity of his movements was akin to a well-rehearsed performance, resulting in the instantaneous demise of the device. Bystanders around him stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. However, as he gazed down at the shattered remnants of his phone, regret washed over him. It was, after all, the recently acquired iPhone 182 in the exquisite celestial purple titanium finish. "By the sacred sword," he exclaimed. Of course, he intended to sell it. Yet, Chen Mo, at this moment, was not only lacking in a collection, but also devoid of any suitable space to store such items. As for the method of disposal, participating in an auction was not Chen Mo's preferred choice. While it might fetch a handsome price, the time it consumed was far too great. For him, time equated to money. The sooner he could secure funds, the greater his profits would be. In truth, Zhang Meifang was inclined to make a direct purchase. Yet her shop was severely lacking in cash flow. Currently, her store's account held barely 8 million, a sum insufficient for acquiring such high-value antiques, often reaching into the tens of millions. When is the next major auction? Chen Montauk inquired. After a brief search, Zhang Meifang provided a definitive answer, about a month and a half from now. Upon hearing this time frame, Chen Mo immediately dismissed the idea of participating in the auction. "Then forget it, that's too long." Zhang Meifang understood this response well. The desired auction had merely been a fleeting thought in her earlier excitement. She now recognized the reality. For Chen Mo, completing the transaction swiftly to secure payment was indeed the best course of action. To be frank, she had already begun to secretly anticipate what new knowledge the next opportunity would bring. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Meifang stated, "Then we shall not participate in the auction. I will reach out to collectors privately. Given the rarity of this silver ingot, there are surely those who will be interested. It shouldn't take long." Chen Mo had no objections to this decision. With that, Zhang Meifang immediately commenced her arrangements. Regarding the authenticity of the item, none of the attendees would dare to question Chen Mo's assertions. However, since it was to be sold to another party, utilizing X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy for verification was imperative. Regrettably, there were no institutions in Luo City equipped for this analysis. The nearest was located in the neighboring city of Huainan. Zhang Meifang promptly contacted this facility and even offered an additional fee to expedite their arrival with the necessary equipment, striving to obtain results as swiftly as possible. After contacting the institution, Zhang Meifang busied herself with reaching out to collectors. Meanwhile, Ma Su and his companion began to waver. To be candid, both were primarily collectors of porcelain and had little experience in other categories. For instance, Ma Shurchin was completely unfamiliar with silver ingots. Nevertheless, given that it was indeed a precious item secured by Chen Mo, the value was undeniable. He hesitated, contemplating whether to make a move and for how much. Just then, the store's landline phone rang. The clerk answered, and in the next moment, a crisp and urgent voice came through the line. Hello, I am Zheng Qingxin, the daughter of Zheng Wintao. I am willing to offer 15 million. Chapter 47, Transaction. Wang Xiaosun and Sun, you were unable to contain themselves. The clerk on the phone was momentarily stunned. What was happening? 15 million had just been offered so casually? Zhang Meifang had just finished contacting a collector known by her father and rushed over upon witnessing the scene, taking the phone from the clerk. Hello, I am Zhang Meifang, the manager of Jubuoj on Longmin Street in Luocheng. May I ask who this is? I am Zheng Qingxin. I found your store's number through a friend. I apologize if I have intruded. The tone on the other end was urgent. I watched the live broadcast to the number 99 auctioneer, and I want that piece of treasury silver. I am willing to offer 15 million. Please, make sure to reserve it for me. Zhang Meifang couldn't help but exclaim internally. How remarkable! Just as she began her inquiries, someone had already approached her directly with such a high price. Was it really that sudden? Noticing Zhang Meifang's silence, the caller grew more anxious. Has someone already purchased it? I can offer an even higher price. Please, my ancestors were craftsmen from the Ming Dynasty's Silver Bureau, and they cast many pieces of treasury silver, but none have survived. My father, Zheng Wintao, wishes to see the silver cast by our ancestors, but he is now in the late stages of cancer. I am still negotiating for the piece in the Japanese museum, but I fear my father may not last until then. Zhang Meifang had been on another call and missed the initial introduction of the caller. Hearing this, she realized the identity of the person on the other end. To her astonishment, it was indeed the daughter of that ambitious figure mentioned in the news. She glanced at Chen Mo. Upon seeing him nod, she responded, the piece of treasury silver has not yet been sold. We are awaiting rate testing. If you're interested, you can come by and see it in person, and we can discuss the price then. Zheng Qingxin immediately felt relieved. All right, I am boarding now and can arrive in an hour at most. After hanging up, Zhang Meifang couldn't suppress her excitement and looked at Chen Mo, eager to congratulate him in advance. However, she was taken aback to find him calmly seated back at the tea table, sipping tea as if nothing had happened. Zhang Meifang thought to herself. She was impressed. Under Zhang Meifang's lavish offer, the research institution from Huainan City quickly dispatched a portable X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, rushing it over at top speed. Typically, a single test might cost a mere 1,000 or 800, but this time, Zhang Meifang quoted a staggering 50,000. Given such a generous patron, there was no way they could skimp on service. It would weigh heavily on their conscience. In less than half an hour, both the person and the equipment were swiftly transported from the neighboring city of Huainan, and the testing commenced on site. As the testing process required 30 minutes, the rhythmic sound of heels echoed through the entrance of the Jubuoj as Zheng Qingxin rushed in. Just then, the testing report was completed. Where is it? She gasped, her graceful demeanor slightly faltering as she scanned her surroundings with an anxious gaze, searching fervently. Zhang Meifang unobtrusively accepted the testing report, and, upon seeing that the identified excavation date ranged between 1580 and 1630, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly waved her hand. Is this Miss Zheng? Over here. Chen Mo had entrusted all matters related to the shipment to Zhang Meifang, while he and Ma Su leisurely sipped tea and engaged in conversation, appearing as mere bystanders. Ma Shicheng glanced at the two individuals negotiating prices and discreetly informed Chen Mo of their identities. The Zheng family is not to be underestimated. They're the maritime tycoons of Lehigh City. Although they may not quite match the ship-owning families of Xiangjiang, they certainly rank among the elite of inland shipping enterprises. At their peak, their market value exceeded 100 billion. He continued, I had heard that the head of the Zheng family was ill, but I didn't realize it was terminal cancer. Speaking of which, he added with a knowing smile directed at Chen Mo, Zheng Qingxin is the only daughter. Perhaps you might consider pursuing her? If you succeed, your efforts might be unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo remained speechless. Please refrain from matchmaking. I currently have no interest in such matters. At that moment, Zhang Meifang and Zheng Qingxin abruptly halted their conversation and approached the group, both adorned with radiant smiles, clearly satisfied with the outcome of their negotiations. The deal is settled, Zhang Meifang announced. Miss Zheng is willing to pay 16 million. Zhang Qingxin's smile blossomed even further as she hurried to Chen Mo, bowing deeply before the seated individuals, leaving them momentarily bewildered. I must sincerely thank you, Mr. Chen. If it were not for your assistance, my father might have departed with regrets. Chen Mo promptly rose to reciprocate the gesture, saying, I merely had the fortune of being in the right place. Your father is the one truly deserving of admiration. Having just learned in detail about Zheng Wintao's endeavors, Chen Mo felt a profound sense of respect. Regardless of whether his substantial investment to retrieve the 500 taels of treasury silver from Japan was driven by a desire to uphold the legacy of the Zheng family or a personal obsession, the very notion of reclaiming a piece of his nation's history from abroad was commendable. Therefore, Chen Mo's earlier words were not mere pleasantries. Once the price was agreed upon, the process unfolded swiftly. The parties signed a transaction contract. One party remitted payment while the other received goods. In just a few minutes, the ownership of the treasury's silver shifted from Chen Mo to Zhang Qingxin. Consequently, Chen Mo's bank account also swelled by 16 million. While many lament the challenges of earning money in this world, the mogul of number 99 seemed to find the pursuit of wealth rather uncomplicated. On the first day, a profit of 600,000 was made. On the second, over 4 million, and by the third day, an astonishing 16 million. In less than 72 hours, the total earnings amounted to 20 million before tax. Such rapid profits in the white flour business are rarely seen. While I feel envious of others' financial success, I can only express admiration for the magnate of number 99. It seems I am witnessing the rise of a new generation of wealth. Indeed, I am grateful to the production team for allowing someone like me, who earns merely 2,000 in 30 days, to witness the spectacle of someone earning 20 million in just 3 days. User 1, a modest earner of 1,800 a month, generously tips the host with a Porsche. User 2, another humble individual, tips with a firework emoji. The majority of the viewers in number 99's livestream are from less affluent backgrounds. As an official account of the production team, there is no suggestion of coerced gifting. All contributions come from the viewer's delight. Remarkably, a culture of gifting has emerged within this brief time frame. Regardless of the amount, be it 10 or 100, every contribution is met with a wave of gratitude from other fans, replacing number 99 in expressing thanks. It warms the hearts of those who donate. In cases of substantial tips from genuinely wealthy individuals, other spectators may even form a gratitude brigade, expressing their thanks for an extended period in a live stream with millions of viewers. Such cohesion is unimaginable in other live streaming environments. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao and Sun Yu could not remain idle. Initially, they planned to wait until the evening to discuss matters with number 99, but the sale of silver ingots amounting to 16 million had stirred their urgency. One departed from the production office, while the other left the Byte office, both hurrying toward the location of the Golden Gathering Pavilion on Longman Street. The stakes of negotiating 3 to 4 million versus 20 million are entirely different. After the recent price surge, their earlier demands felt insufficient. Any further delay would only exacerbate the situation. Step on the gas and get me to the Golden Gathering Pavilion as quickly as possible. Wang and Sun instructed the driver in unison. Chapter 48. The Free Man, Chen Mo, officially debuts. During lunchtime, the number 99 live stream surprisingly ended early, leaving the audience astounded. In truth, Chen Mo had initially intended to treat several staff members to a celebratory feast, having just earned such a considerable sum. Unfortunately, before he could even step outside, he was intercepted by the head of the production team and the head of the live streaming division at Byte. When Wang Xiao and Sun Yu met, they were both taken aback, not expecting to encounter one another at this moment. However, they were familiar with each other, given that the program had the backing of Byte. Furthermore, their objectives were not in conflict. One sought to discuss promotional strategies for the later stages of the event, while the other simply wished to secure Chen Mo's collaboration, with no conflicting interests at play. Wang Xiao and Sun Yu immediately found common ground and decided on the spot to invite Chen Mo to dinner at Rongji Private Kitchen. From the outside, it appeared rather unremarkable, yet within, The decor exuded opulence. In the spacious private room, only Chen Mo and his two companions were present. Chen Mo was well aware of the purpose of their visit. With the initiative firmly in his grasp, he was more than capable of handling the situation with ease. The meal cost a five-figure sum, yet could only be considered an appetizer. The real business would commence after the meal. Chen Mo wiped his mouth and said, "Now that we've dined, feel free to state your purpose directly. There's no need for circumlocution." Upon hearing this, Wang and Sun exchanged glances and ultimately decided to broach the subject of the program. Wang Xiao began, "Mr. Chen, I truly admire your ability to generate revenue. So I'll be forthright. This program consumed considerable resources before its launch, and it wasn't without tasks. The original plan was to collaborate with various enterprises for product launches during the latter stages of the competition. However, no one anticipated that your financial prowess would siphon off all the program's traffic." With a wry smile, Wang Xiao continued, "It has only been 3 days since the launch, yet the competition has already become somewhat nominal. Under these circumstances, the promotional plan we had set is now entirely ineffective." Wang Xiao looked at Chen Mo and added, "If we wish to proceed with the product promotion as initially planned, we will have to rely on you, Brother Chen." Chen Mo had already contemplated this scenario and quickly replied, "Agreed." Wang Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of his agreement. However, Chen Mo promptly added, "But I have conditions." Now, that was more like it. Wang Xiao, having mentally prepared himself, continued to listen. Chen Mo stated from now on, "I will determine the timings for the broadcasts. Additionally, the stipulation in the contestant contract that restricts us to Luocheng for the first month must be amended. I intend to change locations. Lastly, while I am willing to cooperate with the promotional efforts, it must align with my own preferences and cannot be enforced." Wang Xiao could only think, is that all? He had come with numerous concerns, yet these demands seemed incredibly manageable. Wang Xiao instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a smile. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, "Very well. I can accommodate all your requests." Chen Mo was quite pleased with Wang Xiao's attitude. To him, financial gain was of little consequence. What mattered most was the freedom to act according to his own desires. Sun Yu was equally surprised by how swiftly the two men reached an agreement. Observing the entire process, she noted that Chen Mo was not the type to be overbearing simply because he held a few cards. This realization allowed her to relax as well. Turning to Chen Mo, Sun Yu spoke earnestly and with conviction, "I have but one objective, to sign a contract with you. Moreover, it could be a customized contract." Having discerned Chen Mo's desire for autonomy, she directly outlined the terms of the customized contract. No requirements for broadcast duration, nor daily check-in tasks. You can air whenever you wish, with the only stipulation being that you cannot sign with other platforms. In addition, you are free to pursue whatever you desire. The division of gifts is set at the highest tier, with a 90-10 split, where you receive 90% and the platform retains 10. The promotional resources offered are of the utmost quality, and you will also be provided with a professional live streaming coordination team. Sun Yu articulated one point after another concerning the most crucial signing fee. The initial signing bonus can reach a maximum of 70 million, with subsequent annual renewal fees of 10 million. She extended a finger upon signing the contract. "I can authorize a one-time payment of 100 million. After saying this, Sun Yu eagerly looked towards Chen Mo. However, she noticed that there was no sign of excitement or exhilaration on his face. Chen Mo remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "What about the penalty for breach of contract?" Upon hearing this question, Sun Yu exhaled in relief and hurriedly replied, "There is no penalty for breach of contract." In truth, prior to this meeting, they had already discussed the issue of breach penalties within the company. The consensus was that the signing fee could simply be refunded. Yet, having observed Chen Mo's demeanor, Sun Yu astutely decided to eliminate the penalty altogether. What a farce it would be if a deal fell through for such a reason. Allowing such a prominent streamer to migrate to a rival platform, that would be a significant loss. Once it was confirmed that there would be no penalty for breach, Chen Mo finally smiled. Wasn't he that simply giving away money? Only a fool would refuse. He responded with a smile, I am willing to sign. After reaching an agreement, Wang Xiao and Sun Yu promptly presented the contract. Chen Mo meticulously reviewed each clause, finding it identical to their earlier discussions, with no hidden traps present. He then picked up the pen and swiftly inscribed his name. Thus, the free agent Chen Mo officially emerged. Chapter 49. Mr. Chen's Magnanimity. After dining, Chen Mo had yet to commence his broadcast. The official program group had already released a message, following internal deliberations. The ownership of account number 99 in the live streaming room has been formally transferred to Chen Mo, player number 99. Upon seeing this information, the audience awaiting the broadcast was invigorated. Generally, accounts associated with official terminology are not particularly appealing. But if it is stated that the account now belongs to the esteemed player number 99, that changes everything. I am now a true fan. This is exactly right. I support the official move, and now player number 99 will undoubtedly put in even more effort during the live stream, eagerly anticipating a more thrilling experience. Count me in. No more talk. I will message my wife to ensure she follows along, lending her support to player number 99. What if she doesn't want to follow? Well, then there is nothing more to say. A wife could easily become an ex-wife. Originally, this account had around 700,000 to 800,000 followers. But following the announcement of the account ownership transfer by the program group, that number was instantaneously refreshed. 783, 831, 98, 1784, 2319. Both Wang Xiao from the program group and Sun Yu from Byte Live were left astounded by the rapid increase in followers. Over 100,000 in 5 minutes. Over 200,000 in 15 minutes. However, this was far from reaching the limits. An hour after the announcement, the follower count for account number 99 officially surpassed 5 million. In the Byte office building, within the live streaming division, Sun Yu stared at the back-end data. Her mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for quite some time. She was genuinely taken aback. Goodness, while she had anticipated a surge in followers, she never imagined it would manifest in such an extraordinary manner. In just 1 hour, the follower count skyrocketed by 4 to 5 million. Most astonishingly, these millions were all highly active followers. Not a single so-called zombie or inactive follower was in sight. This situation was utterly remarkable, certainly a record-breaking phenomenon. As the head of the live streaming division, Sun Yu was acutely aware of the account's data analysis. Typically, a normal influencer with 5 million followers would receive only a few 100,000 views and a meager number of likes, often just in the thousands or even hundreds. After posting a video, this was entirely commonplace. As such, influencers often had inflated follower counts. The actual number of genuine active followers could be less than 2/3 and high quality. Highly engaged followers were often a mere fraction, perhaps 1/10. Such instances were exceedingly common and difficult for the platform to manage. After all, if one were to delve into it, this phenomenon was, to some extent, beneficial for the platform, creating a fade of prosperity, the advantages of which were self-evident. Thus, the sudden influx of 5 million highly active quality followers on account number 99 was somewhat alarming. 5 million active, quality followers. Thankfully, they had already signed a contract. The investment of 100 million was indeed a tremendous bargain. The potential repercussions if this streamer were to be signed by a competing entity sent a shiver down Sun Yu's spine. Should such a scenario transpire, it would undoubtedly mark the most significant blemish in her career. Forget about higher-level executives. Sun Yu herself might find it unbearable to remain in her current position. Chen Mo logged into account number 99 on his phone, observing the back-end data, where the gift revenue, even after a 50-50 split, still amounted to an impressive 3.8 million. Goodness gracious! If it weren't for the recent windfall of a substantial amount, which had netted him 16 million, the earnings from previous windfalls, even after tax, would not compare to the gifts received in just these few days. However, Chen Mo was merely momentarily astonished before he decisively exited the back end, showing no intention of transferring this sum to his bank account. He had no intention of touching this money at all. He had long since made up his mind. He thought to himself that once he accumulated a bit more, he would donate it all. The gifts bestowed upon him by the audience would be untouched. and he would donate them directly to those truly in need. With that thought in mind, he took out his phone and called Ma Shurchen. After several rings, the call was answered. Chen Mo said, "Brother Ma, do you have any channel for donations?" On the other end, Ma Shurchen was taken aback. "Brother Chen, what do you mean by that?" Chen Mo explained, "The program team has just transferred the ownership of the account to me. I noticed there are still some gifts contributed by the audience, and I intend to donate this sum. I was wondering if you might have any reliable channels for donations." When it comes to donations, one naturally thinks of major charitable foundations. However, Chen Mo had a rather unfavorable impression of them. Organizations like the Red Cross or celebrity charity foundations often lacked transparency and were rife with scandals. He felt that the waters were too murky for him to navigate, and he was disinclined to waste time trying. Thus, his first choice was someone trustworthy. He called Ma Shurchen not on a whim. After all, Ma was a prominent local entrepreneur who had delved deep into the business world for many years, surely knowing a variety of people across different industries, and he should have access to channels for charitable donations. Additionally, after several encounters, Chen Mo sensed that Ma was a person of good character, someone worth befriending. Moreover, given Ma Shurchen's considerable wealth, he surely would not look down upon this modest sum. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Chen Mo's account, Ma Shurchen fell silent. After a few seconds, he spoke. "Yes, I know a few business owners who are passionate about charity. They handle everything personally and are quite familiar with the processes." He then inquired, "How much do you intend to donate, Brother Chen?" "There are 3 to 4 million in this account, and it should reach 10 million in due time. If that is insufficient, I can contribute more myself," Chen Mo replied, pausing briefly before adding, "I do not intend to take any of the future livestream earnings or gifts. I will donate them all." Upon hearing the specific amounts and the mention of subsequent income, Ma Shurchen fell silent once more. Although he had not seen the actual back-end data, he understood the significance of the term future income. It had only been a few days since the broadcast commenced, and the gifts had already amounted to 3 to 4 million. It was clear that future income would be substantial. This was no longer merely a matter of generosity. Reflecting on this, Ma Shurchen sighed and said, "Having been in business for so many years and earning a fair amount, I never considered giving back to society. I've learned a valuable lesson from you, Brother Chen." He continued, "Count my donation as well." Chen Mo replied, "Certainly. The act of donating is what truly matters. The amount is secondary. The key is to ensure that the funds are directed to the right places." He added, "The funds must be transparent, with every allocation clearly documented and traceable. Ideally, we should bypass intermediaries and deliver the aid directly to those in need." Ma Shurchen nodded on the other end of the line. "If we're dealing with such a scale, we could consider establishing our own foundation, allowing us to manage the entire process without external interference." Chen Mo agreed, and the two of them continued to discuss their plans for quite some time over the phone. From a selection of those to be assisted, to the specific methods of aid, and finally to the streamlining of processes, this phone call lasted over an hour, effectively finalizing the matter at hand. As for the intricate details, we shall discuss them further once I have consulted with professionals. Regarding such serious matters, Ma Shurchen maintained a very earnest demeanor. In conclusion, he remarked, "Brother Chen, it should indeed be Mr. Chen's noble cause." Chapter 50, Unlocking New Perspectives. The novice streamer reports in. Ma Shurchen inquired whether to make this matter public online. Chen Mo outright declined. Should this news reach the internet, it would undoubtedly garner explosive attention and easily trend on social media. However, Chen Mo did not place much value on such notoriety. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Moreover, in the realm of charity, high visibility is not necessarily advantageous. It is far more crucial to handle this matter privately. Any unforeseen circumstances arising from public exposure could disrupt progress, and Chen Mo wished to avoid complications. In response, Ma Shurchen remained silent, merely giving a thumbs up. At 4 in the afternoon, Chen Mo commenced his broadcast. The audience, having waited for an indeterminate duration, finally rejoiced. "Grandpa, the streamer you follow has finally gone live. From middle school to my child entering primary school, it seemed we had all awaited this moment. 9 families of military personnel report in. Wow, not only multiple camera angles, but a new perspective unlocked. This is truly a delightful surprise. Unlike the previous third-person perspectives, this time, it was Chen Mo himself holding the phone, offering a clear view of his face, which instantly elicited gasps from the viewers. Goodness gracious! Previously, the angles were somewhat distant, and one could only vaguely sense that the esteemed number 99 was somewhat handsome. Now this visage is simply stunning. I concede that no. 99 surpasses me in the realm of looks. Come on now, spare yourself the flattery. If you possess even a tenth of the charm of the big shot, I shall eat my words. The male viewers flooded the chat with admiration, asserting that with Chen Mo, along with Peng Yuyan and Wu Yinzu, the four of them could uphold the aesthetic standards of all Asia. Meanwhile, the female viewers remained silent, fervently showering gifts. Within just a few minutes of broadcasting, the earnings reached several 100,000 in pure paid gifts, with the special effects on the screen operating incessantly, reaching almost absurd levels. Chen Mo waved his hand and smiled at the audience, saying, "Hello, brothers. A novice reporting in on my first day as a streamer. Thank you for your support." The chat instantly erupted in astonishment. 666. A newcomer breaking 10,000 viewers in just half a minute. Other streamers hearing this would likely feel a pang of despair. No need to act anymore. This is hilarious. At this moment, someone sent a high-energy message asking, "9, where are you right now?" The surroundings do not seem like Longmen Street. Noticing the conspicuous barrage of comments, Chen Mo responded with a smile, stating, "Of course, as a novice streamer, I must unlock new maps." As he spoke, he shifted the camera, revealing the scene before him in the live broadcast. Above the entrance loomed the flamboyant characters of Bashinen's second-hand market. Prior to his visit, Chen Mo had diligently prepared for this occasion. He stepped through the doorway, announcing, "I find myself at the Bashinen second-hand market in Chang'an City, a name that signifies the legendary Bashin crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique talents." As he walked, he continued to explain to his audience, "I see that everyone refers to me as the treasure-hunting streamer. My aim in coming to this new location is primarily to see if I can strike it lucky." The comments flooded the screen. "So the strongest treasure-hunting streamer is merely hoping for luck, huh?" Laughing emoji. Is this the secret behind the frequent successes of the treasure-hunting experts? Chen Mo, while advancing towards the stalls, maintained an engaging interaction with the viewers. Interacting with the esteemed number 99 is simply delightful, far superior to the previous third-person perspective. One viewer remarked. Another chimed in, "I must inform you all, my home is right next to Bashinen. I've already set off and will soon meet the great streamer in person. Wang and I wish to join too." Chen Mo officially commenced his live stream as a streamer, offering viewers a refreshing experience, which he himself found rather exhilarating. With his phone in hand, he entered the realm of the Bashin second-hand market. This antique street notably differed from the earlier Longmen Street in layout. Longmen Street was a straight path of about 200 to 300 meters, whereas Bashinen was a winding maze, resembling the convergence of multiple streets. In terms of scale, the latter surpassed the former significantly. On Longmen Street, most transactions occurred at various stalls, with only 7 or 8 antique shops lining the sides. However, Bashinen presented a different picture, with shops springing up in every direction, at least 30 or 40 in sight. The styles of the shop fronts varied greatly, featuring Tang brick designs, Song tile aesthetics, and even modern flair, each creating a unique atmosphere. In summary, this new venue undoubtedly exuded a more impressive presence than Longmen Street, as the novice streamer earnestly commented before an audience of millions. As he spoke, Chen Mo found himself before a multitude of stalls. The external decor of the shops was indeed enticing. However, Chen Mo was acutely aware that those establishments were not meant for him. It was the stalls before him that truly felt like home. "Oh," Chen Montag exclaimed in mild surprise. Unlike the haphazard arrangement of stalls on Longmen Street, here, the stalls were organized with a sense of order. A glance around revealed that stalls of the same category were grouped together. All around were porcelain. Surrounding the currency were more coins. And closest to Chen Mo were stalls selling paintings and calligraphy. Chen Mo mentally counted and was astonished to find 12 or 13 art stalls. It was time to test his fortune. He softly spoke to the live stream, then blended into the crowd, discreetly making his way to the front of the stall. As a novice streamer, he glanced at the artworks on display, casually selected one, and began to check the price. Counting silently in his mind, 987. Chen Mo was taken aback when he finally comprehended the floating number. This was the first time since he began his treasure hunting that he had lost his composure. 7,700,000 yuan. Chen Mo exclaimed internally, "What on earth?" Suppressing his shock, he confirmed several times that he had indeed read it correctly. Good heavens! 666. Goodness! The very first piece he casually examined was worth 7 million. What incredible luck was this? Chen Mo couldn't help but express his disbelief. Over the past few days, he had meticulously scoured Longmen Street, having perused nearly every stall and had only managed to find a few treasures. Who would have thought that upon arriving here, his very first glance would yield such an astonishing find? It was utterly beyond expectation. Chapter 51. I thought you would negotiate the price. Chen Mo discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The stall owner appeared to be in his 30s, slender in build, sporting round copper-framed glasses, and had tied his hair in a retro braid, giving him an air of scholarly elegance. He exuded a calm demeanor, appearing refined and cultured. When silent, anyone would be inclined to regard him as an intellectual. At that moment, a buyer had set his sights on a painting at the stall. After inquiring about the price, the stall owner quoted 3,005. The buyer felt it was slightly steep and intended to negotiate. They haggled back and forth over the price, yet the stall owner steadfastly refused to budge, simply reiterating, "I do not support negotiations here." The buyer, unwilling to relent, attempted to continue bargaining. Unexpectedly, the stall owner lost his patience and exclaimed, "Haven tea, I repeated myself enough? I do not support negotiations here. Can't you read what is written on my sign? No, negotiations. Are you blind or illiterate? I am quoting the actual price. If you want to negotiate, go find someone else to buy from." The buyer was momentarily stunned by the barrage of words, laced with disdain. He stood there, processing the situation for a while before regaining his senses. He wished to retaliate, but for some inexplicable reason, despite the stall owner's frail appearance, his forceful words emanated an intimidating presence. Witnessing this scene, the buyer abandoned his desired item, not daring to utter a single harsh word, and scurried away in defeat. Throughout the entire exchange, Chen Mo, who had been observing the surroundings, was left utterly flabbergasted. What just happened? How did the atmosphere shift so dramatically? Where's the cultured demeanor I was promised? Not only was Chen Mo astonished, but the audience in the live stream was equally surprised. Goodness, this vendor is remarkable. He appears refined and cultured, yet in just a couple of sentences, he managed to drop 7 or 8 expletives. The level of profanity is simply unprecedented. This fellow is truly invincible. When silent, he is an intellectual. When he speaks, he becomes a master of verbal duels. Speaking of which, since he is selling antiques, is it reasonable not to support bargaining? Under normal circumstances, it certainly seems unreasonable. However, the vendor has placed a large sign nearby, clearly stating this policy. Moreover, whether the price is fair or not is a separate discussion. The fact is, the vendor is not begging anyone to make a purchase, so there's little to argue about. To be fair, this point is indeed valid. They say the customer is king, but here the king comes to be treated like a fool. This business is impressive. I fail to comprehend why so many people are drawn to such a vendor. Perhaps it's due to his prime location. Chen Mo glanced at the sign that stood erect, boldly proclaiming the no bargaining policy in clear, unmistakable letters. Even he found himself somewhat impressed. One could say this vendor possesses quite a fiery temperament. After shaking off his momentary distraction, Chen Mo recalled his purpose and resumed observing his surroundings, analyzing the situation. He needed to ascertain whether this painting, valued at over 7 million, harbored any hidden tricks. He certainly did not wish to fall victim to a bait-and-switch scheme orchestrated by this vendor. Such a scenario would be quite entertaining, indeed. Chen Mo suppressed his wandering thoughts and discreetly scrutinized the vendor's actions and demeanor. After a while, he noticed that this individual was not even glancing at the painting. It is worth noting that the painting was positioned at a considerable distance from the vendor himself, while it was rather close to the curious onlookers. Just at the edge of the stall, within arm's reach. This placement undeniably lacked a safe distance. At this point, Chen Mo could largely confirm that the painting was not a mere bait. The vendor likely had not recognized its true value. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Who in their right mind would use a painting worth over 7 million as bait? It would already be outrageous to use items valued at tens of thousands as a decoy. With the confirmation of the vendor's oversight, Chen Mo's thoughts began to race. He must devise a strategy to acquire the painting. Perhaps it was indeed due to the advantageous location. This stall faced the entrance and exit of the Eight Immortals Temple, ensuring a high foot traffic. Tourists visiting the Eight Immortals Temple flea market or collectors hoping to unearth hidden treasures would most likely glance at this nearest area of calligraphy and painting first. Consequently, a steady stream of new buyers arrived, and after a quick look, some were genuinely interested in a particular piece. They instinctively began to haggle. In response, the hot-tempered intellectual vendor, reiterating that he offered a fair price, continued to refuse the bargaining attempts, transforming once more into a seasoned verbal hunter. He would unleash a cacophony of objections. Go buy from another stall. I'm not selling to you. What's the deal? Do you expect me to tolerate your presence? In a mere few minutes, 3 buyers inquired about the price, which is remarkably high for the antique trade. However, to his astonishment, all 3 were brusquely dismissed, resulting in no sales whatsoever. Witnessing this entire scene left Chen Mo bewildered. The business was truly astonishing. Observing the absence of further inquiries from potential buyers, Chen Mo resolved to take action. He pointed at the painting valued at 7,700,000 and inquired, "How much for this piece, my friend?" 48,000, replied the vendor, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with irritation from previous negotiations with other buyers. Allericht, Chen Montag responded dies eifrig, pulling out his phone to complete the payment. The money has been transferred. Please assist me in rolling it up and packaging it. The vendor, taken aback, rapped on a sign nearby and coldly retorted, "I do not entertain haggling here." Mid-sentence, he froze, his expression one of utter disbelief. "You've already paid?" "Indeed. The payment has been made," Chen Mo affirmed with a smile, displaying the transfer confirmation on his phone. This unexpected maneuver left the vendor momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he stammered, "Oh, I assumed you were going to negotiate. Please hold on. I will package it for you now." As he uttered these words, his gaze became evasive, and his tone was laced with embarrassment. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at the vendor's flustered demeanor. It appeared that this vendor harbored some peculiar quirks. He clearly disliked haggling, yet seemed to fantasize about it. This situation perfectly encapsulated the lyric about the fleeting gaze, laden with unspoken affection. Did you notice that the vendor's remarks this time held no substance? It seems he adjusts his responses based on the buyer in front of him. This was utterly amusing. Isn't anyone curious about the painting that the esteemed buyer 99 purchased for 4,500? If I'm not mistaken, this is the very piece he initially laid eyes upon. Was it indeed a fortunate find? I am desperate to witness the unfolding of such a plot. Kudos to those upstairs for noticing such nuances. I, too, observed the signature method employed by buyer 99. His gaze was immediately drawn to this painting, neglecting all else as he focused solely on the vendor's outbursts. So, was it a lucky find or not? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can clarify? I am eagerly awaiting answers. Chapter 52. This achievement surpasses yesterday's efforts, albeit slightly. The barrage of inquiries in the comments went unanswered, for the painting was only visible on the live stream for a few fleeting seconds before it was rolled up. Naturally, no one could provide answers to these pressing questions. As the vendor rolled the painting and placed it into a long packaging bag, he hesitated before handing it to Chen Mo. In a tone reminiscent of compensation, he said, "You're the first buyer today who did not haggle. Allow me to offer you a better packaging box. This wooden box retails for over 100. The vendor delicately extracted the painting from a packing bag and, with a swift motion, retrieved an exquisite elongated wooden box from beneath the stall. After carefully placing the artwork inside the box, he returned it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt an inexplicable discomfort. What does it mean to be a good buyer? Why did the vendor's tones seem somewhat peculiar? It was merely a wooden box worth a little over 100 yuan. Could he not purchase it himself? As for the notion that the first customer, who did not haggle, might feel justified in negotiating after witnessing the other three buyers' bargaining outcomes, was that not merely an excuse to chastise him? Chen Mo reached out to accept the painting valued at over 7 million, quickly shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, leaving only a courteous remark of pleasant transaction before hastily retreating. Across from the stall, the vendor even waved goodbye reluctantly, saying, "Come again next time." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo quickened his pace. Ha, what a hilarious escape. Initially, from the program's third-person perspective, I had assumed that the notable figure 99 was a distant and aloof technical genius. Now, I realize I was mistaken. He appears to have a rather amusing side. Indeed, during earlier observations, he had been sipping tea, exuding an air of highbrow indifference. But now I have reason to suspect that this demeanor was merely a facade, as we all know the prowess of his performance. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. The atmosphere in the comments section is remarkably relaxed and exuberant. Even the frequency of gifts and rewards has significantly increased compared to before. After a few light-hearted jests, the focus of the discussion shifted back to the painting that Chen Mo purchased for 4,800. Is it truly a treasure? If so, what is its worth? If it holds no value, does it possess any other unique significance? At this juncture, no one believes Chen Mo would spend money on something worthless, not to mention antiques. Even purchasing a bottle of mineral water prompts scrutiny regarding its intended purpose or any special attributes it may have. After all, with a flawless track record, anyone who questions him would be rendered speechless after watching the edited videos of A's Zhu Shaokong. It must either be as valuable as the 100 taels of silver from the morning, or possess a unique function like the exquisite ewer from yesterday. This understanding has nearly become common knowledge among the audience. Holding the painting worth 7 or 8 million, Chen Mo was in remarkably high spirits. Since stepping into the precincts of Baxian, and he had spent only a few brief minutes. It felt akin to a quick trip downstairs for a pack of cigarettes, selecting, inquiring about the price, paying, and swiftly departing. He had even omitted the pretense of haggling, and aside from the vendor's personal touch, the entire experience was astonishingly smooth. There was no fishing, no scheming, no intercepting involved. Compared to the previous efforts he had expended, this transaction was devoid of any obstacles. Just like that, he effortlessly exchanged 4,800 yuan for over 7 million. Chen Mo glanced at the live stream, noting that the most popular comments were all inquiring whether this was indeed a treasure. In response, Chen Mo smiled indifferently. When we first arrived here, did we not say we would test our luck? The results are already evident. He raised the wooden box in his hand towards the live stream. Clearly, fortune is on our side. To come across this painting right away is truly delightful, as Chen Mo uttered these last 4 words. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. What? It truly is a hidden gem? Wang Defa. Once again, it aligns perfectly with my tastes. Oh no, I merely asked casually, and yet he has genuinely stumbled upon a treasure. I can't bear it. Why is it so effortless for him to find such gems? I spent an entire week at the 8 Immortals Temple and ended up paying 3,000 yuan in tuition, yet I learned nothing. Let us ponder. Could it be that the tuition paid was insufficient? After the complaints, the comments began to flood in with inquiries about the painting's value. After all, how significant was this find? How much profit could be made from it? This was the crux of the audience's concern. Let us speculate on how much this expert might earn this time. I wager 30,000. I guess 50,000. Aren't your guesses rather high? The cost this time was barely 5,000. And did you not notice how remarkably smooth this process has been? It barely took a few minutes, certainly not even 15. Typically, the greater the resistance, the harder it is to find treasures and the more one earns, right? This time, it was far too simple. Enough analysis. Just share your guesses on the potential earnings. Oh, I guess it could be 1 million. Goodness, I even read your comment above. Observing the flurry of inquiries regarding the potential profit, Chen Mo chuckled softly before speaking. Well, this time S achievement is, I believe, somewhat stronger than yesterday's. Stronger than yesterday? What was yesterday's performance, anyway? In the morning, the flawed Song Dynasty official kiln sold for $3,500,000. In the afternoon, a tissue ball was found in the mouth of the pot, netting a reward of $500,000. Thus, yesterday's total was $4 million, correct? So, if this time exceeds yesterday, does that not imply this painting's value is over $4 million? Oh my heavens! A painting selling for over $4 million? Which master created this piece? Or what astonishing artwork is this? I retract my previous statement. My apologies. I foolishly guessed it could sell for $30,000. It appears I am the fool. The audience in the live stream was left in utter shock by Chen Mo's words. However, aside from the newcomers, the seasoned viewers did not question him. For those who had spent even a day in this live stream knew that the esteemed figure, numbered 99, was not one to speak lightly. When he stated a value, it was most likely accurate, with almost no prior errors. The barrage of comments grew increasingly frenzied. Just a few hours ago, the silver ingots from Baoyang town fetched an astonishing $16 million. This painting is valued at a base price of $4 million. It seems as though one could casually stumble upon a fortune of $20 million in a single day. I would only dare to dream of winning $5 million in the lottery. Yet the streamer has managed to secure 2 transactions today, earning a staggering $20 million. I am utterly flabbergasted. I am heading downstairs. I shall descend not by elevator nor staircase. Until now, I harbored no envy, but this time, I am genuinely envious. Indeed, in previous instances, there were intricate schemes surrounding antiques, and individuals like us would undoubtedly be taken advantage of. Yet this time feels different, akin to casually visiting a market for groceries. However, it is important to note that when one goes to a market, one must select the finest produce. Did you observe any discernible selection from that vendor? Goodness, that is a valid point. The barrage of comments this time is indeed distinct from before. Previously, the comments were filled with exclamations like, wow, incredible, and I am in awe. Yet this time, the screen is flooded with expressions of envy, the bitterness nearly spilling from the display. Chen Mo glanced at the comments, remaining silent. He held the painting and walked over 100 meters, turning a corner to completely distance himself from that stall before finding a quieter spot with less foot traffic to catch his breath. To be honest, Chen Mo had yet to examine the intricate details of the painting. Upon seeing its value earlier, he was preoccupied with securing it. He had been focused on assessing his surroundings and analyzing the vendor's behavior, and his observation time had barely exceeded 29 seconds. Now that he had a moment, Chen Mo prepared to take a closer look. He first scanned the vicinity. His position was on a small patch of ground adjacent to an antique shop, with a wall behind him and no one in the other 3 directions. Even if someone passed by, they were headed towards the nearby store, completely oblivious to his presence. Thus, the surrounding environment was relatively safe. Chen Mo then opened the wooden box and took the painting in hand for a closer examination. The painting was modest in size, a vertical piece measuring 70 centimeters in height and 30 centimeters in width. By historical standards, this would be classified as a small work. Chen Mo steadied himself and scrutinized it carefully. This was an ink wash painting depicting bamboo, thus it could also be referred to as an ink bamboo painting. The composition featured 3 upright bamboo stalks, with leaves rendered in ink swaying in the wind, vividly lifelike and exquisitely detailed. The overall composition was not complex, indeed rather simple. Apart from the 3 bamboo stalks, there were no other elements, not even a single word, save for a crimson seal. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo discerned that the 2 characters on the red seal read Zhang Xie. Surprised by this name, Chen Mo paused, ruminating for a moment, before finally recalling who this individual was. Zhang Banxiao. His true name is Zhang Xie. The name by which he is commonly known, Banxiao, is merely a pseudonym. Upon realizing this, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement within. No wonder it holds a value of $770,000. Who would have thought that this painting is an authentic work by Zhang Banxiao? Regarding this eminent figure first encountered in the pages of a Chinese language textbook, Chen Mo possesses a certain understanding of him. He is one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou from the Qianlong era, a master of poetry, calligraphy, and painting. He can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most representative literati of the Qing dynasty, particularly the final lines of his poem Bamboo Book, which resonate with the phrases "after countless trials still firm, regardless of the winds from the east, west, south, or north," have long inspired Chen Mo during his own periods of hardship in business. As Chen Mo's thoughts meandered, he noticed that his gaze lingered for just over 29 seconds, at which point more detailed information unfolded before him. Item name: Untitled Ink Bamboo Painting Artist, Zhang Xie, 1693 to 1766. Category: Ink Wash Painting Quality, Excellent Creation Year, 1761. Artistic Philosophy: With no bamboo in the heart. The intention lies in the brush first evaluation, a masterpiece of the integration of calligraphy and painting, a representative work of bamboo painting. Market price: 700,000 yuan. Upon seeing the term bamboo painting, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He redirected his gaze towards the 3 ink bamboo stalks depicted in the painting. After a careful examination, a sudden realization struck him. In contemporary terms, the number of forgeries in the category of calligraphy and painting far exceeds that of porcelain and metal artifacts. This is primarily due to the relatively low barrier to entry for replicating such works. With merely paper, brush, and ink, and a certain level of skill, one can easily create imitations. The abundance of any item inevitably leads to the emergence of exquisite fakes. Furthermore, ancient papers, often made from materials such as hemp, mulberry bark, and bamboo fibers, can be preserved for centuries if kept in a dry, light-avoidant, and pest-free environment, resulting in a considerable stock. Those determined forgers, utilizing aged paper that has withstood the test of time, find it exceedingly difficult to be detected on a technical level. In such circumstances, finely crafted forged paintings made with old paper exhibit only a minimal disparity when placed alongside genuine pieces, rendering the distinction between authenticity and imitation nearly indistinguishable. However, as Chen Mo gazed at the painting in his hands, a surge of emotion involuntarily welled up within him. At first glance, it appeared commendable. Yet amidst a plethora of exquisite forgeries, it did not stand out. It was only when he reconsidered the character right from a fresh perspective that he suddenly discerned the truth. The bamboo depicted in this painting is unlike any other bamboo artworks. This bamboo is not merely painted, it is written. The nuances of clerical script, the fluidity of running script, and the elegance of regular script are all intricately woven into the outlines of the bamboo branches and leaves. As Chen Mo observed the ink strokes, the words chiseled and carved surfaced in his mind. He recalled the 6½ style of calligraphy uniquely created by Zhang Banxiao, which emphasizes a visual disarray akin to stones scattered on a street, initially appearing somewhat unappealing, yet upon closer inspection, reveals a harmonious and orderly structure despite the variance in size and slant of the characters, subtly embodying rhythm. Chen Mo gazed at the scattered bamboo leaves and branches. Were they not a manifestation of that 6½ style? Undoubtedly. This painting is a consummate work that exemplifies Zhang Banxiao's integration of calligraphy and painting. Gazing at the painting in his hand, Chen Mo realized that the price of 7 million was indeed a mere pittance. It was akin to that block of silver ingots worth 100 taels. While he had observed a price slightly above 10 million, it had effortlessly fetched a staggering 16 million in reality. One could only assert that market value is merely a reflection of the market itself. Whether it is a case of price without a market or a market without a price ultimately depends on the individual. The painting before him, if it caught someone's fancy, should fetch no less than 10 million at the very least. Chen Mo felt a surge of determination. He had made up his mind. This time, he did not wish to flip it for profit. He desired to keep it for himself. At that moment, an elderly man and a young boy happened to pass by Chen Mo. The boy appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, short in stature, likely just beginning his primary education. Observing Chen Mo so engrossed in the painting, he couldn't help but feel curious, rising on his toes to peer closer. "Oh, Grandpa, the red seal on this painting is the same as the one on the painting you just looked at. They're both by Zhang Banxiao and feature bamboo." Chapter 54. This old man must be a scholar of Banqiao. Upon hearing his grandson's words, the old man paused momentarily. Zhangxia? Bamboo painting? Could it be that the young man was holding a bamboo painting left behind by Zhang Banqiao? Intrigued by this thought, the old man also approached the painting, gazing up at it. Perhaps it was indeed due to the thrill of scoring a bargain that Chen Mo was in high spirits. He cast a glance at the elderly pair, noticing their rapt attention on the painting, and chose to ignore their presence, refraining from interrupting their behavior. However, the next moment, the old man took the initiative to speak first. After examining the painting for a few moments, he shook his head decisively, adopting an expert-esque demeanor, his tone exceedingly certain. "Young man, there seems to be something amiss with your painting." Chen Mo turned around, remaining silent, though his eyes conveyed a sense of confusion. "Who are you? I was gracious enough to let you take a look considering your age, and now you presume to critique it?" He did not voice his objections, but simply rolled up the painting and placed it into a wooden box, making his intent to withdraw from the conversation unmistakably clear. Observing this, the old man was undeterred. Instead, a smug expression crossed his face. "Young man, do you know why I am so certain? It is because I have just acquired an authentic piece by him." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a similar elongated wooden box. However, this box appeared far more exquisite and luxurious than Chen Mo's modest $100 box. The intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes on its surface were a testament to its superior craftsmanship, and the quality of the wood was unmistakably premium. In front of Chen Mo, the old man leisurely opened the ornate box, revealing the painting within, his face brimming with pride. "Let me show you what constitutes a genuine masterpiece." At that moment, he was genuinely elated. What could surpass the joy of having just unearthed an authentic work, only to witness someone else admiring a counterfeit? Absolutely nothing. I have been studying Zhang Banqiao's calligraphy and paintings for 10 years now. The old man handed an empty wooden box to his grandson, standing nearby, and remarked, "I can discern the authenticity of this painting at a glance." After a brief pause, he continued, "I just observed that the seal on your painting appears identical to mine. Does it not? However, I must inform you that this seal is among the easiest to replicate. Relying solely on the seal will not suffice to determine authenticity. To discern the true from the false, one must examine the spirit of the painting." As he spoke, the old man's demeanor radiated pride, and he straightened his posture. Zhang Banqiao was renowned for his three exceptional talents: poetry, calligraphy, and painting. Within the realm of painting, he exclusively focused on orchids, bamboo, and rocks throughout his life, with bamboo being his finest work, aptly named the bamboo of endless green. He gestured towards his own painting and explained, "Why do I assert this? It is because the bamboo he painted possesses spirit." However, at this juncture, the old man did not elaborate on what exactly this so-called spirit entailed, merely raising his eyebrows in emphasis. "Now, observe the characters on my painting," he continued. The calligraphy, one of his three remarkable talents, was indeed impressive. The old man was clearly a devoted scholar of Zhang Banqiao for a full decade, seamlessly transitioning from discussing painting to calligraphy, employing various technical terms with ease. If Zhang Banqiao were to gain greater renown, this old man would undoubtedly be hailed as a Banqiao scholar. Nevertheless, Chen Mo found himself increasingly irritated by the old man's discourse, having already grasped the true value of the authentic Zhang Banqiao piece in his possession. 320 yuan. All right. So the genuine piece is worth 320 yuan, is it? Chen Mo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough of the analysis. If you believe my painting is a forgery, kindly state where its faults lie." Only then did the old man cease his ramblings. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "The flaw in your painting lies in the absence of characters." His voice was rich and resonant, imbued with unwavering conviction. Such a tone could only emerge from one possessing profound certainty. Before Chen Mo could respond, the viewers in the live stream were already taken aback. What does he mean by no characters? I can't believe this old man, who seems so knowledgeable, is basing his judgment on such a trivial detail. I thought he might offer a lofty rationale. Instead, he tells me the way to distinguish authenticity is simply the absence of writing. So this is what a decade of studying Zheng Banxiao amounts to. I'm flabbergasted. This is hilarious. The audience erupted in laughter, clearly unconvinced by the old man's assertion that the painting in Chen Mo's hands was a counterfeit, and they found his reasoning utterly ridiculous. However, at that moment, a prominent paid comment soared to the top of the live stream. User Jinling 13 Antique Shop. Hold on, everyone. It seems that among Zheng Banxiao's authentic calligraphy and paintings, there truly are no pieces without characters. Chapter 55. Old Huang, please be honest with me. How much did you actually spend on this painting? Upon reading this high-energy comment, the livestream audience was momentarily stunned, followed by a flurry of question marks appearing on the screen. Huh? Are you sure? Could it be that he is jesting with us? Indeed, upon examining the account of this brother who operates an antique shop, one must wonder if he is merely being clever. Faced with a barrage of skepticism, the proprietor of the Jinling 13 Antique Shop could no longer remain silent. He promptly recharged his account with an additional 2,000 yuan and unleashed a series of fervent comments. Brothers, I assure you, I am not joking. I am utilizing my family's ancestral shop account. How could I possibly be disingenuous regarding expertise? I have previously compiled a comprehensive list of all authentic works by Zheng Banxiao that have been publicly auctioned, each painting bearing inscriptions, be it titles, poetry, or the artist's musings at the time of creation. Zheng Banxiao was not only a painter, but also a master calligrapher, with a well-documented passion for writing. The authentication of calligraphy and painting primarily relies on the comparison of the artist's unique style and personal habits. The inclination to inscribe while painting is indeed a hallmark of Zheng Banxiao's character, serving as a critical point for authenticating his works. Each high-energy comment costs 500. Thus, 4 comments amounted to 2,000. Witnessing this detailed and costly explanation, some skeptical viewers began to waver in their convictions. In the upper right corner of the live stream, the number 10 concealed a staggering audience in the millions, encompassing individuals from various professions, especially those affiliated with the antique trade. Soon, numerous users claiming to be antique dealers began to emerge. Yinjing Antique Studio remarked, "To be fair, this colleague is correct." Jinyang Listening Rain Pavilion added, "No fault found here." Pingxing Secondhand Store affirmed, "I can attest that this fellow is indeed not joking." At this juncture, the viewers in the live stream had shifted from their initial certainty. A faction believed that Chen Mo would undoubtedly prevail, while another contingent leaned towards the assertions of the antique industry insiders, convinced that the volume of voices indicated the validity of their claims. A heated debate ensued in the comment section. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals from Baxian and remained on the street corner. Concerning the elder's assertion, Chen Mo refrained from countering. He understood that such rebuttals would bear little fruit, for most individuals are inclined to trust the truths they perceive. Observing Chen Mo's silence, the elder assumed he had garnered the youth's belief. After receiving the wooden box from his grandson and reinserting the authentic piece within, he inquired, "Young man, how much did you pay for this painting?" Chen Mo replied truthfully, "For 1,008. The elder responded, "You see, that is more like it. You only spent 4,008. How could you possibly acquire an authentic piece at such a price? It is clearly a counterfeit." Continuing with the wisdom of experience, he remarked, "You young ones often harbor fanciful notions, perpetually dreaming of serendipitous finds. Fortunately, this sum is not exorbitant. Consider it a tuition fee for your education. This field is fraught with depth. Henceforth, learn diligently." Intrigued by the elder's lecture, Chen Mo became curious about how much the elder had expended on his own genuine piece valued at 320 yuan. He inquired, "Then how much did you pay for yours?" Upon hearing the question, the old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This painting, I acquired it for merely 570,000. But do not be misled into thinking this price is exorbitant. I assure you, should I choose to resell it, it would fetch no less than 1 million. Chen Mo responded, "What a mere 570,000. What a claim of 1 million upon resale." To be candid, he felt a twinge of reluctance to reveal the truth before the elderly gentleman. He was genuinely concerned that an inadvertent slip might elevate the old man's blood pressure. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Mo motivated by the intention to do a good deed, prepared to temper the old man's expectations. Sir, might there exist a possibility? Of course, I am merely suggesting a possibility that your painting may not actually sell for $1,000,000? What? That is impossible. The old man immediately waved his hand, his tone rising significantly. This is a genuine work by Zheng Banxiao. Not only $1,000,000, but 2 or 3 million is entirely plausible. With that, he turned to his little grandson, pulling him along as he addressed Chen Mo. You doubt my painting's worth? I am about to show it to an old friend who runs a shop. If the price is right, I shall sell it to him directly. Come, accompany me, and witness firsthand what it can truly sell for. Chen Mo instantly regretted his words. He had no intention of visiting an antique shop, as he had not planned to resell this painting. His intention was to keep it in his collection. However, just as he was about to decline, a thought struck him about the live stream. The audience would undoubtedly relish such a spectacle. To be honest, he was also quite curious about how the situation would unfold. All right, sir, I shall accompany you to see. The old man's demeanor brightened with excitement as he held the painting in one hand and grasped his grandson's hand with the other, leading the way. Chen Mo followed closely behind. In less than 200 meters, they arrived at their destination. Chen Mo glanced up at the shop's name, Pin Mo Ju. What a splendid name. Although it did not explicitly mention calligraphy and paintings, it immediately conveyed the essence of the business. Chen Mo entered the shop behind the old man. As he surveyed the surroundings, he discovered the walls adorned with a myriad of artworks, and the rich scent of ink wafted through the air. Just as Chen Mo was taking in the ambience, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be of similar age to the old man, emerged from the back. Ah, a rare visitor. Old Huang, what brings you to my shop? The newcomer exclaimed. The old man named Huang replied, Old Lu, I have come to show you something. As he rummaged through his pocket to retrieve the wooden box containing the painting, he turned to Chen Mo and said, This is my old friend and the proprietor of this establishment. He will enlighten you on the true value of my painting. With a sense of pride, the old man Huang presented the artwork to the old man Lu, saying, Here, old Lu, take a good look and provide me with an estimate. Let us see how much profit I stand to gain from this unexpected find. Old Lu reached out to take the painting, but before examining it, he inquired, Is this a find of yours? How much did you pay for it? Old Huang waved his hand and said, Take a look first. I'll tell you later how much I spent to acquire this. Upon hearing this, the Lu shopkeeper did not press further. He simply donned his reading glasses and carefully unrolled the painting onto the tablecloth, scrutinizing it closely. He murmured to himself, It's an ink bamboo painting. This is by Zheng Xia, also known as Zheng Banxiao. I must admit, the depiction of the bamboo is indeed exquisite. However, just a few moments later, the expression on the old shopkeeper's face suddenly shifted. He ceased examining the painting's content and instead reached out to feel the texture of the paper. He then leaned closer, pressing his nose against the paper and inhaling deeply. At this moment, the Lu shopkeeper's sparse gray-white eyebrows furrowed tightly together. With one hand, he lifted the entire painting, while the other hand retrieved a small vintage flashlight from his pocket. After turning on the flashlight, he directed the beam towards the painting. Observing the size of the light spot on the paper, the Lu elder's heart filled with certainty. He switched off the flashlight and placed the painting back onto the tablecloth. Turning to old Huang, he paused for a moment before asking gravely, Old Huang, tell me honestly, how much did you really spend on this painting? Chapter 56, Darkness Descends. And he falls asleep, noticing the serious expression on his old friend's face. Old Huang sensed something was amiss. What is wrong? Just tell me how much you spent. He urged. Sweat beads had begun to form on old Huang's forehead, which he wiped away before responding, I spent 570,000. After saying this, he anxiously added, What is the matter? Did I lose money? However, upon hearing the price of 570,000, the Lu shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. 570,000. His voice rose several decibels as he pointed at the painting on the tablecloth, exclaiming, You paid that much for this worthless piece? Where did you get such money? Old Huang's face turned pale and trembling. He asked, I used my retirement funds. Isn't this a genuine piece by Zheng Banxiao? Genuine? What nonsense! Old Huang, are you blind? You've studied art for so many years, using your retirement money to buy such a shabby thing. This is beyond the question of authenticity. Just look at the paper. It's not even old. Among fakes, this would barely rank. Upon hearing these words, old Huang was struck dumb. The color drained from his face, turning from ruddy to pale, and then flushing red again. After stammering a few this in disbelief, he suddenly fainted, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Mo was quick to react, catching old Huang just before he hit the floor, preventing any injury. He then helped old Huang onto the shop's sofa, laid him down, and quickly checked for signs of breathing. Fortunately, the breathing remains steady, suggesting that the fainting spell was merely a normal reaction to sudden shock. Chen Mo felt a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, the elderly shopkeeper, Mr. Liu, stood anxiously at the side, regretting his earlier words the moment they left his mouth. His astonishment was palpable. He never anticipated that his old friend, who had spent over a decade studying calligraphy and painting, would purchase such a worthless counterfeit with his retirement funds. This was not merely a case of poor judgment. It was akin to being utterly blind. Observing the distressed shopkeeper, Chen Mo offered some reassurance. Do not fret. He should be fine, merely fainted for the moment. To be safe, I have already called for an ambulance. Do you have the contact information for his family? If so, please reach out to them. Mr. Liu replied, Oh, I have it. I have his son's number. I'll contact him right away. At that moment, the young grandson, clutching his grandfather, began to weep in distress. The shopkeeper promptly dialed the number for the elderly gentleman's son, while Chen Mo connected with the ambulance service. After a short while, a young man in a suit, drenched in sweat, rushed into the shop, exclaiming, Uncle Liu, where's my father? How is he? Mr. Liu gestured towards the sofa and reassured him, Xiao Huang. Do not panic. Your father is all right, just temporarily unconscious. The ambulance has been summoned. The young man dashed to the sofa, tears streaming down his face, lamenting, Father, what has happened to Grandpa? A little while later, the ambulance finally arrived. The accompanying doctor assessed the situation and proclaimed, There's nothing to worry about. This is a normal reaction for an elderly person experiencing shock. Fortunately, he did not injure his head, and he should regain consciousness shortly. Upon hearing this, both Chen Mo and the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. Better safe than sorry. However, the young man in the suit remained unconvinced. Despite the doctor's assurances, he insisted on taking his father to the hospital for further examination. After a considerable amount of time, the ambulance, along with the Huang family, departed. Only Chen Mo and Mr. Liu remained in the shop. They were both unharmed, but the elderly shopkeeper, given his age, was visibly fatigued from the earlier commotion and took a moment to rest in a chair. Although Chen Mo had initially come with the old gentleman, he found himself intrigued by the shop's offerings and began to wander around. The walls of the shop were adorned with an array of calligraphy and paintings, creating an ambience rich with the fragrance of ink, which Chen Mo found quite pleasant. As he admired one piece after another, his attention was soon captured by a lengthy landscape painting encased in a glass display at the center of the shop. The painting was extensive, and a descriptive image was affixed to the display case. Chen Mo focused intently on it. Landscape with clear sounds. Author, Shi Tao. Period, Early Qing Dynasty. Collector, Lu Xianming. Auction house, Modu Jiahe Auction Company, Limited. Auction price, 13.78 million. The information inscribed on the painting left Chen Mo momentarily stunned. Undoubtedly, the collector Lu Xianming referred to here should indeed be the elderly shopkeeper of the Liu family. This implies that this exquisite landscape painting was acquired by him at the price of 13.78 million during an auction hosted by Modu Jiahe Auction Company, Limited. What a staggering price for a piece of art. Chen Mo, even as someone not deeply versed in the art world, found himself captivated by the painting, sensing an overwhelming grandeur emanating from the mountains and rocks depicted within. However, he was puzzled by the fact that the price he saw did not align with the purported 13.78 million, but was in fact a mere 210,000. Chapter 57. The individual who replicated this painting must surely be Liu Lao himself. At this moment, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. What a piece that could easily fetch a starting price in the millions. Fortunately, the esteemed figure number 99 was present to support him. Otherwise, at such an advanced age, a fall could have led to serious consequences. Who could argue otherwise? It is not only the elderly who are vulnerable. Even a young person might face grave danger from such a fall. As a doctor, I recently treated a patient, a mere 17 years old, who suffered a severe head injury from a fall, resulting in a brain hemorrhage. We struggled for 3 hours, but could not save him. The unpredictability of life. In this light, it seems that figure number 99 indeed saved the old man's life. By the way, what about those antique shops we discussed earlier? Can someone clarify? How should we proceed? Jinling number 13 antique shop. I would like to clarify that while I stated his method for authenticating Zheng Banqiao's works is correct, I never claimed that the painting in his possession is an original. User Jinling number 13 antique shop rewarded the host, contestant number 99, with a carnival gift. Jinling no. 13 antique shop. I now retract my previous statement and maintain a strong skepticism regarding the authenticity of Zheng Banqiao's works bearing inscriptions. Upon seeing these two electrifying comments and the carnival gift, the audience burst into laughter. 666. An urgent retreat, I suppose. I declare, I have stated I withdraw. Chen Mo stood before the glass display case in the center of the shop, intently scrutinizing the painting valued at over 200,000. He was eager to examine the detailed information. However, at that moment, the elderly shopkeeper Liu, who had been resting nearby, noticed the puzzled expression on Chen Mo's face and felt a slight surprise. He inquired, "Young man, you seem quite perplexed. What troubles you?" Chen Mo was fixated on the time, which had yet to reach 29 seconds. Moreover, the disparity between the price he observed and the auction price inscribed above was significant. He feared that if he spoke candidly, the old shopkeeper might react similarly to the elderly gentleman with the surname Wang, which would lead to complications. He merely chuckled and said, "It's nothing." To his surprise, the old shopkeeper Liu encouraged him, saying, "Just speak your mind. If you have any doubts, I can provide you with direct answers." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo replied, "This painting is quite remarkable, but I sense something amiss." As soon as he uttered these words, the old shopkeeper's eyes brightened with eagerness. "Oh, amiss? What seems off? Please elaborate." Chen Mo chose not to respond, for the time had just hit 29 seconds, and more detailed information began to materialize before his eyes. Item name: imitation of landscape melody, artist, Liu Xianming category, ink painting quality, superior, market value, 210,000 yuan. Upon recognizing the name of the artist, Chen Mo was taken aback. Goodness, this painting was a reproduction by the old shopkeeper himself. Realizing this, he turned to the old shopkeeper behind him and confidently stated, "This painting is a forgery." The moment he uttered this, the old shopkeeper Liu was so astonished that he rose from his seat. "How did you discern that?" Chen Mo did not reply directly, but expressed a measure of admiration, saying, "The person who imitated this painting must be you, Mr. Liu." The astonishment in the old shopkeeper's eyes deepened, and after a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "How did you know?" Chen Montauk replied, "Guessed." Guessed? The old shopkeeper was clearly exhilarated. He continued, "This painting has been displayed here for 2.5 years, and many have seen it. Everyone believed it to be an original, but you are the first to recognize that it is my imitation." As he spoke, the old shopkeeper hurried towards the back of the shop. After a brief moment, he emerged with an exquisitely crafted wooden box. Approaching Chen Mo, he retrieved the original painting from the box and presented it for examination. This was the authentic piece. Chen Mo accepted it without uttering a word and began to scrutinize the painting earnestly. 29 seconds later, item name: landscape melody, Qing dynasty, artist, Shirtao, market value, 14,800,000 yuan. Indeed, the piece before him was the genuine article. Its market value had soared from the previous auction price of 13.78 million to 14.8 million. Chen Mo compared the original he held with the imitation in the glass display case for quite some time, failing to discern any differences. The two paintings were virtually identical. Such skill was remarkable. It was no wonder that even imitation was valued at over 200,000 yuan. Chen Mo expressed his admiration, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Mr. Liu, your artistry is truly exceptional." When placed side by side, the two paintings in terms of content, the paper used, and even the degree of pigment saturation, were nearly indistinguishable, capable of deceiving even the most discerning eye. Such a degree of imitation, even if blatantly marketed as a replica, can fetch a substantial sum. The old proprietor, Liu, is undoubtedly in a state of considerable delight. This painting he has crafted has resided here for 2 to 3 years, and, astonishingly, no one has noticed. It is akin to him possessing an extraordinary gem, yet due to its elevated quality, it remains unseen. Who can truly comprehend this sentiment? Consequently, his initial wish for others to remain oblivious has transformed into a desire for them to recognize his work. With a proud demeanor, the elderly gentleman proclaimed, "The paper I use for this imitation is of the same vintage as the original. The ink's diffusion is also a result of my meticulous experiments." Chen Mo once again offered a thumbs up, expressing admiration. "You have yet to disclose how you discern this," inquired the old shopkeeper. "Share your thoughts, and I shall make adjustments." Inwardly, Chen Mo mused, "Am I to reveal that my insight is merely intuitive?" He replied, "Your imitation has reached its zenith. I truly guessed based on instinct." The old shopkeeper sighed at this response, choosing not to press further. While he felt a sense of joy, a tinge of regret lingered. Through their exchange, the two transcended their age difference, as if they were kindred spirits. One genuinely admired the other's imitation skills, while the other appreciated being the sole individual capable of recognizing the truth. Liu Xianming voluntarily shared his phone number with Chen Mo, contemplating that upon crafting a new piece, he would present it to this young man. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Enough of this Liu old man business. It makes me feel aged and distant. From now on, you shall call me Liu Ge, and I shall refer to you as Chun Xiao Di." To which Chen Mo replied, "Very well, Liu Ge." Witnessing this exchange, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. Divine Liu Ge and Chun Xiao Di. What a delightful turn of phrase. They must have an age gap of 4 to 5 decades. Truth be told, this duo is the most remarkable pair of age-defying friends I have ever encountered. The old shopkeeper's skill is indeed impressive. I noticed that the two paintings displayed together were indistinguishable. If he were to specialize in replicating renowned artworks, the profits would be immense. Indeed, the old gentleman appears to possess considerable wealth, casually acquiring paintings worth over 10 million. One might surmise that his antique shop is merely a passionate hobby. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished by Liu Ji's prowess. Just as the two within the shop were engrossed in their conversation, the old gentleman turned to Chen Mo and inquired, "By the way, Chun Xiao Di, how did you come to know that old Huan?" Chen Mo replied, "Ah, in truth, we are not acquainted. I do not even know his name. I merely encountered him by the roadside. He claimed that his painting could sell for at least 1 million, to which I responded that it would not. I did not dare directly inform him that it was a forgery." Chen Mo recounted the entire encounter with the elderly gentleman surnamed Huang. Liu Xianming finally grasped the sequence of events. "No wonder," he mused, "I have known old Huang for many years. It is quite remarkable that despite his extensive research on Zheng Banxiao, he has stumbled upon such a misstep. He focused solely on the painting style, neglecting the most fundamental details." At that moment, Liu Xianming suddenly noticed a wooden box in Chen Mo's embrace. Young Chen, is that wooden box in your arms related to this painting?" Chen Mo produced the wooden box and replied, "In fact, I also stumbled upon a painting by Zheng Banxiao, and that is precisely how I came to have this interaction with old Huang." Liu Xianming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, allow me to see." This newly acquainted junior of his was certainly capable of discerning imitations, so his judgment in this regard was beyond question. Therefore, even without having seen the painting yet, he had already concluded in his mind that it must undoubtedly be an authentic piece. The old man took the painting, unfurling it carefully to examine it. The seal of Zheng Xie indeed belonged to Zheng Banxiao, and this ink bamboo painting was certainly one of Zheng Banxiao's most proficient subjects. To be fair, this depiction of bamboo could rightfully be considered exemplary during the Qing dynasty. However, Upon inspecting the painting further, he noticed, what? There were no inscriptions? At this revelation, Lu Xuanming's brow furrowed instantly. This was unusual. How could his painting possibly lack a written inscription? He scrutinized the entire piece again, only to confirm that apart from the vermilion seal affixed to it, there was not a single character inscribed anywhere. This left the old gentleman astounded. He turned to Chen Mo, exclaiming, "This cannot be right." Zheng Banxiao was famously passionate about calligraphy. Wherever he could write, there would invariably be an inscription. Moreover, this is his own painting. With a furrowed brow, the old man addressed Chen Mo. One of Zheng Banxiao's philosophies is the integration of calligraphy and painting. Both should manifest on the same sheet of paper. All of his extant works embody this principle. There has never been a painting devoid of characters. Upon hearing this, the livestream chat erupted once more, particularly from a user named Jinling number 13 Antique Shop. It was unclear how many times he had contributed financially that day. Almost as soon as the old man's words fell, two gleaming golden characters appeared prominently at the top of the screen, dazzling the viewer's eyes. Speak. The audience could no longer contain themselves at the rapid emergence of these two words. When someone chose to display a high-paying, impactful comment, they opted for the most extravagant and ostentatious golden dragon-themed effect. Moreover, judging by the comment box, if he was not mistaken, this feature was likely twice as expensive as the ordinary character-limited option. Goodness, although it was unlimited in characters. He had chosen to post only 2 words followed by an exclamation mark. Just as the viewers continued to marvel at this, several more high-energy comments appeared. User Jinling No. 13 Antique Street chimed in. CC. I told you I was right. User Jinling Antique Street No. 13 Foot. This serves as a valid credential for authenticating the genuine works of Zheng Banxiao. User Jinling Antique Street number 13. Even if you do not believe me, you should trust this esteemed Mr. Lu, who is recognized by the influential figure number 99. To this, the audience in the live stream responded, "So you're just trying to show off, huh?" However, this time, no one dared to question or refute. After all, he spoke the truth. The level of this rather arrogant shopkeeper, Mr. Lu, is acknowledged even by the prominent figure number 99 himself. The old gentleman's words carry weight. There is no fault in them. Consequently, the loyal supporters in the live stream, who firmly believed that Chen Mo would undoubtedly succeed, began to stir. Yet the next moment, Chen Mo uttered words that left them perplexed. He smiled at Mr. Lu and remarked, "It appears that Zheng Banxiao indeed had a habit of inscribing characters on his paintings. Such a habit cultivated over decades certainly serves as a reasonable basis for authentication." However, his subsequent statement took a surprising turn. "But who says there are no characters written on this painting?" Mr. Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, he thought he had misread. He quickly glanced back at the content of the painting, and his vision was not so impaired that he could not see. There were plainly no characters. He turned to Chen Mo with an expression that seemed to question whether he was jesting. After pondering, he inquired, "Brother Chen, are these characters?" Yet before he could finish, Mr. Lu abruptly paused. He quickly turned his head, eyes wide open, to scrutinize the painting on the table once more. The shop fell into a profound silence. However, this tranquility lasted barely 3 minutes before it was shattered by Mr. Lu's hurried voice. This painting is indeed inscribed? Chapter 59. Would you be willing to exchange this landscape with clear sounds for it? Audience in the live stream? What on earth? ISNT painting simply painted? How can it be related to writing? This ISNT even calligraphy. Indeed, while it is true that the brushes used for traditional ink paintings bear resemblance to those used for writing, painting and calligraphy are entirely distinct skills that do not correlate. I'm not Li Jia. Surely, this old gentleman hasn't lost his wits. Is there a knowledgeable person here? Please translate. Who knows? Don't ask me. I understand nothing. The live stream was filled with talent. Typically, when numerous comments converge on a single question, an expert would swiftly provide clarification. Yet this time, the situation was quite the opposite. After a significant pause, no enlightening comments appeared. Meanwhile, in the shop, Mr. Lu had realized that he was somewhat losing his composure. Nevertheless, He paid it no mind and hurriedly turned to Chen Mo for confirmation. This painting is indeed inscribed, correct? Chen Mo nodded and replied, in my view, yes. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu finally exhaled deeply, redirecting his gaze back to the painting, his eyes brimming with eagerness. As he attentively observed, he murmured to himself, the strokes of the bamboo leaves begin with a firm pressure, rising and falling with a delicate touch at the end, reminiscent of the silkworm's head and swallowtail in clerical script. The depiction of the bamboo pole penetrates the paper with vigor, its lines as robust and upright as iron and silver hooks, while the variations in pressure articulate the textured undulations of the bamboo joints, employing the technique of central axis brushwork found in seal script. As for the most striking bamboo branches, they resemble vertical strokes in cursive script, flowing seamlessly through multiple segments, while the offshoots are executed in running script, gracefully following the momentum. Here, the interplay of cursive and running script is harmoniously echoed by the bamboo leaves, creating a vital rhythm. The old gentleman's pace quickened with excitement. Most importantly, the interweaving of branches and leaves in this painting avoids elements of parallel symmetry, instead crafting a rhythm of order amidst chaos. This sensation of cobblestone streets is precisely the essence of his self-created Banjiao style 6.5 script. Suddenly, he turned sharply to gaze at Chen Mo. This painting is undoubtedly the culmination of Zheng Banqiao's integration of calligraphy and painting. The old man's fervent gaze was almost scorching. Chen, my dear brother, would you consider parting with this piece? I could exchange it for my genuine work by Shi Tao, Mountain Water Clear Sounds. When I acquired it, it cost me over 13 million. If put up for auction now, it would fetch at least 14 million as a starting bid. What do you say? The old man looked at Chen Mo with eager anticipation, his eyes brimming with hope. However, this hope was destined to transform into regret. Zheng Banqiao began painting at the age of 21 and continued until his passing at 73, spanning the reigns of Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong, with a painting career lasting over 50 years, during which he produced an incalculable number of works. Experts estimate that over 7,000 of his pieces may still exist today, albeit with a mix of authenticity and imitation. In recent years, the average auction price for Zheng Banqiao's genuine works hovers around 1 million, with simpler compositions fetching merely tens of thousands, while only exquisite masterpieces can reach 2 to 3 million. Therefore, the market value of 7 million that Chen Mo encountered is certainly not insignificant. It is quite reasonable for the general public. Yet, the uniqueness of this particular piece cannot be equated with other ordinary paintings. It is akin to the 100-tael treasury silver, valued just over 10 million in the morning, yet sold for 16 million without hesitation. For this painting, should it meet the discerning eye of a buyer at auction, it would be no surprise to see it command an extraordinary price. The price the old gentleman proposed was nearly double. However, Chen Mo had no intention of selling. He shook his head and declined. Liu, my old brother, I do not intend to sell this painting. Truly not considering a sale? The old man persisted, undeterred. If you feel the price is low, I can increase it. It is not a matter of price. Chen Mo waved his hand. I intend to keep this painting for my own collection. Upon hearing this, the elder let out a sigh, abandoning the notion of acquiring the piece. A gentleman does not deprive others of their delights. Since his newly acknowledged junior was unwilling to part with it, he naturally could not force a purchase. Old Master Liu glanced to his right at the authentic painting titled Mountain Water Clear Sound, which was currently valued at no less than 14 million. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of emptiness washed over him. He had once held a deep fondness for this artwork, yet suddenly, it seemed his affection had diminished. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Su Baolong, so he casually answered it. As the call connected, Su Baolong's characteristic boisterous voice immediately resonated from the other end. Brother Chen, are you still at the Baxian Temple in Chang'an City? Yes, Chen Mo replied. What is the exact location? Su Baolong inquired. What's the number for Baxian Temple again? The store's name is Tingmoju. What's up? Are you coming to find me? Indeed. I wish to accompany you and broaden my horizons. By the way, Why does that store name sound so familiar? Ah, never mind, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Chen Mo remained in the shop, engaging in a discussion with the elder about the painting. The more they conversed, the more astonished he became. Truly, his brother Liu was adept at creating replicas that were nearly indistinguishable from the originals. In the realm of calligraphy and painting, there seemed to be little he did not comprehend. For instance, when they discussed the life of Zheng Banxiao, he casually recounted intriguing anecdotes that were completely unfamiliar to the average person. His breadth of knowledge was astonishing. While the two chatted, the live stream was once again in uproar. I just checked the auction history for the Magic City Jiaha, and the initial auction price for Old Master Lu's Mountain Water Clear Sound was indeed 13.78 million. My goodness, weren't we just saying it was worth only a few million? How did it suddenly leap to 8 figures? Did you not hear Old Master Lu's analysis just now? True, after hearing his insights, selling this painting for 8 figures doesn't seem excessive at all. This sum could buy my life. Dear fellow upstairs, please recognize the reality. Your life is truly not worth that much. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Why do I feel like the focus upstairs has completely gone awry? Shouldn't the spotlight be on the fact that the big shot at number 99 rejected Old Master Lu's offer of 14 million? That's a staggering 14 million. Adding this to the morning's 16 million, that totals 30 million. That's equivalent to the annual revenue of several small companies. Chapter 60. The King of Connections user Jinling Antique Shop number 13 tip streamer player number 99 byte number 1. User Jinling Antique Shop number 13 tip streamer player no. 99 byte número 1. User Jinling Antique Shop number 13 tip streamer without any high-energy bullet comments. No chatter. In the midst of this, Jinling Antique Shop no. 13 remained silent, merely showering gifts. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly amused. At that moment, Su Baolong, with his loud voice, entered through the shop door. His presence announced before he even arrived. Hey, Teacher Liu. Su Baolong's face betrayed a hint of surprise. No wonder the shop name sounds so familiar. It is yours. Upon recognizing the visitor, the elder realized it was a former student he had once guided. Ah, it's Xiaolong, he exclaimed, glancing at the two with a puzzled expression. Do you two know each other? Of course we do. We are now good brothers. Su Baolong replied, his tone imbued with a hint of pride. It was as if his association with Chen Mo, a younger brother in the business, was something to boast about. The elder paused in astonishment. You two are brothers? Then what does that make us? This time, Su Baolong was left speechless. Huh? The elder continued, come, Xiaolong, let me introduce you. He is now your little Shu. Su Baolong's expression turned to one of confusion. Observing the puzzled look on Su Baolong's face, Chen Mo found it hard to believe. It seemed that this prominent businessman indeed had an extensive network. Since arriving in this world, aside from a few antique stall owners, he had not encountered many people. Previously, he had met Ma Shichen at Zhang Meifang's shop, an old friend. Now, being in Chang'an's Baxian temple, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a shop run by an old acquaintance, one of the mentors he had once studied under in the antique field. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity at the absurdity of the situation. Once the conversation resumed, Su Baolong learned that the teacher he had once revered had just recognized him as a brother to someone he had only recently met. This implied that, in terms of hierarchy, he had unexpectedly dropped a generation. Now he had to address the 2 or 3 decades younger Chen Mo as Shu. Seeing this, Su Baolong promptly sidestepped the topic. His attention was drawn to several paintings on the table, prompting him to ask, were you two just discussing this? What is it? The elder replied, did you not say your Shu is a master at spotting bargains? This is his latest find. Su Baolong's curiosity was instantly piqued. Within the realm of antiques, he had focused his studies primarily on porcelain and paintings. This was actually the first time Chen Mo had uncovered a painting. He immediately began examining it with keen interest. However, his knowledge also made him aware of the nuances involved in authenticating works by the renowned Zheng Banxiao. After slowly raising an eyebrow in contemplation, Su Baolong looked up at the two. Nevertheless, he refrained from outright declaring it a forgery, especially since the painting was a find by Chen Mo. He had been present at numerous previous discoveries, often as a bystander. Perhaps he had merely overlooked some hidden intricacies. Besides, this painting was displayed alongside the mountain water clear sound that his teacher had purchased for over 10 million. If it were indeed a forgery, would it receive such esteemed placement? Realizing he could not ascertain its authenticity, Su Baolong adopted the demeanor of a humble student eager for enlightenment. Witnessing this scene, old Master Lu could no longer contain himself. I knew you wouldn't recognize it. Allow me to enlighten you. This painting is indeed the genuine work of Zheng Banxiao. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Baolong was taken aback, hastily redirecting his gaze towards the artwork. As the adage goes, one may not perceive upon the first glance, but a change in perspective unveils a new realm. Brother Chen, no, Master Chen, what price do you ask for this painting? Su Baolong, who held a profound appreciation for calligraphy and painting, inquired without hesitation. But then the old man doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Enough of that. Your young master wishes to keep it for himself. I sought to exchange this mountain water serenity painting, but your young master did not consent. Su Baolong opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. He understood well that given his teacher's fervent passion for art, had he truly desired it, he would have already acquired it. With that notion dispelled, the three resumed their conversation. The old man was astonished to learn from Su Baolong about Chen Mo's impressive feats from the previous days. Chen Mo, in turn, discerned the identity of old Master Lu. He was a descendant of Lu Yong, a significant minister during the Qianlong era. Anyone familiar with Qing dynasty history would not overlook this eminent scholar known as Xian. Setting aside his political achievements, his contributions to literature and art could be deemed unparalleled. Following the commendable successes of both the morning and afternoon, Chen Mo lost the desire to wander aimlessly and remained in the shop. The three conversed until the sun began to set, after which Chen Mo and Su Baolong took their leave. Upon exiting Tingmiju, Chen Mo swiftly encountered Su Baolong's extensive connections. He had been contemplating where to temporarily store the painting, given that millions of viewers in the live stream were acutely aware of its value, which reached 8 figures. The allure of wealth is enticing, particularly for an ordinary person who could never fathom such immense fortune through a lifetime of labor. Carrying it around was perilous, and leaving it in a hotel or elsewhere posed equal risks. Ultimately, Su Baolong drove him to the largest high-end private bank in Chang'an City, where they were greeted by one of the bank's directors. It was apparent that Su Baolong had a close rapport with the director, who promptly arranged for a subterranean private vault. Chen Mo stood in awe before what resembled a military-grade fortress of security. Such things seemed only to exist in films. You truly came through all along. After securely storing the painting in the underground vault, Su Baolong ensured that Chen Mo needn't worry about accommodations either. He then escorted him to a luxury hotel. Mr. Su, our general manager Zhou, is currently in a meeting and will come to see you as soon as he is finished. He specifically instructed me to attend to you. The lobby manager informed. Chen Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. My goodness, old Su, you truly know people from all walks of life, don't you? Chang'an City is quite a distance from Luocheng. You truly are the king of connections. With no thought whatsoever, Chen Mo checked into the presidential suite. After a refreshing shower, he reclined comfortably on the bed, feeling that life was simply exquisite. Chapter 61. His eyes were clear yet foolish, undoubtedly a university student. The next day, Chen Mo rose early. After a quick wash, he took out his phone and opened the Byte platform, initiating a live broadcast with a single click. Observing the rapidly increasing online viewer count in the upper right corner, he felt quite pleased. He intended to manage this live stream diligently, as it would prove significantly beneficial in the future. In the blink of an eye, the number of viewers surged from hundreds to thousands, and in another instant, the abbreviated suffix unit appeared. At this point, with a minute's count of one might wonder, who else is there? Starting the broadcast at 6 in the morning. Is the host even human? Having just earned 30 million yesterday and still waking up so early, could this be the legendary mogul? I am in awe. Honestly, if I were given 30 million, I would prefer to rise at 8 in the morning. It's a case of wanting it all, earning 28,000 a month, waking up every day at 8, smiling and laughing. As he observed the various amusing comments, Chen Mo greeted the now 10,000-strong audience with a smile. Good morning, brothers. Good morning, host. Good morning, mogul. Number 99, good morning, esteemed host. With an exaggeratedly soft bubble voice, akin to a kitten's furious meow. What on earth is this discomforting presence here? Chen Mo then stated. Today, our destination remains Baxianan, as I've heard the morning market is even more bustling than the night market. So, we shall first take a look at what this morning market is all about. After a brief pause, he added, however, before that, to avoid any stomach ailments later, I must first fill my belly. Are there any locals who can recommend a nearby breakfast spot? Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream immediately began to interact. I know. There's a place with particularly delicious food, and it's south very close to your location. Following the recommendations from his viewers, Chen Mo arrived at a breakfast shop just 200 meters away, ordering a large bowl of beef soup. The taste was undeniably delightful. However, it was noteworthy that during his meal, over 10 fans arrived in person asking for photographs. This scene left the shop owner utterly astonished. After he had satisfied his hunger, Chen Mo reflected and specifically advised the live stream audience. Brothers, in the future, let us try to minimize requests for photographs like this. It's manageable when we're out, but if we're in the antique street, it's best to keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious. If we encounter each other, a shared glance will suffice. Upon hearing this, the viewers promptly responded. That makes sense. Otherwise, when a mogul is hunting for treasures, would asking for a photo be a distraction? Indeed, our 9 families cannot hinder the treasure hunting of number 99. Otherwise, we would miss out on such marvelous content in the future. Let us agree then, from now on, we'll act based on eye contact. Agreed. The hotel arranged by Su Baolong is conveniently located near the Baxian Temple, not far at all. When Chen Mo arrived, it was just past 6:40. Clearly, the words he had spoken in the live stream had swiftly borne fruit. Several individuals cast peculiar glances his way as he made his way over. In response, Chen Mo returned their stares with equal intensity. At this moment, there was still a bit of time before the morning market officially commenced at 7 o'clock. Nevertheless, numerous stalls had already been set up on the street, and a fair number of eager patrons had arrived early to peruse the market, gathering in small clusters around the stalls, haggling and engaging in commerce. As a mere enthusiast, Chen Mo held his phone aloft, blending seamlessly into the throng of passers-by. Awaiting the market's opening, he discreetly activated his street scouting mode, refraining from unnecessary conversation, simply observing. It was only when he spotted something of value that he would engage the stall owners to inquire about prices. On average, he spent about 5 to 6 minutes at each stall. After visiting 4 or 5 stalls, it became apparent to Chen Mo that yesterday afternoon's success had truly been a stroke of luck. At stall after stall, he found not a single significant bargain, let alone a minor one. Excluding the counterfeit goods, even a few valuable items had prices that exceeded their market value, with discounts of merely 3 to 500 yuan at most. Whether such a discount could yield a profit upon resale was another matter entirely. Fortunately, Chen Mo was abundantly patient. He steadied his resolve and continued his search. By now, it was well past 7 o'clock, and the flow of people around the Baxian Temple had multiplied several times over compared to earlier. Although the live stream host had momentarily fallen silent, the excitement within the chat room had not waned, with viewers engaging animatedly through bullet comments. So this is a morning market at Baxian Temple. Indeed, quite a crowd. The scale of this throng rivaled that of the bustling morning markets where elderly patrons flocked for fresh meat and vegetables. I suspect this surge in attendance is partly due to the influence of the esteemed 99th individual. The phenomenon of Qiao Shi and the art of bargain hunting has recently transcended its niche, igniting a fervor throughout the antique community. It seems many have come to partake in the excitement. I am still at the border, having booked an afternoon flight, preparing to bring my wife and child to tomorrow's market. Goodness, a distance of 2,400 kilometers, 666. As Chen Mo stood before a stall, he spotted a small blue and white bull valued at 8,000 yuan and was about to inquire about its price when a sudden commotion erupted nearby, immediately drawing the attention of those around. Chen Mo set down the bull and followed the crowd, eager to discover the source of the disturbance. Once he managed to push his way to the front, he finally grasped what had transpired. Before them lay a modest stall selling jade artifacts, where a young couple stood motionless, their faces etched with confusion and uncertainty. At the girl's feet, a shattered jade pendant, infused with shades of white and a hint of green, lay quietly on the ground, fragmented into several pieces. Observing the bewildered expressions of the couple, Chen Mo discerned a clarity and naivety characteristic of university students, leading him to surmise their identities. The scene before him sparked a similar intrigue among the audience in the live stream. Such expressions undoubtedly revealed that these two were university students. Indeed, if they were in middle or high school, their gazes would certainly not reflect such innocence and foolishness. Not to mention, were they not dressed in matching outfits? It seemed they had come to the antique street for an early morning rendezvous. Surely, the girl was responsible for the broken pendant. The stall owner would likely demand compensation. But how much could that jade piece possibly be worth? Chapter 62. Fear not, dear child. Compensating him a mere 100 yuan will suffice. Just as the girl and boy remained at a loss for words, the stall owner interjected with an elevated voice and sharp tone. My jade pendant. He turned to confront the girl, demanding, what on earth happened here? Clearly startled, the girl hastily attempted to explain, I hadn't steadied it yet when you let go. It's not my fault. However, her words were swiftly cut off by the stall owner. I had already placed it in your hands, and you had grasped it securely. As he spoke, he addressed the gathering crowd, proclaiming loudly, everyone saw it clearly. This young lady requested to examine my jade pendant, and I personally handed it to her. Only after she had secured it did I release my hold. But just as I turned, with a loud crack, she let it fall to the ground. Oh, my precious jade pendant! Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment, her instinct to explain thwarted by the stall owner's booming voice. As murmurs arose from the crowd, tears began to stream down her cheeks. At that moment, the boy stepped forward, though a tremor betrayed his voice. It remained audible enough for the onlookers to hear. What are you pointing at? It's just a jade pendant. We will compensate you. The stall owner's eyes gleamed at this declaration. It was precisely the response he had been waiting for. The girl attempted to clarify the situation to the boy, but under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he felt the weight of pressure mounting. He quickly pulled out his phone, eager to transfer the funds and escape this predicament as swiftly as possible. Seeing this, the stall owner let out a sly chuckle before stating, if you're willing to pay, then that's acceptable. This jade pendant is valued 130,000 yuan. Please proceed with the transfer. The boy and girl, upon hearing this exorbitant figure, looked up in disbelief, their voices cracking as they exclaimed, how much? The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. The vendor calmly remarked, this jade pendant, a pristine piece of Qing Dynasty soft jade, carries a market value of no less than 150,000. I will let it go for 130,000. Considering your girlfriend's unfortunate mishap. Upon hearing this explanation, both the young man and woman were utterly taken aback, particularly the male who had earlier suggested compensation. His face paling in fright. He had assumed the pendant was worth at most a few hundred, perhaps not exceeding 1,000. And the thought of producing 130,000 was unfathomable to him. In that moment, the girl suddenly became agitated, exclaiming, you're deceiving me. I didn't even catch it. You let go, and it fell. As she spoke, she pulled her boyfriend, still frozen in shock, urging him to leave. However, the vendor stepped out from behind his stall, seizing the young man's arm with a menacing grin. You think you can just run after breaking someone else's property? That's not acceptable. The imposing figure and his sinister tone halted the already panicked couple in their tracks. The girl felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground, her lips tremulous as she stammered, This isn't my fault. Unfortunately, her words went unheeded. The crowd around them buzzed with chatter. The noise akin to that of a bustling market, an invisible weight pressing down on the two, making it hard for them to breathe. The vendor continued, No money? Then I shall call your parents. 130,000, not a penny less. Otherwise, I will notify the authorities immediately. Observing this, Chen Mo sighed deeply. Having anticipated this scenario from the onset, It was clear that these two university students had fallen prey to the vendor's scheme. The adage, "no jade passes without hands, nor gold without sight," underscores the importance of not transferring jade directly between hands. Only when one party places the jade on the table can the other approach it. This protocol serves to prevent any disputes arising from mishaps. The vendor, exploiting the student's naivety, had used a bit of sleight of hand when presenting the pendant to the girl, causing her to fumble and drop it as she reached for it. Now, they found themselves in a position where they could not defend themselves. What made the vendor's actions even more contemptible was his immediate claim of moral high ground following the pendant's shattering, manipulating the surrounding crowd as sentiments to pressure the young students into fleeing in a state of panic. At this moment, even if they could have clarified their situation, it was futile. They were truly at a loss for words. As he observed the trembling students on the ground, Chen Mo was reminded of his own university days, a time that felt like a distant memory. It is often said that one cannot possess both youth and the awareness of it simultaneously. And that was precisely how Chen Mo felt now. Had the vendor not set such an exorbitant price, Chen Mo would likely have remained a passive observer, believing that a small financial loss and a lesson learned were merely tuition fees for entering the real world. However, the issue lies in the outrageous price set by the vendor. Chen Mo was taken aback by the demand of 130,000. It seemed that the vendor himself did not anticipate such a smooth transaction, as the jade pendant he presented was not a genuine treasure, but rather a trinket casually picked from his stall. Chen Mo was well aware of its true worth. Once shattered, the pendant would be valued at less than $1. The other intact pieces on the stall ranged from 80 to 120. Virtually nothing on display was truly valuable. Most were inferior jade or even glass, dyed to appear authentic. The shattered piece on the ground was dyed from low-quality jade. The dye used likely contained hazardous heavy metals, posing serious health risks with prolonged skin contact, akin to a slow-acting poison. 130,000? It wasn't worth even 130. Chen Mo resolved to intervene as a benevolent bystander to assist the unfortunate students. It wasn't just meddling. He couldn't bear to witness such unscrupulous vendors profiting unjustly. As he raised his phone, ready to leave the crowd, a seemingly honest middle-aged man set down his small cart and approached first, saying, "Child, do not fear. You only need to compensate him 100. Upon hearing this, the onlookers surrounding them turned, astonished by the plainly dressed middle-aged man. In truth, many in the audience suspected that this scenario was likely a ruse by the shrewd vendor to exploit the two students. Yet, irrespective of conjecture, it remained a fact that the female student had shattered a jade pendant valued at 130,000 and had initially attempted to flee the scene. These 2 points alone rendered the students at fault. Stepping forward? That was preposterous. For a situation that was evidently fraught with complications, bystanders might watch. But they certainly wouldn't want to get involved. The middle-aged man, appearing earnest, spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice that, while not loud, was clear enough for everyone present to hear. In the center of the crowd, the distraught female student sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, while the bewildered male student beside her turned to the man as if he were a lifeline. At that moment, the vendor's venomous voice pierced through the air. 100? Are you joking? This jade pendant has been passed down from the Qing dynasty and is made of fine Hetian jade. I assure you, it is worth 130,000, not a cent less. The vendor glared at the intervening middle-aged man and exclaimed, "Are you their guardian? Then you can cover my losses. If not, kindly step aside and do not interfere." Afterward, he turned to the girl on the ground and threatened, "Hurry and call your parents, or I will notify the police immediately. Don't you students have what is called a record?" At that moment, the words echoed in the air, etching themselves into their records, destined to follow them for a lifetime, rendering their education futile. The girl froze, trembling even more violently, clearly intimidated by the vendor's remarks. Meanwhile, within Chen Mo's live-streaming room, the unfolding scene was vividly captured by the audience's watchful eyes. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "This vendor is surely lacking in conscience. 13,000 for a piece of jade? Ridiculous. It's evident he's trying to swindle these two university students." They laughed, and claiming it would be recorded in their files for life. Hilarious. Perhaps he should first familiarize himself with what a record entails. Yet, it appeared that the two students genuinely believed him. Were they really considering compensating that exorbitant sum? What could be done in such a predicament? After all, the jade had indeed been shattered by the girl. The barrage of comments erupted with fervor, with some spectators even suggesting that Chen Mo intervene. Boss number 99. These students look so pitiful. Please lend them a hand. Another chimed in. Indeed, boss number 99, don't let this unscrupulous vendor profit. How could he assist? Surely, it was unreasonable to expect the boss to cover such expenses. Amidst the crowd, Chen Mo withdrew his extended foot, gesturing towards a middle-aged man who had just approached. He addressed the live stream. Everyone, let us not panic. Let us observe how this gentleman intends to proceed. In the scene, after the vendor spoke, the middle-aged man refrained from retorting. Instead, he approached the girl, helping her to her feet, and softly reassured her, "Child, do not fear. Your uncle is here." He then bent down to collect the scattered fragments of the jade from the ground. Turning to the vendor, he opened his palm to reveal the shards and solemnly inquired, "Is this what you refer to as superior Hetian jade?" The vendor retorted, "What else could it be? This is indeed Hetian jade, passed down from the Qing dynasty." However, the seemingly honest middle-aged man merely smiled. He held a piece of jade shard up to the sunlight, stating, "Genuine superior Hetian jade possesses a translucent yet unclear texture, with evenly distributed inclusions, devoid of significant impurities. In contrast, dyed Shoyan jade, often used as a counterfeit, exhibits much higher transparency, akin to glass. Yet the inclusions, or cotton, are unevenly dispersed." With unwavering gaze, he confronted the vendor, articulating each word with precision. "What you possess is not superior Hetian jade, but rather inferior dyed Shoyan jade." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. The vendor, caught off guard, instinctively began to defend himself. "Well, you know, this is indeed Hetian jade. Don't spout nonsense about Shoyan jade. I'll sue you for defamation." Yet, even as he spoke, his gaze wavered, revealing a hint of uncertainty and panic in his tone. The middle-aged man pressed on. "As a jade seller, you must possess a strong flashlight. The artificially dyed Shoyan jade will show distinct color roots when illuminated, making the dye's aggregation glaringly obvious." The vendor faltered, I don't have one here. It is inconsequential. The densities of Shio jade and Hetian jade are distinctly different, with the former being over 0.5 grams lighter per cubic centimeter than the latter. Furthermore, their hardness varies as well. A gentle scratch with a knife on Shio jade leaves a mark, whereas Hetian jade resists such scrutiny and can effortlessly cut through glass. The middle-aged man appeared akin to a humble farmer emerging from labor in the fields, yet he spoke with remarkable expertise regarding jade. After a brief pause, he continued, "As for whether this is an antique from the Qing dynasty, it is evident that this jade plaque bears no trace of patina." He surveyed the audience, inquiring, "Is it conceivable for a Qing dynasty jade plaque to lack patina?" "Certainly not. My jade bracelet, purchased merely 6 months ago, has already developed a patina. How can an artifact purportedly hundreds of years old be devoid of such?" After much deliberation, it became clear that this high-quality Hetian jade was counterfeit. Consequently, this Shio jade might not be worth much at all. The surrounding onlookers began to engage in animated discussions. A knowledgeable spectator suddenly stood up, elucidating for those less versed in jade. Shio jade is undoubtedly the least valuable. It is the most inferior type of jade, and the dyes used can pose health risks if worn for extended periods. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the vendor and spoke slowly. "What do you say? Shall we meticulously assess this according to jade standards?" At that moment, the vendor was already in a state of panic, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Though he contemplated a defense, the rising clamor from all directions grew increasingly overwhelming, leaving him utterly speechless. Observing this scene, the man turned to the girl who was still softly weeping and said, "Child, cease your tears. This Shio jade is of little value. Simply compensate him 100 yuan. Upon hearing the information regarding dyed jade, the crowd could no longer remain passive. Compensate for what? This is nothing but a fraud selling fake jade. Prolonged exposure may even lead to cancer, Such deceivers deserve severe retribution. We should confront this swindler for preying on the innocent girl. The collective outrage surged, with voices calling for the vendor's stall to be overturned. Seeing the fervor of the crowd, the vendor was immediately stricken with fear, his legs trembling. Not only did he forego any notion of compensation, but he hastily gathered his wares into a bulging bundle and fled in desperation. Several jade pieces clattered to the ground, discarded without a second thought. The sight of him, akin to a stray dog, elicited laughter from the onlookers, who relished the spectacle. In light of this unfolding drama, the middle-aged man who had stepped forward chose to say no more. He blended back into the throng, pushing the small cart he had brought, quietly departing. The couple, embracing and in tears, eventually came to their senses, wishing to express their heartfelt gratitude. It was only then that I realized the middle-aged gentleman who had aided me in overcoming my current predicament had long since vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Chen Mo quietly observed the entire scene. However, as the man pushed his cart away, Chen Mo suddenly noted that the small cart he was maneuvering bore a striking resemblance to those of the surrounding vendors. Could it be that this man was also a vendor? Intrigued, Chen Mo decided to follow him. Chapter 64. A hammer for sale? The 50,000 yuan iron mallet. This gentleman possesses a certain charm. Watching the unscrupulous vendor flee in a panic was utterly amusing. To be fair, there is a hint of chivalry about this man. He stepped forward to intervene and, after the incident, quietly pushed his cart away. In a martial arts drama, he would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a great hero living incognito among the masses. I hold such individuals in high regard. Speaking of which, I suspect that the prominent figure, number 99, must have also sensed something amiss with that jade token. It was inevitable. I had seen the esteemed figure advance, poised to take action, but alas, the middle-aged gentleman had stolen the spotlight. The live stream from the perspective of the 9 viewers did not capture the legs. So how could those upstairs have discerned his forward motion? Oh dear, stop it. I'm laughing so hard I might burst. Through the live broadcast, regardless of who the protagonist was, it was clear that the audience was thoroughly entertained. Many viewers refrained from sending comments, opting instead to shower the stream with gifts. Amidst the bustling crowd on the street, as Chen Mo followed the small cart, he inadvertently glanced at his phone and saw the festive gift effect from the live stream. Chen Mo mused, "Is that not my friend? Can he really start a stream like this?" Shaking his head, he chose to ignore the commotion in the live chat and instead kept close to the small cart as he continued onward. After walking approximately 20 or 30 meters, the cart took a right turn and halted shortly thereafter, clearly having reached its destination. Chen Mo observed as the middle-aged man began to unload his wares from the cart. Indeed, he was a vendor. However, to Chen Mo's surprise, instead of selling jade, it appeared he was peddling porcelain. The cart was filled with a variety of small ceramic bowls, all of which looked quite appealing. Seeing this, Chen Mo stepped closer. "Hi, Lao Shong. Why are you so late today? The morning market is almost over." "This isn't like your usual style," remarked another vendor of similar age. The man referred to as Lao Song chuckled, offering a light-hearted response without directly answering. The other vendor continued, "By the way, where's Wang Jia? You two always work the stall together. I haven't seen her in days." With a mischievous grin, he added, "What is wrong? Is she no longer clinging to you?" Upon hearing this, Lao Song, who had been setting up his stall, momentarily froze. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting instant, and he quickly regained his composure, drawing no attention from those around him. Old Song lowered his head and casually replied, "Your sister Wang has returned to her maternal home." "Oh, I see. So she has gone back home. No wonder I haven't seen her," he responded. At this point, the vendor beside him sighed, "To be fair, Old Song, I truly admire you. You and Sister Wang must be a couple of years older than I am, right? I never expected that at our age. You two could still experience a second spring. The way Sister Wang clings to you, I must admit, I am quite envious," he teased, casting a sidelong glance. However, Old Song remained unfazed, merely chuckling lightly and deflecting the comment. Unexpectedly, the vendor observed him closely, a look of suspicion crossing his face. After staring for over 10 seconds, he finally spoke up. "Something feels off, Old Song. Why aren't you refuting me? In the past, you would have already shot back at me. What has changed today? Is this still the Old Song I know?" I can't help but feel that ever since Sister Wong stopped coming here with you to set up the stall, you've transformed into a different person." The vendor crossed his arms and inquired suspiciously, "Come clean, who has taken over your body?" Upon hearing this question, Old Song's demeanor froze again, even more so than before. He nearly dropped the porcelain bowl he was holding. He continued to lower his head, though his tone had grown somewhat unnatural. After mumbling for several seconds, he failed to articulate a response. The vendor, increasingly puzzled, was about to ask again when 3 customers approached his stall, inquiring about prices. "Boss, how much is this? And this?" The vendor quickly snapped back to reality, efficiently attending to his business. "As for this item, it is." Noticing that the vendor had ceased his probing, Old Song sighed in relief, resuming his task of arranging the porcelain bowls on the stall. Meanwhile, not far off, Chen Mo quietly listened to the entire exchange. Coincidentally, he observed Old Song, who appeared to be a well-meaning individual, as he stiffened at the start of the conversation, then gradually relaxed and took deep breaths. Chen Mo felt a pang of curiosity regarding this transformation. However, after a moment of contemplation without reaching any clear conclusions, he dismissed it as a possible conflict between Old Song and his wife returning home, a situation that seemed quite typical for a middle-aged man. Old Song was just a few bowls away from completing his arrangement when Chen Mo approached. He intended to assess the value of the porcelain bowls, only to notice a small iron hammer resting in the corner of the stall beside Old Song's right hand. What is a hammer doing here? Selling a hammer? The small iron hammer instantly captured Chen Mo's attention. He instinctively glanced over, perhaps due to his prolonged interest in antiques. Chen Mo had developed a habit of observing items for 9 seconds. An extra second was deemed wasteful, while a second less was an egregious loss. Chen Mo no longer mentally counted the seconds. He simply stared at the iron hammer for 9 seconds by instinct. However, when the figure appeared above, it left him momentarily stunned. 50,000. Chen Mo, a hammer is worth 50,000. What on earth is happening here? Could it possibly have been used by the Eisenjoro clan? Chapter 65. I wish to inquire about a personal matter. Item name: portable miniature iron hammer. Item category: tool, weapon. Value: 50,000 yuan. Upon seeing the term weapon, Chen Mo was taken aback. He immediately recalled the previously encountered pouch bottle valued at 500,000 yuan. The bottle itself was of little worth. It was the crumpled piece of paper within, inscribed with a plea for help, that held true value. Clearly, this hammer identified as a weapon was no different. The hammer resembled the typical household tool, and its intrinsic value could not possibly be significant. Therefore, the worth of 50,000 likely stemmed from its status as a pivotal clue in a certain case. Contemplating this, Chen Mo suddenly remembered the earlier query from the vendor nearby. He had distinctly observed Old Song stiffen when his wife, referred to as Sister Wong, was mentioned. Upon reflection, the tone regarding her returning to her parental home seemed somewhat unnatural. Could it be that? A chilling realization struck Chen Mo. No, he had to devise a means of probing further. At that moment, Old Song had finished arranging the porcelain bowls on his stall. Just as he raised his head, Chen Mo turned to leave. "Hey, where did he go? I thought I saw someone approaching." After setting up his wares, Old Song was about to call out, only to find the stall empty when he looked up. He scratched his head, perplexed. Could I have been mistaken? Once that speculation surfaced in Chen Mo's mind, he had no intention of directly engaging with Old Song. He needed to gather some intel first. Initially, he considered starting with the vendor who had been chatting moments ago. They appeared quite familiar, likely privy to a wealth of information. However, the proximity of their stalls made it too easy for Old Song to notice any inquiries. So Chen Mo abandoned that idea. He then turned to the porcelain stall across the street. They dealt primarily in porcelain vases and jars, so they should have some insights as well. As for whether Old Song might overhear, there was no cause for concern. The bustling crowd on the street effectively shielded any conversation. Chen Mo surveyed the porcelain stall ahead, which specialized in selling vases and jars. He glanced around and noticed that most items on the stall were mere replicas worth a few dozen yuan, with only a handful priced in the hundreds or thousands. Without delving further into intricate details, he assumed they were likely products from the folk hills of the Ming and Qing dynasties. "Uncle, how much for this small porcelain jar?" Chen Mo inquired with a smile as he leaned in closer. 5,000, the vendor replied languidly. "Come on, uncle, I've addressed you as such. Could you provide a more reasonable price?" This jar appears to be from a folk kiln, probably dating no later than the late Qing dynasty, Chen Mo remarked. Upon hearing this, the vendor squinted his eyes. The young man before him, seemingly inexperienced, surprisingly possessed an astute understanding of the trade. Remarkably, he had identified the item with such precision after just a cursory glance. After a moment's contemplation, the vendor said, "If you truly wish to buy it, I can let it go for 800. "All right, 800 it is." Chen Mo promptly took out his phone to complete the payment. Observing this exchange, the vendor was taken aback. "Wait, you're not going to haggle any further? So when I mentioned a fair price, you actually accepted it?" The vendor was stunned by Chen Mo's swift and decisive action. Indeed, the small porcelain jar was authentically from the Qing dynasty's folk kilns. Given its condition, its typical market value should hover around 5 or 600 yuan. The vendor had acquired it for 430. To be honest, anything above 500 would yield a modest profit. He had quoted 800, deliberately leaving room for negotiation. However, he never expected that the final price would remain fixed without any compromise. Was this really a knowledgeable buyer? The vendor couldn't help but question his judgment. Nevertheless, it was always advantageous to attract more discerning patrons like him. "Ding! Your payment of 800 yuan has been received." Upon hearing that notification, the vendor felt a wave of satisfaction. It was still early, barely past 8 in the morning, and he had already made a profit of 370 yuan, which meant he could relax for the rest of the day, perhaps even pack up and head home for a leisurely afternoon. With this thought in mind, the vendor looked at the amiable buyer before him, his spirits soaring with delight. However, after completing the transaction, Chen Mo did not leave. Instead, he leaned in and said, "Uncle, I would like to inquire about something." The vendor, still mentally expressing gratitude towards Chen Mo, smiled and responded, "Oh, what is it?" Chen Mo continued, "I seek information about a certain individual." He pointed towards the opposite stall across the street. "I would like to inquire about my uncle's song." The vendor paused, visibly puzzled. "Are you referring to that old song over there?" Chen Mo nodded and explained, "I hail from the village below, and this uncle's song is a distant relative on my mother's side. I used to work in an electronics factory, but my mother thought it lacked prospects. So she contacted Uncle Song, suggesting I come here to learn a trade from him. Before arriving, I even took the time to read several books on antiques." At this juncture, Chen Mo offered a shy smile. "Prior to this moment, I had never encountered Uncle Song. I only knew that he and my Aunt Wang operated a stall selling antiques at the Eight Immortals Temple. Now, as he approached unexpectedly, I was apprehensive about potentially offending Uncle Song and Aunt Wang due to my ignorance. Thus, I thought it prudent to inquire about their personalities beforehand." Upon hearing this explanation, the stall owner suddenly understood. It turned out that this young man was a distant relative of Old Song from the countryside, seeking refuge with him. The stall owner had initially assumed this youth was knowledgeable in the field. Instead, he was merely a novice, having read only a few books, hardly deserving of the title. It seemed that his earlier assertions were largely unfounded. However, the stall owner held no regret over his modest pricing, for the young man exuded a pleasant demeanor. He was seeking assistance from relatives while showing the foresight to inquire about their characters, wary of any unintended offense. The stall owner recalled a cousin on his wife's side who had similarly sought refuge years ago, only to become a sloth, complaining about the workload while residing in his son's small room, which he deemed inadequate. The stall owner had invested considerable time and money, only to be met with disdain and accusations of arrogance. This recollection filled him with frustration, yet he looked at Chen Mo with a sense of warmth. "Let me tell you, your Uncle Song and Aunt Wang." Chapter 66. Oh, it's young Chen. How could I possibly forget you? Chen Mo felt that the expenditure of 300 to 400 yuan was indeed worthwhile. Through this inquiry, he had gleaned a substantial understanding of Old Song and his wife's background. In essence, they were a couple who had operated their stall together for many years, renowned in the area as a model couple, displaying an admirable affection. Regarding their personalities, they complemented each other well. The man was a taciturn, kind-hearted individual, while the woman was brisk, efficient, and unpretentious. Notably, the stall owner emphasized that both Uncle Song and Aunt Wang possessed considerable expertise in the realm of antiques, particularly in porcelain. He advised Chen Mo to learn diligently and not squander this opportunity. A model couple, affectionate, with complementary personalities, both engaged in the antique trade. Upon consolidating this information, Chen Mo felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Logically, such a model couple did not align with the narrative he had envisioned. Though still harboring doubts, he felt equipped with foundational knowledge to further explore. Thus, Chen Mo made his way toward Old Song's porcelain bowl stall. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was equally perplexed. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had turned off the mobile live stream perspective, forcing them to revert to the view from the concealed action camera. When the viewers saw Chen Mo purchasing a small porcelain jar for 800 yuan, they initially assumed it was yet another blunder, speculating on how much he might profit this time. However, when Chen Mo unexpectedly began conversing with the vendor, inquiring about the situation of the elderly man surnamed Song, the audience was left utterly bewildered. Could it be that the prominent figure number 99 was truly related to Mr. Song? What a remarkable coincidence. Surely, that could not be the case. Hadn't the notable just claimed to have only read a few books on antiques? Was that even plausible? This statement was evidently a ruse to mislead the vendor. The pressing question remained, why would this esteemed individual bother to deceive the vendor? What could he possibly gain from investigating Mr. Song's situation? The urgency was palpable. Who could fathom such mysteries? Unable to comprehend, they decided to refrain from wild speculation and simply watch, confident that the esteemed figure would eventually elucidate everything. Chen Mo's perplexing maneuvers had left the audience in a state of confusion. Yet, his subsequent actions only deepened their astonishment. In reality, at that moment, Chen Mo was entirely preoccupied with uncovering the true nature of the iron hammer's ominous label. As he approached the porcelain bowl vendor, the traces of doubt on his face vanished, replaced by a flicker of excitement. "Uncle Song," he exclaimed, his cheeks slightly flushed with exhilaration as he gazed at the vendor. "Old Song, it truly is you. I recognized your silhouette earlier at the jade pendant stall. I just had the chance to speak with you before you left." Chen Mo's tone was brimming with enthusiasm. "Your earlier actions were simply magnificent. Those two students were about to express their gratitude to you, but when they looked up, poof, you had vanished." He continued, "What is that saying on television? A hero of great virtue remains hidden from the world. Yes, yes, Uncle Song. You resembled one of those legendary heroes from ancient dramas." With each word, Chen Mo grew increasingly animated, attracting the curious glances of passers-by who were filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the Uncle Song he referred to wore an expression of bewilderment. Additionally, he couldn't help but feel a warm flush creeping across his face. Goodness, anyone would feel overwhelmed by such affectionate titles as Uncle Song and Hero. Song Jianshang scrutinized the unfamiliar visage of the young man before him, racking his brain to recall who he might be. The way he addressed him so intimately as Uncle Song was evidently indicative of a prior acquaintance. After all, how could a stranger know his surname, let alone address him so warmly? However, despite his efforts to remember, he found himself at a complete loss. As the number of curious onlookers continued to swell, Song Jianshang felt his face growing increasingly warm, nearly overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Fortunately, Chen Mo did not exaggerate too much. Noticing that Uncle Song's face was beginning to redden, he prudently decided to pause his compliments. However, during this exchange, he leaned a little closer to the stall. Observing this, Song Jiansheng was about to say something, but as he opened his mouth, he was struck by the realization that he could not recall who this young man was, let alone his name. Words faltered on his lips, leaving him at a loss. At that moment, Chen Mo was taken aback, his initial excitement transformed into astonishment. "Uncle Song, you don't remember me?" Chen Mo pointed to himself, incredulity lacing his voice. "It's me, Xiao Chen. You truly don't recall? Just last week, I came here to buy a bowl, and it was Aunt Wang who wrapped it for me. She even praised my handsomeness." "The very same Xiao Chen. How could you have forgotten?" As Chen Mo uttered these words, the disbelief in his tone coupled with the perfectly measured disappointment in his gaze, was strikingly effective. It evoked an inexplicable sense of guilt in Song Jiancheng. As if forgetting who he was made him a traitor of sorts. He hastily replied, it's Xiao Chun. How could I possibly forget you? I just didn't react quickly enough. I've been so busy. Chen Mo interjected, I knew it. How could Uncle Song forget me? Relieved, Song Jiancheng exhaled, though he was uncertain where this relief had stemmed from. After a brief pause, he tentatively inquired, So, Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Chen Mo smiled and replied, I happened to catch a glimpse of your gallant figure just now. Upon hearing this, Song Jiancheng quickly waved his hand, insisting it was merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such flattery. He genuinely feared a repetition of the earlier scene. Seeing Uncle Song's reaction, Chen Mo chuckled softly and refrained from further embellishment. He turned his gaze around, curious, and asked, By the way, Uncle Song, where is Aunt Wang? I don't see her around. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Mo's query lingered in the air. Song Jiancheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Your Aunt Wang. She has returned to her family's home. Chen Mo's expression shifted from confusion to understanding upon receiving this answer. Nevertheless, he continued to observe Song Jiancheng closely. The fleeting moment of surprise and the slightly stammered response did not escape his notice. This only deepened his conviction that there was something amiss regarding Aunt Wang's return home. After all, the neighboring stall owner had already inquired about her. And this was a second question in quick succession. For an ordinary person, how could one hesitate in their answers on two separate occasions? Chen Mo's face lit up with realization. So she's gone back to her family. No wonder I haven't seen her. He lowered his gaze to the porcelain bowls on the stall, and suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he raised his head and continued. By the way, Uncle Song, didn't Aunt Wang mention she had a fine piece to show me last time? Upon hearing Chen Mo's inquiry, Song Jiancheng instinctively furrowed his brow. Didn't Aunt Wang mention it to you? She said that bowl is an exquisite piece from a Qing dynasty folk kiln, and if I wanted it, she would offer me a reduced price. Was it adorned with chrysanthemum or plum blossom patterns? At this point, Chen Mo shook his head. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Aunt Wang merely hinted at it. It was a small cloud blue bowl with some sort of floral pattern, and she mentioned its condition was exceptionally well preserved. Upon finishing, Chen Mo wore an expression of curiosity. Song Jiancheng, however, suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something. This matter? Your Aunt Wang did mention it to me. It's that small cloud blue bowl with plum blossom patterns, right? The condition of that bowl is indeed remarkable. He quickly glanced at the porcelain bowls arranged on his stall, surveying them before turning to Chen Mo with a hint of apology. Oh dear, your Aunt Wang specifically asked me to bring it to you before she left. And I completely forgot. It's still at home. Next time, I will definitely bring it over for you to have a good look. Hearing this, Chen Mo's face fell with disappointment. Oh well, that is fine. He then turned his attention back to the porcelain bowls displayed on the stall. After a brief moment, he pointed to one of them and said, Uncle Song, this blue and white fish and algae bowl must be from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, right? I remember that during the Qianlong period, such fish and algae patterns were quite popular among the common folk. You are absolutely correct, Xiao Chun. This bowl indeed dates back to the mid-Qing dynasty during the Qianlong reign. At the mention of porcelain knowledge, Uncle Song transformed entirely, his speech flowing effortlessly, devoid of any hesitation, exuding a confidence characteristic of a seasoned antique expert. After listening, Chen Mo wore a look of enlightenment. So, Uncle Song, how much is this bowl? Upon hearing the price inquiry, Song Jiancheng hesitated for a moment. Xiao Chun, we are like family, so I want to beat around the bush. If you want it, I can offer it to you at a fair price of 2,700. If it were someone else, it would easily be 3,700. This price, indeed, could be considered reasonable, especially when compared to the 2,650 Chen Mo had seen, which was only 50 yuan less. All right then, Uncle Song, please wrap it up for me, Chen Mo said, promptly paying the amount. Seeing this, Uncle Song regained a gentle smile and began to wrap the bowl. During this process, Chen Mo continued to peruse the other porcelain bowls on the stall, inquiring about those he found puzzling. Uncle Song answered all his questions without fail. It was evident that he possessed a comprehensive knowledge of the porcelain realm, explaining everything Chen Mo asked with clarity. Thus, the interaction between the two parties appeared perfectly normal. However, just as Uncle Song finished wrapping the fish in algae bowl and was about to hand it to Chen Mo, his gaze fortuitously landed on a spot at the edge of the stall. He inquired with a hint of surprise, "Oh, Uncle Song, why do you have this iron hammer placed here? Aren't you worried that you might accidentally shatter the precious porcelain bowls on your stall?" When Chen Mo posed this question, his demeanor appeared quite casual. However, upon hearing these words, Song Jianqing's action of handing over the bowl noticeably faltered, and the faint smile on his face became rigid. This reaction lasted less than half a second, after which Song Jianqing extended his hand and continued to pass the wrapped fish soup bowl to Chen Mo, simultaneously remarking, "Oh dear, how did this thing end up here?" As he spoke, his expression bore neither a smile nor any signs of surprise or confusion. He remained utterly impassive. While speaking, he swiftly placed the iron hammer into a hidden compartment beneath the stall, a motion so quick that it momentarily stunned Chen Mo observing this scene. Coupled with the earlier reaction, Chen Mo had already drawn his conclusion. Aunt Wang had returned to her family home, which must undoubtedly be suspicious. The hammer posed a problem, and Uncle Song was evidently aware of it. Otherwise, he would not have reacted in such a manner. To summarize, there was certainly an issue, and this Uncle Song was in the know. Chen Mo ceased his probing, and after accepting the fish soup bowl, his expression returned to calmness. He smiled and said, "All right then, Uncle Wang, I will come by another day, and at that time, please bring me the small bowl with the cloud blue plum blossom pattern that Aunt Wang mentioned. I'll place that bowl in my little cart tonight when I return." "Good, Uncle Song, I shall take my leave." Chen Mo waved his hand and turned to depart. This entire sequence of events left the live-stream audience utterly bewildered. Having just duped the vendor across the street, he next approached the benevolent Uncle Song to do the same. Why had this amiable figure, the esteemed number 99, suddenly begun to weave tales and deceive? The audience was puzzled, frantically questioning in the chat. Did anyone comprehend why the esteemed individual was acting this way? Why impersonate Uncle Song's distant relative? What exactly was that cloud blue plum blossom bowl? Had he truly visited the Baxian monastery before? Did he not claim yesterday that it was his first visit? Are there any connoisseurs among us? Were the two small porcelain jars and bowl he just acquired truly valuable? I don't recall him saying the phrase "caught my eye" at all. So, was it truly a fortunate find? An unusual scene unfolded in the live stream, with at least 8 or 9 out of 10 comments ending with question marks. Each viewer was inquiring, utterly perplexed by Chen Mo's motives. Chapter 68. This person truly harbors secrets. However, what followed in Chen Mo's actions left them even more astonished. He walked to a corner and abruptly stopped against the wall. Since Chen Mo was not live streaming with his phone at that moment, the audience could only observe the scene through the first-person perspective of the action camera mounted on his chest. It is precisely for this reason that when Chen Mo halted, over 1 million viewers in the livestream began to stare blankly at a wall. Although the visuals were unavailable, the sound remained accessible. Thus, over 1 million spectators unwittingly shifted into a passive listening mode. Chen Mo retrieved his phone and located the private contact number of Deputy Director Yang Dingshan from the Luochang police station, dialing it directly. After a few rings, the words "call connected" appeared on his screen. Simultaneously, a voice emanated from the other end. "Hello, is this Comrade Xiao Chen?" This took Chen Mo by surprise. He did not anticipate that Deputy Director Yang would recognize him, indicating that he had saved his contact information. This spared him the need for a self-introduction. "It's me, Director Yang," Chen Mo replied. Yang Dingshan's tone was exceedingly warm. "I was actually planning to call you around noon, Comrade Xiao Chen. The victim you assisted a couple of days ago has regained consciousness. Her family reached out to our station, hoping to meet you in person to express their gratitude. Furthermore, there's the matter of the 500,000 reward. It has passed the internal system review, and your designation has been confirmed. However, some procedures remain before the funds can be transferred to your bank account, which will take some time." His enthusiasm was certainly justified. In just a few days, a significant internal audit within the public security system was scheduled, and Chen Mo had indeed rendered him a substantial favor. Moreover, he had privately gathered information about Chen Mo, learning that he had amassed over 10 million through opportunistic ventures in just a few days, alongside substantial competition prizes and lucrative livestream contracts awaiting collection. These matters had even trended online. For such a talent, both professionally and personally, Yang Dingshan was keen to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Mo. One never knows when such an asset might be of use in the future. Chen Mo, taken aback by this unexpected development, responded, "There's no need for gratitude, Director Yang. Perhaps you could help me decline?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, they finally delved into the main topic. "I won't bother asking why you call me Comrade Xiao Chen. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Brother Chen," Yang Dingshan stated. "Brother Chen, is there something specific you wish to discuss?" "Yes, Yang Ge. There's indeed a matter I would like to consult you about," Chen Mo replied. "Oh, please, go ahead," Yang Dingshan encouraged. Chen Mo paused for a moment before continuing, "Yang Ge, I would like to inquire if hypothetically I were to encounter another case, but I cannot be entirely certain of its nature." Before he could finish, Yang Dingshan interrupted him, raising his voice suddenly. "What? You've encountered another case?" Chen Mo replied, Yes. I merely wanted to ask if I could report it under such circumstances." Yang Dingshan did not respond directly, but instead countered with a question. "What kind of case?" "I can only say there's a certain probability it might be a homicide." No sooner had he spoken than Yang Dingshan's tone escalated significantly. The term homicide was exceedingly sensitive. He urgently inquired, "Where is it?" "At the Baxian Temple in Chang'an City." "Huh? Not in Luocheng?" "Indeed, I encountered this matter near the Baxian Temple in Chang'an City. The purpose of my call was principally to seek your counsel." Upon hearing that the situation was beyond his jurisdiction, Yang Dingshan momentarily regained his composure. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "The Baxian Temple is also an antiques market, correct? Are you implying that you have uncovered a case there, yet the specifics remain uncertain? It is plausible that it may indeed be a homicide, but equally, there exists a chance of misinterpretation. Would that be accurate?" Chen Mo affirmed, "Yes." Yang Dingshan responded, "In such circumstances, you may file a police report." However, he then inquired, "Which district of Chang'an City is the Baxian Temple located in?" Chen Mo replied, "Chang'an District." Yang Dingshan promptly stated, "In that case, young Chen, it would be prudent not to report it. I happen to have a university classmate serving as the deputy captain in the criminal investigation team at the Chang'an District Police Station. I shall provide you with his contact number, and you can reach out to him directly." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief. Had he chosen to report the incident, elucidating how he had come upon the matter would have proven challenging. However, contacting the deputy captain privately would undoubtedly simplify the process. Approximately half an hour later, the deputy captain Yang mentioned arrived in a private vehicle, confronting Chen Mo, who was awaiting at the entrance of the Baxian Temple. A robust, middle-aged man, distinctly older than Yang Dingshan, emerged from the car. "Greetings, you must be the young Chen that old Yang spoke of." The sturdy man extended his hand. "I am Zhou Long, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at the Chang'an District Police Station. You may call me Old Zhou." Chen Mo shook his hand. "Captain Zhou, that is correct. Director Yang should have briefed you." Zhou Long replied, "Yes, he provided me with an overview of the situation. As it stands, you are uncertain if this is indeed a homicide, correct?" Chen Mo nodded. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Long inquired, "What would you estimate your level of certainty to be?" Chen Montak hesitated. Although the iron hammer was undoubtedly a murder weapon, whether it could lead to a resolution remained to be seen. To err on the side of caution, he replied, 50%. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long raised an eyebrow. Prior to his arrival, he had not taken the matter too seriously, as there were countless false alarms regarding homicides each year. At least 70 to 80% were mere fabrications. However, if this level of certainty was not mere fabrication, he would need to approach the situation with the seriousness it warranted. Zhou Long collected his thoughts and scrutinized the somewhat dashing young man before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, based on his extensive experience as a detective, he had an inexplicable feeling that this so-called 50% probability was merely a conservative estimate on the part of the young man. "Let us proceed to the booth of the individual you mentioned," Zhou Long declared, leading the way into the Baxian Temple. Chen Mo refrained from making his presence known directly, instead observing from a distance of 3 or 4 stalls, keeping a watchful eye. Meanwhile, Zhou Long had already approached the stall selling porcelain bowls. At this moment, the stall was devoid of customers. Song Jianshang gazed at the imposing man before him, who bore no resemblance to a typical antique buyer, and his heart raced with unease. Zhou Long remained silent, merely lowering his head to scrutinize the porcelain bowl in the stall. Witnessing this scene, Song Jianshang's anxiety intensified. As the seconds ticked by, just as his trepidation reached its zenith and he was about to utter something, Zhou Long abruptly lifted his gaze, with his right hand revealing a police officer's badge. He spoke in a gravelly voice, his tone flat. "Hello, I am Zhou Long, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at the Chang'an branch. I have a few questions to ask you." Noticing the instant contraction of the man's pupils and his instinctive step back, Zhou Long felt a jolt of alarm. Years of investigative experience informed him that this individual was indeed suspicious. Chapter 69. Did you make a mistake? Number 99. Under normal circumstances, a paid high-energy barrage in a live broadcast room would remain displayed for at least 5 seconds at the top of the screen. Only when an overwhelming number of such messages appeared simultaneously would their display time be correspondingly shortened. However, in the number 99 live broadcast room, the screen was inundated with these high-energy paid messages. The average display time for each was barely half a second, flashing briefly before being displaced by subsequent messages. What is happening? Why call the police? A homicide? How did it suddenly escalate to a murder case? This is utterly absurd. Uncle Song was just helping those 2 college students out of a predicament. How could he possibly be involved in homicide? I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Indeed, Uncle Song appears to be such a good person. I cannot accept this. Did you make a mistake? Number 99? Can you provide an explanation? Just moments ago, while over 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room stared blankly at a wall for a while, they heard the conversation between Chen Mo and Yang Dingshan loud and clear. The content of their discussion was akin to throwing a large stone into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the entire live broadcast room. Various conspicuous high-energy messages flooded in like confetti. One after another, over 1 million online viewers were collectively bewildered. Among them, some astute viewers suddenly realized that Chen Mo's recent actions, buying cans and bowls, and pretending to be a distant relative to elicit information, seemed to be a test of the stall owner, Mr. Song. At this moment, a striking message, adorned with a golden dragon motif and a luxurious gold background, stood out among the multitude of high-energy messages. User Jinling13 Antique Shop proclaimed, "Brothers, hold on a moment. Were we not just puzzled by the boss's peculiar behavior? Upon reflection, is the boss someone who would act so irrationally without reason? Certainly not. In my personal opinion, the actions undertaken by the esteemed number 99 were merely a means to probe the character of the venerable Uncle Song. It is evident that he has discerned certain overlooked discrepancies." The audience, with rapt attention, observed as the ostentatious golden barrage from the Jinling Antique Shop monopolized the entire screen. Concurrently, they began to contemplate the assertions made within this barrage. Indeed, from the inception of the broadcast to the present, all that number 99 has exhibited indicates that he is undoubtedly a rational individual. Therefore, how could a person of such rationality suddenly engage in erratic behavior, discovering anomalies, seeking opportunities for testing, and, upon gaining a degree of certainty, contacting Yang Dingshan to inquire about the feasibility of alerting the authorities? This suddenly renders everything remarkably more sensible. At this realization, the audience was left astounded. Despite the multitude present in the live stream, no one seemed to have detected the so-called discrepancies. Chen Mo, of course, refrained from accompanying Zhou Long to Uncle Song's stall. Had he done so, it would have unequivocally revealed his intentions. Thus, he maintained a discreet distance of 3 or 4 stalls away, observing the situation with peripheral vision. Zhou Long felt a weight in his heart. His prompt arrival was primarily due to his regard for Yang Dingshan. During their university years, they were close roommates, sharing a bunk, and their camaraderie was among the strongest within their group. After graduation, due to differing locations, their communication had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, they would always exchange a call during holidays to catch up. Zhou Long distinctly recalled a few years prior when he sought Yang's assistance regarding a work-related issue. Yet Yang had never requested a favor in return. This unreciprocated goodwill lingered, and now presented itself as an opportunity for repayment. He could not possibly refuse. Upon revealing his police badge, Zhou Long observed the stall owner's instinctive reaction, recognizing that the chance to repay the favor had evaporated, and he might now find himself indebted anew. When an undercover officer suddenly displays his badge, the reactions of an innocent, law-abiding citizen and that of an individual with illicit dealings are starkly contrasting. The former reacts with confusion, alertness, or compliance, questioning, "Why are you here to investigate me?" In contrast, the latter responds with a sense of dread, thinking, "At last, they've arrived." This turmoil arises from the profound fear inherent in wrongdoing. An individual aware of their illegal activities has undoubtedly envisioned countless scenarios of being discovered by the police, attempting to devise strategies for evasion. However, the issue lies in the fact that, aside from those criminals who have undergone highly specialized anti-investigation training, the average person, when confronted with a police badge unexpectedly thrust before them, will instinctively react within the initial moments, approximately 5 to 15 seconds. In other words, during this fleeting interval, nearly everyone's response is genuine. While subsequent reactions may be feigned, the initial physiological breakdown is something that an ordinary individual cannot possibly disguise. Observing the vendor before him, Zhou Long's expression remained utterly unchanged. "I have a few questions to ask. I hope you'll cooperate," he stated, nonchalantly employing the classic interrogation techniques meticulously crafted by countless elite criminal investigation experts from numerous cases. As for why this vice captain of the criminal investigation team did not draw upon his own extensive experience accumulated over the years, that would be a jest. Experience merely informs him that the methods articulated by those distinguished experts are the most efficacious. In Chapter 70, Zhou Long expresses gratitude, stating, "This time, I must thank you, and so must Song Jianqing." Chen Mo refrained from live broadcasting on his phone, and the audience, viewing through the lens of an action camera, could only gaze anxiously at the porcelain displayed on the vendor's stand, their impatience palpable. At that moment, they began to reminisce about the multi-camera coverage provided by the production team. Regrettably, after transferring account ownership to Chen Mo, the crew dismantled all other cameras, leaving only the single action camera perspective. Chen Mo, however, could still discern the scene adequately. He observed Zhou Long approaching Uncle Song's stall, presenting his identification. The two seemed to engage in conversation, although Chen Mo surmised that the dialogue was likely one-sided. After a brief exchange, Zhou Long produced his phone and made a call. Before long, 2 more officers arrived. This time, they were not in plain clothes, but rather donned dark blue uniforms, complete with shoulder epaulettes, badge numbers, and shield-shaped insignias. At this juncture, from Chen Mo's vantage point, both Uncle Song and Zhou Long, as well as the 2 officers who had just arrived, appear to maintain relatively normal expressions. After the 2 officers approached, it seemed Zhou Long and Uncle Song conversed for a few more moments. Subsequently, the officers began assisting Uncle Song in packing up the stall, carefully placing the porcelain bowls that had only recently been displayed back into the small cart, signaling their intent to depart. However, the ensuing scene left Chen Mo momentarily taken aback. As the group finished clearing the stall and began pushing the cart away, Uncle Song, whose expression had remained relatively composed, suddenly leaned back and collapsed onto the ground, as if he had been completely drained of strength. Chen Mo observed intently, instinctively turning to the side, his action camera pivoting to capture the direction of Uncle Song's stall. In a live broadcast room, the audience witnessed with wide eyes the middle-aged man who had just been referred to as a hero, weeping uncontrollably. From a distance, fragments of his voice could be discerned, uttering, "Officer, I surrender," disregarding the astonished crowd surrounding him. The 2 policemen and Zhou Long immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. Leaving 1 officer to guard the small cart, Zhou Long, along with the remaining officer, prepared to escort the nearly distraught Song Jianqing away. As they passed by Chen Mo, Zhou Long, with a grave expression, addressed him, "We must go to his residence to gather evidence." You should head to the Chonglu District Police Station this afternoon and wait for me there. It's likely we will need your statement." With that, Zhou Long anxiously departed with Song Jiansheng. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo lost interest in lingering further and resolved to take a taxi to the station to await their arrival. However, before he could retrieve his phone, Su Baolong, the prominent businessman, appeared with a half-eaten bun, embodying a remarkably down-to-earth persona. Noticing the 2 porcelain jars and bowl in Chen Mo's possession, he approached with curiosity and inquired, "You're here so early, Brother Chen. Did you find these?" Chen Mo shook his head and replied, "Su Ge, you've arrived just in time. Please take me to the Chong and District Police Station." Su Baolong zet ponde, Hu. Where to? It became evident that this wealthy entrepreneur, worth 9 figures, was genuinely at leisure. After Chen Mo briefly explained the situation, Su Baolong promptly decided to drive him there personally, insisting on waiting together for the outcome. Thus, they waited from shortly after 8 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon, a full 8 hours. Around noon, the two enjoyed a complimentary lunch at the police station's cafeteria. When Zhou Long finally reappeared before Chen Mo, he had changed from casual attire into a navy blue uniform. He opened with, "This time, I must thank you. Song Jiansheng must also express his gratitude to you." Puzzled by this statement, Chen Mo found Zhou Long's appreciation understandable, given that the incident occurred within his jurisdiction. However, he was curious why Song Jiansheng would be grateful to him, with this question lingering in his mind. Chen Mo followed Zhou Long into the statement room. Prior to this, Chen Mo had already shut down the live stream when he first arrived in the morning, but he had informed his audience that he would clarify the events during the next broadcast. In the statement room, Zhou Long prepared a cup of tea for Chen Mo. His expression was somewhat solemn, yet a hint of relief could be sensed. The deputy chief sighed and remarked, "I truly owe you my gratitude this time." Chen Mo asked, "Has the investigation clarified the case?" Zhou Long replied, "Not yet. My team is still gathering evidence at his home, but Song Jiansheng has confessed everything." Chen Mo continued, "He confessed? His wife?" Zhou Long nodded. It was indeed his wife who committed the act. This statement left Chen Mo utterly astonished. It was utterly different from what he had envisioned. Opposite him, Zhou Long continued, "In less than 2 weeks, we will conduct a major internal reckoning within our police department. I can hardly imagine the consequences if this case had been discovered a few days later. Let us not discuss that now. Once this matter is resolved, I must treat you, Brother Chen, and that old Yang to a meal." After a brief pause, Zhou Long turned to Chen Mo, saying, "As for gratitude, compared to myself, it is actually Song Jiansheng who should be most thankful to you. The person was not killed by him, but by his wife." Upon hearing Zhou Long's account, Chen Mo finally pieced together the entire case and understood the reason behind the gratitude expressed. It turned out he had been mistaken. This was not a case of spousal murder. The truth was that a notorious art thief had set his sights on a Ming Dynasty porcelain bowl valued at 170,000 yuan, which Song Jiansheng had recently acquired at a bargain price. Learning that Song Jiansheng had returned to his hometown, the thief sought to seize the opportunity to borrow the bowl. However, that very night, upon infiltrating Song Jiansheng's residence, the thief discovered his wife, Aunt Wang, home alone. Aunt Wang, nearly a decade younger than Song Jiansheng and looking to be in her 30s due to excellent upkeep, stirred the thief's base instincts, leading him to commit a grave error by attempting to seize both wealth and life. During the ensuing struggle, Aunt Wang accidentally struck the thief on the head with a hammer, killing him instantly. Realizing she had inadvertently committed murder, Aunt Wang was gripped by fear and, not daring to report the incident, quickly contacted her husband. Song Jiansheng rushed back from his hometown that very night. After a brief discussion, he advised his wife to return to her family while he remained to dispose of the thief's body. Given that their home featured a private courtyard, he simply dug a hole in the yard and buried the corpse. The crux of the case lay in the fact that these two individuals, neither of whom had completed elementary school, possessed no understanding of legal concepts whatsoever. They were utterly unaware of the meaning of justifiable defense. Furthermore, they were oblivious to the fact that even in the absence of surveillance cameras, forensic experts could reconstruct the scene of the crime based on physical evidence. Their sole concern was that they had taken a life and thus must pay the price. Notably, the thief had already been identified by another department due to unrelated cases. And eventually, the trail would lead back to Song Jianqing's courtyard. This was also why Song Jianqing felt compelled to express his gratitude towards Chen Mo. Following this incident, although Song Jianqing's actions did not constitute a formal confession, his promptness in coming forward could be deemed a quasi-confession. Regardless, it was far preferable to admitting guilt only after the body had been unearthed from his home. Psychologically, one can seek liberation sooner, while narratively, one may also find leniency. In Chapter 71, we continue to immerse ourselves in the local customs and culture of the Eight Immortals Temple. The burglar's crime escalated from mere theft to armed robbery, with malicious intent glaringly evident. The violent coercion that ensued aligns perfectly with the nature of the crime of sexual assault, with intent equally clear. Moreover, a sharp dagger was discovered in his possession, indicating that Aunt Wang's actions could indeed be classified as justifiable self-defense. Regrettably, both Uncle Song and Aunt Wang are oblivious to the law. Within their understanding, they believe that taking a life necessitates retribution. The following day, after Chen Mo began his broadcast, he elucidated the entire sequence of events surrounding the case to the audience in the hotel, eliciting a wave of reflections among viewers. What crimes could be attributed to Uncle Song and Aunt Wang? Perhaps those of harboring a criminal and aiding in the destruction of evidence? Admittedly, I am not well versed in legal matters. This is merely what I gleaned from my search. Alas, I do not perceive Uncle Song as a villain. Essentially, he acted to protect his wife. If it were not for the broadcaster's report, Uncle Song and his family might have remained unscathed. It is rather absurd to implicate the esteemed number 99. Have you not heard that the burglar has already been identified by the police for other offenses? Should the investigation continue, it would inevitably lead back to Uncle Song, transforming the nature of the case entirely. Indeed, were it not for the intervention of the esteemed Chen, it is likely that Uncle Song would not have been so forthcoming. The difference between voluntarily confessing and being discovered by the police at home is monumental. Whether Uncle Song's actions can be deemed a voluntary confession is uncertain, but at the very least, it could be considered an effective confession, significantly lightening the nature of the charges. If sentencing were to occur, the court would likely take a lenient stance, perhaps even granting probation. Zhou Long conveyed the details to Chen Mo, who relayed them truthfully to the audience, as there was nothing about the case that warranted concealment. On the contrary, due to the case's classic nature, it could serve an educational purpose regarding the law. After all, in today's society, instances of legal ignorance are not uncommon. Had either Uncle Song or Aunt Wang possessed even a modicum of understanding regarding the law of self-defense, the current outcome would likely have been entirely different. The audience in the live stream exhibited an outrageous interest in this case, engaging in fervent discussion. However, at that moment, a particularly striking comment redirected the flow of conversation within the chat. From the Jinling Antique Shop, by the way, how did the esteemed one discover that Uncle Song was problematic? I reviewed the recorded broadcast several times last night and couldn't find anything amiss. A familiar user, adorned with the signature gold frame and flamboyant dragon motifs, posed a question that rekindled a nearly forgotten inquiry among countless viewers. One after another, they began to flood the chat with questions. In response, Chen Mo remarked, "Would you believe me if I said it was merely a hunch?" To which the audience retorted, "I do believe you, not at all. If memory serves, the last time you found toilet paper in that spouted vase, your reasoning was also based on intuition. Was it not? Can intuition truly be that precise? Such nonsense. I have ample reason to suspect that the esteemed individual is merely toying with us. Should I continue to believe in his words, I would be akin to a dog. Whose dog, you ask?" In response to this query, Chen Mo merely chuckled and chose to bypass it entirely. What benevolent soul would elaborate on such matters? It is noteworthy that the thief, who met his demise at the hands of Aunt Wang's fateful strike, bore a considerable number of offenses, though none particularly heinous in nature. Yet, the cumulative sum of his transgressions amounted to over 1,300,000. The bounty displayed on the police system's wanted website was a staggering 47,000 yuan. Last night, After their meeting, Zhou Long and his associates promptly contacted Chen Mo to inform him that this bounty had been attributed to him. Coupled with the 3,000 yuan reward from enthusiastic citizens of Chang'an, it totaled precisely 50,000, with expenses of 800 plus 2,007, not considering resale. It would amount to 3,500 yuan. It could be begrudgingly classified as a minor windfall. Yesterday was merely a coincidence. Chen Mo, holding his live-streaming phone, declared, "Today, we shall continue to immerse ourselves in the local customs of the Baxian monastery." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter. What a preposterous notion of experiencing local culture. Yet, one cannot deny that the esteemed individual had a point. Our visit to the Baxian monastery was indeed a trap, a financial loss. But for him to seize opportunities there could genuinely be considered an immersion in local culture. How intriguing. After tidying up, Chen Mo exited the hotel and awaited his ride. Taking a taxi? No, that would be unnecessary. His chauffeur, the esteemed Mr. Su Baolong, whose worth is in the 9-digit range, had specifically instructed that he would personally drive him today. To refuse would be to hurt the feelings of this good brother. It was too long before the familiar sight of a limited edition, high-end Maybach appeared, executing a perfect drift that captivated the audience. The driver's side window, adorned with the Maybach's exceptional privacy glass, gradually descended. Su Baolong, with his remaining wisps of hair elegantly tousled, gazed at Chen Mo with sparkling eyes and beckoned him to enter. Unbeknownst to him, ever since he began accompanying Chen Mo, he had been experiencing an exhilarating thrill that was previously foreign to him, whether it be astonishment, confusion, or existential doubt. Compared to his recent stable business earning tens or hundreds of thousands, casually netting a few thousand from a lucky find sent ripples of excitement through his being. This sensation led Su Baolong to deeply ponder whether he was, in fact, growing younger with each passing day. After the audience had enjoyed a vicarious experience of riding in a luxury vehicle worth several million, Chen Mo and Su Baolong arrived once more at the Baxian monastery. Chen Mo maintained a composed demeanor, while Su Baolong's face betrayed a hint of excitement and anticipation. Of course, he was not alone. Countless viewers in the live stream were equally eager, although the profits gained from opportunistic ventures ended up solely in Chen Mo's pockets, leaving them with nothing. For some inexplicable reason, as an audience, witnessing the success of the magnate's shrewd dealings was simply exhilarating. They were so enthralled that they even contemplated generously rewarding him with a few tokens. In a luxurious hotel suite, 3 men and a woman gathered around a table, their attention riveted upon the computer before them. The screen displayed the live broadcast from room 99. The 4 of them observed the unfolding scene in silence. After a prolonged pause, one of them finally spoke. "Boss, are we truly going to pursue him? I can't shake the feeling that this room 99 possesses real skill." The speaker, with a round visage reminiscent of a jovial Buddha and a substantial figure clad in a tailored suit adorned with a rare South Sea pearl pin, exuded an air of opulence with his Patek Philippe platinum watch and rosewood bracelet, each detail radiating affluence. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would inevitably exclaim that the portrayal of wealthy Hong Kong tycoons in dramas was indeed modeled after him. The one referred to as boss was the eldest among them, yet he remained reticent. Instead, the man with a buzz cut interjected, "Old four, we haven't even begun. And you're already hesitating?" The Hong Kong tycoon responded, "Second brother, I'm not hesitating. The issue is that this room 99 has yet to falter, and I am genuinely concerned." At this moment, the only woman among them chuckled. "Old four, spare us the explanations. You're simply faltering." She inquired, "Is it a lack of faith in second brother's imitation skills? Or perhaps am I acting prowess? Or are you questioning boss's judgment?" Hearing this, the Hong Kong tycoon, dubbed Old Four, grew flustered and hurriedly defended himself. "Third sister, that's not what I meant." Then the elder man, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, finally spoke up. "All right, second and third, cease teasing Old Four." He smiled at the Hong Kong tycoon and added, "Old Four, just focus on your role this time. Leave the rest to us." With that, the elder turned to the other 3 and solemnly declared, "In orchestrating a scheme, The emphasis lies on the schemer rather than the scheme itself. Those who thrive on opportunism possess a certain recklessness, as long as we understand their nature. Even the most rudimentary of schemes will compel them to participate. The boss was a renowned expert in the realm of antique appraisals. The second was a master in the field of counterfeit reproductions. The third was a sweet-faced girl next door, the youngest among them, radiating warmth. And old four was a Hong Kong tycoon whose appearance belied his lack of acting skill. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, still engrossed in his live broadcast, remained blissfully unaware that he had drawn the attention of this group, who had journeyed from afar specifically for him. At Baixian Monastery, Chen Mo was leisurely strolling down the street with Su Baolong. As he traversed this path, he unmistakably sensed an increase in the number of passers-by, casting peculiar glances in his direction compared to the previous day. Even some of the vendors seemed to regard him with a newfound curiosity. When Chen Mo met their eyes, they greeted him with a knowing grin, as if to say, "Ah, kindred spirit." Su Baolong, accompanying Chen Mo, felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. After a while, he could no longer contain his discomfort. He patted his back and said to Chen Mo, "Why do I feel like there are ill-intentioned people observing me from behind?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled. "You get used to it." Su Baolong responded with a puzzled expression, sensing an undercurrent of mischief in Chen Mo's smile. This remark elicited laughter from the viewers in the live stream, who found amusement in the antics of their once reigning champion. In this relaxed and whimsical atmosphere, Chen Mo and Su Baolong commenced their treasure-hunting adventure. They strolled from the area bustling with calligraphy and painting stalls to the more eclectic marketplace. Their fortunes seemed to normalize significantly during this outing. Chen Mo scoured the area without encountering any major finds. However, he did come across several smaller treasures that could yield a few thousand yuan each. Since he was not yet familiar with the antique shops in Baixian Temple, he refrained from making any offers on these minor finds, deeming them beneath his interest. Yet, Su Baolong, the eager entrepreneur, was quite intrigued. After Chen Mo casually pointed out some items, Su Baolong beamed with delight, akin to a child weighing 100 to 200 pounds, eagerly collecting everything Chen Mo had mentioned into his large bag. "Boss, how much for this incense burner?" he inquired. 5,000. Isn't that a bit steep? Would 3,000 work? The lowest I can go is 4,000. How about 3,005? If that's agreeable, I'll pay right now. Su Baolong reveled in the art of negotiation, as if those few hundred yuan were insignificant to him. Chen Mo discreetly provided Su Baolong with a general idea of the bottom price, and then left him to his bargaining while he continued to explore further ahead. Not long after, he noticed a crowd gathered at the corner just ahead. Even from a distance, he couldn't discern what they were surrounding. Without a second thought, he made his way through the throng. After considerable effort, he finally squeezed to the front row and discovered what had captured the attention of the crowd. It was yet another vendor. No, to describe it merely as a stall would be misleading. It was more akin to a guardian of treasure. For on display was but a singular item. In such a scenario, it could not simply be termed as a stall. It was a vigil, a guardian waiting for a discerning soul to recognize its value. Furthermore, another reason this spectacle attracted so many onlookers was that the guardian of this treasure was, in fact, a foreigner. Chen Mo felt a subtle surprise within. Chang'an City was not a coastal metropolis, and it was quite rare to encounter foreigners here, especially in the old antique market of Baixian Temple. The sudden appearance of a foreigner, brandishing a piece of Chinese antiquity and loudly hawking it, indeed painted a rather unusual scene. Chen Mo observed the man closely. The foreigner possessed a narrow, elongated face with a high and straight nose reminiscent of a Briton. Yet, his wide jaw and high cheekbones conformed to the aesthetic traits characteristic of Americans. Consequently, Chen Mo found it challenging to discern the man's nationality at first glance. In that moment, several individuals were gathered around him, inquiring about the price. "Stone bowl, knife music," the foreigner exclaimed in a tone that seemed almost otherworldly, gesturing with his hands as he spoke loudly. The onlookers took a moment to comprehend the price he quoted in terms of renminbi. Suddenly, they were all taken aback, hastily shaking their heads and stepping back, murmuring amongst themselves, "What a foreigner, such a steep price." Selling the knife music for this? What a loss. The object in the foreigner's possession was a small furnace, barely larger than a palm. Its surface was marred with various shades of deep brown rust, indicating it was not porcelain but crafted from some form of metal. As for its overall appearance, it was rather unappealing. The foreigner announced a price of 100,000 US dollars, which translated to over 700,000 renminbi. To spend such a sum on an unattractive and ambiguous little furnace was an act only a person lacking sound judgment would consider. It was no wonder that as soon as the price was revealed, those who had been contemplating a purchase scattered like startled birds, fearing that in their eagerness, they might inadvertently damage the $100,000 item. After scrutinizing the small furnace for a while, Chen Mo recognized it as yet another significant opportunity. However, he refrained from immediately stepping forward to bid. To rush in after only a brief glance would betray his intent of recognizing the item as true value. Not to mention the presence of potential buyers around him, who might very well intercept the opportunity. Through his recent experiences of seizing opportunities, Chen Mo had cultivated an unflappable demeanor when faced with such situations. His expression remained as calm as a still lake, rendering it impossible for anyone to ascertain his true thoughts. He was in no hurry. If it were so simple for others to discern the furnace's genuine worth, the crowd would not have scattered in such a panic. What was meant for him would inevitably find its way to him. Chen Mo adopted the guise of a casual onlooker, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Originally, there were at least a dozen buyers gathered around the stove. But as soon as the foreign seller made his offer, only 3 remained, clearly those who considered themselves somewhat capable and unwilling to give up just yet. One buyer, after scrutinizing the item for a considerable time, finally spoke. The base of this stove is marked as made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, which is nearly 6 or 7 centuries ago. The degree of rust oxidation appears acceptable, yet the craftsmanship. He paused, glancing at the foreigner, and inquired, "Sir, do you know the provenance of this stove?" The foreign seller looked bewildered. "Provenance? Are you asking whether this stove possesses any special significance? What was its purpose in the past?" Not all antiques are necessarily valuable, as many items have been passed down from centuries ago. If you are selling it for such a high price, it must have some worth, don't you think? After a lengthy explanation from a buyer, the foreign seller finally seemed to understand, his expression shifting to one of realization. "Oh, I see. That's what you meant." Eager to hear more, the buyer leaned in, hoping to use this information as a basis for his judgment. However, to his disappointment, the foreigner shook his head firmly and replied, "I do not know." The buyer retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you set such a high price without knowing anything? Unbelievable." Frustrated, he contemplated leaving like the others. But after a moment of hesitation, he chose to stay. Deep down, he sensed that this stove had a story worth considering. He continued, "Sir, if this stove has no significance, then your asking price of 100,000 is exorbitantly high. That amount converted into our currency could buy a house. Look, your price has frightened everyone away. I assure you, selling it for 100,000 is simply impossible. I will offer you a number, 80,000. If you agree, I can pay you right now." The buyer slowed his tone, speaking earnestly to the foreigner. Truth be told, he still wished to take a gamble on it. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the foreigner's head shook like a rattle drum. "No way. I spent 80,000 on it. Selling it to you for 8,000 would be a tremendous loss." "Absolutely not." The buyer looked incredulous. $80,000? Your cost? Are you joking?" The foreign seller attempted to explain, but his command of Chinese was too poor to convey his thoughts clearly. Eventually, he pulled out his phone and used a translation app to type, "I bought this stove from an antiquities dealer in my country for 80,000. He claimed it originated from your China. I exerted considerable effort to bring it here. If I sell it for less than 80,000, I will incur a loss. Considering the profits, at least $100,000 is required." The buyer, engrossed in reading, couldn't help but chuckle at the conclusion of the text. His initial inclination to take a gamble was promptly extinguished. He exclaimed, "You must be joking. Clearly, you have fallen prey to that vendor's deceit." With those parting words, the buyer turned on his heel and departed without a trace of hesitation. Similarly, the other two prospective buyers, who had entertained thoughts of purchase, followed suit. The foreign vendor's stall was now utterly deserted. Even the onlookers surrounding the scene began to disperse. After observing for quite a while, Chen Mo, a bystander, contemplated whether it was time for him to make a move. Just then, Su Baolong, carrying a large bag, approached. "Ah, so this is where you are? I wonder where you had disappeared to." The jovial Su, clearly in high spirits, beamed widely. Chen Mo glanced at the hefty bag and inquired, "How much did you acquire it for?" Su Baolong replied, 3,006, which is 400 less than I anticipated. Chen Mo remarked, "That's quite reasonable. The market value of such an item starts at no less than 8,000, so reselling it could yield a modest profit." Curiosity piqued, he added, "But for such a trinket, I presume you intend to keep it for yourself, rather than sell it?" Su Baolong, with a slight tilt of his head, affirmed, "Of course. Tomorrow, I shall take it back and let Olma have a good look. I can't wait to see his envy." At that moment, Su Baolong's attention was drawn to the foreign vendor and the solitary stove on display. He casually inquired, "What is the story behind that stove?" Chen Mo subtly nodded in acknowledgement, and Su Baolong immediately grasped the implication. Choosing to feign indifference, he redirected the conversation to their earlier discussion about the small misstep. As they conversed, they strolled towards the foreign vendor's stall. Within moments, they arrived at the vendor's display. Chapter 74. Who would buy that stove? "Su boss." A voice, tinged with surprise, rang out. Chen Mo and Su Baolong turned to see two well-dressed, middle-aged men approaching them. "Su boss, I thought you were in Luo City. What brings you to Chang'an City?" The two men, one tall and the other shorter, greeted them with enthusiasm, their expressions radiating warmth. Upon recognizing the visitors, Su Baolong maintained his composure. They were indeed acquaintances, though not particularly close. He smiled and replied, "Just visiting the Eight Immortals Temple. It is indeed an honor for this humble temple to welcome your esteemed presence," remarked the taller of the two, grinning. Su Baolong chuckled in response, "Please, you flatter me." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the tall man curiously glanced at Chen Mo and asked Su boss, "May I inquire who this young gentleman is?" Su Baolong replied, "This is my brother, Chen." Upon hearing this, the tall man was taken aback, having assumed that the young man was perhaps an employee of Su Baolong's company. To my astonishment, he referred to me as a brother. Instantly, I began to speculate about his identity. Simultaneously, he extended his hand. "Ah, so you are Boss Su's brother? I've long admired you." Chen Mo also reached out for a handshake. It was only during this exchange that the tall man noticed the young man, named Chun, holding up a phone in his left hand, which was, quite remarkably, live streaming. This individual is a streamer? He pondered internally. However, his assumptions about Chen's identity subconsciously diminished in stature. In his mind, internet celebrities were considered inconsequential. At that moment, Su Baolong commenced introductions between the two parties. He first addressed Chen Mo. "These two gentlemen are acquaintances I made during my time at the Antique Association in Su Province. This is Director Jean, and this is Director Wang." Afterward, he introduced Chen Mo's identity to the others. "This is my good brother, his identity." He faltered momentarily. Glancing at Chen Mo promptly interjected, "An antique enthusiast." He raised a phone in his hand, adding, "And also a budding streamer who just started broadcasting not long ago." Upon hearing this, the diminutive Director Wang, who had been quietly observing beside the tall man, narrowed his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an odd sense of familiarity with this young man, particularly with his sharply defined features, as if they had crossed paths not long ago. Unfortunately, despite ruminating for quite some time, Director Wang could not recall who this individual was. Director Jean, the tall man, remarked, "So, you're also an antique enthusiast. That's splendid. You should learn well from Boss Su. Perhaps he could act as your mentor, enabling you to join our antique association." Su Baolong was taken aback by this suggestion. How audacious to propose that Chen Mo learn from him. Instinctively, he wanted to refute the statement, but upon meeting Chen Mo's gaze, which suggested a desire for modesty, he refrained. At this juncture, Director Jean also took note of the foreign vendor and the stove at the stall. He inquired, "Boss Su, is this what you have your eye on?" Su Baolong cast a glance at Chen Mo, noting his lack of reaction. Before responding, "I just arrived and haven't had the chance to take a look yet." Observing this, Director Jean chuckled. "Oh, in that case, allow me to assist you, Boss Su." Su Baolong replied, No, it's unnecessary." Director Jean insisted, "Not a bother at all. It will only take a moment." Su Baolong countered, "No, my friend. What expertise do you possess that I would require your assistance?" Director Jean boldly approached the foreign vendor's stall, with Director Wang following closely behind, still lost in thought. The tall Director Jean did not inquire about the price, but began inspecting the items directly. After a brief examination, he even reached out to touch them, declaring, "These pieces are indeed antique. The inscription is indeed correct, dating back to the Xuanda era of the Ming Dynasty. Judging by its form, it appears to be an incense burner, crafted using the exquisite technique of cloison. This piece is, without a doubt, a cloison incense burner from the Ming Xuanda period." After perusing it, the esteemed Mr. Jean set the burner down and spoke to Su Baolong with utmost conviction. Su Baolong felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, "You may be knowledgeable, but your tone is so assertive. Are you afraid of undervaluing it when the bidding begins?" In the realm of antique trading, one must be wary of setting the bar too high before making an offer. As they praise the antiquity, declaring it genuine and exceptional, what more is there to negotiate? At that moment, Su Baolong could not help but perceive Mr. Jean as a fool, seemingly there to deceive. After a lengthy discourse showcasing his acquired knowledge, Mr. Jean finally ceased his monologue. The foreign vendor was nearly entranced by his words, despite struggling with many obscure terms. However, he was still able to grasp that it was indeed good, very good. Once Mr. Jean paused, the foreign vendor eagerly inquired, "Are you interested in purchasing?" It was only then that Mr. Jean inquired about the price. "This piece is genuinely remarkable. What is it worth?" $10,000. Upon hearing this figure, Mr. Jean halted momentarily. In his estimation, this cloison incense burner from the Ming Xuanda period should be valued at least 300,000 yuan. Even at 100,000, he would consider purchasing it. After all, with just a bit of effort, he could easily earn a profit of 1 to 200,000. The prospect ignited Mr. Jin's enthusiasm. Although he was ostensibly assisting Su Baolong, the burner remained unclaimed. Yet, in the next breath, the vendor's words left him momentarily breathless. "As long as you have the $10,000, this burner is yours." The foreign vendor exclaimed joyfully. $10,000? Mr. Jean was taken aback. $100,000? He could hardly believe it. "Are you seriously asking for $100,000 for this?" The vendor nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed, for $10,000. Mr. Jean swiftly turned to Su Baolong. "Whoever buys this burner must be a fool." Chapter 75. The cloison incense burner from the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty. To be frank regarding this price, Jean Jiming had no inclination to negotiate. This cloison incense burner from the Ming Xuanda period, in his estimation, would be valued at around 300,000 yuan. However, if he were to make an offer, it would not exceed $20,000 or $30,000. Anything higher would yield no profit. Beyond 40,000, there would be little to gain. After all, reselling is not merely a matter of words. One must also engage with potential buyers to discuss prices. Jean Jiming chose to disregard the foreign vendor and turned to Su Baolong, stating, "Boss Su, this burner is undoubtedly old, but the price quoted by the foreigner is utterly absurd. I would say that $10,000 is more reasonable. To speak candidly, I recently handled a cloison incense burner that, in comparison to this one, was of a superior quality, yet ultimately sold for only 350,000. The esteemed Mr. Jean spoke with unwavering conviction, and his facial expressions radiated an undeniable confidence that seemed almost palpable. Any antique enthusiast encountering such a strongly professional analysis would likely regard it as the profound insight of an expert. In this regard, Su Baolong was genuinely impressed. He had previously encountered various individuals within the Antique Association, yet he had never noticed this man's overwhelming desire for attention. Remarkably, he hadn't even examined the item in question yet. He had already espoused both praise and criticism in equal measure. Furthermore, Su Baolong was acutely aware that anything under Chen Mo's scrutiny could hardly be considered ordinary. He was over 80%. No, over 95% certain that Mr. Jean had misjudged this piece. This burner, unlike the mundane incense burners he had described, was certainly not of the same ilk. Su Baolong was momentarily at a loss for words. In the realm of antique trading, misjudgment is, in fact, quite commonplace. However, such a lack of clarity regarding one's own expertise, coupled with an audacity to present oneself as knowledgeable despite being only half-informed, serves only to mislead others. Su Baolong maintained a composed expression, smiling as he remarked, "Oh, is that so? Mr. Jean is so certain then?" Upon hearing Mr. Jin's assertions, Chen Mo did not take them too seriously, as long as they did not impede his acquisition. The rust covering the surface of the burner was indeed somewhat thick, and its degree of oxidation was quite pronounced. It was entirely reasonable for it to be mistaken for Cloison. However, in truth, this item had no relation whatsoever to Cloison. Before Chen Mo, the details of the burner were laid bare. Item name: Ming Dynasty Xuanda 12 Zodiac Cloison Incense Burner Category. Metal Cloison Quality. Excellent period. Ming Xuanda 1433. Craftsmanship. Cloison Body. Cloison. Glazing. Shaping. Glazing. Polishing. Gilding. Market value: 4700,000 yuan. Remark: potential value approximately 10,002,000. This object was not at all the Cloison item that Mr. Jean described, but rather an authentic Ming Xuanda Cloison metal piece. At first glance, the differences might seem minimal, as both are made from a glaze mixed with metal. Yet, in reality, they belong to entirely distinct realms of craftsmanship. The former can be mass-produced, while the latter requires the completion of 7 major processes, with hundreds of intricate steps, all painstakingly crafted by hand. The precision involved in their creation is not even remotely comparable. Observing the potential value noted in the remarks, which exceeded the market value by a significant margin, Chen Mo had begun to form a clear understanding. Given that it was referred to as the Ming Dynasty Xuanda 12 Zodiac Burner, this particular piece was the rabbit burner, suggesting that a complete set could potentially consist of as many as 12 items. If one were to consider a normal item valued at around 4 to 5 million, it is only natural that if someone is collecting with the intent of assembling a complete set, its potential value would undoubtedly increase. This notion is quite comprehensible. Chen Mo paid no heed to the conversation between Su Baolong and that gold-plated official. Instead, he approached the foreign vendor. At that moment, Stephen Sek was profoundly puzzled. He could not fathom why the individual had so abruptly changed his demeanor. Just a moment ago, he was praising the quality of the stove, yet upon mentioning the price, his expression transformed entirely. Was it truly the case that his price was set too high? Stephen was filled with regret. He had indeed spent $80,000 acquiring it from an antiquities dealer in the Eagle Country. Initially, he had thought that since the stove originated from Huagua, reselling it back home would yield substantial profit. Now, however, it appeared to be an utterly disastrous decision. If given another chance, he would resolutely refuse to entertain this deal again. Stephen silently vowed that if he ever encountered that old dealer again, he would ensure to give him a thorough beating. Nevertheless, before that could happen, he needed to earn enough for his return ticket. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to return home, let alone afford meals in the near future. He had long since abandoned the hope of selling it for $100,000. If someone were willing to pay $80,000, he would unhesitatingly part with the stove. Even accepting a loss of $70,000 would not be out of the question. Observing the foreigner's shifting expressions, Chen Mo found it rather amusing. He hadn't even touched the stove, merely glancing at it, noticing a faint protrusion of a character beneath the thick rust at the base. He withdrew his gaze and addressed the vendor. "I heard you mention that you acquired this stove for $80,000. I'll offer you $90,000. Will you sell it to me?" In his moment of regret, Stephen was taken aback and instinctively replied, "That would be in dollars, not local currency." Chen Mo clarified, "I am indeed referring to dollars." Upon hearing this, Stephen was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, quickly inquiring, "Really? You are willing to pay me $90,000? Chen Mo nodded with a smile. To him, The difference of a mere $10,000 to $20,000 paled in comparison to the potential profits in the millions. Securing the deal promptly was of utmost importance. Seeing this, Stephen joyously closed his eyes and gestured in gratitude, as if thanking the heavens. He was genuinely thrilled. Just moments ago, his threshold had plummeted to 60,000. Had someone offered that, he would have immediately relinquished the stove. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man from Huagua was willing to bid 90,000, a sum even exceeding his original investment by $10,000. He felt as though he had encountered a radiant angel. Chapter 76, A Misjudgment. It is not enamel, but cloison. The petite director, surnamed Wang, sitting nearby, had remained largely silent, quietly observing Su Baolong's young companion engaging in conversation with the foreign vendor. His gaze fixated on Chen Mo, and, as he studied the handsome visage, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. He was certain he had encountered this individual not long ago. Yet, the conundrum lay in recalling his name, which eluded him. Lodged stubbornly in his throat, Wang Quankai felt a profound sense of discomfort, to the point where he scarcely paid attention to the stove itself, his thoughts consumed by the quest to remember who this young man was. At that moment, Chen Mo had already retrieved his mobile phone, preparing to transfer funds. He had previously accompanied Su Baolong to a private bank that catered solely to high-end clientele, where he had effortlessly opened a personal account. Transfers up to 5 million were devoid of any restrictions and processed instantaneously. 90,000 U.S. dollars at the current exchange rate of approximately 72 amounted to 648,000. Once the foreigner disclosed his account details for transactions in Huagua, Chen Mo promptly transferred 650,000, considering the excess 2,000 as a generous tip, buoyed by his good spirits. Stephen remained fixated on his phone, and upon receiving the notification of the successful transaction, he counted the figures repeatedly, his smile broadening to the point of near impossibility. Regaining his composure, Stephen instinctively reached for his hat, intending to perform an eagle-style bow towards Chen Mo, only to realize that he was not wearing a hat at all. There was nothing to remove. Nevertheless, the foreigner exhibited no embarrassment. He chuckled at Chen Mo before leaning forward, lowering his head slightly in a respectful gesture for a couple of seconds before rising again. He presented the stove to Chen Mo with solemnity, stating in a serious tone, "It is now yours." After accepting the stove, Chen Mo listened as Stephen continued, "Thank you. Sir, may I have your contact information for future correspondence?" Confused by the peculiar phrase "practice releasing water," which seemed quite out of context, Chen Mo took a moment to comprehend that Stephen was indeed inquiring about his contact details. He then replied, "Yes, contact information is acceptable." Standing beside Su Baolong, Jean Jiming had just witnessed the foreign vendor handing over the absurd stove to the young streamer, surnamed Chen. He was instantly perplexed. Had all his prior discourse been in vain? Jean Jiming felt a sudden urge to mock this unsuspecting fool. However, just as he prepared to speak, he noticed Su Baolong observing him with a knowing smile. Jean Jiming fell silent, hesitating before finally saying, "Boss Su, your brother here." Su Baolong merely cast a glance in Chen Mo's direction before responding with a light-hearted demeanor. "Oh, it seems that this stove caught my brother's fancy." At that moment, having concluded the transaction, Chen Mo turned and made his way back to where Su Baolong and the others were standing, clutching the stove that had not even been packaged. Jean Jinming gazed at the stove, hesitating to speak. After a moment of restraint, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, "How much did you spend on this?" Having successfully secured the stove, Chen Mo was in good spirits and did not conceal the truth, replying candidly, 90,000. "What?" Jean Jinming's expression stiffened. Disbelief etched on his face. "You managed to bring it down to 90,000? If that's the case, it's a tremendous profit." Witnessing someone else's gain was more disheartening to him than his own losses. He thought to himself, had he known the price could be reduced to such an extent, he would have negotiated as well. After a brief pause, he saw confirmation. "Is that an RMB or USD?" "USD, Chen Montak casually responded. "USD? You actually spent 90,000 USD? How much is that? 650,000? Huh." Upon hearing this, The fleeting regret Jin Junming had felt evaporated instantly, even prompting a faint smile. However, upon noticing Su Baolong beside him, wearing a subtle smile while observing him, Jin Junming instinctively suppressed the grin that had begun to form on his lips. For reasons unknown, he felt that the usually amiable Su was regarding him with a peculiar gaze, reminiscent of a smiling tiger ready to devour its prey. This odd sensation left Jin Junming feeling rather uncomfortable. Initially, he had intended to teach this young antiquities enthusiast, who was now a live streamer, a lesson, not out of mockery, but to inform him of the true value of the stove. Since the youth seemed to dismiss his words, he had planned to disclose the approximate loss he would incur, relishing the sight of the young man's regret upon learning of his misfortune. Yet, with Su Baolong present, Jin Junming ultimately refrained from speaking, merely curling his lips in a dismissive manner, shaking his head, swallowing back the words that lingered on his tongue. Chen Mo paid no heed to Jin Junming, disregarding his earlier remarks entirely. At this moment, the live stream was flooded with comments inquiring about the origins of the stove. As a novice streamer who cherished his fans, Chen Mo was eager to respond to their questions. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, to sell this incense burner at its potential value, he needed to identify the collector seeking the complete set of 12 burners. By broadcasting this information through the live stream, if the collector happened to see it, they would naturally reach out to him, saving him the effort of searching for them himself. Chen Mo showcased the incense burner in the live stream, stating, "This stove is an incense burner, formerly known as the Ming Dynasty Xuanda 12 hours Cloison incense burner, specifically the rabbit burner." At that moment, Jin Junming was preparing to greet Su Baolong and concoct a reason to leave when he suddenly heard Chen Mo's words, instinctively snorting in derision. "Cloison? That's just enamel." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Junming abruptly halted. A vivid image of the stove he had just observed flickered his mind, and an unsettling sense of discord began to take root. He scarcely had time to converse with Su Baolong before hastily striding towards Chen Mo, his gaze fixated intently on the unattractive, dark brown stove he held. Something was amiss. Indeed, 9 out of 10 elements seemed incorrect. Upon a mere second glance at the enameled surface, Jin Junming felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Through the thick layer of rust, it dawned upon him that he had indeed misjudged the situation. This incense burner was not enameled. It was Cloison, and, to his astonishment, it was precisely Cloison. The incessant chatter of Jin, the ever-talkative director, fell abruptly into silence. Simultaneously, Wang, the inconspicuous little director who had been lost in thought, felt his pupils constrict and his brow unfurled in realization. Goodness, it suddenly clicked. This was none other than the leak detection king, the talk of the antique circuit these past few days. Chapter 77. What luck has this streaming fellow stumbled upon? Jin Junming was consumed by regret, his gaze still glued to Chen Mo's hands, desperately wishing to ascertain whether this stove was indeed Cloison. After all, the distinction between enameled and Cloison artifacts was monumental. The value of antiques is not solely determined by age. Those that command high prices today were, in ancient times, not easily accessible to the common populace. Consider porcelain, for instance. Even within the same era, wares from folk kilns and official kilns differ drastically in value. Why is that? Because porcelain produced by official kilns, if privately owned by an ordinary person, could lead to severe punishment, death, no less. Furthermore, regarding the contrast between enameled and Cloison, enameled items are not particularly complex to produce. An ordinary person of that time could afford them with a modest sum. However, a Cloison incense burner, especially one meticulously crafted with hundreds of processes, would be beyond the reach of all but the wealthiest families. In such circumstances, the latter naturally commands a far higher price, at least tenfold more than the former. Jin Junming instinctively moved closer to Chen Mo, eager to examine the item further. Though reluctant to admit it, he had come to a near certainty. This stove was undoubtedly Cloison. What incredible luck had this streaming fellow stumbled upon? He had truly uncovered a hidden treasure. In that fleeting moment, countless exclamations of disbelief surged through Jin Junming's mind. yet he refrained from voicing them. After all, this stove had slipped away right from under his nose. Just then, Wang Quankai, who had been largely silent, suddenly exclaimed, "Are you the number 99 from that profitable show?" Huh? Jin Jinming was taken aback, instinctively turning to inquire, "What is this number 99? It was that money-making competition, and Wang Quankai, with a face full of astonishment, was explaining to Jin Jinming, "Do you not recall? Just last night while we were drinking, you mentioned that it was all just a performance." At this point, Wang Quankai hesitated, suddenly realizing that the main figure was right before him, and perhaps his words were somewhat inappropriate. Yet, it was precisely this statement that made Jin Jinming recognize the identity of the young man before him. A small streamer, a mere insignificant small streamer. In just a few days, his follower count had surged past 10 million, hadn't it? In an instant, his face turned a shade of green. Damn it, old Wang. You could have simply explained without mentioning last night. You can say whatever you want in private, but to bring up that scripted performance in front of others. It's as if the last word was left unspoken, leaving him clueless about its meaning. 1,000 curses raced through Jin Jinming's mind. The scene unfolding before him was likely a result of his own short-sightedness. Yet, just prior to this, he had boasted that anyone who bought it was a fool. Coupled with old Wang's remark, Jin Jinming found himself in an utterly awkward situation. He had intended to bring the furnace closer and examine it thoroughly. His hand was already outstretched. Now, continuing to reach was impossible, but withdrawing was equally so. To be honest, if a crack had appeared in the ground at that moment, he would have surely burrowed into it in less than a second. In that instant, Jin Jinming felt that his behavior today had been excessively foolish. The one who purchased the furnace was not a fool. He himself was the true fool. Chen Mo was addressing the audience in the live broadcast when he noticed Jin Jinming, who was reaching out to take the furnace from him, and curiously inquired, "What? Do you wish to see it?" Jin Jinming quickly shook his head, retracting his hand, and replied, No, please continue." Chen Mo merely found the other's actions a bit peculiar. However, he had no intention of handing over the incense furnace for inspection. What a joke! An item worth several million, or even tens of millions. If it were to be damaged, who would be held responsible? Chen Mo continued to interact with the audience in the live stream. Meanwhile, deep down, Jin Jinming still yearned to have another look at that enamel incense furnace. But he simply could not bear to remain there any longer. If he stayed, he would truly become the laughingstock. After contemplating, he took out his phone, feigning a phone call, uttered a few casual phrases, then tucked the phone back into his pocket and addressed Su Baolong. "Boss Su, something has come up on my end that requires my immediate attention." Without waiting for Su Baolong to respond, he turned and slipped away. Su Baolong, observing the quickened pace of the departing Jin Jinming, could only think of the word awkward. For some reason, his mood lightened considerably. With Jin Jinming's departure, Wang Quankai felt equally compelled to leave. After all, the words he had instinctively uttered earlier, though left unfinished, were rather awkward. Acknowledging this, he shyly nodded towards Su Baolong, gesturing slightly before he hurriedly pursued Jin Jinming. In an instant, the atmosphere settled into a tranquil silence. Given the multitude of people at the Eight Immortals Temple, Chen Mo had no intention of lingering long after acquiring the incense burner. As for the disposition of this exquisite artifact, he had no plans to keep it for himself. It would be most advantageous to sell it to a collector eager to complete a full set. Cash in hand was far more tangible. After conferring with Su Baolong, they decided to leave the premises. Thus, this adventure through the dungeon concluded in less than 2 hours, temporarily ending with the discovery of a golden legend from the treasure chest. After explaining to the audience in the live stream, Chen Mo promptly ended the broadcast, intending to resume once his tasks were complete. When Su Baolong arrived personally in his Maybach, Chen Mo entered the vehicle, and they set off directly to the underground vault of a private bank, planning to temporarily store the item there. As the car roared to life, Su Baolong, while driving, began to elucidate. "Those two individuals we encountered earlier are acquaintances from the Provincial Antiques Association. I am a member, and they serve as directors, essentially functioning as staff. The individual with the surname Jin is named Jin Jinming." Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Mo casually toyed with the incense burner in his hands, shrugging indifferently. It's not a problem. It didn't affect my purchase of the burner. At this juncture, Su Baolong could no longer contain his curiosity. He kept his eyes fixed on the road but directly inquired, I heard you mention what this burner is called. What was it again? The incense burner is known as the 12 zodiac hours from the Ming Dynasty's Xuande period, Chen Mo replied. This particular piece is the rabbit burner. 12 zodiac hours. Rabbit burner? Su Baolong paused, then continued with keen interest. Are you implying that there are 11 other similar burners? Indeed, Chen Mo affirmed. And what might be its worth? Su Baolong pondered aloud. I recall that such cloisonne pieces are quite costly, and cloisonne enamel seems even more expensive. Under normal circumstances, it should be valued around 4 to 5 million. Chen Mo remarked nonchalantly. However, if someone desires to collect the entire set, the price becomes rather unpredictable. Upon hearing this figure, while still driving, Su Baolong instinctively glanced at the unsightly black-brown burner in Chen Mo's grasp. Goodness, this burner was more valuable than his car. Without Chen Mo needing to elaborate, Su Baolong understood well. The standard price for a single piece could reach 5 million. For 12 pieces, the total would amount to 60 million. And if a collector harbored grand ambitions to acquire the complete set, the selling price would undoubtedly soar into the tens of millions with ease. After all, simply calculating the most basic price, one piece holds a value of 5 million. Thus, 12 pieces combined would total 60 million. However, should one manage to gather a complete set of 12 exquisite cloisonne pieces and display them collectively, the value could easily double. This would indeed signify a genuine 9-figure foundation. Regardless of the auction house, such a collection would undoubtedly serve as the grand finale, making a remarkable impression. Consequently, selling this item to the collector should be feasible, provided the asking price is not excessively outrageous. Upon arriving at the private bank, the two made their way directly to the underground vault, where they temporarily stored the incense burner. Chen Mo felt a considerable sense of security regarding the bank's safety. With a dual-layer protection system of biometric and physical keys, the bank retained no record of the contents, allowing only him access. Furthermore, he could monitor the vault's surveillance footage through an encrypted channel, 24/7, with the recordings stored using blockchain technology, rendering them tamper-proof. The bank itself was unaware of the specific contents he had stored. After securing the incense burner, Chen Mo and Su Baolong took a brief respite in the bank's reception area before preparing to depart. However, before they could reach their vehicle, a call came through to Chen Mo's phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was Zhang Meifang, who was still in Los Angeles, and he answered casually. What is the matter? He inquired. Zhang Meifang's slightly anxious voice came through. Chen Ge, did you just purchase an incense burner? Yes, Chen Mo replied. I've already been contacted by a buyer who wishes to acquire it from you. Chen Mo was taken aback. Wow, that was fast. Although he had mentioned it during his live broadcast, he never expected such a swift response. Initially, he thought it would take a few days for the collector to notice, as the existence of such a collector was merely his conjecture. The rapid contact indicated one thing. His assumptions were indeed correct. Curious, he asked, what price did the buyer offer? 8 million. Too low. Zhang Meifang was momentarily stunned by his response. Prior to making the call, she had researched the recent sale prices of similar items. Incense burners crafted during the Ming Xuande period, utilizing cloisonne techniques, had sold for approximately 2 to 5 million in recent years, depending on their condition. Given this context, the offered 8 million seemed quite sincere, which is why she had hurriedly reached out to Chen Mo. Yet, she never anticipated that the 8 million would still be considered insufficient. Fortunately, on the other end of the line, Chen Mo did not keep her in suspense and promptly elucidated the reason. The incense burner was not a standalone piece. Rather, it was part of a complete set comprising 12 items in total. Each individual piece typically holds a value of around 4 to 5 million. However, if the buyer intended to collect the entire set and subsequently sell it as a whole, there was indeed potential for a price increase. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meifang instantly comprehended the situation. She also understood why the other party had initially proposed such a high price of 8 million. She directly asked Chen Mo over the phone, understood. Shall I negotiate with the buyer, or would you prefer to handle it yourself? Chen Mo replied, you should handle it. You're more adept at negotiating prices. Just provide me with the final offer once you have concluded the discussions. Zhang Meifang inquired, do you have a bottom line? Chen Mo responded, let us set it at 10 million. As long as it does not drop below this figure, it will suffice. Zhang Meifang affirmed, all right, I will strive to secure a high price. After hanging up, she clenched her fist, exhilarated by the prospect of yet another transaction worth over 10 million. This deal, merely a week prior, would have equated to at least a quarter's turnover for her shop. Yet, this was merely a routine operation for Chen Mo. With this thought, Zhang Meifang shook her head, dispelling any distractions. Her gaze regained its resolute determination. Negotiating a price was akin to a battle, and her mission was to excel in this endeavor. In the private bank's parking lot, Su Baolong shut the car door once more. Following Zhang Meifang's phone call, they decided against leaving. Instead, they returned to the reception area to relax. This venue was replete with amenities, far surpassing the average entertainment establishment. Whether at another location or here, relaxation was the goal. Thus, there was no need for constant movement. Chen Mo sipped the premium tea provided by the bank and reopened the live stream. Brothers, I'm back. How much could that incense burner be worth? That remains uncertain as we are currently negotiating the price. Indeed, there's already a buyer expressing interest. Who is negotiating? It's Manager Zhang from the Treasure Pavilion on Longmin Street in Luocheng. If you wish to buy or sell antiques or collectibles, you may contact her. Casually engaging with his audience, Chen Mo addressed several inquiries that piqued their curiosity. When mentioning Zhang Meifang, he effortlessly promoted her services. After approximately an hour of broadcasting, feeling slightly parched from speaking, he was about to sign off when Zhang Meifang's call came through. As soon as he answered, an incredibly excited voice erupted from the other end. We did it! 17 million! Chapter 79. How splendid! Zhang Meifang exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. To be honest, she had not anticipated achieving such a price. Initially, after gleaning the general information about the incense burner from Chen Mo and considering his bottom line of 10 million, she had set her own target at 12 million. For her, as long as the final negotiated price does not fall below a certain amount, it is deemed a victory. However, when the actual negotiations commenced, the demeanor and tone of the other party appeared rather indifferent, even lacking the fervor they exhibited at the outset. Observing this, Zhang Meifang instantly surmised that the other party was merely putting on an act. This only indicated one thing. Their desire to acquire the incense burner was undoubtedly unwavering, if not elevated. Realizing this, Zhang Meifang steeled herself and boldly proposed a price of 20 million, presenting an air of confidence that suggested she had the upper hand. No matter the outcome, this figure, daunting even to her own sensibilities, elicited a rush of trepidation. Yet, on the other end of the line, the buyer's response was merely stunned silence, devoid of an immediate disconnection. Zhang Meifang was taken aback. The lack of a hang-up implied that further negotiations were indeed possible. The two engaged in a tug-of-war over the phone for more than an hour, ultimately negotiating down from 20 million to 17 million, a reduction of nearly 3 million. Nonetheless, Zhang Meifang felt quite satisfied, for this amount exceeded her initial expectations by over 500,000. Upon hearing Zhang Meifang rapidly recount the negotiation process, Chen Mo was met with collective bewilderment from the audience in the live stream. Did I mishear? Or has the world gone awry? 17 million. Surely, it cannot be 1,700. Just last month, I managed to pay my mortgage and car loan, leaving me with a mere 1,700, and at that moment, I felt like a fool, convinced of my affluence. The individual before me, with both house and car, had it made. I could barely scrape together a down payment. Indeed, the truth cuts like a knife. I concede, only my wounded world has come to fruition. The viewers in the live stream had lost count of how many times they had been astonished. It was a case of repeated shock. 17,300,000 was a price that also surprised Chen Mo. While he perceived potential value to lie between 10 and 20 million, the latter figure likely existed only in theory. Thus, he was equally astonished by Zhang Meifang's negotiating prowess. After hanging up, both Chen Mo and Su Baolong remained. as the buyer had stated that a representative would soon arrive to finalize the transaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Meifong was en route. The journey from Luocheng to Chang'an City took roughly an hour, and after concluding the call, she hurried over with the contract in hand. Shortly after her arrival, several men in suits accompanied an elderly gentleman to the private bank where Chen Mo awaited. Upon noticing the newcomers, Su Baolong was taken aback to find a familiar face among them, Old Ray. He greeted the elderly man who had come with the suited individuals, exclaiming, "It's you, Boss Su." Old Rue, upon recognizing Su Baolong, was equally startled. As the other party approached, Su Baolong quietly introduced Chen Mo. "This is Mr. Rue, also a member of the Su Province Antique Association. However, unlike the previous two directors, he is the legitimate vice president of the association, known as Rue Mingshan, a distinguished expert well known in the antique circles of Su Province." Upon hearing this introduction, Chen Mo nodded in understanding. At that moment, the man in the suit and Rue Mingshan had arrived. After exchanging greetings with Su Baolong, Rue Mingshan fixed his gaze on Chen Mo. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Chen Mo, also known as Chen Xiaoyu." Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. Rue Mingshan continued, "I have heard much about your reputation in recent days, and seeing you in person, you truly are a dragon among men." Chen Mo remained composed, responding, "It is merely a fleeting fame, compared to esteemed veterans like you, Mr. Rue. I have much to learn." Rue Mingshan chuckled heartily at this remark. "You are too modest, Chen Xiaoyu." After a round of mutual compliments, Rue Mingshan finally spoke up. "I have come at the behest of someone else. I believe you have already settled the price for the incense burner. I am merely here to take another look." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo retrieved the incense burner he had prepared and handed it over. Rue Mingshan accepted it, examining it closely before pointing to one of the legs, which showed significant oxidation. "May I clean this rust?" he inquired. Chen Mo nodded, of course. After receiving confirmation, Rue Mingshan took a box from the man in the black suit and produced a set of tools he had prepared in advance. Several small bottles of an unknown liquid, a soft brush, and a cloth resembling animal skin. Though the old man appeared slow in his movements, he worked with impressive speed. He systematically applied the unknown liquid to the oxidized area of the leg, then gently brushed it with the soft brush. Finally, he meticulously wiped it with a cloth. After this series of actions, the original dark brown color of the incense burner's leg vanished, replaced by a delicate light blue hue with golden threads. Rue Mingshan couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" After admiring it for a few seconds, he turned to the man in the black suit and confidently stated, "This incense burner is perfect. It is indeed what your boss desires." Upon hearing this, one of the previously silent men in black stepped forward, saying, "Let us proceed with the transaction." After signing the transaction contract presented by Mei Fong, Chen Mo received a notification on his phone confirming the remittance. He glanced at it, roughly counted the digits, and after confirming its accuracy, calmly put away his phone. Once the transaction was completed, the men in black picked up the suitcase containing the incense burner and prepared to leave, with Rue Mingshan naturally accompanying them. Before departing, the old man suddenly turned around, let out a hearty laugh, and said, "Chen Xiaoyu, although I have heard you are not from Jiangsu Province, our Antique Association does not concern itself with such matters. On behalf of the Antique Association of Jiangsu, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us." Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected goodwill from Rue Mingshan, a senior figure in the circle. However, regaining his composure, he promptly replied, "Very well. I will certainly visit Elder Rue at the association." After bidding farewell to a few others, only Chen Mo, Zhang Su, and a service staff member from a private bank remained. The lounge fell into a profound silence. "This incense burner you possess is likely one of the final pieces of the entire puzzle," Su Baolong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "I estimate it is either the last piece or the second to last. Otherwise, the owner would not have been so accommodating." Chen Mo nodded in agreement with his assessment. Su Baolong continued, "He is willing to offer nearly 20 million for just one piece. Imagine the value of a complete set." Chen Mo replied, "I can't say for certain, but it is undoubtedly worth more than a modest target." The entire transaction process had been remarkably brief, from inspection to contract signing and finally to the payment. It took less than half an hour. Chen Mo had not even turned off the live stream. The phone he used for broadcasting was placed nearby. Although it did not capture the specific visuals, the audio was crystal clear. Consequently, the audience was aware that the recently negotiated sum of 17,300,000 had now transformed into a cold, hard figure resting quietly in Chen Mo's bank account. They were all in a frenzy of excitement, having evolved from simply enjoying watching Chen Mo profit to relishing the very sound of his financial success. As the number of gifts in the live stream surged, Chen Mo, having a moment of leisure, approached the phone, intending to interact with the viewers. However, upon glancing at the barrage of comments on the screen, he was astonished to see that a user from the Jinling antique shop had been inundating the chat with his unique, ostentatious golden dragon-themed effects. The sheer frequency of the messages left Chen Mo bewildered. He wondered if such high-energy comments were indeed paid. Could one really use them to flood the screen without incurring a cost? Contemplating whether to mute this individual for a few minutes to spare his eyes from the blinding effects while also saving the commenters some money. Chen Mo had not yet acted on this thought when he finally discerned the content beneath the dazzling background. He was instantly taken aback. Cloisonne craftsmanship. This incense burner was typically found in affluent households during the Ming Dynasty. Realization struck him. He had misjudged this individual. Initially, he believed it to be a malicious attempt to flood the screen for attention. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this individual was actually assisting in answering the questions posed by the viewers in the live stream. Utilizing a paid high-energy bullet screen effect, he aimed solely to enhance the clarity for those inquiring. Chen Mo was genuinely impressed. Was he not, in essence, voluntarily paying to work? Without uttering a word, Chen Mo activated the high-energy bullet screen filter, scrolled through a few messages, and discovered that Jinling antique shop indeed possessed commendable expertise. The information provided was quite aligned with what he himself had encountered in detail, prompting an idea to blossom in his mind. Chen Mo reached out, sending a private message to Jinling antique shop. "Would you like to become a moderator?" Approximately a second later, the response came, "Yes, absolutely. Really? Please don't jest. I'm not one to be easily deceived." Observing the 3 text messages that appeared simultaneously, Chen Mo promptly proceeded to take action within the backend. Shortly thereafter, a system notification materialized in the live stream. "Congratulations to user Jinling Antique Shop for being promoted to moderator of room 99. Moderator Jinling Antique Shop has rewarded the streamer with a Carnival 1, followed by 2 more similar notifications." Chen Mo chuckled at the screen displaying the Carnival 10. So, it was indeed like paying to work. While live streaming, he conferred with Zhang Meifang and Su Baolong about where to dine. Earlier, while awaiting the transaction, they had lost track of time. Now, having concluded their tasks, they realized that mealtime had long passed. Each of them was quite hungry, clamoring for Chen Mo to treat them, especially since he had just earned over 10 million. If he didn't treat them under such circumstances, it would indeed be an affront to reason. Chen Mo, of course, had no objections. Earning money to treat others was precisely the ambience he cherished. However, after deliberating for quite some time, they had yet to reach a consensus on the dining venue. Ultimately, it was the brothers in the live stream who came through, recommending a nearby restaurant with stellar reviews called Chi Yuan Restaurant. The group prepared to set off. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just as Chen Mo was about to get into the car, his phone rang yet again. Zhang Meifai, Su Baolong, and the viewers all fixated their gaze on the device in Chen Mo's hand. He too was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Was getting into the car akin to pressing the start button for a program? The moment he prepared to embark, a call came in. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Sun Yu. This powerful woman, responsible for the live streaming division of Byte Group, was unexpectedly reaching out to him. He couldn't help but wonder if she had tuned into the live stream and was contemplating joining them for a meal. With a sense of bewilderment, under the collective gaze of Zhang, Su, and the audience in the live stream, Chen Mo reached out and answered the phone. "Hello?" On the other end, Sun Yu's voice resonated. "You're still broadcasting, right?" Chen Mo replied, "Indeed." Sun Yu continued, Are you all heading to a celebratory dinner now? Chen Mo affirmed. Yes, why? Sun Yu teased. You could have at least called to let me know about the celebration. Through the phone, Chen Mo could even hear the subtle laughter of this formidable woman on the other side. He discerned that her tone was playful, yet after pondering for a moment, he remained uncertain about the purpose of her call. He straightforwardly inquired, Is there something you need, Director Sun? Sun Yu responded, All right, I won't interrupt your meal any longer. Do check your messages when you have a moment. Chen Mo did not hang up. Instead, he glanced down at his phone. At that moment, a message popped up. Your savings account ending in 9527 receive a deposit of 100,000,000 RMB on month day at 14:30. Current balance. Chapter 81. Joining the billionaire club, staring at the unembellished 9-figure balance in his mobile banking account, Chen Mo momentarily lost his train of thought. In his previous life, he hailed from a rural background, and after laboriously toiling for over a decade, managed to accumulate a net worth barely exceeding 10 million. He had traversed through countless pitfalls along the way, betrayed by partners, clients defaulting on payments, suppliers breaching contracts with sudden price hikes, and hard-won deals snatched away by connections. Just when it seemed like things were finally looking up, he found himself targeted by industry giants who could extinguish his hopes with a mere flick of a finger. Such tribulations are beyond the imagination of those who have never ventured into entrepreneurship. Fleeting images of his most stressful moments, when he once contemplated stepping onto a rooftop, flickered before his eyes. He vividly recalled the chilly breeze that night. In this lifetime, empowered by a fortuitous twist of fate, he had only crossed over a few days ago, yet he had effortlessly achieved a net worth surpassing 100 million. Compared to his past life, it felt as though he was navigating a game on an easier difficulty level. A wave of emotion surged within Chen Mo. Although prior to this, during the contract negotiation with Sun Yu, she had assured him that the signing fee would arrive promptly, he genuinely did not anticipate such swiftness. He had expected at least a half-month or even a month-long disbursement cycle, given the magnitude of this sum. Yet, unexpectedly, just a few days had passed. At this moment, still on the line, Chen Mo snapped back to reality and quickly remarked, Sister Sun, I have received it. By the way, are you still in Luo City? I would love to treat you to dinner when I return in a couple of days. Through the phone, Sun Yu chuckled lightly. Just a moment ago, I was Director Sun, and now I'm Sister Sun, am I? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt no embarrassment, responding with a light chuckle of his own. After all, the difference between receiving and not receiving money is certainly reflected in one's demeanor. Sun Yu, all right, as long as you received it, I won't disturb your celebration. Goodbye. Chen Mo, sure, Sister Sunday. When I return in a couple of days, I will certainly arrange something for you. After hanging up, Zhang Meifang and Su Baolong gazed at Chen Mo with palpable curiosity. In their eyes, Chen Mo was a master of emotional restraint. Even when he occasionally stumbled upon lucrative opportunities, amassing millions or even tens of millions, he would only exhibit a flicker of joy after the deal was finalized. Yet now, the powerful woman from ByteDance, with the surname Sun, managed to draw a smile from him with just a single phone call. This piqued their interest about the contents of their conversation. Brother Chen, what did President Sun say to you on the phone? Su Balong in Guit, leaning from the front door of the car to the back. I thought I heard her mention something about a message. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, Oh, it was nothing. Just a notification that the signing fee has been transferred. Oh, so it's the signing fee. I was wondering what it was about, Su Baolong remarked, his expression calm. However, the next moment, the big boss was left utterly astounded. Wait, did you just say the signing fee? What? It's already in the account. Zhang Meifang's face mirrored his shock. They had known for some time that Chen Mo had signed a contract with ByteDance and were well aware of the amount involved. Yet, knowing and witnessing the reality of it, transforming into a cold string of numbers in a bank account, was a different experience entirely, one that still sent shivers down their spines. Su Baolong regarded the dashing figure before him with mixed emotions. So he has officially joined the billion-dollar club? He recalled his first impression of Chen Mo during a live stream, when he sensed that the young man was extraordinary, predicting that it was only a matter of time before he would rise to prominence. But this was all happening at an astonishing pace. Between the competition rewards, exorbitant signing fees, and the antiques he had acquired, Adding it all up was mind-boggling. The figure at the forefront of his ambitions was now likely to start with a 2. Su Baolong was aware that Chen Mo, like him, was now a member of the billion-dollar club. However, it would not be long before Chen Mo might ascend to the trillion-dollar club at lightning speed. This was an achievement that Su Baolong himself had only just brushed against the threshold of without officially joining. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind, and he suddenly pondered if Chen Mo might eventually find himself among the true titans of the $100 billion club. As for Zhang Meifang, the concept of billion was still a distant dream for her. Even when accounting for her father's antique shop, her total assets were far from that milestone. For her, merely touching that figure in her lifetime would mean surpassing her father's legacy. As she gazed upon Chen Mo, Zhang Meifang could not help but perceive that this man, younger than herself, already bore an air of legend within the antiquities industry. At that moment, the live broadcast room had descended into a frenzy. The signing fee. Wasn't there a blogger online who disclosed it? It was around 70 million, if I recall correctly. That was the initial contract. And I seem to remember there being an annual renewal fee of 10 million. A friend of mine works at Byte, and he once confided that the signing fee for the mogul, number 99, was the highest ever offered by the entire Byte group this year. A single transaction in the 9-digit range. So, does that mean that just now, the mogul received a payment of a full 100 million? Indeed, I can hardly contain my envy. I am so jealous I could burst. Enough already. I'm heading downstairs to buy a few scratch-off tickets, determined to surpass the mogul in savings. Wake up upstairs. The maximum prize for a scratch-off ticket is merely a few million. If you wish to exceed the mogul-esque savings, you must buy multiple entries in the lottery, starting with 10 or 20 at once. The barrage of warnings from the director was accompanied by an overwhelming flood of gifts. Small tokens such as beers, sunglasses, and lollipops were countless. Additionally, there were numerous gifts from the carnival and Byte One. Occasionally, a particularly extravagant gift would appear, dazzling to the point of blinding. Observing the myriad of gift effects on the screen, Chen Mo realized that since the contract was signed and the revenue share shifted from 50-50 to 90-10, the income from gift had surged significantly. If this pace continued, it would not be long before he surpassed 10 million. Chen Mo promptly captured a screenshot, and after approximately a minute, he took a second one. He sent them directly to Ma Shichen. Ma Shichen, who was in contact with others, preparing to establish a new donation channel personally, was taken aback upon viewing the images. Just a couple of days prior, the figure had been just under 4 million, and now it had exceeded 5 million in such a short span. He noted the slight difference in the amounts on the two screenshots. The first was 51,337, while the second had already risen to 51,458. Upon checking the timestamps in the upper left corner of the screenshots, he realized that only a minute had elapsed. Goodness, over 10,000 in gift donations per minute? Even he, a well-known figure in the Los Angeles area, found that somewhat absurd. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Shichen replied, "Incredible. Regarding the donation channel matter, don't rush me. I'm already in contact with others." Chapter 82. That tender lamb in the blink of an eye. Nearly a week had passed since the dinner invitation. During this time, Chen Mo had remained at Baxian Temple, diligently adhering to the routine of a professional treasure hunter, clocking in and out each day. However, perhaps due to his entry into the 100 million club, Chen Mo's luck had temporarily entered a dormant phase. Throughout this week, he encountered numerous minor opportunities, but the significant ones remained elusive. The largest treasure I stumbled upon netted merely around 300,000 after a flip, a stark contrast to the millions and even tens of millions I had previously encountered. However, despite this modest gain, the audience in the live broadcast remained utterly captivated. Each acquisition was indeed a guaranteed profit, and to date, Chen Mo's track record, his so-called success rate in finding treasures, remained an impeccable 100% over the past few days. As he continued to uncover hidden gems, the viewers became acutely aware of a rather alarming truth. Chen Mo appeared to possess an uncanny ability to find treasures across all categories. From porcelain and famous paintings to metal artifacts and currency from various dynasties, he even delved into miscellaneous items made of bamboo, wood, and ivory. The variety of small treasures he collected was astonishing, and remarkably, none were missteps. This phenomenon left even the most seasoned professionals in the field astounded. They were all filled with curiosity, pondering how Chen Mo, at such a young age, could be so knowledgeable and adept in every aspect. In comparison, what could be said of those veteran experts who, having spent a lifetime, still failed to grasp a single category of antiques? A script? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of script could orchestrate so many individuals to collaborate, with a plethora of real-world examples backing him? Even the detractors who thrived on negativity could no longer leverage the authenticity of a script as a means to undermine him. Such claims, if voiced in the comment sections of major media outlets, would serve no purpose other than to elicit laughter. The experts in the field analyzed and deliberated, ultimately concluding that Chen Mo was nothing short of a genius. For the average person, not only was it impossible to replicate his cases, but there was also nothing to learn from them. Chen Mo arose early once again. However, after indulging in breakfast at a roadside stall, he did not head directly to the old goods market at Bashan Temple. Instead, he stood at the corner, awaiting Su Baolong to pick him up. Today, he was to attend an auction. This auction, organized by the Beijing Jiadao Auction Group, was set to take place in Jiangcheng, right next to Luocheng. It was not far from Chang'an City, requiring merely a 2-hour drive. The auction had certain prerequisites, while it was not strictly by invitation. Attendees were required to present proof of participation in at least one previous auction. For first-time participants, financial verification was necessary. Only upon passing this could one enter the auction venue. Chen Mo's qualification was arranged by Lao Su, and although it was his first time attending, he was exempt from financial verification and could simply present his identification to gain entry. Upon getting into the car, a sleek black 680 came to a halt before him. Lowering the window, Su Baolong called out to Chen Mo. He had returned to Luocheng a few days prior to attend to company matters and had only arrived yesterday after wrapping up his responsibilities. Chen Mo took his place in the passenger seat. Lao Ma and Xiao Zhang have already set out. Su Baolong remarked. They are heading directly from Luo City. They are likely to arrive an hour earlier than us. Chen Mo inquired. What time is the auction? 2:30 in the afternoon. Then why are we going so early? Su Baolong explained. Lao Ma recently acquired a small private ranch in Jiangcheng's countryside. We should visit his ranch first. At this point, Su Baolong wore a nostalgic expression. This is the season for lambs to be sold. I tasted it last year around this time, and the flavor was exquisite. Chen Montag replied, Zo, we plan to feast before attending the auction. Is that it? Of course, Su Baolong chuckled. Yet Chen Mo wholeheartedly approved of the arrangement. As the Maybach cruised along the national highway, Su Baolong casually asked, Did you look at the electronic catalog of auction items I sent you yesterday? This auction is quite significant, classified as top tier by Jiada, and there are many remarkable items. Chen Mo nodded. I did. Su Baolong continued. Did anything catch your eye? Chen Mo replied, Not really. I simply wish to broaden my horizons. Su Baolong dismissed his modesty, thinking, what a joke. Someone of his caliber wouldn't lack in knowledge. Chen Mo refrained from elaborating, though he genuinely felt that way. The truth was, he couldn't discern much through the screen. Only upon arriving at the venue could he truly examine the items. Nevertheless, Su Baolong subconsciously believed that Chen Mo aimed to seize an opportunity at the auction, which was entirely unfounded. In such auctions, apart from extraordinarily unique items, authenticity isn't guaranteed. In other words, the lack of assurance regarding authenticity is somewhat of a consensus within the industry. Major auction houses generally adhere to the principle that buyers must independently assess the authenticity of items. They provide information about the provenance and lineage of each item, including expert opinions, but these are merely for reference. It is precisely because there are both genuine and counterfeit items that such auctions can indeed present opportunities for discerning buyers. Chapter 83. Never to return after the tea break. If Chen Mo were to evaluate the ranch purchased by Ma Shi-chun, he would encapsulate it with a single word, succulent. Although the lambs appeared adorable, their flavor was truly exquisite. According to Lao Ma, this batch of lambs was specifically transported from Ning province and belonged to the breed known as Yin Shi Tan sheep. Despite being fed grass that wasn't tea from Yinshi tan sheep's natural habitat after their arrival, their quality still vastly surpassed that of local inland sheep, simply boiled in water. And with just a pinch of salt added, they were remarkably delicious. Chen Mo devoured 2 large bowls on the spot. After satisfying their appetites, the group, reluctant to leave, rested at the ranch for a while before being loaded into a large business vehicle by Ma Shurchen's driver, who then transported them to the exhibition center in Jiangxing. As Chen Mo and his companions beheld the prominent characters of Jiada auction, the clock struck 2, leaving them with half an hour until the auction was to commence. After completing the identity verification and entering the venue, they discovered that the grand hall, with its 200 seats, was nearly filled to capacity. They had arrived relatively late. Isn't that Boss Ma? Oh, Boss Su is here as well. One could not deny that both Old Ma and Old Su held a significant reputation in the antique collecting circles of Su province. Just as they stepped inside, still in search of their seats, they were compelled to engage in socializing. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo and Zhang Meifang exchanged a knowing glance, and without waiting for them, they gracefully made their way to the nearby refreshment area to enjoy some tea. However, as Chen Mo raised his teacup, yet to take a sip, he spotted 2 familiar figures approaching. It was Jin and Wang, whom he had encountered just days prior while uncovering a Cloyson incense burner at a foreign vendor's stall. Jin Jinming, tall and with a keen eye, spotted Chen Mo first and froze momentarily. In the next instant, his expression soured, akin to having bitten into a bitter herb. Gazing at Chen Mo, who was leisurely sipping tea, Jin Jinming felt an inexplicable blend of sourness and bitterness arise within him. He was no stranger to the online world and had seen clearly that Chen Mo had purchased the incense burner, subsequently reselling it for a staggering sum of over 17 million. This was a sight that lingered in his mind, causing him both envy and regret. The memory of a week ago was vivid. He had personally examined that incense burner. How could he have overlooked such a gem? If only he had recognized its value. Might it have been possible for him to acquire it instead? At that time, upon learning it was Cloyson, Jin Jinming had thought it might fetch only 2 to 3 million, a price that already made him salivate with desire. Yet, who could have anticipated such an outrageous final sale price? Each time he recalled the substantial fortune slipping through his fingers, he yearned to pound his chest in frustration. Fool! He was the real fool. As he gazed at Chen Mo, Jin Jinming instinctively averted his eyes, not wishing to appear foolish in such a setting. However, fate had other plans. Just as he lowered his head, attempting to discreetly change direction, his companion Wang Quankai happened to glance up and noticed Chen Mo from a distance. Mr. Chen, Wang Quankai called out excitedly. Feeling the gaze of those around him, Jin Jinming cursed his height, wishing he could vanish beneath the nearest table in that very moment. Wang Quankai hurried over to Chen Mo, his face alight with enthusiasm. Mr. Chen, about that incense burner you purchased last week. Chen Mo engaged in conversation with Wang Quankai, whom he had only met once, while casting a friendly smile towards Jin Jinming, who stood not far away. In this regard, Chen Mo was undoubtedly sincere. Although it could be said that even in the absence of the other party, the furnace would likely have remained unscathed, it was nonetheless commendable that he did not recklessly intervene like a villain. For Chen Mo, this was indeed deserving of praise. Observing the friendly smile, Jin Jinming felt somewhat dazed. After several seconds of awkwardness, he managed to force a smile that was only slightly more appealing than a grimace. Unfortunately, Chen Mo did not notice this. After exchanging pleasantries, he promptly turned to converse with Director Wang beside him, completely oblivious to Jin's delayed response. Jin Jinming felt as though he had inexplicably received another blow. After sending off the enthusiastic Director Wang, Chen Mo intended to take advantage of the lull to enjoy a few sips of tea. However, he soon discovered that Jin and Wang were merely the beginning. A modestly adorned businessman, a renowned expert in the industry, and several elegantly composed ladies approached him in succession. The key was that they were all exceedingly polite, each one expressing admiration with phrases like, "I have long admired your name." Being part of the same circle, Chen Mo felt compelled to engage with them. Thus, within a brief span of less than 20 minutes, he received an impressive 15 business cards, while his cup of tea remained untouched. Zhang Meifang, who had been observing the entire scene, shrugged her shoulders, stealing glances and stifling giggles, nearly overwhelmed with amusement. At 2:25 p.m., upon seeing Ma Shichen and Su Baolong approaching, the somewhat reluctant Chen Mo quickly exited the tea break area. In hindsight, he thought, what a farce to call it a tea break. He resolved never to attend similar events again. Once regrouped, the four of them made their way toward the seating in the hall, occupying the front row. Chen Mo's entry was facilitated by old Su, securing seat number 9, while Zhang Meifang was in seat 10, and Ma Shichen and Su Baolong occupied seats 11 and 12, respectively. Upon reaching the front row and settling into his seat, Chen Mo noticed that seat 8 was occupied by none other than the owner from whom he had previously purchased the incense burner. The vice president of the Su Province Antique Association, Rue Mingshan. Chen Mo promptly greeted him, Rue Lao. Rue Mingshan smiled upon seeing Chen Mo, replying, "Good to see you again, young Chen." As Chen Mo perused the electronic auction catalog, he casually inquired, "Rue Lao, are you here to acquire any particular items this time?" However, Rue Mingshan shook his head with a smile, saying, "Not quite. I am here to assist that owner in selling his goods." Selling goods? Chen Mo was taken aback, but he quickly realized that his earlier suspicion had been confirmed. What could be sold, if not the complete set of the exquisite Ming Dynasty Xuanda Cloison incense burners? Chen Mo contemplated the possibility that the Mo Lu, a legendary artifact, could indeed be the final piece of the intricate 12-piece puzzle. However, he was taken aback by the swiftness of the proprietor's actions. Upon gathering the complete set, the intention was to auction it off at the forthcoming event with remarkable urgency. During a conversation between Chen Mo and Rue Mingshan, a well-groomed gentleman in his 50s, clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, approached the display platform for the auction items. Esteemed collectors and honored guests, welcome to the 84th session of the Jiada auction. The excitement in the air was palpable. To maintain decorum during the auction, the organizers had strictly prohibited any live streaming by attendees. Chen Mo understood this regulation and refrained from breaching it by commencing an unauthorized broadcast. At this moment, the 99th live stream room, though shrouded in darkness, still boasted an astonishing number of viewers, over 10,000, an audience count that would elude many aspiring streamers. They transformed the blank screen into a bustling chat room, engaging in lively banter. I missed the big shot after 12. 875 seconds. Me too. For some reason, I can't even get into games lately. I just want to watch the 99 streamer. It feels incredibly entertaining." As the audience exchanged pleasantries, a paid high-energy comment suddenly illuminated the top of the black screen. "Brothers, let us go. I see the 99th big shot. He.S. in the official Jiada auction livestream, sitting right in the front row. It's crystal clear." Once this comment appeared, a flurry of questions erupted below. "Wait, is that true? For real? I just checked." He.S. chatting with manager Zhang. "Guys, go ahead. I'll notify the brothers in the streaming group." In the official Jiada auction livestream, although there was no host, dedicated staff managed the broadcast. Their sole responsibility was to operate the camera and stream the entire auction seamlessly. This task was decidedly less strenuous than that of other streamers who had to vocally engage the audience. They merely needed to ensure an uninterrupted broadcast. 10 minutes prior to the auction's commencement, the staff initiated the live stream. Glancing at the viewer count in the upper corner, 23, 57, 137, she remained composed as the numbers steadily increased. As long as the numbers were stable, the stream was functioning as intended. Having broadcast numerous times before, she knew the viewer count typically settled between 2,000 to 3,000. For her, the main goal was to avoid any unforeseen incidents. After confirming everything was functioning correctly, she cast another glance at the screen. Everything appeared normal. Then, her eyes widened in disbelief. 7,652? 1? 3? As he gazed at the number displayed in the upper right corner, indicating an online audience of 10 within mere minutes, the young staff member found himself momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Goodness, is that truly the esteemed number 99? As expected of a big shot, seated in the front row, radiating prowess. "Hey friends, The auction is about to commence. In the front row, vendors were hawking peanuts, sunflower seeds, and small beers, while the audience brandishing number 99 fan badges swiftly commandeered the barrage of comments, transforming it into a temporary garrison for the number 99 live stream. As the host, the auctioneer responsible for orchestrating the rhythm of the event concluded his opening remarks. The auction officially commenced. Chen Mo, intrigued, fixated on the exhibition platform. It is widely acknowledged that the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty marks a golden age of culture within the annals of Chinese history. The auctioneer's distinctive voice resonated slowly, and upon hearing the introduction, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at his companion, Rue Mingshan. Prior to the auction, the organizers had presented an electronic catalog of over 100 items, yet this merely constituted around 90% of the total lots available for bidding. Notably, more than a dozen of the items were adorned with a black question mark. This strategy, of course, was designed to pique the bidder's interest. To be candid, Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback that the organizers had placed the entire incense burner set as the first item on the auction block. While it is not uncommon to kick off an auction with a high-value item, this particular elevation felt somewhat excessive. As the auctioneer concluded his narrative, the lights on the display stage surged to life, revealing a three-dimensional transparent showcase. 12 trays, 6 on each side, presented a series of slightly larger-than palm-sized pale blue incense burners, subtly laced with golden threads, standing silently before the audience. The first auction item was titled Ming Dynasty Xuande 12 Zodiac Cloison Incense Burner. With 12 burners representing the 12 zodiac signs, the auctioneer surveyed the crowd, his voice resonant. The starting bid for the entire set is 70 million yuan. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 100,000. As his words echoed, the audience fell into a momentary stupor. Wow, is the opening item really this explosive? After a brief silence, someone promptly raised their paddle. Collector number 73 bid 71 million. The current price standing at 71 million. Is there anyone willing to follow? Collector number 26 counters with 72 million. Observing the bidding escalate rapidly within mere minutes, surpassing the initial price of 70 million, moving past 80 million and nearing 90 million. Chen Mo found himself increasingly eager for the forthcoming items in this auction. He had already assessed the worth of this entire set of burners to be around 5 billion yuan. The underlying owner who acquired the burners likely spent no more than 70 million. Thus, this transaction could yield a profit of several tens of millions. However, Chen Mo felt no envy regarding this. After all, the audacity of that proprietor to collect items one by one is commendable, and such courage warrants the profits he stands to gain. Should he ultimately fail to gather them all, the losses would be substantial. Moreover, for Chen Mo himself, the 17 million has already been securely pocketed, rendering any notion of profit or loss irrelevant. This is indeed a win-win situation. Chapter 85. What does this raised eyebrow indicate? The atmosphere of bidding on stage is notably intense, with offers reverberating throughout the room. However, merely 2 meters behind Chen Mo, in the 5th row, a middle-aged man adorned with a Patek Philippe watch is whispering to a stunning young woman, seemingly 2 decades his junior. The young woman leans towards the man and inquires, "Is that person in the front row the infamous number 99, who has recently gained notoriety online for uncovering hidden treasures?" Before the man can respond, she curiously adds, "In comparison to him, who is more formidable?" At this remark, the man visibly bristles, pouting as he retorts, "Shui Bao, what do you mean by that? Comparing me to a clown who flaunts himself online?" Upon noticing her husband's displeasure, the young woman quickly reassures him, All right, I was merely asking. You are undoubtedly the most impressive." The couple continues their affectionate banter for a while. Suddenly, the man turns his attention to Chen Mo, observing him intently before instructing, "Shui Bao, keep an eye on that number 99. When he raises his paddle, you should bid accordingly." The young woman responds. The final auction price for this entire incense burner set is 12 billion, exceeding the market value by a remarkable 15 million. This price was established by a telephone bidder, and the actual buyer was not present at the venue. Glancing at the still smiling Rue Mingshan beside him, Chen Mo remains uncertain whether a genuine collector has placed a bid or if this is merely a FA orchestrated by Rui Mingshan and the enigmatic proprietor behind the scenes. However, one thing is clear. The excitement generated by this 12 billion has ignited the competitive spirit of the entire auction. Subsequently, every item presented on stage that did not go unsold achieved significant final prices. The Ming Chongjin blue and white figure brush pot began at a base price of 200,000 and concluded at 1,300,000. The Qing Xuanji embroidered poetry dish commenced at 450,000 and soared to 1,700,000. Among the first 30 lots, an astonishing 80% were sold, with only 5 items failing to attract bids. This ratio, surpassing the previous average of 65% at Giada, stands as a remarkably high figure. Seated in the front row, Chen Mo observes the items displayed with clarity. He notes that, aside from a rare few, the final sale prices of those successfully auctioned are generally higher than the market values he had previously encountered, predominantly constituting premium purchases. For instance, the delicate poetry piece from the Xuanji era, which holds a genuine market value of approximately 150, ultimately fetched a price of 170, reflecting a premium of a staggering 200,000. However, it must be noted that despite the auction's principle of not guaranteeing authenticity, Chen Mo has observed that, thus far, the items presented have predominantly been genuine. Up to this point, no counterfeits have surfaced, which is indeed reassuring for those collectors who wish to acquire pieces yet harbor fears of purchasing forgeries. Chen Mo finds this quite intriguing. At that moment, Rui Mingshan turned to Chen Mo and inquired, "Chen, have you not encountered anything appealing after more than 30 lots?" Chen Mo chuckled lightly, replying, "But Rui, you have yet to raise your paddle." Unfazed by the comment, Rui Mingshan remarked, "True. I shall await the unveiling of those mysterious items not featured in the electronic catalog." As the two conversed, the auctioneer at the podium paused, exclaiming, "It appears that the enthusiasm for bidding is quite palpable." Next up is the third mysterious lot of this auction. A purported 4-piece writing set attributed to the eminent calligrapher Dong Qichong from the late Ming dynasty. As the words left his lips, a bamboo brush, an ink stick, a stack of paper, and a stone inkstone, 4 items in total, were displayed within a glass case, pushed onto the stage. The auctioneer continued, "This set lacks a signature. However, a letter of gift from Dong Qichong was found at the site of discovery, mentioning this collection of scholars' treasures. Due to the absence of a signature, this lot, as a potential gift from Dong Qichong, starts at a bidding price of 800,000. Collectors interested may wish to consider." As the auctioneer's voice faded, the atmosphere within the room fell into a hush. This mysterious lot was, astonishingly, an item lacking a definitive authentication. Such pieces inherently involve a gamble. Typically, a set of scholars' treasures passed down from the late Ming dynasty, devoid of any additional provenance, hold a market value ranging from 200,000 to 300,000. Yet, if this truly were a gift from the esteemed calligrapher Dong Qichong to a friend, one could easily add a digit to that base price, with potential resale values soaring to 2 or 3 million. Regrettably, without a signature, verification becomes exceedingly challenging. Consequently, a momentary silence ensued as no bids were placed. Chen Mo scrutinized the items on display from a distance, his mind conjuring the details. Name: Late Ming Calligraphy Tools Set, Gift from Dong Qichong. Category: Scholars' Treasures. Market value: 320. Astonishingly, it indeed appeared to be a gift from Dong Qichong. After discreetly surveying the surroundings and noting the absence of bids, Chen Mo contemplated making a purchase. Was truly no one interested? Should this lot go unsold, the consignor might withdraw it and adjust the reserve price, rendering future market appearances difficult to predict. The auctioneer, emphasizing the opportunity at hand, reiterated several times, yet seeing the continued lack of bids, he prepared to follow the protocol for unsold items and move on to the next presentation. Just as the auctioneer was about to signal the staff to proceed, Chen Mo raised his paddle. 800,000 as the starting bid. I'll take it. Witnessing this scene, the auctioneer, who had previously appeared somewhat regretful, instantly transformed his expression and exclaimed with an infectious enthusiasm, "Ah, bidder number 9 has placed an offer of 800,000. Is there a higher bid than bidder number 9? Before he could finish his sentence, a voice from the back interrupted. A young woman raised her paddle, declaring 1 million. Bidder number 89 offers 1 million. Will bidder number 9 raise their bid? Chen Mo remained unfazed. It was an auction, after all. It was quite normal for others to bid. Without turning his head, he replied in a calm tone, 830,000. The woman from the back continued to raise her bid, 85, 87, 90, within a mere 2 minutes. The price of this unverified item skyrocketed from the base price of 800,000 to a staggering 1,600,000. This spectacle drew the attention of the other collectors present. Even Chen Mo found himself curiously glancing back, only to see a middle-aged man beside the bidding woman raising his eyebrows at him in a provocative manner. To be honest, Chen Mo felt somewhat speechless. What was the significance of that eyebrow raise during a bidding war? 170, 180, 330. The woman's voice began to waver, but she ultimately declared the price. At this point, Chen Mo remained silent. In truth, the moment the price surpassed 2 million, he had no intention of pursuing it any further. Although the item was authentic, it required verification, which was quite a hassle. Spending over 3 million on such an object was sheer folly. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, the middle-aged man in the back chuckled triumphantly. His laughter clear, even from 2 meters away. Chen Mo silently thought to himself, what a fool. Nevertheless, he maintained his impassive demeanor. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out. It appears that bidder number 9 has withdrawn from the bidding. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Truly no one? As the gavel struck, the auctioneer joyfully announced, let us congratulate bidder number 89. Regarding this unexpected turn of events, Chen Mo had anticipated it. After all, he was now somewhat of a public figure, not just nationally, but certainly within the antique circles of Su province. He was quite well known. Therefore, it was entirely normal for someone to bid after he raised his paddle at such an auction. Consequently, he did not raise his paddle again, treating the event as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. The two individuals behind him hardly occupied his thoughts. However, he had not expected that despite his own silence, his companions, Lao Ma and Lao Su, would continue to bid. Ma Shurchen had set his sights on a Buddha sculpture with a starting bid of 1.5 million, while Su Baolong coveted a Qing dynasty ceramic plate beginning at 650,000. However, an individual behind them disrupted their intentions. The Buddha sculpture's price escalated to 2.7 million. Although Ma Shurchen ultimately secured it, the amount exceeded its true market value, indicating a slight premium. As for Su's porcelain plate, it was outright snatched away by the same person. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo understood that the opponent viewed them as a collective. Regardless of whether he made a bid or the others, Zhang, Su, and Ma, were involved, they would all be subject to an increase in their offers. While such behavior was not inherently wrong, it did possess a hint of absurdity. At that moment, the auction had reached item number 57. The auctioneer announced, item number 57. This piece is known as the Sea Beast Great Bronze Mirror. However, whether it is from a Ming or Qing dynasty remains uncertain. The starting bid is 1 million, with minimum increments of 50,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was taken aback. He perceived the market value to be merely 2,000. Although this price was not reflective of the previous week, it was not indicative of either the Qing or Ming dynasties. It was undoubtedly a questionable counterfeit. Nevertheless, despite being an unverified piece, it attracted several bidders. In less than a minute, the bids surged from a starting price of 1 million to 1.4 million. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mo raised his paddle and announced a bid of 1.5 million. Observing this, a middle-aged man adorned with a Patek Philippe immediately gestured to his female companion. The young beauty, referred to as Xiu Bai, promptly entered the fray with a bid of 1.6 million. At the sound of her voice, Chen Mo silently chuckled. The bidding war commenced. Witnessing this spectacle, even the surrounding collectors ceased their bids, merely watching as the two engaged in competition. The numbers soared. 1.7 million, 1, 8 million, 1, 9 million, until they reached 2, 5 million. At this juncture, Chen Mo fell silent, opting not to raise his bid further. The auctioneer's voice resonated with enthusiasm. The price has reached 2, 5 million. Bidder number 9 has withdrawn, while bidder number 89 emerges victorious. Let's congratulate bidder number 89 with 3 resounding strikes of the gavel. The ownership of the bronze mirror transferred to the middle-aged man with the Patek Philippe. Hearing the faint laughter from the back row, Chen Mo turned and offered a subtle smile. Subsequently, mirroring the earlier gesture of the man, he raised an eyebrow towards him. Upon recognizing the gesture, the man's triumphant expression abruptly froze. What? After having his bid intercepted, he was now being mocked? Something felt amiss. The man sensed trouble as he finally noted the final transaction amount, 2, 5 million. During the bidding, the increments had been 100,000 and 200,000. And in a moment of distraction, the final price had coincidentally landed at precisely 2, 5 million. Could it be that this was a deliberate maneuver on the opponent's part? The man fell into a contemplative silence. As of now, he has expended nearly 10 million on this auction, a sum that holds little significance for him. Prior to the commencement, he was aware that any item deemed worthy by the notable number 9 was unlikely to be of inferior quality. However, he did not harbor expectations of profiting from this endeavor. His sole intention was to indulge in the experience, hoping merely to avoid a loss. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more he felt that the figure of 250 was a deliberate attempt to provoke him, ignoring the changing expressions of the individual behind him. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and redirected his gaze forward, having firmly concluded that this person was indeed a fool. The auction proceeded, and it was not until number 88 that Chen Mo actively placed a bid. After raising his paddle, he deliberately glanced back, only to find that the individual remained silent, showing no intention of competing. Instead, he faced competition from several other collectors. The bidding escalated from the starting price of 400,000 to 1, 3 million. Ultimately, it was Chen Mo's offer that triumphed, securing the item. Nevertheless, the profit was minimal. A mere 20,000 at most could be gained upon resale. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Chen Mo glanced back once more, only to see the man merely sneer, offering no further commentary. In response, Chen Mo shrugged, maintaining a neutral expression. As time passed, the auction neared its conclusion after more than 3 hours. Out of 117 lots, only 2 remained unclaimed, with 115 already assigned to various buyers or left unsold. At this juncture, the atmosphere in the room became electrified. Everyone was eager, ready to embrace the final lot. Number 117. Many had sat through the lengthy proceedings for this grand finale. Lot 116 scarcely drew any attention. As Lot 115 concluded, Lot 116 was brought to the display. The auctioneer, seemingly preparing for the climactic item, skipped the storytelling for Lot 116. With a starting price of 500,000 and increments no less than 10,000. Chen Mo initially paid it little mind, his backside sore from the prolonged sitting. However, upon casting a casual glance at this overlooked Lot 116, he was momentarily taken aback. His face remained impassive, yet within, he was profoundly astonished. This item was appraised at a staggering 2,700. Chapter 87. The Celadon White Elephant Jade Phoenix Comb. Item name: Celadon White Elephant Jade Phoenix Comb. Used by Empress Dowager Cixi. Category: Ivory carving comb. Material: ivory maker. Zhuyontai craftsmanship. Material preparation: carving, engraving, inlay. Description of features: a cherished possession of Empress Dowager Cixi during the late Qing dynasty. Market value: 27,000,000 yuan. Upon comprehending the detailed information, Chen Mo was taken aback. Good heavens! The auctioneer merely described it as a Republic-era ivory carving comb, and the fact that they could misstate even the most fundamental information regarding its dynasty was somewhat absurd. Regardless, it was imperative to acquire it. Chen Mo had already made a silent vow. Undoubtedly, this comb was likely the most significant oversight in this auction. To let it slip away would be sheer madness. Fortunately, At that moment, the attention of the collectors seated in the hall was not focused on this comb. They were primarily awaiting the grand finale item, number 117. Even the nearby Zhang, Meifeng wore an expression of curiosity. Hey, Brother Chen, what do you think this final item number 117 is? The electronic catalog only mentions it as porcelain, with a starting bid set at 60 million, nearly matching the entire set of cloys and incense burners. What kind of porcelain could it possibly be? At this moment, Chen Mo's focus remained fixed on item number 116, and he merely responded with a few casual remarks. He was contemplating how to successfully secure this item. As he thought to himself, he felt relieved that he had managed to unsettle that foolish bidder earlier. Otherwise, acquiring this comb would surely entail complications. Chen Mo did not turn a glance around, but slightly leaned towards Zhang Meifeng, whispering in a tone audible only to them. Sister Zhang, please help me bid on this comb. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Zhang Meifeng was momentarily taken aback, yet she did not display any outward reactions. The sudden quietness made her immediately grasp Chen Mo's intent. This item must be a significant oversight. She too gazed ahead, asking in a hushed voice, "What is the budget?" Chen Mo replied, "Bid freely under 10 million. Above that, it depends on the situation." At the mention of this budget, Zhang Meifeng's pupils constricted for a brief moment. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Nodding slightly, she affirmed, "All right." On the stage, the auctioneer continued with the introduction. Item 116, a fine ivory carving from the Republic period, showcases exceptional craftsmanship with its intricate hollow design. At this point, nearly 2 minutes had elapsed since item 116 was presented on stage, yet no buyers had placed bids. It was on the verge of being unsold. Chen Mo realized that in such circumstances, if he were to bid directly, the sole risk would likely stem from the man at the back wearing a Patek Philippe, who had recently attempted to outbid him. Reflecting on this, he turned his head directly towards the back row, raising an eyebrow while even sharing a silent smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Meifeng raised her paddle. The auctioneer on stage was preparing to commence the process of declaring the auction void, but upon witnessing this, he promptly declared, "Bidder number 10 offers 500,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" In the back row, the middle-aged man in seat 88 observed this scene, and his expression darkened considerably. The young woman beside him in seat 89 quickly inquired, "Darling, shall we continue bidding?" "Yes." The man growled, fixing his gaze on Chen Mo's back. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he recalled the earlier unease regarding the bid of 250. Never mind. He decided against proceeding. The paddle for seat 89 remained unraised. Yet, others entered the fray. Bidder number 43 raised their paddle, declaring a bid of 510,000. The auctioneer, holding the gavel, inquired loudly, "Will bidder number 10 match this bid?" Zhang Meifeng responded calmly, 550,000. As she made her bid, Chen Mo turned his head again, continuing to gaze at seat 88. This time their eyes met. The middle-aged man distinctly sensed a hint of mockery in the eyes of the prominent internet celebrity before him. Damn it, he instinctively felt compelled to bid. But ultimately, he restrained himself. The man repeatedly admonished himself. This petty individual is surely trying to provoke him. Hold back. Must resist. As the price climbed to 550,000, several others joined the bidding. Zhang Meifeng had no choice but to continue raising her bids. Each time she did so, Chen Mo would turn around, his expression transitioning from raised eyebrows and derision to a simple smile, and finally, it bore no trace of mockery, only a slight hint of regret. With the sound of the auctioneer's gavel echoing, his voice rose, 790,000 once, 790,000 twice, 790,000 three times. Congratulations to bidder number 10. Seeing the regret on Chen Mo's face, the man felt a strange sense of satisfaction wash over him. He, with a young beauty 20 years his junior at his side, gazed at Chen Mo's back and chuckled. The guy thinks he can provoke me? Let him dream on. After the gavel fell, Chen Mo finally felt a sense of relief. Although a few others had participated in the bidding, their engagement was rather lackadaisical, as they soon withdrew after a few attempts. This indicated that they were entirely unaware of the true value of the comb. Perhaps they were merely caught up in the excitement. Chen Montauk exhaled deeply, regardless. Securing the item was paramount. After item number 116 concluded, it was finally time for the highly anticipated item number 117. This piece de resistance had no detailed information listed in the electronic catalog issued by the organizers. All that was known was that it belonged to the porcelain category, with a staggering starting bid of 60 million. Beyond that, the rest of the information was shrouded in mystery. As the foremost category in the realm of antique collecting, porcelain undoubtedly holds the highest recognition among collectors. Enthusiasts for porcelain are plentiful, and consequently, the value of such artifacts remains markedly transparent within the market. When a starting bid dares to reach 60 million, it signifies that the item in question belongs to the upper echelons of rarity and quality. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Lot 117 was presented on stage. The auctioneer's tone was more invigorated than before. Surely, everyone has been eagerly anticipating this moment. Our Lot 117 is a famille rosebat and peach pattern olive vase from the Qing dynasty's Yongjing period. The starting bid is 6 million, with increments no less than 200,000. The moment the auctioneer's words resonated, the pent-up excitement in the room was ignited. Bidder 174 raised their paddle at 61 million. Bidder 55 followed with 61.5 million. Bidder 23 then raised it to 62 million. Gazing at the exquisite white-bodied famille rose vase, Chen Mo could not help but exclaim in admiration. Name: famille rosebat and peach pattern olive vase category. Porcelain period, Qing dynasty. Yongzheng, maker, Jingdezhen imperial kiln market value. 98 million indeed, it is a remarkable piece. It is no wonder that a top-tier artifact from the Jingdezhen imperial kiln of the Qing dynasty commands such a market value, approaching a significant milestone. As the highlight of the auction, it truly does not disappoint. Naturally, Chen Mo had no intention of bidding. For him at this moment, mere appreciation sufficed. Moreover, such a prized item would not easily be overlooked in this auction setting. Bidder 4 offered 97 million. Bidder 37 countered with 98 million. Bidder 66 escalated the bid to 100 million. Ultimately, the final transaction price soared to an astonishing 12.4 billion, compared to the price Chen Mo had observed. This represented a staggering premium of 26 million. In terms of premium level, it exceeded even that of the incense burner from the opening session. Chen Mo couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Chapter 88. The greatest bargain of the entire auction has been secured. Following the conclusion of Lot 117, the auction itself came to an official end. Regarding the transfer of the auction items, the auction house offered two options. One was for the buyer to take the item away immediately. The other involved the auction house arranging an armed security convoy to deliver the item directly to the buyer's vault. After some deliberation, Chen Mo and his companions opted for the first option, preferring not to complicate matters. After all, the four of them had not acquired many items. It was merely Ma Shiqin and Chen Mo who collectively won 3 lots. After being outbid, Lao Su refrained from raising his paddle again, while Zhang Meifeng only contributed to Chen Mo's bid for the comb. After completing the payment, verification, and transfer processes, the staff of the auction house handed over the safe containing the auction items to the buyers who had settled their payments. After Chen Mo confirmed that the item he had acquired was flawless, he, along with Zhang Su and Ma, prepared to depart. At that moment, 2 figures passed by, one male and one female, intertwined. The woman was youthful and beautiful, while the man was impeccably dressed, adorned with a striking Patek Philippe watch. They were the same 2 individuals, numbered 88 and 89, who had previously competed against Chen Mo at the auction. As the man walked past Chen Mo, he smiled and remarked, "Nice comb." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He raised the safe in his hand and replied, "You are absolutely right. This comb is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, do take a good look at the bronze mirror you won. It was the only fine piece in the entire auction, and you acquired it for merely 2.5 million. You deserve hearty congratulations." With that, Chen Mo smiled and took his leave, leaving the man momentarily stunned and at a loss. He had intended to ridicule, yet found himself on the receiving end of mockery. Where did they go? The woman beside him inquired. The man, regaining his composure, opened his mouth to respond, but was taken aback to discover that Chen Mo and his companions had vanished. Once seated in the 7-seat luxury vehicle arranged by Ma Shichen, Zhang Meifang could no longer contain her curiosity. She had been suppressing her questions since the moment she raised her bidding paddle, and finally, she broke her silence, gazing intently at the safe in Chen Mo's possession. "Brother Chen, what is the origin of this comb? Can it truly be worth 10 million? Upon hearing her question, both Ma Shichen and Su Baolong were equally startled, exclaiming, "What 10 million? Seeing their astonished expressions, Chen Mo chuckled softly but shook his head, saying, "It certainly isn't worth 10 million. Zhang Meifang blurted out, "Huh? Not worth it? Then why did you mention a 10 million budget?" She looked at Chen Mo, her face a portrait of confusion. Without responding to her directly, Chen Mo opened the safe and began to toy with the comb inside. After a moment, he said, "Don't panic. It may not be worth 10 million, but it is valued at 20 million. In the vehicle, the three remained silent, all eyes on Chen Mo, awaiting his explanation. After playing with the smooth, lustrous ivory comb for a while, he finally spoke. "This comb is not the Republic-era craft the auctioneer described. To be precise, it dates back to the Qing dynasty. The reason I assert it could be worth 20 million is that it is likely a cherished possession of Empress Dowager Cixi. If I am not mistaken, the artisan who crafted it is the renowned jade carver Zhu Yongtai from the late Qing period. You may have heard of another of his masterpieces, the jadeite cabbage housed in the Palace Museum," Chen Mo explained softly. The three in the vehicle were left utterly astonished by his words. A treasured possession of Cixi, handcrafted by Zhu Yongtai, the jadeite cabbage? The mere comb that cost less than 800,000 could be linked with such illustrious terms? Were they merely indulging in fanciful thoughts? Or was Chen Mo truly contemplating the extraordinary? If what has been said holds true, then this comb is likely the most significant oversight of the entire auction. Do not be swayed by the high transaction prices of items number 1 and 117. Their potential profitability upon resale is far from guaranteed. After a prolonged silence, Su Baolong finally inquired, "Brother Chen, how did you ascertain that this is indeed a cherished possession of Empress Dowager Cixi? Or rather, how do you intend to substantiate this claim?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Mo merely smiled and replied, "At present, I am unable to provide proof. As I mentioned, it is a possibility, and I shall conduct further research. Given the potential significance of this comb as a treasured item of Cixi, neither Su Baolong nor Ma Shichen felt inclined to pursue any other matters. They instructed their driver to take them directly back to Luocheng, arriving at Zhang Meifang's Jujin Pavilion. For Chen Mo, the task of verification was not insurmountable. The information he had encountered was undoubtedly reliable, akin to possessing the answers while seeking the questions. Both Empress Dowager Cixi and the renowned jade carving master Zhu Yongtai were not obscure figures. They surely left behind traces to follow. Upon reaching the Jujin Pavilion, Chen Mo promptly downloaded photographs of Cixi from the internet. As one of the few royal figures in Chinese history to have authentic photographs preserved, her candid images are plentiful and readily accessible online. Chen Mo intended to peruse the photographs casually before delving into the connection between Cixi and Zhu Yongtai. However, to his astonishment, among the images he downloaded, he discovered a scene in the third photograph depicting her having her hair styled. The Empress Dowager sat gracefully before a bronze mirror, attended by palace maidens, one of whom held an object in her hand. Upon magnifying the image for a closer examination, Chen Mo realized that the comb in the maid's possession bore an exact resemblance to the one he was currently toying with. Chapter 89. You surely would not want the matter of a $9.09 tip to a female streamer wearing sunglasses to be scrutinized. Gazing at the candid photographs left behind by Cixi, Chen Mo was genuinely taken aback by the ease with which he was able to verify his findings. This endeavor had only just commenced, and to achieve results after examining merely the third image was beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he did not cease his investigation. After all, when it comes to transactions valued at over 10 million, a single photograph alone could not establish the true worth of the comb. At least 2 or 3 corroborative pieces of evidence would be necessary to reach a definitive conclusion. When photography was first introduced to China, It was often regarded as a form of soul-capturing sorcery. It was not until her later years that Cixi embraced and came to appreciate this art form. Entering the 20th century, Yu Xuanling, the court photographer, captured numerous images of Cixi at her behest. Although most of these were staged, a significant portion of them encompassed candid moments, which later became emblematic of Qing dynasty court photography. As Chen Mo perused the relevant historical materials, he meticulously selected photographs of the Empress Dowager Cixi being coiffed, ultimately discovering 4 staged images featuring palace maids attending to her hair. Among these 4 photographs, while the garments and jewelry were varied, the comb used remained unchanged. It was the very one now in Chen Mo's possession. After saving these images, Chen Mo continued his research on the Qing dynasty's jade carving master, Zhu Yongtai. By the time the clock struck 6 the following afternoon, he remarked to Zhang Meifang, "This burgeoning big data phenomenon is truly remarkable." Zhang Meifang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is exceedingly convenient for research. The two of them had not even ventured into libraries or museums. Instead, they had effortlessly accessed all necessary information from their computers, significantly easing their workload. Once all the gathered materials were securely saved, Chen Mo concluded his work. "You should store this in your shop safe," he suggested, handing the briefcase containing the comb to Zhang Meifang. Upon receiving the case and feeling the weight of over 20 million in her hands, she was left in a state of astonishment. Her shock did not stem from the value of the comb itself, but from her bewilderment over how this man had managed to spot such a treasure amidst the auction display and seize the opportunity. Having diligently researched for an entire day, Zhang Meifang was now unequivocally convinced that Chen Mo's assertions following the auction were entirely accurate. This comb was indeed a cherished possession of the Empress Dowager Cixi, masterfully carved by the renowned artisan Zhu Yongtai of the Qing dynasty. It was simply unbelievable. After temporarily placing the briefcase in the safe, Zhang Meifang casually inquired, "Are you planning to sell this comb, or keep it for your collection?" "I will certainly sell it. The Empress Dowager's beloved item does not appeal to me," Chen Mo replied without hesitation. "Please contact the auction house for me over the next couple of days and arrange for it to be auctioned off as soon as possible." Zhang Meifang had anticipated this response. "I just checked, and the next auction in the country is organized by Poly International Auction under the Poly Group, scheduled for next Wednesday. If you decide to participate, we need to deliver the item before this weekend. The only downside is that the auction will take place in the capital, which is a bit far for us. However, the level of this auction is comparable to yesterday's at China Guardian, both esteemed within the industry. As for this," Chen Mo was indifferent. "Just arrange it as you see fit." With his confirmation, Zhang Meifang nodded and said, "I'll contact them shortly." Just then, a gurgling sound interrupted their conversation, causing Zhang Meifang's face to flush with embarrassment. She realized she wasn't particularly hungry, so why had her stomach suddenly begun to rumble? Feeling the awkwardness of the moment, she silently pleaded, "Be quiet, you troublesome belly." Chen Mo, having heard the sound, did not find it embarrassing. Instead, he simply recognized that it was time for a meal. After a long day, breakfast and lunch were hastily put together, and by evening, it was indeed time for a proper meal to treat oneself. Chen Mo directly dialed the delivery phone number of the private restaurant he had previously dined at, where the average cost per person was several thousand yuan, and ordered a few signature dishes before settling down to wait. During the waiting period, feeling a bit bored, Chen Mo scrolled through his phone. Whether it was a malfunction of the device or the uncontrollable movement of his fingers, he inadvertently opened a live streaming app. Subsequently, he accidentally clicked into the Star Showcase section. As he gazed at the creamy, snowy backdrop, he found the exuberance of the prominent streamers to be quite astonishing. Realizing that they were so generous, he felt compelled not to be too stingy himself. After a series of unintentional clicks, his account was automatically debited 9 yuan and 90 cents. The user player 99 rewarded the streamer with a pair of sunglasses. Once the admission fee was settled, Chen Mo felt justified in enjoying the ambience of the live stream. However, just as he began to appreciate the scenery, a barrage of comments suddenly tagged him. "Wow, the legendary player 99 is here. I've caught the Real player 99. Haha, player 99, Chen Mo, is enjoying the snowy view. Upon seeing this comment, he was momentarily stunned. Oh no, he had forgotten to switch to his alternate account. Realizing the predicament, he hastily prepared to click on the upper right corner to exit. Unfortunately, his 10 years of reflex training proved insufficient compared to the others. Following the initial mention, a continuous stream of tags ensued. Player 99, wow, over 10 million followers. It really is the true player. I can't believe such a high-profile individual looks so aloof. He is just like me. This is hilarious. Player 99. I've taken a screenshot. You and T want the entire internet to know about your 9 yuan and 90 cents gift to the female streamer. Would you? Hee hee. Player 99. Unless you stream more often in the future, we 1T forgive you. Upon reading the last comment, Chen Mo felt utterly frozen. Suddenly, he remembered that he also had an account with over 10 million followers, where numerous eager viewers were waiting for him to go live. With this thought, Chen Mo, not one to hesitate, swiftly accessed his account backend and clicked to start the stream. Chapter 90. Indeed, something captivating. Grandfather, the streamer you mentioned has finally come to life. Ah, you finally decided to go live. I thought you had forgotten your account password. With a cold, proud demeanor, rewards began to flood in. I suggest the streamer change their name to the intermittently resurrecting type. Cars raining down, furious and fierce. Users rewarded the streamer Player 99 with a car, a hot air balloon, and sunglasses. As he observed the screen filled with playful banter and the gifts cascading toward him, he felt a mix of amusement and trepidation. Before Chen Mo could utter a word, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He quickly interjected, "Brothers, please remain calm. I haven't even had my meal yet. This stream is merely a chance for us to chat. Feel free to pose any questions directly in the comments, and I shall respond upon seeing them." Hearing Chen Mo's words, the audience in the live stream instantly perked up. Awesome. We love chatting with the big shot. Witnessing this, Chen Mo felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He began addressing various questions that appeared on the screen, finding this format of conversation quite comfortable for himself. Soon, a flurry of inquiries adorned the public screen, and Chen Mo casually replied to them. "Big shot, did you attend the auction yesterday?" Chen Mo responded, "Indeed, I want to broaden my horizons." "Big shot, were all the items at the auction genuine?" Chen Mo replied, "On this point, I can only say that most are authentic. However, it is a principle of auction houses not to guarantee authenticity, so the determination of what is real or fake ultimately rests with you." "Big shot, was the auctioneer male or female?" "I heard the female auctioneers are quite stunning. Is that true?" Chen Mo admitted, "This falls into my area of ignorance. The one I attended was male." Just as Chen Mo was addressing the comments, one particular message caught him off guard. "Big shot, we watched the live stream yesterday. The individuals sitting behind you, numbers 88 and 89, a man and a woman, were they intentionally trying to provoke you? I noticed they didn't bid when others did, but they followed your bids." Upon reading this, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. If memory served, he hadn't streamed yesterday. It wasn't until he read other comments explaining the situation that he found himself both amused and bewildered. Apparently, the viewers had followed him to the official live stream of the auction at Giada. To be honest, Chen Mo felt a touch moved. Wow, these are true fans. I must carve out some time to stream more often for them. With that thought, he addressed the question above. As for whether that person was being intentional, I cannot say for certain. Emphasizing the word intentional, he then shifted the conversation. "Moreover, you were just inquiring about the presence of forgeries at the auction. For those who watched the live stream, do you recall the Sea Beast Great Bronze Mirror? From my perspective, that mirror certainly aligns with the principles upheld by the auction house." Chen Mo spoke in a rather calm tone, yet the implication was crystal clear. The audience was momentarily stunned before they reacted. "What do you mean it aligns with the auction house's principles? So that mirror isn't genuine, right? By the way, what was the final selling price of that mirror? Is it really 5 million? I suddenly feel that this transaction price seems somewhat off. Could it be that? Don't speculate too much. Just look at the expression on the big shot's face. I would wager it's exactly what you think. Goodness. 666. Ah, you sly one. But I must admit I like it. In a posh bar in the capital, Chu Lingxiao adorned his wrist with a different style of Patek Philippe. subtly exuding the mature aura of a middle-aged man. At this moment, the young beauty in his arms, while undeniably youthful, was evidently not the same one from yesterday. A soft, tender voice whispered in his ear, "Darling, what's wrong?" However, Chu Lingxiao paid her no heed, casually responding, "Go play for a while, don't disturb me." Upon hearing this, the young woman was momentarily taken aback, quickly retracting her previous demeanor and sitting quietly beside him, refraining from further conversation. Chu Lingxiao's gaze was fixed on the live stream on his phone, watching the host, and a wave of inexplicable irritation welled up within him. The previous day, he had coincidentally been invited by a friend from Jiangsheng to attend an auction, and his participation in that event had been entirely serendipitous. The items he had bid on at the auction were merely whims of the moment. He had spent no more than a few thousand, which for him was insignificant. However, if he had indeed spent 5 million on a worthless counterfeit, the implications would be entirely different. Even worse if that 5 million was merely a ploy by the other party to provoke him. It would take on an even graver meaning. Upon returning to the capital by plane, feeling somewhat uneasy, Chu Lingxiao promptly handed the Sea Beast Grape copper mirror to a familiar antique shop owner for appraisal. After entrusting it to him, he thought little of it and continued to enjoy time with his friends. At this moment, hearing the small host's words in the live stream, Chu Lingxiao could no longer contain himself. He suppressed his impatience and sent a message to the antique shop owner. "Has the appraisal result come in? Is there a problem?" After a short while, the owner replied, "Young Master Chu, there is indeed something off about this copper mirror." Reading this message, Chu Lingxiao's brows furrowed instantly. The antique shop owned by this individual was a well-established name in the antiquities scene of the capital, and as discerning, I was among the sharpest of those Chu knew. When he said something was amiss, it was tantamount to a death sentence. In other words, he had spent 5 million to acquire a worthless piece of junk. At this thought, the affluent gentleman in his 40s felt an immediate surge of fury. Meanwhile, in the 99th live stream room, Chen Mo continued to address the inquiries of the audience. "Big shot, did you acquire anything of value at that auction? Was there anything that caught your eye?" Chen Mo replied, "Indeed, there's one item that captivated me." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream room was taken aback. Every time Chen Mo uttered the phrase "a fortunate find," its meaning was unmistakably clear. Another treasure unearthed, and not just a trivial one. We're talking about substantial sums, potentially ranging from hundreds of thousands to even millions. Over the course of his recent live streams, the audience had become well acquainted with Chen Mo's tactics. A mere few thousand or tens of thousands in value would hardly warrant such grand proclamations. Really? Is it possible to find treasures at an auction? Surely, the items at an auction must have been scrutinized by numerous experts. Is there truly any treasure left to be discovered? If someone else said this, I wouldn't believe it. But since it's the esteemed Chen Mo himself, I am convinced. I recall the esteemed one only bid on a Changhua porcelain bowl, spending around 3 million. Was that the one? Observing the barrage of comments, some inquired about the treasure linked to that particular porcelain bowl. Chen Mo shook his head and replied, "No, it's not that piece. It's the comb that Manager Zhang helped me acquire." "A comb? Manager Zhang?" "Oh, during the live stream, I indeed saw Manager Zhang bid on a comb." "So, that comb was for you? Is there any valuation? How much could that comb possibly be worth?" Listening to Chen Mo, the treasure in question turned out to be that comb. The audience in the live stream instantly became intrigued, pressing Chen Mo for the worth of the comb that fetched 790,000. Yet, he refrained from answering, merely stating, "It's difficult to say at this moment. However, I do not intend to keep this comb. I will part with it in due time, and I will inform everyone then." Upon hearing this, the audience, while immensely curious, understood they would have to wait until it was sold to ascertain the true value of this fortunate find. At that moment, the delivery vehicle from the private kitchen finally arrived. Chen Mo addressed the live stream, saying, "Brothers, the food we ordered has arrived. I'll pause our discussion for now, and we can chat again tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." I suggest the host eat less takeout. Many external deliveries lack fresh options and consist mostly of pre-prepared meals, which are not nutritious and could be harmful to health. User Thrilling Little Lamb tipped the host contestant 99 at the carnival event and left a message urging him to consume something nutritious. After shutting down the live stream, Chen Mo noticed this comment. He glanced at the exquisite offerings delivered from the private kitchen, a dish of aged fish maw and conch stew with 3 abalones, priced at $1,888, and a dual preparation of king crab costing $2,188. He mused, this should be considered nutritious, right? Once satiated, Chen Mo's life resumed its normal rhythm. The Chenghua porcelain bowl he purchased for $1.3 million, along with Empress Sishi's comb, were entrusted entirely to Zhang Meifang for management. The former, yielding modest profits, was simplified by Zhang Meifang's adept networking, quickly connecting with interested collectors. The latter, however, required a more intricate process due to the auction's complexities. In order to meet the schedule of the Poly auction in the capital, Zhang Meifang temporarily entrusted her shop to her cousin and devoted herself entirely to the task of preparing a particular comb. From inviting qualified third-party appraisal institutions for valuation, to catching a flight for an on-site inspection of the auction venue's storage conditions, and signing a detailed auction contract, she meticulously navigated through each step. Ultimately, she successfully delivered the comb to the Poly Group's warehouse in the capital before Sunday, a process that required not a single ounce of effort from Chen Mo, astonishingly efficient. As for Chen Mo himself, he spent a few more days wandering around Longmen Street in Luocheng, unsurprisingly finding no significant treasures. He then planned to return to Chang'an City, intending to finish his exploration of Baxian Temple. However, before he could set off, several matters converged upon him. First, Deputy Director Yang from the police station called, informing him that the semi-annual internal inspection had concluded and inviting him for a meal at his home to savor his sister-in-law's cooking. Given that Chen Mo was still in Luocheng, he found it difficult to decline, though there was no real need to refuse. When he arrived at Yang Dingshan's home for dinner, he learned that the Deputy and Deputy Director Yang's title was soon to be dropped. He hurriedly extended his congratulations. During their casual conversation over the meal, the topic of the 500,000 yuan arose. Chen Mo discovered that after more than half a month of procedures, the final step had finally been completed and the funds would soon be deposited into his account. To be honest, this amount was insignificant relative to Chen Mo's current worth. Had Yang Dingshan not mentioned it, he might have forgotten entirely. For him, the functional significance of this money outweighed its mere value of 500,000 yuan. In addition to Yang Dingshan's invitation, there was also Ma Shichun, who had been busy with charitable donations during this period. After arranging to meet for a late-night snack at a roadside eatery, Chen Mo arrived early, feeling content amidst the lively noise around him. He was the kind of person who could relish a private dining experience costing a few thousand per person just as much as he could enjoy a roadside stall with meals averaging 30 or 40. Before long, old Ma arrived, accompanied by a man who appeared relatively young but bore a weathered expression. From a distance, Ma Shichun called out, "Brother Chen, you're here so early." Chen Mo replied, "I had nothing to do, just arrived a bit earlier." "Who is this?" With palpable excitement, Ma Shichun introduced. "This is the expert I invited. You know I've been busy establishing our charity channel, right? Well, guess what? One of my business friends recommended the contact from Master Han Hong when he learned about my endeavors. You know who Master Han is, right?" Ma Shichun proudly gestured toward the man beside him, saying, "This expert is from Master Han's team, here to assist us." Chen Mo was taken aback. This was not mere playful banter. Teacher Han was a true philanthropist dedicated to charitable causes. Observing the slightly weathered man before him, Chen Mo felt an immediate respect and quickly extended his hand. "Chen Mo, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." The man reciprocated the gesture, introducing himself as Tan Yen. The three settled into a booth at the bustling eatery, each ordering a chilled beer, a modest indulgence to lift their spirits. As the beers flowed, they swiftly began discussing the establishment of charitable channels, how to ensure that funds reach those in genuine need, how to eliminate the absurdity of overpriced school supplies, and how to increase financial transparency. After a brief exchange, Chen Mo discerned that the sense of weariness etched on Tan Yan's face was well-earned. He possessed profound insights. His discourse on how to approach charity and how to effectively execute charitable endeavors was remarkably thorough. It was evident that only someone truly committed to philanthropy could articulate such knowledge. As their meal neared its conclusion, Chen Mo retrieved his phone and accessed the back end of his Byte account for a live broadcast. He glanced at the earnings displayed, 6.73 million, an increase of over $1 million compared to a short while ago. Without waiting for the total to reach 10 million before withdrawing, he promptly transferred all the earnings to a bank card. He was no longer required to pay taxes directly, as Sun Yu from Byte had arranged for a professional team to establish Chen Mo's personal company, which would handle tax obligations on an annual basis, sparing him the hassle of frequent trips to the tax office. Upon reviewing his account balance, Chen Mo transferred 3.27 million from his personal bank account to the earnings card, bringing the total to 10 million. He then handed the card to Ma Shurchen. Brother Ma, this card contains 10 million. Consider it the initial charitable fund. Tan Yin, witnessing this moment, was utterly astonished. 10 million, merely handed over with such ease? Ma Shurchen was equally surprised by Chen Mo's swift action. After accepting the card and contemplating for a moment, he remarked, "Let us record this amount under your name." However, before he could finish his thought, Chen Mo interjected, "No, there's no need to credit me. If you must, attribute it to the entire audience of Room 99. This money is indeed a result of their generosity." Concerned that Tan Yin might inadvertently leak this information online, Chen Mo added, "Brother Tan, please keep this matter private. Ma and I simply wish to take action before making it public. We worry that sharing it online might create unnecessary waves. Donations can indeed reduce tax liabilities. Tan Yin has witnessed numerous entrepreneurs who, by donating a modest sum to charitable organizations, manage to alleviate their substantial tax liabilities. He has also observed certain public figures utilizing donations to cultivate a favorable public image. While such contributions may carry ulterior motives, one cannot dismiss the inherent goodness of these acts. After all, as long as the funds are genuine and reach those in need, such behavior merits encouragement." Initially, Tan Yin presumed that the esteemed Mr. Ma and the modest Mr. Chan were akin to others, driven by their own agendas. However, upon hearing their words, he realized his misjudgment. It is not often that one encounters donations made out of concern that the funds might be squandered on frivolities, prompting individuals to take matters into their own hands and establish direct channels for assistance. Who among the self-interested would willingly part with 10 million without seeking personal recognition? Moreover, the insistence on confidentiality only underscored their earnest intentions. Suddenly, Tan Yin recognized that these two individuals genuinely aspired to effect positive change. Chapter 92. Calculation having completed his tasks, Chen Mo returned to the Eight Immortals Temple feeling unburdened. As before, he resumed his live-streaming venture, scouring for hidden treasures. At 7:30 in the morning, the temple buzzed with activity as vendors, buyers, and curious onlookers infused the antique street market with a vibrant atmosphere. "Good morning, everyone." Chen Mo greeted, savoring a steamed bun as he navigated through the crowd. After exchanging pleasantries with his online audience, he blended into the throng, perusing the various stalls. Much like his previous explorations of Longmen Street in Luo City, he was nearing the completion of his investigation of the Eight Immortals Temple. The area had reached a development level of approximately 60 to 70%. At the very heart of the temple lay the sundry goods section, a place Chen Mo particularly enjoyed exploring. The previously well-defined areas, such as the porcelain and calligraphy sections, yielded little of value, although genuine artifacts existed. Their prices were exorbitantly inflated, far exceeding their true market worth. There was simply no treasure to be found. In contrast, the sundry goods section, populated by individual sellers, offered a plethora of unique items, significantly increasing the chances of discovering hidden gems. Chen Mo understood that once he thoroughly examined this area, he would have effectively completed his exploration of the Eight Immortals Temple. "Sir, how much for this abacus?" Chen Mo inquired, his attention caught by an old-fashioned abacus, darkened by age and covered in a rich patina. 65,000, the vendor replied. "Isn't that rather steep?" Chen Mo questioned. "Absolutely," the vendor affirmed, gesturing toward the abacus. "This piece has been passed down since the Qing dynasty. Just look at this patina. It boasts a history of at least 200 or 300 years. As he spoke, he lifted the abacus to showcase its craftsmanship. Directly handing it to Chen Mo, the vendor invited, "Go ahead, feel it, and tell me, is it smooth or not?" After Chen Mo finished examining, the vendor continued, "Moreover, this abacus is crafted from the finest materials. The wood is all rosewood. You know rosewood, right? It's a precious timber." Hearing the vendor's enthusiastic sales pitch, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile and retorted, "Boss, not all rosewood is precious. Take the Ivorian rosewood from Africa, for instance. A ton of it only costs a few thousand." The vendor paused momentarily at Chen Mo's words, then quickly responded, "How could my abacus be made from that inferior rosewood? It's the best quality. Take a closer look." Observing the dark patina covering the abacus, Chen Mo continued to smile and said, "Boss, this abacus is entirely coated in patina. Who can see it clearly? How about we clean off the patina first?" Upon hearing this, the vendor shook his head vigorously. "Are you joking? If I wash it off, how can I prove that this abacus is old?" Seeing this, Chen Mo ceased his jesting and remarked, "Boss, this abacus is indeed old, and the materials seem decent. It's not that African rosewood." Instantly, a smile appeared on the vendor's face, and he nodded repeatedly. However, before Chen Mo could finish, he changed his tone. "But even if it's the finest rosewood, your price is still a bit steep. Those rosewood furniture pieces that sell for hundreds of thousands or even millions are solid blocks. Your abacus is certainly made from scraps." After speaking, Chen Mo smiled at the vendor, sincerely expressing, "I genuinely think this abacus is good. Let's skip the fluff and settle on a reasonable price." Upon hearing this, the vendor's brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was one of great conflict. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Since you are truly interested, let's settle on 63,000. Chen Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes at this price. "So after all that, you only knocked off 2,000? He reached out to weigh the abacus, running his fingers over its solid wooden frame, and stated, "Let me be clear, I won't beat around the bush. If I'm not mistaken, the frame is indeed made from good material, known as small-leaf rosewood, sourced from India. However, look at the connection between the crossbeam and the frame. That little spot, there is what we call a golden star." Chen Mo elaborated on the details of the abacus. Adopting the air of a wood expert, he finally concluded, "The material used for this abacus frame falls within the small-leaf rosewood grade, roughly around 3. As for the price, this is the maximum I can accept. To be honest, if it weren't for the abacus catching my eye, even from a quality standpoint, this price feels a bit inflated." With his intentions clear, Chen Mo extended 5 fingers towards the vendor. Seeing this, the vendor felt a surge of joy. Who would have thought that this abacus was something he acquired from a fellow villager for merely 380 yuan? Along with a bowl of fried noodles and 2 bottles of Qingdao beer, the profit was simply astounding. However, despite the vendor's inner joy, his expression remained one of considerable difficulty. 50,000 was simply inadequate. It was far too low. Previously, someone had offered 61,000, and I did not sell then. "I can offer you 60,000, but that is the absolute minimum." Chen Mo responded, 52,000, 59,000, 54,000. After several minutes of back and forth, Chen Mo ultimately settled on a sum of 56,700. The money exchanged hands effortlessly, and he successfully acquired the item. With his right hand clutching the newly acquired abacus and his left hand holding the smartphone for the live stream, Chen Mo strolled away from the miscellaneous goods area. Observing the faint smile on his face, the audience in the live stream could no longer contain themselves. "I just heard the phrase caught my eye. Surely, this abacus must be a hidden gem." Having spent nearly 60,000, according to the principles of treasure hunting, it is unlikely that the profit would be less than 100,000. Coupled with the tone in which he spoke, I would venture to guess that the profit on this abacus starts at a minimum of 200,000. Accounting for costs, that means it won't be less than 250,000. The principles of treasure hunting and the tone of speech are truly remarkable. I am willing to designate the commenter above as a research expert, particularly one who studies the nuances of such individuals. Upon reading the term research expert in the comments, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said the audience in this live stream is indeed quite talented. due to the overwhelming number of inquiries regarding the price. Chen Mo could only say, "Brothers, do not rush. I am heading to the antique shop now. You'll know the specifics shortly." With that, he quickened his pace towards a nearby antique shop. Name, Qing Dynasty Treasury Department, Sandalwood Abacus category. Woodcraft material. Wangwali origin, Hainan, small leaf rosewood origin, India. Market value, 1,080,000 yuan. Observing the detailed information about the abacus, Chen Mo felt a surge of positivity. Ever since that night when he withdrew the earnings from his account and handed them over to old Ma, he had the impression that his luck had inexplicably improved. How did he come to this realization? It was during a recent crossing when, while on the zebra crossing, Chen Mo suddenly noticed something peculiar. In the past few days, he had hardly seen any red lights. Each time he approached an intersection, the traffic light was invariably green. Once or twice was acceptable, but this phenomenon had occurred consecutively 7 or 8 times. This was clearly unusual. Holding the abacus valued at 1,080,000, he couldn't help but feel the same way. Chen Mo had not deceived the vendor. The frame of the abacus was indeed made of small leaf rosewood, and it was genuinely sourced from India. However, compared to the top-tier full-knot grade small leaf rosewood, there was still a notable difference in quality. If the entire abacus were crafted from this grade of small leaf rosewood, pricing it at 50 to 60,000 would indeed be a reasonable valuation. However, who could have imagined that beneath the thick, dark patina, the beads of the abacus and the wood used for its frame were not of the same variety? The beads were crafted from Wangwali, specifically from the finest wild, old material source from Hainan. This exquisite wood is also known as Dalbergia odorifera, revered as the emperor among timbers. The reason Chen Mo was fortunate enough to stumble upon this treasure was due to sheer luck. The vendor was evidently not knowledgeable in the field. When Chen Mo casually mentioned the possibility of cleaning the patina, the vendor immediately refused, expressing concern that removing it would render the abacus's antiquity unverifiable. Just from this remark, Chen Mo could surmise that the abacus must have been a serendipitous find for the vendor. If the patina were to be removed, the distinctive grain of Hainan Wangwali would be unmistakable. In summary, had Chen Mo not been so fortunate, if the vendor had possessed any expertise, or if another knowledgeable individual had taken even a cursory glance, this opportunity would certainly not have presented itself to him. Inside Dabao Xian, a middle-aged man was diligently using a brush to dust an antique. Upon noticing the newcomer, he quickly set aside his task, beaming with a smile as he approached, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Chen, have you found another gem?" After all, Baixian Temple is not Longmen Street, and Zhang Meifang was not around. Chen Mo, too, was disinclined to ponder. During this period, each time he discovered a small treasure, he sold it at the local antique shops in Baixian Temple. Shops like Dabao Xian, Jizhengge, and Zhiguju were his regular haunts, as their prices were consistently comparable. Whenever he sold something, it was purely based on his mood. Zhao Youfu, upon seeing Chen Mo enter with his phone, was instantly grinning from ear to ear. He was acutely aware of Chen Mo's online persona, the 99th contestant, the master of treasure hunting, the streaming sensation. Since Chen Mo's last visit, Zhao Youfu had noticed a significant uptick in business over the following days. To maintain this momentum and to stand out amidst the competition, it was imperative to cater to this esteemed guest. Chapter 94. Could it be that I could do it too? Zhao Youfu knew Chen Mo was live streaming, yet he refrained from overtly acknowledging it. By not looking, asking, or showing concern, he ensured that his demeanor appeared more natural on camera, which would enhance the shop's image. Chen Mo placed the abacus on the counter and said, "Boss Zhao, what do you think of this abacus?" Zhao Youfu, eager to flatter, replied, "Mr. Chen, who online is unaware of your discerning eye? Could anything you bring be of lesser quality?" After this exchange of pleasantries, he began to examine the abacus closely. The frame had sustained considerable wear from contact with surfaces, resulting in a shallower patina and a less intense color. Zhao Youfu, adorned with reading glasses, quickly made a judgment after just a glance. The level of patina indicated without a doubt that this piece was indeed antique, dating back at least to the Qing dynasty. "This frame is quite commendable," crafted from small-leaf red sandalwood of a decent grade, at least above average, he remarked. Looking at the base of the frame, he continued, just based on this, the price of this abacus should be at least in the tens of thousands. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, preoccupied with his smartphone, adjusting the camera angle to ensure that the audience in the live streaming room could see more clearly. Once satisfied, he prompted, Boss Zhao, please continue your examination. Zhao Youfu, his focus unwavering, was captivated by the abacus beads enveloped in a thick layer of patina. He first rubbed a few beads between his fingers, then pressed his nose against one, inhaling deeply to savor its aroma. After a moment, he looked up and exclaimed, Wang Wali? Chen Mo was not surprised by his swift conclusion and merely asked, Boss Zhao, do you have the tools to clean off this grime? Yes, indeed. Xiao Wang, please fetch my toolbox number 7. Zhao Youfu instructed an employee. Shortly thereafter, the employee, referred to as Xiao Wang, emerged from the back of the store carrying a small toolbox. After receiving it, Zhao Youfu inquired, shall we take a closer look after I clean these? Thank you for your effort, Boss Zhao, Chen Mo replied. Zhao Youfu said nothing further. Opening the toolbox, he retrieved the necessary instruments and set to work. For wooden antiques, a proper patina typically presents a lustrous, jade-like sheen, with colors that may appear darker yet remain mostly translucent. A natural result of years of use that requires no additional cleaning. However, the patina on this abacus was not a product of prolonged use. It was merely a layer of grime accumulated over an extended period, dull and sticky, obscuring the true color beneath. Zhao Youfu employed a specialized neutral cleaning solution designed for wooden artifacts. This solution would not harm the item while effectively removing dirt. Using a horsehair brush, cotton gloves, distilled water, beeswax, and walnut oil, combined with a neutral cleaner, he worked meticulously. In just a matter of seconds, the first bead revealed its true identity under Zhao Youfu's skilled hands. As the intricate patterns emerged, the viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment. What is this? A circular swirl with a core featuring an eye. This is a ghost face pattern. Indeed, the bead was confirmed to be Wang Wali. Please be mindful of your terminology. There are many types of Wang Wali. Varieties such as Vietnamese Wang Wali and African hedgehog Wang Wali with ghost face patterns are vastly different from inferior products. This is the finest quality Hainan Wang Wali. Incredible. Does this mean my earlier estimate of 250,000 was still too low? Certainly. Top-grade Hainan Wang Wali could easily fetch several hundred thousand, under the astonished exclamations of the audience in the live stream. Zhao Youfu meticulously cleaned the thick layer of grime from the other abacus beads. He then applied a layer of beeswax and walnut oil to the entire set, ensuring its protection. After completing this laborious task, he finally looked up at Chen Mo and inquired, Mr. Chen, are you willing to sell this abacus? There was no doubt that it was a remarkable piece. For such high-quality antique wood, it was essentially priceless, with many avid collectors undoubtedly interested. Regardless of the potential profit, merely using it to network was immensely beneficial. Hearing Zhao Youfu's question, Chen Mo smiled, certainly. Zhao Youfu continued, how would you like to proceed, Mr. Chen? Shall we auction it? I can help you connect with collectors, or would you prefer to sell it directly to my shop? Chen Montauk replied, if you wish to purchase it, then let us proceed with a direct sale to your shop. Zhao Youfu's eyes lit up. Whether through auction or connecting with collectors, he would merely serve as an intermediary. However, securing a direct acquisition offered the most advantageous scope for maneuvering. What price do you have in mind? Zhao Youfu asked. In a typical antique shop transaction, the shop owner usually holds the reins, determining the price. This scenario, however, had transformed into a seller's market. The power dynamic was firmly in Chen Mo's hands. Yet both parties regarded the situation as entirely normal, leaving the viewers in the live stream astonished. When faced with Zhao Youfu's pricing inquiry, Chen Mo, without a moment's hesitation, quoted the market price, 108 million. Agreed. After a brief hesitation of 2 or 3 seconds, Zhao Youfu waved his hand decisively in agreement. This figure aligned closely with his expectations. While the immediate profit from this transaction might be limited, The potential benefits from a well-executed operation could transcend mere monetary gain. In less than 2 hours, with an initial investment of $57,000, the profits soared to 7 figures. The audience, who witnessed the entire transaction unfold in the live stream, were genuinely impressed. It seemed almost effortless, akin to a game. The buying and selling process appeared excessively simple. As for other antiques, discerning their authenticity could be a challenge. Yet, the ghost face pattern of this Hainan yellow rosewood was already ubiquitous online. Once the grime was removed, it would be unmistakable to all. After the live stream, many viewers couldn't contain their curiosity, bombarding the screen with messages. Could I do the same? Chapter 95. The Fresh Goods on Wednesday. Chen Mo continued his routine at the Baxian Temple. In contrast, Zhang Meifang, who was in the capital, felt a twinge of anxiety. Ever since Chen Mo entrusted her with the comb to handle entirely, she had hurriedly caught the earliest flight to the capital the following morning. Contact multiple third-party appraisal agencies to present the appraisal report, liaise with the auction house to conduct a physical inspection, and sign the entrusted auction agreement. Although these processes may seem cumbersome, they progressed smoothly. As the most crucial aspect, how to authenticate the identity of the comb, was resolved by Chen Mo and her team on that very day. Aside from the photographs preserved from the imperial court, they discovered a record of the comb in Zhu Yongtai's autobiography, Yongtai Jill E. Today, I present this ivory comb to the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing the comb, she nodded and smiled slightly, uttering the words, well thought out. This remark brought me great solace, for the years of meticulous craftsmanship have not been in vain. Within that autobiography, besides Zhu Yongtai's personal reflections, the entire production process of the comb was documented, complete with hand-drawn illustrations, providing a remarkably detailed account. Furthermore, a 1903 edition of Japan's Survey of Qing Dynasty artifacts also recorded. The Empress Dowager greatly cherished the combs crafted by Zhu, often carrying them in her cosmetic box, praising their smoothness and warmth to the touch, thus placing them among her treasured items. Armed with answers, Chen Mo and her team uncovered several versions of documentation, and through their corroboration, they definitively established the true identity of the comb. Zhang Meifang's submission to the auction proceeded remarkably well. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the main venue of Poly Group's auction came to life. As the auctioneer took the stage, the event officially commenced. Zhang Meifang, seated in the back row, nervously clenched her fists, her full attention riveted on the proceedings. The comb's value commenced at 20 million, far exceeding her own worth. It was indeed peculiar if she could remain calm under such circumstances. The entrusted contract she signed with the auction house, Poly staff, stipulated an opening bid of 21 million, with a handling fee of 45. As for the final price, that remained uncertain, dependent on the capabilities of the collectors attending this auction, with the first item being sold at a staggering 76.5 million to a telephone bidder. The atmosphere in the hall instantly ignited with excitement. Zhang Meifang's expression grew even more anxious, for the second item up for bid was none other than the comb. As the staff wheeled a glass display case onto the auction stage, the auctioneer began to stir the audience's emotions, introducing the item with an impassioned tone steeped in history. Ladies and gentlemen, next you will witness a piece that embodies the grandeur of the late Qing court, a Qingbai jade carved comb used by the Empress Dowager. The opening bid is 21 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. At Baxian Temple, Chen Mo was engrossed in browsing goods while live streaming. At that moment, Su Baolong, having just finished his tasks, arrived at Baxian Temple with his driver. Spotting Chen Mo, he hurried over with a curious expression and inquired, "Brother Chen, have you received any news from Xiao Zhang?" "Not yet," Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. "They probably just started." Su Baolong responded, "Oh, then we'll have to wait." The audience in the live stream, intrigued by their conversation, wondered about this Xiao Zhang and what news was being conveyed. Is it about Manager Zhang? I suddenly realized that I haven't seen Manager Zhang for several days. Where has she gone? What did the big shot mean by the beginning? I find myself a bit confused. Is there anyone who understands? Watching the barrage of question marks in the live stream, Chen Mo chuckled and said, "It's nothing. You'll find out soon." Seeing him playing coy, The audience was as curious as a cat scratching at the door. Yet they had no choice but to wait for that moment to arrive. Fortunately, at this juncture, Su Baolong diverted their attention. The rotund, middle-aged man leaned close to Chen Mo and said, "Brother Chen, I just heard a little rumor from the Antique Association in our Su province." "Oh, what news?" Chen Mo, intrigued by Su Baolong's mysterious demeanor, inquired. "Remember when we went to Jiangsheng last time? We first went to the countryside, the ranch that old Ma bought. Do you recall?" "Of course I remember. The taste of that lamb was quite delightful. To be honest, I still savor that flavor." Chen Mo replied. Su Baolong continued, "The village where old Ma's ranch is located is called Lijia Village, and right next to it, there's a small village called Wangying Village, where a significant number of items have emerged." Chen Mo, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by a significant number of items?" Su Baolong hinted, "I mean freshly unearthed goods." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo paused. "Freshly unearthed? Aren't those items prohibited from being traded?" Realizing Chen Mo had misunderstood, Su Baolong quickly shook his head and clarified, No. They are indeed fresh goods, but not freshly dug up. To clarify, many years ago, there was a river beside Wangying Village. After a torrential rain, the river swelled and washed out numerous items. The villagers then discovered there was a tomb beneath the river, and the items were all washed out from it. However, the villagers had no idea those artifacts were antiques. They didn't even know they could be sold. They hardly paid attention to those old objects washed out by the rain until a few days ago when someone sold a porcelain vase for 300,000, which brought this matter to light. Given the passage of time, no one has been monitoring the legality of such transactions. Once this news spread within the Antique Association, the seasoned collectors immediately set out in their cars. After explaining extensively, Su Baolong looked at Chen Mo with eager anticipation and asked, "So, what do you think? Any thoughts?" Chapter 96. Wangying Village. Upon hearing Su Baolong's words, Chen Mo remained silent. However, the audience in the live stream had already become excited. "Wow, we absolutely must go. Big shot. We need to hurry. If we delay, all the good stuff will be snatched up." Indeed, not to mention those professional treasure hunters. Just hearing about it makes me want to go. User Big Shot Follower 348 tipped the host a Porsche 1 and commented, "Let us go, Big Shot. Take the brothers to broaden our horizons." User Big Shot Follower 1573 tipped the host a Porsche 1 and added, "Charge, charge, charge." As Chen Mo gazed at the dazzling display of Porsche effects filling the live stream, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Since the brothers in the live chat had expressed such enthusiasm, perhaps he should indeed pay a visit. Moreover, the Eight Immortals Temple had recently yielded little of value. After a day of searching, he had managed to uncover only a minor treasure. With a cost of 130,000, he had resold it for 1.8 million, resulting in a profit of barely 20,000. Chen Mo himself felt a bit disheartened. A leisurely stroll through that village might actually prove to be quite pleasant. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo turned to Su Baolong and proposed, "Shall we go take a look?" "Absolutely." Su Baolong deeply. "Let me call Old Ma and see if he is available." The distance from Wangying Village to Li Family Village was indeed quite short. The familiar 680 car made its entrance as the driver navigated the roads, while Su Baolong and Chen Mo settled comfortably into the back seat. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. It was Chen Mo's own phone. Upon recognizing the caller as Zhang Meifang, he reached out to press the green button. As soon as the call connected, an exuberant voice erupted from the other end. 31,800,000. After deducting the 45 fee, you'll receive 37 million. Zhang Meifang's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Even through the phone, one could sense that the person on the other end was practically bouncing with joy. Hearing this figure, not just Su Baolong, but even Chen Mo himself felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had not anticipated that the auction price could surge by 3 to 4 million on top of the initial 27 million. This was even after accounting for over 1 million in fees. If the fees were included, the premium would approach 5 million. Who could this perceptive collector be? In his heart, Chen Mo extended sincere gratitude to the collector who had secured that comb. Zhang Meifang continued, The auction hasn't concluded yet. We must wait until it ends before the funds can be transferred. Once you receive the payment, give me a call, and I will finalize the contract. At that moment, the live stream was still running. As they listened to Zhang Meifang's words, the audience was inundated with question marks, which flooded the screen and obscured the live feed. No way. Don't tell me that the 30 million she mentioned is in dollars. One viewer exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying that the big shot has made another 30 million? This is utterly outrageous. After hanging up on Zhang Meifang, Chen Mo finally had a moment to glance at the live chat. The viewers were now clamoring for answers. What on earth could sell for such a staggering amount? They noted the absence of any particularly valuable finds from the big shot in recent times. The most expensive item sold recently was that Hainan Wangwali abacus a few days ago. But didn't it already sell? For over $1 million. If I recall correctly. Could I be mistaken? No, you're not mistaken. That abacus was sold directly to the antique shop owner for $1.08 million. Another viewer chimed in. So what on earth could be worth 30 million? Contestant number 99, please enlighten us. Do not keep us in suspense. I implore you. Contestant number 99, indeed. Esteemed one. Upon encountering these inquiries, Chen Mo remarked, have you forgotten the exquisite comb I procured at the auction in Jiangcheng a few days ago? That comb is worth 30 million. Am I mad? Or has the world gone mad? The esteemed one, do not deceive us. Observing the barrage of comments, Chen Mo continued, I had already stated that the comb is a remarkable item, but ultimately, it is merely a comb. Could it be one used by Emperor Qianlong? Qianlong? Please, refrain from jesting. How could a simple comb possibly be associated with the Emperor Qianlong? Catching sight of two conspicuous comments, Chen Mo chuckled and declared, that comb was not used by Qianlong, yet it is indeed connected to him. Before the comments could further inquire, he elucidated, to be precise. That comb belonged to the great-granddaughter-in-law of Emperor Qianlong, specifically the favored item of Empress Dowager Cixi during the late Qing dynasty. It was meticulously crafted by the renowned late Qing sculptor, Zhu Yongtai, and became a cherished possession of the Empress Dowager after being presented to her. Upon hearing Chen Mo's explanation, the audience fell into a profound silence. If that truly was a cherished possession of the Empress Dowager, then selling it for 30 million is not beyond comprehension. Amidst the deafening silence, the titanium alloy fans in the live stream felt a sense of agitation. Despite not having consumed any lemons, a distinctly sour taste suddenly lingered in their mouths. In the capital, at the Poly auction venue, Zhang Meifang remained quite animated in the rear seats. However, merely 3 seats behind her sat Chu Lingxiao, his expression dark and uncommunicative.